Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Li Feng and Hu Yuba shared the same thought. Since they couldn't contend for the top three, they might as well do Chen Yu a favor or alleviate some guilt in their hearts. On stage, Gongli casually said, "You're Li Feng? In terms of overall strength, you're indeed not bad. I also understand your intention, trying to probe my capabilities." Li Feng was taken aback. Gongli was so direct, unmasking his intent. Precisely. He thought the same as Hu Yuba, intending to gauge the top outsider disciple's capabilities. Hu Yuba seemed to have succeeded, and now it was his turn. "Then as you wish." Gongli's lips curled up, looking generous. Cloud stepping? Li Feng held his treasure weapon, a broken sword, which melded with his steps, like a residual arc in the night sky, swooping straight at Gongli. Swish! Gongli's figure flickered, trailing a few afterimages, as he crossed paths with Li Feng several times. What an exquisite movement technique. This Gongli, even while moving leisurely, has a movement technique slightly superior to Li Feng. The group of disciples had their eyes wide open. Li Feng's cloud stepping met a superior movement technique for the first time. Of course, Gongli's movement technique only surpassed his by a bit. If steady and meticulous, it wouldn't be a fatal gap. Primordial gang fan? The folding fan in Gongli's hand suddenly swept up a gust of fan shadows with a peculiar force, condensing the winds into a single mass, devoid of any noise except a deep howl. Clang? Snap? The fierce and wondrous power on that folding fan deflected Li Feng's sword, instantly putting him at a disadvantage. Li Feng gritted his teeth, pushing his movement and sword techniques to their limits, using all his lifelong skills, striving not for victory but for balance. In an instant, Li Feng was suppressed by more than a dozen moves, his breathing rapid, fully at a disadvantage. Offstage, Chen Yu watched the battle intently, frowning slightly. So far, Gongli's attacks were casual, obviously not exerting his full strength. "Brother Yu," a soft, familiar voice sounded in his ear. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat when he saw a bright young girl akin to the morning dew, standing before him. Her waterfall-like black hair, her pure and delicate face, bright as fresh snow, was enough to amaze any peer for a brief moment. "Swecking? You are?" Chen Yu was greatly surprised. "Brother Yu, you've been in continuous battles earlier, with considerable exertion. I'm afraid Li Feng can't hold for a moment. Quickly take this superior replenishing chi pill." The girl held out her delicate hand, producing a crystalline pill, with a bit of hope in her eyes. "What is this all about?" Chen Yu felt a bit strange, not understanding the situation. In his mind, the emotional traces belonging to Mu Swecking had long been fading little by little. The path of martial arts, reaching the peak of the sect, was what he aspired to most now. "Even if we're mere friends, can't I help you?" The girl smiled radiantly, as if reminiscing about Chen Yu's past wooden nature. "All right." Chen Yu's thoughts raced, and he accepted the precious superior replenishing chi pill. He suddenly thought that it was best to avoid exposing his terrifying recovery ability to prevent arousing more suspicion. This replenishing chi pill could just appropriately conceal that. If it were just increased strength, he could claim it was due to consuming some kind of spirit fruit, transforming his physique and greatly enhancing his power. Similar opportunities weren't unheard of in the sex world. If the multitude of peculiarities, like immense strength, amazing recovery, monstrous self-healing, and body technique talent were all exposed, it could spell trouble. At least, until he became powerful, it was best not to reveal them. "Brother Yu, you should strive to become an inner sect disciple." Mu Swecking clenched her small fists, seemingly caring more than Chen Yu himself. Chen Yu nodded, taking the superior replenishing chi pill. As soon as the pill hit his stomach, Chen Yu felt a heart tremor. A bizarre suction drew the pill's force immediately. In a flash, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment spread throughout Chen Yu's body. Almost instantly, under the mysterious heart's impetus, Chen Yu's body absorbed the entire medicinal power of the spiritual medicine. Chen Yu felt his essence, spirit, and especially his inner energy reach an unprecedented peak. "Thank you. I'll return the favor when I can." Chen Yu took another look at Mu Swecking, and the girl's face blushed instantly, adding a hint of bright charm. This scene, however, made not far away Wang Lingyun gnash his teeth in jealousy. He never would have imagined that not only could Chen Yu secure a place in the top three, but he might even contend for the first. Li Feng and Hu Yuba were willing to pave the way for him. The so-called top beauty among the outsider disciples, Mu Swecking, personally delivered a precious replenishing chi pill to him. If he could seize the first place, wouldn't that mean rewards, beauty, status, everything at his fingertips? In the mountain's corner, why is my heart filled with such sour unwillingness? Could it be I've truly grown fond of this girl? The seventh prince murmured in his heart. He stared at the lovely, modest girl who was like a budding peony, feeling an urge to hold her and fulfill all wishes at that moment. But the girl's charming shyness and care were directed at another. Suddenly, the seventh prince's face turned serious. His nonchalant expression vanished, as if deciding something. Just then, a change occurred in the battle on stage. Warm up over. Since the start of this competition, you are the first who can engage me to this extent. Nangang Li's form paused. Opposite him, Li Feng was already heavily breathing, sweat seeping from his forehead. The crowd was shocked. How could so little time have passed and yet Nangang Li, lightly, forced Li Feng to this state? This was still a warm-up? Just stretching? Are you ready? Nangang Li stepped forward, leisurely walking toward Li Feng. Li Feng realized something. Yet, as soon as he moved, a strange, urgent, and lengthy sound struck his brain. In an instant, Li Feng's form shuddered, almost unable to stand. Mental secret technique soul capturing. Nangang Li's lips moved oddly, producing waves of long and urgent sounds. And the force of those sound waves, reaching the ears of the nearby disciples, left them feeling restless and their blood in turmoil. This sound. Chen Yu suddenly recalled the past encounter with the Honghu 3 killers. Among them, one of the killers used a peculiar flute to produce strange sound waves, but it was no simple sonic attack. It involved the mental domain. And now, Nangang Li, without relying on any tool, had unleashed the soul-capturing sound, its power far exceeding that of the past 3 killers. Li Feng felt his mind quake, his senses chaotic, as a buzzing engulfed his mind. Pomf. Snap. Nangang Li waved his folding fan, the fan wind fiercely blowing, thrusting him 1 yard away. With a clang, his treasured sword fell to the ground. Li Feng lost the match? The audience fell into a silent stillness, their faces filled with shock. Nangang Li's mental secret technique was indeed eerie, hard to defend against. Your strength could only make my mental secret skill half effective. Nangang Li shook his head and said. The disciples below were shocked beyond disbelief. Brother Chen, I've done my best to this point. Li Feng smiled bitterly. Against Nangang Li, the top genius of the outer sect, his talent fell short. Of course, it wasn't just talent. Nangang Li's background was more illustrious, with a sect elder supporting him. Come on, Chen Yu. Let's see if you have the capability to make me use my full power. Nangang Li won a match, composed and relaxed. All right. Chen Yu soared with astonishing speed, leaping to the stage. Be careful, brother Yu. Dealing with mental secret techniques, it's crucial to stay steadfast and counter with your own will. Mu Sueking advised. On stage, Chen Yu accumulated his inner energy. His heart beat slowly and powerfully, as if waiting for something. You're not going to attack? If my full mental secret technique is unleashed, you might not get the chance. Nangang Li slowly said. Wait until you recover your energy, winning fair and square. I don't want to leave room for talk of a relay battle. Chen Yu said calmly. Nangang Li. This was the first time since the start of the competition someone dared to act so proud in front of him. While Li Feng and Hu Yuba kindly helped me strive for first, I prefer to rely on my own true strength, without any external forces. Chen Yu said blandly. Upon hearing this, some disciples present showed their respect. Some high-ranking sect members displayed approval. Chen Yu's cultivation journey had always been step-by-step, solid and unwavering. To take first place, he wished to do it that way as well. Well said. However, you just fought 3 matches. It's even between us. Nangang Li played slyly, suddenly striking. Swish, thud, snap. His form moved toward Chen Yu with a speed far surpassing what he used against Li Feng. The folding fan unleashed a flurry of condensed fan shadows, the wind gathering intensely. So fast? The disciples below could not discern his movement's trajectory. Nangang Li, when sparring with me, retained speed. Li Feng was stupefied for a moment. Nangang Li was truly profound and unpredictable, completely unsure of how much strength he still hid. Cloud stepping? Another figure leaped like a sudden flying leopard, evading Nangang Li's strike. Nangang Li's fan strike missed, catching him by surprise. What? This guy also conserved speed, a bit faster than before. Cheng Yun looked depressed, feeling quite devastated. Everyone watching was greatly excited, seriously examining the duel on stage between the two. Swish, swish. The 2 figures on stage crossed paths several times in an instant, surprisingly even. Thump, thump. Chen Yu's heart raced, and his body's speed truly exploded. What kind of monster is he? In absolute speed, he slightly surpasses me. If not for my superior movement technique. Nangang Li was secretly shocked. He practiced a high-level movement technique, superior to cloud stepping. Cloud Evil Fist? Suddenly, Chen Yu took a deep breath, swinging out a punch with surging cloud evil inner energy. As the fierce wind roared, a shadowy evil cloud faintly appeared. Bronze hand? His arm was coated with a layer of metallic bronze sheen, displaying ancient bronze patterns, resembling a strike from a Buddha. Primordial Gang Fan? Nangang Li swung the fan, the condensed fan wind shadows clashing with the evil cloud shadows. Boom, blast. At the collision site, a shallow pit several feet wide was blown open on the tough martial stage, which was harder than steel. In the strong gust of wind, the 2 figures parted. Thud, thud, thud. Among them, Nangang Li, holding the folding fan, coughed a few times, retreating a few steps in a slightly disheveled state. Chen Yu retreated 1 step, his face slightly flushed. The many onlookers below held their breath, keeping their eyes on the 2. Very well. You're the first to slightly suppress me in direct combat. Nangang Li's face darkened. However, you will next face the full force of my mental secret technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangongli stepped toward Chen Yu. Mental secret technique soul capturing. A long, piercing sound resonated in Chen Yu's mind, the buzzing sound vibrating, causing a tremor in his mind. Spiritual secret technique soul command. A long, urgent sound of alarm reverberated throughout the arena, a bizarre spiritual force surging toward Chen Yu. At that moment, all the disciples in the audience felt dizzy, their minds trembling. Chen Yu's mind buzzed incessantly, a panicked force causing his consciousness to shake, the scene before him to waver, and his chi and blood to become restless. Thump, thump, at his heart, a firm and powerful beat. Chen Yu took a light breath, steadying his blood and body. Nangongli clearly noticed that Chen Yu's resistance to the spiritual secret technique was stronger than Li Feng's earlier. The main demonstration was Chen Yu's strong control over his body, unaffected by chi and blood disturbances. Unlike Li Feng and others, whose bodies shivered suddenly when facing the secret technique. Copper statue technique? Chen Yu's body suddenly swelled a circle, as if draped in a metallic sheen of copper armor. Your body is strong, but your mind is inescapable, Nangongli confidently remarked. Soul Command was not an ordinary sonic attack, it contained interference from spiritual power. Buzz? Chen Yu's mind trembled with panic, despite controlling his body, unable to exert even 5/10 of his full strength. Defeat. Nangongli's figure flickered, the folding fan in his hand sweeping toward Chen Yu. Break for me. Chen Yu's heart pounded violently, heavy as a mountain, his chi and blood within like a furious torrent. Especially his cloud evil chi, at this moment, seemed to burn and boil violently, exuding an unruly, domineering ferocity that looked down on everything. Whoosh! A tumultuous gale of evil chi surged around Chen Yu, a layer of fierce blue-black patterns covering his skin. In his eyes, a ruthless dominance as if overlooking the world like a supreme demon. Ha! A roar that shook the clouds and peaks rose to the sky, the howling wind of evil chi roaring. That shocking howl seemed like a peerless demon awakening. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Nangongli was taken aback, retreating several steps, his chi and blood churning from the force of that voice, his eardrums nearly bleeding. The howl of soaring evil chi directly overwhelmed his spiritual secret technique. Even Nangongli's spiritual secret technique almost backfired, his face alternating red and white, staring at the man surrounded by the gale of evil chi like a fierce demon. This voice seems to have grasped some true meaning of the cloud evil fist. Several sect elders were moved. That roar contained an amazing evil chi that swept over the spiritual level. Haha, practitioners of the cloud evil fist accumulate evil chi through slaughter, their spiritual consciousness imbued with vicious chi, which can cause them to lose control, but simultaneously, it also makes them a fierce demon that resists external spiritual attacks. Elder Mao, his face red, revealed a hint of a smile. At that moment, a terrifying ruthless aura burst forth from Chen Yu's eyes, cold and grim. What a frightening gaze. Some disciples on the stage, meeting his eyes, felt a chill creep through them. That was an evil chi from the spiritual level, a spiritual power generated through numerous battles and the accumulation of evil chi. This fearsome evil chi nearly caused Nangongli's spiritual secret technique to backfire. The Cloud Evil Fist is just the introductory branch of the Yuan Sha divine skill. How can it have such terrifying power of evil chi? The white-bearded elder Nangong was somewhat unable to accept this. He was mainly worried that his grandson, Nangongli, would suffer. Haha, you might not know, the Cloud Evil Fist is actually the original introductory chapter of the Yuan Sha divine skill. Few know this secret. Old Man Mao laughed. What? Not only Elder Nangong, but several nearby senior members were also greatly surprised. Elder Mao explained, the sect's Yuan Sha divine skill is an ancient cultivation technique with a long legacy. Its introductory chapter is extremely challenging and perilous. Generally, 7 or 8 out of 10 people who practice it end up losing control. Later, a sect ancestor modified the introductory chapter to make it more suitable for common physiques. Gradually, the version of Yuan Sha divine skill we have today is an improved version. The original chapter was separated and gradually forgotten, known as Cloud Evil Fist. Upon hearing this hidden truth, several sect experts were utterly amazed. So, Elder Mao summarized, the Cloud Evil Fist that Chen Yu practices is the original introduction. Its strength is more powerful, more tyrannical, the drawback is it's extremely dangerous, with high demands on physique and mind. It's uncertain if Chen Yu continues to cultivate the Yuan Sha divine skill, whether he'll differ from others. So that's it. Several sect elders came to an epiphany. No wonder Chen Yu before them exuded such potent and violent ferocity. At that moment, on the stage, Nangongli calmed his chi and blood. You're strong. To break through my spiritual secret technique so forcefully and directly. But next, Nangongli said solemnly, then smiled enigmatically. Suddenly, his entire body stilled, exuding a strange and mystifying spiritual aura. Spiritual secret technique Phantom Eye. His pupils rippled with wave-like circles, layer upon layer of extending rings, seemingly reaching an endless abyss. Thunk. Chen Yu's step faltered. The instant he met the other's gaze, the scene before him flickered. The martial stage in front of his eyes vanished. The surroundings transformed into a sea of lava and fire. A giant flame figure appeared ahead of him, while he himself became as insignificant as an ant. What is this? What kind of sorcery is this? The crowd present cried out, seeing Chen Yu suddenly standing frozen and vacant. Even the high-level figures of the sect present couldn't help but lose their poise. A bloodline pupil technique? How can this be? Your Nangong family seems to lack a bloodline pupil inheritance, don't you? Several sect elders all turned their gaze toward the white-bearded elder Nangong. Hey, if my grandson had the legendary bloodline pupil, he wouldn't be languishing in the little Yunyu sect. This phantom eye secret technique employs the rare green-eyed fox demon's eye essence blood to concoct a special spiritual liquid, applying it to the pupils to amplify the spiritual technique. To some extent, it allows rough use of simplified pupil techniques, but it is not a true bloodline pupil technique. The white-bearded elder Nangong spoke with a hint of pride. Sai, your Nangong family has such profound resources, to possess the formula for this spiritual liquid, and to lavishly use green-eyed demon fox's eye essence blood. Even if a few chi transformation innate experts were dispatched, they might not capture it. Indeed, if that green-eyed fox demon could be tamed, it would serve a strategic purpose. Several elders marveled at the Nangong family's extravagance. Ah, you misunderstand. With our Nangong family's strength, we don't have the capability to hunt such a demon fox. It was merely a fortuitous opportunity, acquiring a couple of the fox's parts at an auction in a neighboring country. The white-bearded old man rolled his eyes. Understanding the reason, the elders' gazes fixed once again on the stage. It must be said, Nangong Li's phantom eye secret technique was incredibly powerful. Just a glance could plunge Chen Yu into illusions and delusions. Brother Yu's luck is too unfortunate, facing such an opponent. Mu Sueking sighed softly. The Nangong family's heritage is so ancient that even our imperial family must offer some respect. If Nangong Li wanted to enter the inner sect, I fear he'd already have done so. The seventh prince said with a faint smile. He secretly rejoiced that the unstoppable Chen Yu was facing such a formidable opponent. To make me use the phantom eye secret technique, your defeat today won't be without honor. Nangong Li smiled faintly. With those words, he continued to employ the phantom eye secret technique while approaching Chen Yu. Due to the need to maintain the spiritual secret technique, he couldn't unleash his full power. At the same moment, Chen Yu's vision was filled with various illusions and misconceptions, his mind entrapped within. Thump, thump, thump. However, the strong pulse at his heart, steady and clear, allowed him to grasp his body and external senses. Break for me. Chen Yu's fists clenched tightly, the fierce evil chi surging over him, yet he couldn't escape the illusions. Such strong resistance. Nangong Li's body froze, sensing Chen Yu's struggle, waves of evil chi rushing at him. Fortunately, his phantom eye secret technique, bolstered with green eye's essence blood, utilized illusory power, which was difficult to dispel by brute force. Whoosh! Nangong Li's folding fan struck toward Chen Yu's shoulder. At that instant, all the disciples in the arena held their breath. This was the moment that would decide victory, even the competition for the first place. What? Amidst all the illusionary scenes, Chen Yu, due to his control over his body, sensed the incoming attack. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeats grew fiercer and more urgent, like a heavy drum of war. In an instant, Chen Yu felt the entire cloud evil chi within him surging like a furious wave, and a startling force erupted from within, invigorating his consciousness. This feeling, Chen Yu's eyes suddenly brightened, the illusions before him vanished. Suddenly, he entered the powerful state he had when he unleashed fist force condensing evil. Whoosh! But Nangong Li's fan was already coming close, leaving no space to dodge. Copper statue technique. Chen Yu's body suddenly expanded, coated in rustic metallic copper patterns, even glimmering with a faint sheen, his whole being resembling a towering statue exuding an aura of majesty. Is that? Nangong Li felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, his chi and blood stalling. Too late, unfortunately. Nangong Li smirked, adding more inner strength to his fan, striking Chen Yu. Clang! The wind condensed by the fan struck the golden bronzed arm, producing a resonant clang of metal. Chen Yu's form wavered, then stood as firm as a statue, unscathed. What? Nangong Li felt the tremor in his arm, his fan seemingly striking a statue. It couldn't shake Chen Yu. Is this your attack? Chen Yu stood motionless. Copper statue technique. Copper muscle minor achievement. In the distance, Elder Mao and Elder Nangong exclaimed. Chen Yu's copper statue technique had not only reached the copper muscle stage but also achieved minor completion. This meant that attacks at the meridian passage stage were basically meaningless to him. This is impossible. Nangong Li was stunned speechless, thinking he must be experiencing an illusion. He couldn't believe it. Primordial Gang Fan? Nangong Li's fan swung again, powerful fist of wind shadows aiming for Chen Yu's head. Copper head. Chen Yu didn't dodge, the ancient copper patterns on his head shone, bang as it collided directly with Nangong Li's arm and fan. At that moment, the extraordinary power triggered by his heartbeat surged forth, nearly twice the usual strength. Boom! Nangong Li, along with his fan, was sent flying 5 or 6 yards, his arm nearly breaking with a crack. That scene shocked the entire arena, rendering all the disciples dumbstruck. The entire cloud sky peak fell into a sudden dead silence. The scene froze on the shocking moment when Nangong Li was headbutted and sent flying by Chen Yu. Fierce, domineering, savage, violent. No words were enough to describe the impact of the scene before them. The opponent was Nangong Li, the #1 genius of the outer sect, who had integrated Green Eye's essence blood and mastered the inscrutable secret technique of the Strange Eyes. After the deathly silence, there was an uproar. Nangongli actually lost. This Chen Yu, could he be a beast in human skin? So ferocious. Many disciples gasped. Numerous eyes landed on Chen Yu, carrying a kind of inhuman fear and dread. Liar. Elder Nangong Baisu called out softly. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Elder Baisu's figure flashed, and he floated in the air without his feet touching the ground, landing on the martial stage in a few steps. Void crossing. This technique, akin to flying, made all the disciples look up in awe and admiration. Grandfather. Nangongli, full of shame, was helped down from the stage by Elder Baisu and treated with precious bone healing spirit ointment. Chen Yu, with the poise of a victor, walked off the martial stage. There was a hint of recollection and contemplation on his face. In the critical moment just now, he had once again triggered a certain power from his mysterious heart, causing his body strength, speed, and other aspects to surge. Chen Yu called this state the burst method. This burst method had been experienced 3 times in total. The first time, he slashed off blood-handed Bald's arm with a single sword mid-air, breaking through speed limitations. The second time, he punched with killing aura, nearly killing the Bandit King instantly. Just now, had he fully exerted the Cloud Evil Fist, he might have been able to produce killing aura, but it could have killed Nangongli in an instant. Chen Yu only used the copper statue technique to defeat his enemy. The third time was just now. Gradually, Chen Yu started to grasp some of the tricks and might be able to control this method actively in the future. Of course, after the burst method, depending on its duration, he would fall into some degree of weakness. This time, Chen Yu's burst method was likewise short, and the feeling of weakness wasn't intense. However, his next opponent was Duan Xiaolong, the #1 combat force of the outer sect, so he had to be careful and fight again after recovering. Brother Yu. Mu Sueking's pretty face was radiant with delight and joy. Chen Yu actually won? When Nangongli used the Strange Eyes secret technique, she had lost all hope. Unexpectedly, Chen Yu managed to reverse the situation dramatically in the end. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with unprecedented happiness and excitement. Brother Yu, I have another replenishing chi pill here. Mu Sueking handed over another pill. Yes, I will return them to you together. Chen Yu nodded. He didn't want to owe Mu Sueking any favors. No need, your victory is more important than anything. Mu Sueking blushed, joy spreading across her face. And this scene caused a subtle pain in the heart of the 7th prince behind her. In the pavilion, Fairy Xia Yu noticed this scene, frowning slightly. Junior sister Xia, your female disciple certainly has someone she likes. A top-grade rejuvenation pill isn't cheap. An elder teased. Humph, this Chen Yu is only a half-spirit body. Even if his strength is decent for now, how can he be worthy of Sueking? Fairy Xia Yu snorted softly. Half-spirit body. This boy simultaneously studied copper statue technique and cloud evil fist to such a level, and he's actually a half-spirit body. Some sect elders who didn't know the inside story were greatly surprised, followed by a series of sighs. Originally, I planned to accept this boy as a disciple and give him a spot. What a pity, what a pity. After defeating Nangongli, Chen Yu temporarily rested. The medicinal power of the second replenishing chi pill was instantly absorbed by his body under his powerful heart's influence. Meanwhile, another battle started on stage. A man and a woman clashed fiercely on the martial stage. Hu Yuba and Tong Yuling. Chen Yu showed slight surprise, not expecting these two to cross paths. Hu Yuba wielded the Overlord halberd, swinging it with power and ferocity, relentless in his might and aggression. Chen Yu's copper statue technique, if not pushed to copper muscle level, might not withstand such force. And Tong Yuling, with her soft sword, wielded it with a torrent-like burst of incredible internal energy, and the sword's edge occasionally shimmered with a blood-red glow. In terms of internal energy's intensity and depth, Tong Yuling surprisingly suppressed Hu Yuba. Furthermore, Tong Yuling's martial arts foundation was not lacking. Her soft sword was nimble and tricky, matching Hu Yuba move for move. They exchanged at least 100 to 200 moves. Finally, it was Tong Yuling who emerged victorious, as the offensive of her soft sword grew increasingly fierce, as if her internal energy was inexhaustible. You won. Hu Yuba admitted defeat, casting a deep look at Tong Yuling. This woman, aside from Chen Yu, was the most astonishing participant in this competition. After the two determined a victor, a much-anticipated peak showdown finally began. Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong stepped onto the martial stage in perfect sync, their eyes meeting with fierce winds sweeping around them. This is the battle for the top. A crowd of disciples was full of anticipation. After defeating Nangongli, Chen Yu was only half a step away from reaching the summit. Unexpectedly, before entering the inner sect, I encountered an opponent like you. Duan Xiaolong's rugged face showed a hint of expectation. His deep-set eyes were calm and confident, even having witnessed Chen Yu's previous victories. This was the will of a strong man. Chen Yu was sure he had met an opponent with an extremely powerful will. This Duan Xiaolong was likely even more terrifying than Nangongli. Cloud Evil Fist? Copper Statue Technique? Chen Yu swung his copper fist fiercely, the punch echoing as an evil chi dark cloud emerged, a turbulent dark wind swirling, its power nearly reaching the organ refining stage. Thunder Blade? It was Duan Xiaolong's second time unsheathing his blade since entering the competition. The ancient, plain blade trailed a blur of blade light, the faint sound of thunder resonating in the ears. Shlunk! Within the blur of blade light, a dazzling blade glow appeared, triggering a supernatural scene of thunderous gusts, slashing toward Chen Yu in an instant. At once, the evil chi dark cloud punch and the thunder gale blade intertwined. Boom! The wind tore the clouds asunder on the spot, thunder roared, and the airwaves and dust formed grey mini whirlwinds, enveloping their figures. This is practically a battle at the organ refining stage level. The levels of martial arts from both have likely surpassed the usual organ refining stage. Disciples below watched, eyes wide open in astonishment. In that swirling dust and airwaves, their blurred figures clashed, thrilling and spectacular. The two in the clash became serious. Among them, Chen Yu's clothes were torn in several places, disheveled. He pushed the cloud evil fist to its limit with continuous punches. Copper statue technique was further pushed from initial copper muscle to copper muscle minor achievement. Even so, he still couldn't gain the slightest advantage. One must note, the previous Nangang Yu, in face-to-face confrontation, was slightly inferior to him. Good, good, good. No matter the outcome today, let's fight to our heart's content. Duan Xiaolong shouted long and loud, his fighting spirit soaring. In that voice lay an unyielding, powerful conviction. Then let's fight to the fullest. There was a hint of madness on Chen Yu's face, a fierce evil chi radiating from him. Each punch brought forth a killing aura fist shadow, growing more ferocious as he fought. Meanwhile, the thunder on Duan Xiaolong's antique blade grew louder. Boom, whoosh. Suddenly, heavy rain fell from the sky. It's raining? Under the martial stage, everyone exclaimed. However, the vast majority couldn't care less about the rain. They kept their eyes glued to the battle on stage. In the curtain of rain, Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong were thoroughly soaked, yet fought with even more ferocity and exhilaration. Ba boom, ba boom. Chen Yu's heart beat rapidly and powerfully, the strength and internal energy in his copper fists becoming increasingly wild and terrifying. In this all-out exhilarating battle, his internal energy of the cloud evil fist surged, vaguely having an increase greater than half a month's arduous cultivation. If not for his cultivation limit, his cloud evil fist would have long exuded the terrifying might of great success. Under the torrential rain, the violent fist shadow of an evil chi dark cloud and the interlaced blade glow of thunder intertwined. Whoosh, whoosh, the surrounding rainwater was directly pushed away by an invisible immense force. In the area where they clashed, it was as if a vacuum was formed. No water could enter. So strong. The disciples below watched, their blood boiling. In the pavilion, sect seniors looked emotional one by one. The Thunder Blade is the Duan family's unique martial art famed in Chu country, already within the top-tier level, extraordinarily powerful. The demands this blade technique has on comprehension are extremely harsh. That Duan Xiaolong could practice it to near great success level. Chen Yu's Cloud Evil Fist, though just an entry chapter to the Yuan Sha Divine skill, is not inferior in power to top-tier martial arts. It seems he's also nearing great success. Several high-ranking members exclaimed in amazement. Such martial arts geniuses were extremely rare even within the inner sect. Whoosh, whoosh. Amid the rain, two figures abruptly separated. Junior brother Chen, be careful. I am going to unleash my strongest strike, also the final strike. Duan Xiaolong took a deep breath, slowly raising his ancient blade. Buzz! At the moment the blade was lifted, thunder boomed, and amidst the wind and rain, flashing thunder infused Duan Xiaolong with an aura akin to a battle deity. Just by lifting the blade, it brought Chen Yu an unprecedented pressure. His breath was halted. It was as if, in the next moment, he would face the wrath of the natural thunder, immobile with an indefinable aura locking onto him, making escape impossible. Ba boom, ba boom. Within Chen Yu, his heart's beating reached a peak. Under immense pressure, his heart once again activated the burst method, triggering a rejuvenating surge of power. Whoosh! Instantly, Chen Yu's skin surface manifested a cyan-black energy pattern, an incomparably fierce killing aura shot skyward, and the surrounding rainwater was pushed away. That is, the elders on stage suddenly cried out, seemingly realizing something. Cloud Evil Fist? Chen Yu launched a punch, the evil chi dark cloud surged, transforming into an enormous faint black fist shadow visible to the naked eye, barrel-sized, like a beast bearing its fangs and claws, sweeping toward Duan Xiaolong. Precisely the killing aura. Thunder Blade? Duan Xiaolong unleashed his strongest strike. Amidst the turbulent winds an enormous blade glow emerged, faint electric charges flowing, wielding supernatural power slashing forth. Boom! The two immense forces collided fiercely. The entire martial stage trembled. In an instant, within several dozen feet, rain scattered, lightning intertwined with thunder, echoing in concert with the wail of the evil wind. Amidst the chaos, the shattering of the killing aura fist shadow and the dimming of the lightning blade glow could be vaguely discerned, everything gradually becoming calm. Amidst the pouring rain, both figures simultaneously retreated several steps. Among them, Chen Yu retreated a few steps, his face slightly pale, clothes in disorder, his expression shocked. His gaze was fixed on his shoulder, where there was a bloodstain and a patch of scorched flesh. Injured. Chen Yu was stunned. This was the first time since his progress in the copper statue technique and the start of the outer sect competition that he was genuinely injured. Duan Xiaolong's blade was truly terrifying, even typical organ refining stage cultivators had difficulty retreating unscathed. You won. Duan Xiaolong stood in the curtain of rain, his voice hoarse, with a bitter smile on his face. Wow, He suddenly staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Cloud Sky Peak. The rain gradually lessened, falling sporadically. In the distant sky, a touch of gentle sunlight appeared, with the hazy colors of an ink painting. The raindrops, illuminated by the afterglow, shimmered slightly. After the violent storm, the two figures on the martial platform stood tall and distinct. The crowd below held their breath. You, won. Duan Xiaolong's strained words broke the silence on the scene. The disciples wore expressions of surprise and doubt, feeling a sense of unfinished business. When Duan Xiaolong spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered, the disciples were shocked and gasped in disbelief. Defeated. Duan Xiaolong was defeated. Some disciples were dismayed, seemingly unable to accept the reality. Indeed, Duan Xiaolong was a legend in the outer disciples. 2 years ago, he could have topped the outer sect, being the uncrowned king. Rumor had it. Duan Xiaolong's talent was average, merely a half-spirit body. However, his comprehension was astonishing, choosing the extremely difficult Thunder Blade technique and often venturing out under the guise of missions to comprehend storms and lightning. Among the onlookers, many disciples admired and revered Duan Xiaolong. Senior brother Duan's slash was incredibly powerful. How could he lose? That slash demonstrated the essence of the Thunder Blade, and in stormy weather, its power increases. Some disciples were completely puzzled. Why did Duan Xiaolong lose? In terms of momentum and strength, Duan Xiaolong's slash seemed a bit superior to Chen Yu's punch. Truly Duan Xiaolong, being a half-spirit body as well, you reached this point. That slash of yours slightly surpassed my condensed evil fist in power. Chen Yu took a deep breath. Since achieving the copper statue technique copper muscles, it was the first time he'd been directly injured. Duan Xiaolong was the first. The sect elders, including the Unisect master, were astonished by the spectacular clash between the two. Condensed evil fist? Such a level of martial skill. Generally, even those in the organ refining stage find it hard to achieve, unless the Cloud Evil Fist reaches great success and comprehends its essence. Unexpectedly, Duan Xiaolong comprehended a hint of the realm of thunder. That slash carried a semblance of thunder and lightning's might. Some elders exclaimed in wonder. Even in the inner sect, mastering Condensed Evil Fist and comprehending a trace of thunder realm were extremely rare. Yet these two things appeared simultaneously in the peak battle of the outer disciples. Duan Xiaolong's amazing slash actually ended in defeat. Elder Nangong, with his white beard, muttered. In his view, Duan Xiaolong's slash, aided by the weather, had overwhelming power. You and I should understand. In true life and death battles, sometimes it's not about whose attack is stronger and who survives. We all underestimated the power of the copper statue technique. Elder Mao chuckled. Indeed. Elder Nangong nodded. He naturally understood this principle. Duan Xiaolong's slash, due to his internal power advantage and the storm adding to the Thunder Blade's power, was slightly superior to Chen Yu's. However, it only had a slight edge in attack. Yet, in terms of defense, Duan Xiaolong was far behind Chen Yu. Both wielded strength beyond their level, carrying equal power. The result was, Duan Xiaolong was severely injured and spat blood. Chen Yu suffered only slight external injuries, which were insignificant given his robust regenerative abilities. There was another unknown aspect. Such power beyond their levels Duan Xiaolong could only execute it once or twice at most. If injured heavily on the first strike, a second would be difficult. Chen Yu was different. He felt that repeatedly performing the Condensed Evil Fist attack several more times wouldn't be a problem, only leaving him weak later. This was akin to the barrel effect. A barrel's capacity is determined by its shortest plank. Number 99, Chen Yu's victory, temporarily ranks first. The black-robed elder glanced deeply at Chen Yu and tapped a finger on the array panel. Swish! Chen Yu's name jumped to the top, becoming the sole first place. Though it was temporarily ranked first, everyone knew that after Chen Yu's successive victories over Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong, he was now the top outer disciple. He even qualified as an inner sect disciple. The sect's ancient rule, being first in the competition meant automatic admission as an inner sect disciple. Chen Yu actually succeeded. Below the stage, Li Feng, Tong Yuling, Hu Yuba, and others had complex expressions, feeling either gratified or moved. Especially Li Feng, whose emotions were most complicated. From the battle with the Iron Brown Bear, he witnessed Chen Yu's growth from a raw rookie to the top of the outer disciple. Every strong person starts as a rookie. Back then, when Chen Yu first faced the Iron Brown Bear, he was in such a sorry state. How could this be? He actually reached first. Wang Lingyun nearly lost his footing, with a surge of panic emerging in his heart, his mind racing with alarm. He realized that he opposed such an opponent. Watching the previous battle, Chen Yu could easily overpower him in an instant. Wang Lingyun felt a chill, wondering how he could establish himself in the sect after Chen Yu became an inner sect disciple. Did I just lose like this? No, I'm not willing to accept it. Wang Lingyun took a deep breath. A sinister and vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Chen Yu, there must be a tremendous secret on you, and I will uncover it. At this moment, the thoroughly defeated Wang Lingyun found a chance to turn the tables against Chen Yu. The outer disciple competition was not yet over. Chen Yu's consecutive victories over Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong only established his first place position. Afterward, there were still rankings for the top 3, top 10, and top 20 to establish. Especially for the top 3 and top 10, intense battles lay ahead. Brother Yu, you truly succeeded. Mu Sweking's bright eyes welled with tears of joy, her face beaming with happiness, embodying a charming purity and beauty. With an unstoppable force, Chen Yu repeatedly defied the odds, conquering Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong to reach the peak of the outer disciples. Witnessing these scenes, her hopes were realized, feeling surreal as in a dream. I'll help you bandage your wounds. Mu Sweking couldn't bear to see the scorched marks and blood stains on Chen Yu's shoulder. Smack! However, as her gentle hand reached for his shoulder, Chen Yu instinctively slapped it away. That strong force made Mu Sweking's hand burn, causing her petite frame to tremble. Even though Chen Yu did it subconsciously, without exerting effort, the force was significant. Brother Yu, Mu Sweking stiffened, looking at Chen Yu in disbelief. Could it be that? Now, with fame in the competition and becoming an inner sect disciple, Chen Yu's outlook shifted, leading him to fall for someone else or still begrudge past events. Sweking, don't misunderstand. Chen Yu felt helpless. He simply didn't want his abnormal body's regenerative ability to be exposed publicly. At that moment, the bloodstains and scorch marks on Chen Yu's shoulder were just a disguise, the injury inside had already healed, and even the traces were fading. Humph. Chen Yu brat, if you bully Sweking, don't blame me for using my seniority to oppress you. A sharp man's voice interrupted Chen Yu's words. The seventh prince, clad in a luxurious robe, had quietly approached the two. Whoosh! An aura resembling a storm pressed on Chen Yu, causing his face to change, and his breaths and blood to pause. Organ refining stage, at least late stage of organ refining. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat as he took the seventh prince seriously. Low murmurs of seventh prince, Huangfulin echoed from the surrounding disciples. Seventh prince, Huangfulin. The luxurious robed man's identity stunned the crowd. Isn't Huangfulin one of the sect's true disciples? With his status, he actually came to watch the outer disciples competition, and it seems he stands up for Mu Sweking. The disciples were aflame with gossip. Between Chen Yu, Mu Sweking, and the seventh prince, what entanglements exist? Seventh prince? I'm sorry, but this is a private matter between junior sister Mu and me. An outsider like you shouldn't interfere. Chen Yu did not back down. You dare. The usually graceful seventh prince showed anger, speaking coldly. In my Chu country, the Chen family is merely a small force. A threat? Chen Yu felt cautious, but he wasn't a fool. The royal family's power was strong and influential, yet it remained confined to the secular world. On the Kunyun continent, sects ruled supreme. Presently, Chen Yu was an inner sect disciple of Yunyu sect. With them sharing the same sect, any unwarranted retaliation by the seventh prince on his family was taboo. After all, many sect members, including elders and hall masters, had secular family ties. Furthermore, junior sister Mu, we've already parted ways. I hope you won't bring me any more trouble. I will return the 2 replenishing chi pills to you, Chen Yu declared earnestly. The trouble Mu Sweking had brought was infuriating Chen Yu. Before reaching the top, he'd borne the label of being dependent on her, attracting unfounded hostility, and now it even involved a seventh prince. Worst case scenario, this could endanger the Chen family, bringing about its destruction. Mu Sweking's delicate frame trembled, her beautiful face blank with disbelief. This was not the Chen Yu she knew who would cater to her every whim, especially the unfamiliar address of junior sister Mu, plunging Mu Sweking into an icy abyss, rendering her speechless. At this moment, her eyes grew moist, wanting to cry out. Their past separation was due to family pressure. In her first years in the outer sect, her family relentlessly pressured, and Sweking struggled hard, facing his pursuit with reluctance. Later, Sweking saw him suffer humiliation and ridicule in the sect, and her heart ached. Persisting would not only hinder her future, but would also subject the one she loved to more hardships. It seemed better to persuade him back to the secular world, to part ways. Now, with you and I both entering the inner sect, we can pursue martial arts together, breaking secular constraints. Why, you won't even give me a chance? In the end, Mu Sweking uttered not a word and gracefully departed. Sweking. The seventh prince glared at Chen Yu and hurried after her. Chen Yu watched Mu Sweking leave, and after a long exhale, felt relieved. That small episode didn't affect the climax of the outer disciple competition, where the ensuing challenges unfolded fiercely. Finally, the ranking competition concluded. In the last battle, Nangongli narrowly lost to Duan Xiaolong, determining the second and third places. Swish! On the array panel, the disciples' rankings were shown clearly. First place, Chen Yu. Second place, Duan Xiaolong. Third place, Nangongli. Fourth place, Tong Yuling. Fifth place, Li Feng. Sixth place, Hu Yuba. Seventh place, Yuan Biding. Eighth place, Cheng Yun. Ninth place, Huang Yuan. 10th place, Xiao Lei. The top 10 from the competition were listed. According to previous conventions, some high-ranking members of the sect held a certain number of quotas and could directly bring the people they favored into the inner sect to enjoy the treatment of inner sect disciples. An elder-level position received 1 quota every 3 years, while a hall master-level position received 1 every 6 years. Of course, the first place of the competition ignored this restriction. Even if no one took them as a disciple, they would automatically become an inner sect disciple. Chen Yu had now become an inner sect disciple. In addition, any cultivator who advanced to the organ refining stage before the age of 25 could also become an inner sect disciple. In short, there were only 3 ways to become an inner sect disciple. The simplest was through connections. Secondly, having good qualifications could also make one an inner sect disciple. No qualifications? Then rely on absolute strength to forcibly claim first place, like Chen Yu. Among the 3 ways, the last one was the most difficult. In the pavilion, several high-ranking elders scanned the top 10 disciples. Duan Xiaolong, I see you have remarkable comprehension and are promising material. Would you like to become my disciple? I will grant you inner sect disciple status. A blue-robed middle-aged man spoke with a smile. The speaker was the Unisect master. This enviable scene caused a stir in the audience. I would. Duan Xiaolong showed a happy expression and quickly stepped forward to bow. In fact, for Duan Xiaolong, advancing to the organ refining stage was not very difficult at this point. The Duan family behind him was also a major family in Chu country. However, becoming the disciple of the Unisect master was too great an honor. Ali Feng, I see you have decent martial art potential. Are you willing to become my disciple? A kindly clothed elder spoke. I am willing. Ali Feng looked pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that his 5th place ranking would gain the attention of an elder and be taken as a disciple. Afterward, some elders and hall masters in the pavilion fell silent. In the top 3, Chen Yu was already an inner sect disciple. His qualifications being too mediocre made it unnecessary to waste a quota on him now. If they valued him, they could privately take him as a disciple later. Duan Xiaolong was already taken as a disciple by the sect master. As for Nangongli, he was the grandson of Elder Nangong, so naturally his grandfather would train him personally. Nangongli, I will grant you the status of true disciple. After some thought, the white-bearded elder made a decision. True disciple? Everyone, including the Unisect master, looked at Elder Nangong in surprise. The quota for true disciples is something only elders might have, and it only comes once every 20 years. It can elevate any disciple directly to the status of a true disciple. Wow, a true disciple? The sect treatment and privileges they enjoy are immense. There was a cacophony of discussions among the crowd. Elder Nangong, are you sure you want to use the once in 20 years true disciple quota on Nangongli? Once this quota is used, it will automatically be consumed, and you won't have another until the next 20 years. The Unisect master said solemnly. The true disciple quota was extremely precious. Some with shallow qualifications who had not been elders for very long did not have this quota. For example, Fairy Xiaoyu, the youngest elder in the Unisect, did not have this privilege. Confirmed. Elder Nangong did not hesitate at all. Nangongli, as his biological grandson, had extraordinary qualifications. Missing out on the reward for first place couldn't delay him any longer. Resolutely, he decided to give the once in 20 years quota to his own grandson. After that, the high-ranking members in the pavilion no longer spoke. For one thing, quotas were limited. For another, none of the remaining disciples were very satisfactory. What a pity, I thought Tong Yuling was quite good, but there's no quota. Fairy Xiaoyu sighed softly. She valued Tong Yuling's potential and mindset and felt she might be worth cultivating. However, she had used her quota in advance on Mu Swecking. Among the remaining top 10, the other disciples all wore expressions of disappointment and gloom. Next, we distribute the competition's rewards. A clear, high voice came from the black-robed elder in front of the formation board. Rewards for the competition? The crowd of disciples felt their spirits lift. Especially Chen Yu, whose heart raced. This year's first-place prize was far better than in previous years. At that moment, Elder Nangong's gaze swept over Chen Yu and Nangongli, with a silent sigh. Nangongli had deliberately lingered in the outer sect just for the first-place reward, and Elder Nangong had assisted in this. In the end, everything was done in vain. First, distribute the top 10 rewards. The black-robed elder waved his hand. Quickly, 7 women, carrying 7 trays, walked up to the martial stage. The 4th to 10th places, Li Feng, Tong Yuling, Hu Yuba, and others, stepped onto the stage to receive their prizes. Top 10 rewards, 10,000 contribution points, high-level martial arts, and a low-grade body-nourishing pill. These rewards were a significant boost for a disciple at the Meridian Passage stage. Top 3, come to receive your rewards. 2 more women brought trays up to the stage. These women were at the body refining stage, members of the sect's lower tier. In the Unisect, those called disciples all had age limits. Outer disciples were not to exceed 25 years of age. If they reached the age limit and had not entered the inner sect, they would no longer be called disciples but could stay in the sect, taking some low-level roles. If they had not even broken through to the Meridian Passage stage, they might be marginally allowed to remain as laborers or maidservants. Inner sect disciples were not to exceed 25 years of age. Once exceeding this age, they, too, would leave the disciple ranks and be placed in middle-level roles. Top 3 rewards, 20,000 contribution points, top-level martial arts, mid-grade body storage pill. The rewards for the top 3 were significantly more generous. Many outer disciples might not see such opportunities even after striving for 10 years. Duan Xiaolong and Nangongli received their rewards expressionlessly. Both of them had originally competed for the first place and were full of confidence. Now, receiving a top 3 reward was naturally not up to their expectations. First place, come forward to receive your reward. Under countless envious, jealous, and begrudging gazes, Chen Yu stepped onto the stage. First place rewards, 30,000 contribution points, sacred grade martial arts, 1 chi storage pill, 1 treasure. This reward was more than double that of the top 3, an enormous difference. The top 3 received no treasure rewards and could not choose sacred grade martial arts. With these rewards, I can have a good start in the inner section. Chen Yu felt delighted. On the tray before him lay a jade bottle and 3 talismans. Inside the jade bottle was a mysterious pill, flickering with a faint green ripple, about the size of a thumb. Is this the chi storage pill? Chen Yu curiously picked up the jade bottle and gazed at it. At that instant, he suddenly felt numerous greedy, spying gazes. These glances came from members of the sect at the organ refining stage, including inner sect disciples and even some stewards and law enforcers. The chi storage pill is so valuable? To attract so much attention, Chen Yu's heart took a cautious turn. He had only vaguely heard of the pill's effects. It was said to set a solid foundation for breaking through to the chi transformation realm, and for the organ refining stage, it was a rare, indispensable spiritual medicine. With the other 3 talismans, you can go to the Sect Affairs Hall, Heavenly Martial Pavilion, and Heavenly Weapon Tower to collect the other 3 rewards. The black-robed elder added a sentence. He glanced at the chi storage pill in Chen Yu's hands. A playful smile appeared on his lips. When Chen Yu walked off the stage, feeling numerous peeping eyes, a cold sweat broke out on his back, accompanied by a vague sense of unease. Young man, be sure to keep that chi storage pill safe. To members in the mid to late stages of refining organs, this pill is a dream come true. A familiar elder's voice echoed in Chen Yu's ear. Chen Yu turned to the source and saw the red-faced elder who recommended the copper statue technique to him, Elder Mao. Once the rewards were distributed, this year's competition concluded. The crowd of disciples began to disperse. Chen Yu, as the first place in this year's competition, a genuine inner sect disciple, drew much attention. Congratulations on winning first place, Brother Chen. Many greeted him. Brother Chen, see you in the inner section. Li Feng cupped his hands. Although he did not make it to the top 3 in this year's competition, he was taken as an inner sect disciple. I as well, see you in the inner sect. Tong Yuling smiled warmly. Chen Yu and Li Feng looked at Tong Yuling in surprise. It seemed that Tong Yuling had not been taken as a disciple by any high-ranking member, right? But it wasn't long before Chen Yu found out the answer. The next morning, Chen Yu entered the central hall to register as an inner sect disciple. As a result, during the registration of his inner sect identity, he saw Tong Yuling. However, Tong Yuling exuded a turbulent inner aura, as if she had just broken through. Organ refining stage. Chen Yu looked at Tong Yuling in astonishment. What kind of opportunity had Tong Yuling encountered to advance to the organ refining stage so quickly? No wonder she was so confident about entering the inner sect. Tong Yuling gave a gentle smile. I hope junior brother Chen will take care of me. Sister, having advanced to the organ refining stage, there's no need for a meridian passage disciple like me to take care of you. Chen Yu laughed. The two received new identity tokens and 2 sets of formal robes in the central hall. The formal robes of the Unisect disciples were simple blue garments. After becoming inner sect disciples, the clothes became more exquisite, decorated front and back with hazy mountain and cloud designs. Tong Yuling, being a woman, could also choose the finely crafted dresses. After receiving their tokens, Chen Yu and Tong Yuling entered the inner sect area together. The inner sect area lay deeper within the Unu mountain gate, where the environment was more elegant, with occasional pavilions and terraces, bridges, and flowing water. You two can each choose a single courtyard. A middle-aged steward took them to a flat area. There were several scattered courtyards in sight. Each courtyard had a separate 2-story pavilion and occupied around 1 or 2 acres. Delighted, Chen Yu and Tong Yuling each chose a single courtyard. The treatment of the inner sect was indeed far superior to that of the outer section, one could tell from the living quarters provided to inner sect disciples. In addition, every inner sect disciple's residence was entitled to 1 servant and 2 maidservants. Greetings, master. In Chen Yu's courtyard, a middle-aged man and 2 maidservants bowed respectfully. You don't need to be overly formal in the future. Chen Yu waved them off. The servant and maidservants were responsible for his daily necessities, including errands and other trivial matters. In the future, there would be no need to go to the dining hall for meals like in the outer sect, as these 3 would handle it. After confirming his residence, Chen Yu planned to collect the remaining 3 rewards in the afternoon, the treasure, contribution points, and sacred grade cultivation technique. Is junior brother Chen Yu here? At that moment, 2 unfamiliar young men walked into the courtyard. That's me. Chen Yu glanced over, sensing that the 2 young men were inner sect disciples. Thanks to the mysterious heart's enhanced senses, he could feel the internal energy fluctuations within the 2. They were at the organ refining stage, one even at the mid-stage of refining. Junior brother Chen, my master would like to see you, a short-haired young man said with a friendly smile. 2 young men. One was short-haired and lean, with a sharp face, the other was broad-shouldered and stout, with a round, honest appearance. Both were inner sect disciples, smiling happily at Chen Yu. Master, may I ask who you both are? Chen Yu's heart stirred. Could it be that a high-level sect member was planning to take him as a disciple? I'm Wu Yu, and he is Li Dequi. From now on, we're fellow disciples. The short-haired young man smiled warmly. The other large-framed youth grinned broadly. I'm your second senior brother, Li Dequi. I've met the 2 senior brothers. Chen Yu dared not be negligent. Among the two, Li Dequi was slightly older, had reached the mid-stage of refining, and claimed to be the second senior brother. The short-haired young man, Wu Yu, was at the early stage of refining internal organs and regarded himself as the third senior brother. May I ask the two senior brothers, who is the master you mentioned? Chen Yu asked. You'll know when you meet them later. Wu Yu smiled mysteriously, selling a bit of suspense. Chen Yu followed the two forward. Along the way, the two young men, who regarded themselves as senior brothers, incessantly questioned Chen Yu. The topics from both focused on the outer sect grand competition. It's truly remarkable for the junior brother to take the first place. Tisk tisk, even those like Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong are known among us inner sect disciples. Wu Yu repeatedly praised. It's just a bit of luck, Chen Yu smiled. I heard this time the first place in the grand competition, the rewards are extremely rich, including a chi storage pill. Li Dequi said enviously. At the mention of chi storage pill, their eyes brightened. That's indeed the case. Chen Yu nodded. Junior brother Chen. Li Dequi looked on with honest admiration. Could you let me take a look at that chi storage pill? This? Chen Yu was taken aback, not expecting the request. However, seeing the straightforward and simple-minded look of the other party, who seemed earnest in wanting to broaden his knowledge, he didn't think much of it. Chen Yu took out the jade bottle containing the chi storage pill. Tisk tisk. Li Dequi and Wu Yu leaned in close, the former grabbed the bottle and inspected it carefully. Inside the jade bottle, a crystal-clear elixir shimmered with pale green ripples, mysteriously alluring. A trace of greed and longing flashed in the eyes of Li Dequi and Wu Yu. Haha, junior brother Chen, you're now at the mid-stage meridian passage, right? The chi storage pill holds little significance for you. How about this? Your senior brother will offer 1,000 grade essence stones plus a body-nourishing pill to trade for this elixir. Li Dequi clutched the jade bottle, looking reluctant to part with it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's heart sank. Judging from Li Dequi's demeanor, he seemed unwilling to return the chi storage pill. 1,000 grade essence stones? Plus a body-nourishing pill, which might still be a low-grade body-nourishing pill. Did they really intend to trade for the precious chi storage pill? Even if Chen Yu were a fool, he would understand that the other party was trying to force a trade under an implicit threat. Well, 1,000 grade essence stones seem a bit low. Perhaps if you added a few hundred more, it would be worth considering. Chen Yu acted troubled. Hearing this, Li Dequi was overjoyed. He would happily add a few thousand more. Why does this pill have a bit of a blemish? Could there be a quality issue? Chen Yu suddenly focused on the pill inside the bottle. He acted startled, and amidst Li Dequi's confusion, he retrieved the jade bottle. Is there an issue? Oh, it might be the angle, the elixir is fine. Chen Yu gave it another glance and then put the jade bottle away, no longer bringing up the trade, leaving Li Dequi and Wu Yu full of regret and frustration. A cup of tea later. We've arrived. Li Dequi and Wu Yu led Chen Yu into a residence. This estate covered 10 to 20 acres, with gardens, a small herb garden, and even a stream running through it. Master is inside. Li Dequi and Wu Yu brought Chen Yu to a side hall. After entering the estate, the two became meek and unusually honest. Entering the side hall. Hehe, kid, we meet again. An old man with a red face, wearing a green pine robe, sat on a chair on the opposite side, legs crossed, sipping tea. Beside him, two young and pretty maids served him with respect. It's you? Chen Yu instantly recognized him as the sect elder who had recommended the copper statue technique to him. Yet the scene of indulgence before him left Chen Yu in shock. Kid, there's no need to be surprised. Even a chi transformation realm like me has a mere 150 years of life. If not now, then when to enjoy life? The red-faced elder sighed. He waved his hand, indicating that Chen Yu should not salute but sit freely. Chen Yu sat down feeling uneasy, unsure of the red-faced elder's agenda. The elder's lament left Chen Yu speechless. A lifespan of 150 years, yet still considered short? Even emperors in the mundane world didn't live beyond a century. At this moment, the two maids bowed and left. Let's skip the pleasantries. Chen Yu, this old man plans to take you as an in-name disciple. Are you willing? The red-faced elder stated straightforwardly. An in-name disciple? Chen Yu was stunned, not quite understanding the implication. Generally speaking, an in-name disciple wasn't a true heir, perhaps just a title. Let me be direct. With your talent in body cultivation, not just in the Yunyu sect, but across the entire Chu country, it's difficult to find a suitable master for you. The red-faced elder spoke frankly. Body cultivation. Chen Yu caught on to this key point. At your level, you probably believe martial arts is the only cultivation path in this world. But in reality, there are countless cultivation pathways. During the ancient era, various schools existed. Besides martial arts, there was the ghost path, witchcraft, the immortal path, etc. And the copper statue technique you practice is a remnant of body cultivation. The elder's narrative carried a sense of longing and reverence. The copper statue technique was actually on par with martial arts, another significant path of cultivation? Chen Yu's heart was shaken. Of course. The elder switched his tone again. With the gradual thinning of heaven and earth primordial chi and the shortage of resources, the immortal path, witchcraft, and others that once wielded world-destroying power during the ancient era have now declined. Even the sword-A is seldom seen. Today, the orthodox path is martial arts. Martial arts, the orthodox cultivation? Chen Yu could sense the elder's pride in mentioning it. Why did martial arts become the orthodox path, and what is the pathway of body cultivation? Chen Yu couldn't help but ask. Martial arts thrived because it requires the least qualifications among the various pathways and demands the least from heaven and earth spirit chi. Its inclusiveness allows it to integrate the strengths of various schools, adapting to the times. Even in the ancient era, it held its ground. The elder paused. As for your well-suited body cultivation, it wasn't mainstream even in the ancient era, having only been brilliant for a short time. Nowadays, it's nearly lost. Finding a truly fitting master for you is extremely difficult. The elder explained. After this detailed explanation, Chen Yu gained a new understanding of the world's system. Martial arts, during the ancient times, was merely one of countless pathways. Yet now, it became the mainstream and orthodoxy, with other cultivation pathways declining into obscurity. Then, elder, why do you wish to take me as a disciple? Chen Yu asked earnestly. He realized that the red-faced elder was patient with him, not assuming the airs of an elder. How could a sect elder have so much idle time to chat with a disciple? There are two reasons. First, within this sect, I'm relatively the most suitable for your understanding in the field of body cultivation. The elder chuckled. The second reason is, because of your talent and accomplishments in the copper statue technique, I will require your assistance in the future. The specifics aren't discussed now, at least not until your copper statue technique breaks through to the copper bone level. After the elder spoke, he quietly awaited Chen Yu's response. An in-name disciple? Chen Yu fell into a brief contemplation and soon made a decision. Disciple is willing. Chen Yu performed the disciple salutation to the red-faced elder. Since you're an in-name disciple, there's no need for a formal apprenticeship ceremony. My surname is Mao, full name Mao Kaiyu. The red-faced elder raised his hand. Instantly, an invisible force like a gentle breeze lifted Chen Yu up. Greetings, master. Chen Yu still bowed respectfully. His decision was made after careful consideration. Being under an elder's tutelage had significant advantages. First, an elder-level master served as a solid backing. Henceforth, anyone in the sect wanting to harm Chen Yu would have to think twice. Second, Elder Mao's profound knowledge and cultivation prowess would still be beneficial in guiding his cultivation. Of course, Elder Mao appeared to have certain expectations of Chen Yu. Just as there were benefits, there would be obligations. Saying it was taking a disciple was essentially a kind of transaction, mutually beneficial. This master gives you an hour. In terms of cultivation, any doubts you have can be raised, the red-faced elder said. Chen Yu's eyes brightened, knowing advice from a sect elder was a rare opportunity. Disciple wishes to know. The cultivation realm stages. After meridian passage and the body refining stage, there is chi transformation realm. What is the existence of chi transformation realm, and is there a higher stage beyond it? Chen Yu inquired. He aspired to ascend to the peak of the sect world, to observe more magnificent vistas, curious about the limits of cultivation. The path of cultivation consists of 9 realms. The first realm is called the entry realm, and in some places, it's called body refining realm or fortification realm, divided into 3 stages, the body refining stage, meridian passage stage, and organ refining stage. Elder Mao articulated. 9 great realms? Chen Yu's eyes brightened, surprised that body refining, meridian passage, and organ refining were merely the entry stages of the first realm. The entry body refining realm mainly focuses on the body. Even the internal energy cultivated during the meridian passage stage is just a low-level power born of essence and blood. Low-level power? Chen Yu was stunned. Whoosh! Elder Mao opened his palm, revealing a faint cyan vortex, full of vitality, emanating an aura that left Chen Yu trembling. Thud! From that faint cyan vortex, a trace of azure thread separated, striking the opposite bronze vessel from afar. Crack! The bronze vessel shattered into pieces. Chen Yu's heart was shocked, that just a trace from the vortex could shatter metal and iron. This is innate true chi, visible to the naked eye, and any thread of it can extinguish all the inner breath in your body. Elder Mao stated plainly. Innate true chi? This is the power possessed by the chi transformation realm. Chen Yu felt his blood boil. This level of power already surpassed the normal human realm. With such strength, one could be invincible in the mundane world, even emperors would show respect and courtesy. Beyond the entry stage lies the chi transformation realm. As implied by its name, chi transformation realm involves refining essence into chi, and extracting the essence of internal energy. The refined true chi is divided into postnatal true chi and innate true chi. Hence, the chi transformation realm is split into the postnatal and innate stages. Elder Mao gave a brief overview. Without doubt, he was a master at the chi transformation innate level. Then, above the chi transformation realm. So, what is the scene like beyond the chi transformation realm? Chen Yu had learned that cultivation had 9 great realms. The chi transformation realm was just the second threshold, considered as stepping into the hall. Your curiosity is not small. But in fact, even the chi transformation realm is very distant for you. With the half-spirit body aptitude, it would be difficult to advance to the chi transformation realm in a lifetime. The red-faced elder Mao unceremoniously remarked. Chen Yu flushed slightly, feeling a bit awkward. However, Master Mao Kaiyu was stating a fact. With his experience, he must have seen much. Beyond the chi transformation realm is the Giwen realm. In this realm, true chi transforms into primordial energy and comprehends the power of heaven and earth. In the nearby countries, they are rare superpowers, while the Qi transformation realm is vulnerable before them. Further up is the Sky Sea realm. In this realm, on the continent, it's almost legendary. One can ascend to the heavens and dive into the earth, roam the four seas, level mountains, and overturn rivers with a wave of the hand, without much that can restrict them. A hint of yearning appeared on Elder Mao's face. Entry level. Qi transformation realm. Giwen realm. Sky Sea realm. Chen Yu listened intently, his blood stirred. Although he might not break through the Qi transformation realm in this life, yet, regardless of success, he yearned for that mysterious and magnificent world of cultivation. Speaking of the Sky Sea realm, beyond that, there is no point. In our Kunyun continent, there hasn't been a strong figure above the Sky Sea realm for tens of thousands of years. Even the existence of subsequent realms is a question. For related information, you can refer to the mythological ancient texts. Elder Mao concluded the topic. Chen Yu was unsatisfied, yet unable to ask further questions. After all, the existence of subsequent realms can only be explored in mythological ancient texts. And myth, what a distant term it was. Disciple, I still have questions about cultivation techniques. May I ask how to choose the sacred martial arts in my hand? Chen Yu inquired. Winning the first place in the competition allowed him to choose a sacred martial art. This was of great importance and needed careful consideration. Sacred martial arts? That's the common term in the outside world. Actually, it's the Qi transformation realm technique. Elder Mao thought for a moment. Actually, he was a bit troubled about what technique Chen Yu should choose. Chen Yu's aptitude was just half spirit body, and some of the sect's Qi transformation realm techniques leaned towards profound mental methods. Let's do this. Since your progress in practicing the Cloud Evil Fist is good, why not choose the sect's fundamental technique Yuan Sha Divine Skill? This ancient technique has special requirements for physique and temperament. Your physique might be up to the test, but don't be too reckless. Elder Mao decided and let Chen Yu choose the advanced technique of the Cloud Evil Fist. Yuan Sha Divine Skill. The fundamental technique of the section. Chen Yu was somewhat excited, but he was curious whether his chance for the sacred martial arts could be exchanged for the fundamental technique of the sect. Logically, the Yuan Sha Divine Skill, as the fundamental technique of the sect, could be cultivated up to the Giwen realm. It surpasses the level of sacred martial arts, and only true disciples can practice it. Elder Mao paused. True disciple? Chen Yu thought it indeed seemed that the fundamental technique of the sect was not something simple, generally difficult for inner sect disciples to access. However, since I've taken you in as a disciple, I will use my status as an elder to vouch for you and exchange it for the upper part of the Yuan Sha Divine Skill. Even the upper part is enough to cultivate to Qi transformation innate, which is more than sufficient for you, Elder Mao added with a smile. Thank you, Master, for stepping in. Chen Yu expressed gratitude, thinking that having connections and backing in the sect truly made a difference. Even the fundamental technique of the sect could be cultivated. Regarding the Yuan Sha Divine Skill, I still need to discuss it with the sect master and others to make an exception for you, which will take some time. When the time comes, you will also need to make a contribution. After all, even the upper part of the Cloud Evil Fist surpasses ordinary sacred martial arts in value. Elder Mao added. I understand, disciple. Chen Yu was already thrilled to be able to practice the fundamental technique of the sect. The fundamental technique of the sect was the core of a cultivation technique system. Every sect only had a few of such techniques, which could be considered the sect's trademark. Following this, Chen Yu inquired about the copper statue technique. It seemed that the copper statue technique he obtained was only the first part. Actually, in any sect, real high-level techniques or core techniques were never given to disciples all at once. Otherwise, the sect's secrets would have been stolen long ago. You must focus on practicing the copper statue technique. You should have experienced its power as it's quite suitable for your physique. Fortunately, as a lost and fallen body cultivation technique, it has little use for our section attribution points. When Elder Mao mentioned the copper statue technique, his eyes brightened as he looked at Chen Yu. Until Chen Yu left, Elder Mao repeatedly emphasized having Chen Yu focus on raising the copper statue technique. An hour later, Chen Yu walked out of the side hall. Junior brother Chen, it seems Master values you highly. You talked for a long time inside. The short-haired young man, Wu Yu, had a kindly smile. Junior brother, let us escort you out. Li Dequi had an honest expression. The two of them amiably escorted Chen Yu out of the mansion, chatting about some matters of the sect along the way. Chen Yu learned. In Master Mao Kaiyu's tutelage, including himself, there were 5 disciples. Li Dequi and Wu Yu were the second and third senior brothers. Additionally, there was a senior elder brother and a 4th junior brother. The eldest brother, over 30 years old, had long ceased to be a disciple and had become a high-ranking steward within the sect. The last junior brother was reportedly a true disciple and Elder Mao's favored pupil. Chen Yu, being the youngest, was considered the 5th junior brother. As they watched Chen Yu leave, the smiles on the faces of Li Dequi and Wu Yu gradually faded. This 5th junior brother has quite the fortune, winning the competition directly for the rewards like the Qi storage pill and treasure artifact. But it seems Master takes a liking to him, not an easy target for coercion. Wu Yu said somewhat reluctantly. What are you afraid of? Just a half-spirit body in name disciple. As long as we find a good opportunity, it may not be impossible to get him to comply. Li Dequi coldly snorted. The straightforwardness on his face vanished, replaced by a hint of ferocity. Haha, of course, senior brother isn't afraid, being master's only grandson. As long as you don't kill your fellow disciples, master will turn a blind eye. Wu Yu flattered. I've been stuck in the mid-stage of refining for 2 or 3 years and must not miss this Qi storage pill. Indeed, indeed. This kid will also have a treasure artifact that senior brother probably doesn't need. Help junior brother me then. At the same moment, Chen Yu left the elder mansion, heading straight for an important place in the Unisect, the Heavenly Weapon Tower. The Heavenly Weapon Tower was the Unisect's core artifact refining place. Naturally, this building also housed some weapons, including the rare and sought-after treasure artifacts. Nov.com. Had Chen Yu not seized the first place in the competition, and due to certain reasons, the first prize reward this year far surpassed previous years, he would not have easily obtained a treasure artifact. It must be known that even some less experienced inner sect disciples found it hard to acquire a treasure artifact. Chen Yu entered the treasure hall of the Heavenly Weapon Tower. The hall displayed many valuable instruments, not limited to swords and blades but also including leather armor and protective gear. Each piece required corresponding primordial stones and contribution points for exchange. Yet, the highest grade of weapons and armor here was only at the level of Chen Yu's half-precious artifact, the wind-singing sword. I want to choose a treasure artifact. Chen Yu spoke up. Treasure artifact? You look unfamiliar, you must have just entered the inner sect. The value of a treasure artifact is 10 times that of the instruments here. In the corner, a white-haired elder said lazily. Swish. Chen Yu produced a token, which the elder saw, revealing a look of surprise. Follow me? The elder took the token, glancing at Chen Yu unexpectedly. Before long, the two entered the depths of the Heavenly Weapon Tower, reaching a vault. This vault was covered in dense array patterns, shimmering with a faint dark light. Open. The elder took out a token, and with Chen Yu's token in hand, his hands rolled up a red wave, emitting an astonishing pressure. Chen Yu was slightly astonished. This elder was at least a postnatal Qi transformation realm expert. Hum. The elder's token and Chen Yu's token respectively emitted 2 bright red beams that merged into the vault door. Creak. The vault door's array patterns lit up, and the door opened. 15 minutes, choose a lower grade treasure artifact. The elder let Chen Yu in, staying at the door. Chen Yu took a deep breath and entered the vault. This vault was not large, with display cases around its walls. Each case held an instrument. Flowing light armor, lower grade treasure artifact. Manufactured mainly from flowing cloud gold, this half-body defensive armor can withstand organ refining stage attacks, even offering some resistance to true Qi. The first thing that caught his eye was this half-body armor, glowing with a dim golden shimmer. It looked exquisite and practical. Golden Scale Treasure Saber, mid-grade treasure artifact. When swinging this saber, it can form a golden scale shadow, substantially increasing attack power and causing mental intimidation with ancient beast roars. Note, requires Qi transformation realm to wield. Cloud-piercing bow, lower grade treasure artifact. It far surpasses ordinary bows in range and penetrating power, capable of breaking the true Qi layer and ignoring general inner breath defenses. After looking at 3 items, Chen Yu couldn't help but be amazed. Treasure artifacts were rare and precious because they possessed extraordinary abilities or features. Fire Cloud Saber, mid-grade treasure artifact. When attacking, it can produce flame saber lights that instantly burn various fierce beasts. Its flame power is incredibly violent and once burned down a city in the hands of a villain. Note, requires Qi transformation realm to handle. The highest grade items in this vault were mid-grade treasure artifacts, and they were scarce. Most were lower grade treasure artifacts. Chen Yu's competition reward only allowed him to select 1 lower grade treasure artifact. My advantages are strong power and defense. Defensive armor is not necessary for now, a heavier weapon suits me better. Chen Yu analyzed inwardly. The half-precious artifact wind-singing sword he had obtained earlier had good power and features but was too light and not handy. With this requirement in mind, Chen Yu's gaze scanned for a moment, landing on a weapon. Xian Heavy Sword, lower grade treasure artifact. Made primarily from deep-sea Xian iron and incorporating heavenly falling meteor iron and several spiritual ores, it was once a failed mid-grade treasure artifact refinement. This sword is extremely heavy, with the top quality materials making its hardness comparable to mid-grade treasure artifacts. During an attack, it can make inner breath true Qi more solid, thereby increasing attack strength. Note, requires Qi transformation realm or innate divine strength to wield. Tisk tisk, this sword is not bad. Chen Yu eyed the deep silver great sword in the display case, looking very satisfied. The Xian heavy sword before him had once failed to be refined into a mid-grade treasure weapon, but the materials used were substantial. The key was that the sword had enough weight and could amplify attack strength. Moreover, Chen Yu had also trained in a swordsmanship skill. I'll choose this one. Chen Yu picked up the token in his hand and swiped it on the counter where the Xian heavy sword was located. Buzz! A layer of crimson array light suddenly lit up in front of the counter, flashed, and then disappeared. At the same time, the token in Chen Yu's hand emitted a burst of burnt smoke. Chen Yu's face showed happiness as he reached out and took the Xian heavy sword from the counter. As soon as he held the sword, Chen Yu's arm sank slightly, giving him a sense of weight and solidity. He estimated that this sword weighed at least 1,500 pounds. Generally, at the body refining stage, one might not even be able to hold this sword with one hand and would be lucky to pry up a corner. At the late stage meridian passage, one might barely manage to swing it. At the organ refining stage, swinging it would make it difficult to maneuver. Even Chen Yu felt the sword was somewhat heavy, but it shouldn't affect his combat effectiveness. When my copper statue technique reaches copper sinews mastery or the copper bone level, I should be able to fully utilize this sword. Chen Yu thought to himself. Huh? Is this the Xian heavy sword? At the door, an elderly man with a flowered beard showed a look of astonishment. Seeing Chen Yu holding the sword with ease surprised him greatly. From what he knew, even a postnatal chi transformation expert had tried this sword, but due to its impact on flexibility, had to give it up. After obtaining the treasure weapon Xian heavy sword, Chen Yu returned to his dwelling and began to familiarize himself with it. Previously, he had casually practiced the intermediate martial art wind-cutting sword, which he seldom practiced but had reached the small success realm. Chen Yu practiced with the Xian heavy sword in the yard for several hours. However, this sword was ultimately somewhat cumbersome and did not match the wind-cutting sword's extreme pursuit of speed. Thump, thump, Chen Yu tried to stimulate his heart, and his strength and speed increased several-fold. Wind-cutting sword? The Xian heavy sword in his hand turned into a blur of silver sword shadows, and only the rush of wind was left in his ears, with invisible gusts of sword wind slicing a leaf in front of him into nearly equal 4 parts. And this was without infusing internal energy. Slash! Chen Yu infused his internal energy, Yun She, and the Xian heavy sword in his hand gathered a dense silver-black sheen. At that moment, he felt the heavy sword in his hand become even heavier, seeming like a maddened bull ready to charge out of its cage. Boom! A heavy silver-black sword arc, with an awe-inspiring sound, carved a shallow trench half a foot deep and several feet long in the rock layer of the ground, with sparks and stone chips flying. What a powerful force! Chen Yu couldn't help but be amazed. The intersex station where he was based had a layer of hard rock soil, and ordinary weapons could hardly carve it open. After testing the Xian heavy sword, the next day, Chen Yu got up and headed straight for the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. After the Outer Sect Grand Competition, Chen Yu had exchanged 30,000 contribution points at the Sect Affairs Hall. In addition, he had previously earned 4,500 and 2,000 contribution points from killing the Bandit King and the Blood-Handed Bald, respectively, and exchanged for cultivation technique manuals, which were quite sufficient. Even considering consumption, he still had over 36,000 contribution points left. He went straight to the second floor. Chen Yu selected a high-level sword skill, Iron Gang Sword, which cost him 5,000 contribution points. The Iron Gang Sword, unlike the wind-cutting sword, emphasized stability, weight, and momentum. Once trained to a small success, it could form a sword net into Gang Chi, using momentum to overwhelm opponents and protect oneself with sword Gang Chi, adept in both offense and defense. If this martial skill was mastered, the spinning sword gang could have group attack capabilities. Very suitable for the Xian heavy sword. Chen Yu was quite satisfied with this high-level martial skill. On the second floor, he continued to search for a while. I didn't see the copper statue technique. Chen Yu hadn't forgotten the main purpose of this trip. He found a middle-aged steward at the Heavenly Martial Pavilion to inquire about the lower volume of the copper statue technique. Oh, you're Elder Mao's disciple. The middle-aged steward wore a courteous expression, asking Chen Yu to wait a moment. A while later, the middle-aged steward retrieved a wooden box from an unknown corner, taking out the lower volume of the copper statue technique. Chen Yu looked, realizing it was indeed the lower volume of the copper statue technique. How many contribution points? Chen Yu asked. The middle-aged steward smiled. For this obsolete body cultivation technique, it's practically useless for the current era. Just give a few thousand contribution points casually. Obsolete and useless? Chen Yu showed a strange expression, lamenting the decline of body cultivation. Of course, regardless of how much it has fallen, the copper statue technique's level was not low. The middle-aged steward's mention of a casual few thousand contribution points was thanks to Elder Mao's reputation. Under normal procedures, asking for 10 to 20,000 wouldn't be strange. All right. Chen Yu deducted 4,000 contribution points and exchanged for the lower volume of the copper statue technique. In this way, he exchanged the copper statue technique and the Iron Gang sword at the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, using only 9,000 contribution points in total. Chen Yu calculated, finding he still had over 27,000 contribution points left, and over 1,000 inferior essence stones. This was Chen Yu's current worth. Back at his dwelling, Chen Yu first perused the lower volume of the copper statue technique. In the lower volume of the copper statue technique, after entering with the copper statue, one can form a copper statue body, divided into the copper statue gang body and true copper statue levels. Chen Yu read briefly. The copper statue technique's lower volume was still quite a distance away for him. According to the description, entering with the copper statue should refer to copper skin, copper sinews, and copper bone. Above these, there was the true copper statue body, divided into the gang body and true form levels. Chen Yu speculated this might correspond to postnatal chi transformation and innate levels. Copper Statue Gang Body. A powerful copper statue body, adding an invisible copper statue force field to the body, akin to a layer of gang chi armor, capable of withstanding treasure weapons, rampaging through thousands of troops, shattering various attacks, and even countering opponents' strikes. Withstand treasure weapons? Chen Yu took a sharp breath. Once this gang body was achieved, one could potentially rampage and crush obstacles, like an armored and spiked war dragon. Above this was the true copper statue, whose description was even more mystical. True copper statue. By honing oneself with great willpower, one's spirit merges with the copper statue, comprehending the true essence of the copper statue, achieving a living copper statue. Once the true form is attained, it is impervious to water, fire, and poison, possesses immense strength, and can cause ghosts and gods to retreat. This realm may provide secret techniques to enlarge one's physique, granting certain great powers, resistant to many divine and ghostly powers. This true form level's abilities and phenomena surpassed what Chen Yu had seen or heard. It seems the first volume is the introduction, while the second volume is the main course. Chen Yu put away the manual. Now with the copper statue technique fully assembled, he felt a sense of relief. In the following days, Chen Yu immersed himself in practicing the high-level sword martial skill, Iron Gang Sword, in the courtyard. Previously, his casual practice of the wind-cutting sword had a light and agile style. In contrast, the Iron Gang Sword emphasized weight, momentum, and stability. During his practice, Chen Yu compared the two, understanding the essence within the swordsmanship. His body seemed to have an innate ability to perfectly integrate all external movements quickly. First, he achieved perfect integration with the form, then he could grasp the intent more quickly. Gradually, Chen Yu, during practice, first achieved perfect integration with the moves, then gradually forgot about the moves, with his body's mysterious ability at tuning to the true intent of the swordsmanship. In the courtyard, the boy's swordsmanship was sometimes as light and agile as the wind, other times as steady and solid as a mountain. 5 days later, Chen Yu's Iron Gang Sword reached small success. Buzz, swish, the Xian heavy sword in his hand flickered, swirling a deep silver shadow of Sword Gang wind, further condensing into a brilliant silver Sword Gang. Sword Gang initially formed. Could I be a swordsmanship genius? Chen Yu was quite surprised. This time's practice with the Iron Gang Sword, a high-level martial skill, progressed even faster than the wind-cutting sword. Moreover, the wind-cutting sword had now broken through to great success. Actually, after the mysterious heart fusion, Chen Yu's body had been continuously transforming and growing, with a powerful instinct surpassing that of a wild beast. He could easily and perfectly integrate the swordsmanship's form, then use his body's instincts to pursue the true intent within the swordsmanship. Another minor reason, the Iron Gang Sword's emphasis on weight, momentum, and balance matched well with Chen Yu's powerful physique and the copper statue technique. Of course, Chen Yu merely dual-trained these two sword martial skills. The Iron Gang Sword, being a high-level martial skill, contained its own inner breath methods and could serve as a primary practice. However, the developed inner breath surely couldn't match the Yunshe inner breath. Chen Yu only practiced the sword martial techniques to comprehend their true intent and occasionally applied some matching inner breath utilization skills. On this day, Chen Yu ceased his practice and headed to the Sect Affairs Hall. All other materials, we have gathered the quantities you need, except for the red-horned fierce bull marrow. A steward produced some materials. In fact, a few days prior, Chen Yu had deposited some contribution points and primordial stones at the Sect Affairs Hall, purchasing rare materials for body refining prescriptions under the guise of tasks. This was the privilege of becoming an inner sect disciple, allowing task releases at the Sect Affairs Hall. Now, all other materials were assembled, only the main ingredient, the red-horned fierce bull marrow, was missing. All in all, 300 contribution points and 180 subpar primordial stones. The steward handed the materials to Chen Yu. Chen Yu walked out of the Sect Affairs Hall, letting out a sigh, still lacking the red-horned fierce bull marrow. Previously, the red-horned fierce bull marrow he had obtained from Tong Yuling's family had been exhausted after achieving copper muscle minor achievement with the copper statue technique. An hour later, Chen Yu found Tong Yuling, who was also in the inner sect. Red-horned fierce bull marrow? My family has run out of it recently too. Tong Yuling shook her head. Chen Yu frowned. Without the body refining elixir, his copper statue technique practice was slowing down. However, I do know the whereabouts of the red-horned fierce bull. Tong Yuling hesitated to say. Oh. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. If he could find the carrier for the red-horned fierce bull marrow, securing that main ingredient would be easier in the future. Only, this fierce bull is extremely frenzied and dangerous. My family once paid a great price, sending out 2 from the organ refining stage and 6 or 7 from the late stage meridian passage, to barely slay one, suffering great losses. One from the organ refining stage was severely injured and hasn't recovered even now, Tong Yuling warned. I understand. Chen Yu didn't give up. Now, having obtained the treasure weapon Xian heavy sword and initial accomplishments in swordsmanship, it was a good time to go out and hone himself. How about this? I happen to need the essence blood of the red-horned fierce bull. We can collaborate to slay this bull. Tong Yuling smiled. She had noticed the long package on Chen Yu's back. All right. Chen Yu felt joyous. Tong Yuling, having now advanced to the organ refining stage, was a great help. The next day, After preparing, Chen Yu and Tong Yuling left Unisect on horseback. They had barely left when two figures in straw hats emerged from the surrounding woods, appearing to be young men. They even have a female companion at the organ refining stage. One of the straw hat youths remarked in surprise, "What are you afraid of? Just a girl who just advanced to the organ refining stage. When they're getting all lovey-dovey, we'll strike, haha." The other youth seemed utterly unrestrained. Half a day later, Chen Yu and Tong Yuling arrived in front of an endless mountain range. Because of practicing the Cloud Evil Fist, Chen Yu sensitively felt waves of fierce evil aura rushing towards him from the mountains. The mountain range before him was the forbidden land known across many countries, the Yunyuan Mountain Range. Last time, when he killed the Iron Brown Bear King, he had visited the edge of this mountain range. The location of the red-horned fierce bull is about 200 miles deep into the Yunyuan Mountain Range. On the way, we'll inevitably encounter some fierce beasts, Tong Yuling stated solemnly. Within 200 miles? Chen Yu's heart sank. This was vastly different from last time, when they only lingered around the edge of the Yunyuan Mountain Range while killing the Iron Brown Bear. This time, the action would be far more dangerous than the previous one. Sure enough, after traveling dozens of miles into the mountain range, they encountered a few massive black pigs up ahead, their bodies as large as the Iron Brown Bears, with tusks as thick as two thumbs extending nearly a foot from their mouths, looking ferocious and terrifying. Swish, swish, the fierce black pigs roared and transformed into several black shadows, charging toward the two people at an astonishing speed. Quick battle, quick resolution. Tong Yuling's face tightened. These fierce black pigs, in terms of strength and defense, were not inferior to the Iron Brown Bear, and their burst speed was considerably stronger. Wind-cutting sword? Chen Yu gripped the wind-singing sword, flashed past one of the fierce black pigs. Clang swipe? A swift burst of sword light sliced across the abdomen of the fierce black pig. Thud. The fierce black pig let out a whimper, its abdomen split open with a 2-foot-long gash, exposing and slicing its internal organs, collapsing into a pool of blood. In one stroke, the fierce black pig was killed instantly. This scene made Tong Yuling secretly surprised. She had encountered such fierce black-toothed pigs during the late-stage Meridian Passage, needing at least 3 or 4 strikes to successfully kill one. Extinguish? Tong Yuling waved her jade hand, and an invisible whirlwind of palm force burst with a bang, striking the back of the fierce pig's head from afar. The fierce pig couldn't even scream before immediately dying from exhaustion. To kill fierce black-toothed pigs from a distance, it seems Tong Yuling's internal energy is quite formidable, even though she advanced to the organ refining stage not long ago, Chen Yu thought in surprise. But then he realized, if Tong Yuling didn't have 2 tricks up her sleeve, she wouldn't be teaming up with him to kill the dangerous red-horned fierce bull. The remaining fierce black pigs were quickly dispatched by the two of them. Let's go. They didn't stay a moment longer, quickly departing. The blood here would attract more fierce beasts to come. One day later, the two experienced various fierce beasts and finally reached their destination. On a hillside, Chen Yu and Tong Yuling sat back to back, adjusting their breath and recovering. Tong Yuling had several wounds on her body, and her face was filled with exhaustion. Let junior brother Chen laugh at me. This journey was more perilous than anticipated. No wonder my family elders were unwilling to hunt the red-horned fierce bull a second time, Tong Yuling said with a bitter smile while tending to her wounds. After speaking, she glanced at Chen Yu with a strange expression. Though she was at the organ refining stage, traversing the 100 or 200 miles encountering unforeseen fierce beast attacks here and there, she couldn't avoid being injured and exhausted. But Chen Yu was not only unscathed but appeared calm and at ease. That left Tong Yuling, who was in the organ refining stage, at a loss. To be honest, the cross-training method I practice not only strengthens my physique but also enhances my 5 senses beyond that of ordinary people, Chen Yu explained. Indeed, throughout the journey, they encountered myriad fierce beasts and various assault methods, making avoidance difficult. But Chen Yu, relying on his extraordinary senses and strong physical control, consistently executed the best response. Moreover, regular attacks couldn't penetrate the defense of his copper statue technique. Such a miraculous cross-training method is rare. It seems that relying on junior brother Chen will be crucial in the upcoming battle with the red-horned fierce bull, Tong Yuling said with a hint of depth. She also had her secrets and knew that Chen Yu was likely hiding some things in this area. An hour later, both returned to peak condition and headed straight towards a nearby hill. The hill ahead was uneven, with some areas pocked with holes, severely limiting visibility. Looking down, there was no sign of the fierce beasts. Their expressions grew more solemn, though. The situation indicated that a powerful fierce beast was nearby, deterring other beasts from coming close. At a certain moment, a red-spotted fierce bull, as large as an elephant, appeared in front of the two. The bull had a pair of blood-red horns 2 feet long, eyes bloodshot, skin resembling a crocodile's back, legs thick as columns, and a tail like a red-black iron whip, looking quite intimidating. Is this the red-horned fierce bull? The cloud evil chi in Chen Yu's body faintly trembled, sensing the bull's astonishing bloodthirsty aura. It seemed the red-horned fierce bull was several times stronger than the previous Iron Brown Bear King. Snorting, the red-horned fierce bull fixed its blood-red eyes on the two from afar, letting out a low snort, its dense red spots trembling all over. Thump, thump, thump. The ground lightly trembled as the red-horned fierce bull stirred up a layer of dust, charging directly at the two. So fast. Chen Yu and Tong Yuling changed color simultaneously. The bull's speed already surpassed Nangongli during the great competition. If they were not its match, even escaping would be difficult. Yet the two had come this far and wouldn't easily give up. Charge. Chen Yu and Tong Yuling moved in tandem, charging directly at the red-horned fierce bull. As they approached, they suddenly noticed that the fierce bull had its fair share of wounds, mainly external ones. Without thinking further, they attacked directly. Slash. In Tong Yuling's hand, the soft sword trembled, the robust internal energy at the organ refining stage flowing through, sweeping up a python-like sword arc, entwined with a vortex of sword shadows, striking the head of the red-horned fierce bull. This full-strength attack at the organ refining stage was almost comparable to Duan Xialong's stunning strike that day. Boom! Slash! The red-horned fierce bull roared, its body slamming forward, enduring the attack while knocking Tong Yuling back a yard or two. The astonishing full-strength sword strike only left a small bloody scratch on the bull. So tough? Chen Yu's heart sank, seeing Tong Yuling, at the organ refining stage, retreat at the first clash. It then seemed, facing this bull alone at the early stage of refining internal organs was undoubtedly a dire situation. Wind-cutting sword? Seizing the chance while the bull turned, Chen Yu wielded his wind-singing sword, sweeping up an icy edge like a gust of wind, thrusting straight for the red-horned fierce bull's rear weak spot. Definitely a major weak point, able to pierce straight inside. Feeling secretly pleased, Chen Yu added more force and thrust his wind-singing sword at that weak spot. Whoosh crack! Suddenly, a red-black whip shadow lashed fiercely, bringing a piercing, howling wind. This was the bull's tail? Chen Yu was shocked, the wind-singing sword in his hand vibrating back due to the powerful force. The tricky attack on the weak spot ended in failure. Though unsuccessful, the sword startled the red-horned fierce bull, freeing Tong Yuling from her plight. Watch out! Tong Yuling spotted the red-horned fierce bull inexplicably turning and charging toward Chen Yu. Dang it! Chen Yu performed a graceful sidestep, avoiding the bull's retaliatory ram. Whoosh! Whoosh! Within the fierce gale, a menacing blood-red horn nearly brushed past Chen Yu's clothes. Cloud Evil Fist? Copper Statue Technique? F. Chen Yu took a deep breath, his heart gathering strength. A deep copper fist flashing forward with a resounding boom, vaguely visible with an evil cloud of chi. Boom! The evil might erupted from the powerful punch, striking the red-horned fierce bull's head, causing blood to splatter immediately. Moo! The red-horned fierce bull's body shuddered, letting out an enraged roar, briefly staggering, then relentlessly charging headfirst at Chen Yu. Its skin is really thick, Chen Yu marveled. Instead of retreating directly, he executed the cloud stepping, agilely circling to evade the red-horned fierce bull. Fortunately, Tong Yuling was on the other side, aiding in holding it back. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yu found that the full-force punch, enhanced with the mysterious heart's force, had only impressed a small half-inch fist mark on the bull's head. Junior brother Chen, aren't you using your treasure weapon? Tong Yuling asked while attacking. At the moment, with Chen Yu as the main force, they barely tangled with the fierce bull. Chen Yu's advantage lay in his great strength, strong defense, and not being easily repelled upon contact, allowing him to spearhead the assault. Anyone else risked being sent flying upon attacking the red-horned fierce bull, leading to destabilization and peril. No hurry. Chen Yu did not use the Xian heavy sword. The sword was heavy and large, suitable for confronting head-on with pressure, lacking in agile combat. He had a strategy, wielding the wind-singing sword, alternating between fist and sword, to battle the red-horned fierce bull. Tong Yuling noticed, every sword or punch Chen Yu launched aimed at one side of the bull's head. Observing, the wounds on the bull's head accumulated more and more. Swift wind frenzy slashes? Chen Yu seized an opening, his heart gathering strength once again, soaring through the air, the great success of the wind-cutting sword issuing 5 or 6 whirlwind sword shadows in succession. Slash slash? For a moment, a blurry sword blade whirlwind could be seen, stacking upon the bull's head. So fast. Tong Yuling's eyes halted. She didn't realize Chen Yu's attack, boosted by the mysterious heart's energy reserve, surpassed his usual speed and power. In a blink, the red-horned fierce bull's head had flesh flying, the wound from before expanding further. The wind-singing sword's sharpness, comparable to a treasure weapon, was pushed to its limit at that moment. Moo! The red-horned fierce bull let out a mournful roar, its head bleeding profusely, the neuronal vital point attacks almost causing it to become dizzy. Even so, it did not receive a fatal injury. Its eyes blood red, the pair of horns wildly charged at Chen Yu in midair. Haha, not finished yet. Chen Yu used the copper foot, stamping fiercely on the bull's back, not only failing to be repelled but soaring again with a powerful push. Clatter! From behind, a heavy dark silver sword emerged in his hand. Xian heavy sword. Cloud evil chi gushed into the Xian heavy sword, becoming more solid, as sword shadow and fierce wind intermingled. Heavy sword to a firm stance. Chen Yu harnessed the heart's energy reserve, swinging with might, the deep silver sword shadow gale compressed into a silvery scintillating fan-shaped sword aura. What is that? Tong Yuling gasped softly, feeling that one sword weighed like 10,000 pounds, seemingly sucking all the air from around. Slash! Chen Yu wielded the Xian heavy sword with mountainous weight, trailing the silvery fan-shaped sword aura, hitting directly on the accumulated blood wounds of the bull's head. Bang slash! The head of the red-horned fierce bull was torn open immediately, the new and old wounds triggering chains of reaction, spraying forth red and white material like a fountain. With a boom, Chen Yu held the Xian heavy sword, stepped on the corpse of the red-horned fierce bull, firmly landing on the ground amid the spray of blood and the dust. Creator's thoughts. Alcy. From February 15, 2020, coins spent on books that aren't selected will be refunded within 30 days. However, fast passes will not be refunded. The selected book will have a mark on the corner of the book cover in 30 days to indicate continuation. Thank you for your understanding. With the red-horned fierce bull crashing to the ground, Tong Yuling snapped out of her shock. Chen Yu's last chain of moves to kill was executed with incredible speed. First, he used the wind-singing sword's Gale Frenzy Slash, a series of sharp random slashes to enlarge the wound. Finally, he used the Xian Heavy Sword's 10,000 Jin Sword for a decisive kill. What was even more astonishing, this sequence of killing moves was completed mid-air, leveraging off the bull's back, a feat usually impossible even for those in the organ refining stage. Whoosh! After landing, Chen Yu let out a deep breath. Despite his strong physique, the repeated use of heart strength had taken a toll, especially the last strike, which nearly reached the critical point of the explosive method of his mysterious heart. To Chen Yu's surprise, during the perilous battle just now, the Iron Gang sword technique nearly surged to the realm of great success, particularly that final blow. It seemed that such life and death combat in actual combat more effectively stimulated the body's potential. Quickly collect the blood essence and marrow. Tong Yuling circulated her inner breath, reaching out to press several points on the bull's body. Chen Yu took out a water pouch, sliced open the bull's flesh with the wind-singing sword, and extracted the specific blood marrow from the bone cavity. In addition, the most valuable part of the red-horned fierce bull was actually its pair of horns, which could be taken back and exchanged for a batch of primordial stones. Before long, Chen Yu filled the water pouch with the bull marrow, very satisfied. This ensured an ample supply of ingredients for the second body refining recipe. Slash, swish. Suddenly, a figure rushed rapidly from a distance. Who is it? Chen Yu and Tong Yuling fixed their gaze, a man in white, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, approaching with hostility. You two, leave behind the bull's blood essence and horns. The man in white, seeing the water pouch and horns on the two, exclaimed angrily. What? Chen Yu and Tong Yuling exchanged glances and found it amusing. Humph. The bull fought with me for quite some time before, was significantly injured, and had considerable physical exhaustion. Otherwise, how could you two have taken it down so easily? The man in white complained somewhat irritably. Indeed, he had first encountered this fierce bull. About 2 hours ago, he fought it alone for a long time, halfway to wearing it down. But unexpectedly, a flock of fierce birds suddenly appeared nearby, forcing him to retreat temporarily. When he finally managed to shake off the birds and relocate the red-horned fierce bull, these two in front of him had already claimed it. Chen Yu and Tong Yuling gave each other a bewildered look. When they encountered the beast, they indeed noticed it was wounded. Furthermore, Chen Yu sensed that during the battle, the bull lacked the ferocity it was rumored to possess. Could what the man in white said be true? Could he indeed fight the bull alone and have a sure chance of winning? Chen Yu and Tong Yuling exchanged a glance and made a decision. How about this? You might indeed have contributed a bit to killing the red-horned fierce bull. We'll let you have one horn. Chen Yu spoke up. A bit of effort? Ridiculous? I alone could have taken down this bull. Leave the blood essence and horns, and you can have the rest of the skin and bones. The man in white sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful blast of air flowed from the man in white, exuding a pressure characteristic of the mid-stage of refining internal organs. Mid-stage of refining internal organs? Tong Yuling was greatly shocked. The intensity of the man's inner breath surpassed that of the typical refining internal organs level. You still have a chance to take the skin and bones and leave. The man in white was very domineering. You're dreaming? Now, you won't even get half a horn. Tong Yuling's face turned cold. Chen Yu's body emitted an aura of evil qi, no longer backing down. Courting death. The man in white, face livid with anger, waved his palm, sending a cold torrent of inner breath towards them, as if a blizzard charged forward. In an instant, an overwhelming chill encapsulated Chen Yu and Tong Yuling. Slash. Tong Yuling was the first to strike, her soft sword weaving a serpent-thick sword shadow cold rainbow, the sword wind creating a cyclone. Thump, thump. The instant two forces of inner breath collided, Tong Yuling's face changed dramatically. Boom. A raging cold current of inner breath sent her retreating several steps, her face turning pale, nearly spitting blood. Senior sister Tong. Chen Yu was greatly alarmed, not expecting a casual strike from the opponent to injure Tong Yuling. Whoosh, thud. Simultaneously, a swirling cold current's qi force enveloped Chen Yu, his blood and qi from within chilled, causing him to freeze. Most would have been gravely injured if they were at the meridian passage stage. One in the early stage of refining internal organs and one at the meridian passage stage dared withstand 60% of my strength. The man in white seemed surprised. Hearing this, Tong Yuling was astonished at this man's immense strength. No wonder he spoke so boldly. Rubbish? I haven't even made my move. Chen Yu cursed lightly. The opponent truly thought he was facing two opponents. Meridian passage stage. The man in white glanced at Chen Yu contemptuously, his body flicking towards Tong Yuling once more. He ignored Chen Yu. As long as he thoroughly defeated Tong Yuling in the refining internal organs stage, the two would naturally beg for mercy. Cold water technique. The man in white waved his hand slowly, launching a colder and more violent palm of a cold surge straight at Tong Yuling. But in the next moment, slash! A sword force as heavy as 10,000 jin, shining with a silvery light, carrying an unseen weight and seething evil qi, swept from the side. Oh! The man in white's body froze, feeling a sinking of his qi and blood. Even before the sword reached him, its fierce weighty wind pressured him. Take this sword. Tong Yuling's eyes flashed cold as she dragged her soft sword in a waterfall-like sword rainbow, with a vein of blood light shining on the surface. That sword carried a strange blood aura, with a strength exceeding her previous attacks, comparable to the mid-stage of refining internal organs. Their simultaneous eruption surprised the man in white. Slash! He sneered, his body flickering like a phantom, distancing from Chen Yu while striking Tong Yuling with the cold and violent cold surge palm. Whoosh! Boom! In a series of urgent explosive sounds, Tong Yuling stumbled back several steps, a trickle of blood from her lips, her face pale with astonishment. Aha! Chen Yu's heavy sword blocked the white-clad man's path of retreat. A treasured weapon. The man in white smirked, drawing an icy crystalline treasured sword with his other hand, slowly cutting forth. Whoosh! Slash! A wave of icy sword power and sharp icy breeze formed a vortex, clashing with Chen Yu's charging sword. Crack! Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword seemed to slice into rolling hail. Break! Moving like a mighty ape, Chen Yu's heavy sword powerfully cleaved through the icy vortex, briefly intertwining with the man's crystalline sword. Thud! The man in white felt a tremendous force, retreating several meters away. Chen Yu stood firm, feeling his arm clutching the sword seem frozen, almost unable to exert force. Whoosh! He circulated his inner breath, his heart jolting as a surge of warm flow rushed through, dispelling most of the chill. Yet still, that strike left him almost internally injured, with some blockage in his meridians. Incredible! A mere mid-stage meridian passage exerting the power of a treasured weapon, defenses worthy of withstanding my Yifi Yun's strike. The man in white was full of surprise. Bearing in mind, he also used his treasured weapon and took Chen Yu's strike hurriedly despite facing two opponents. Yi Yunfei, are you that true disciple from the Water Moon Sect? Tong Yuling exclaimed. She had heard his name. Among the Water Moon Sect, where men were sparse, true male disciples were rare as phoenix feathers. Suddenly, she smiled bitterly. No wonder she was utterly no match even when augmenting with that thing's power to the mid-stage of refining internal organs. Is this the strength of a true disciple? Chen Yu wore a grave expression. With his physique and copper statue technique, he could amplify the heavy mysterious sword's immense power, which even those in the refining internal organs stage couldn't achieve. Under normal circumstances, without employing the heart's explosive method, Chen Yu could dominate the early stage of refining internal organs with the Xian heavy sword. Whoosh! Thump thump! Thump thump! Chen Yu's heart rate quickened, on the brink of initiating its explosive method, his only chance to contend. But at that moment, the man in white, Yi Yunfei, gazing skyward, turned pale. Chen Yu suddenly sensed a deluge of pressing evil qi. Turning to see, a dense sea of black dots loomed like a black cloud tide. Ah, so many fierce birds, run. Two youths wearing bamboo hats leaped over in panic. That voice sounded familiar? The black dots in the sky were fierce birds, basket-sized, with sharp beaks and black feathers, eyes glowing with ferocity and swarming with murderous intent. The swarm of fierce birds, likely in the tens of thousands, made one's scalp tingle. The aura of each fierce bird approached that of the black-toothed fierce pig slain earlier, and several were even larger in size, akin to the red-horned fierce bull, wingspans a meter wide. Persistent soul, why have these fierce birds reappeared? The man in white cursed angrily. Whoosh! The overwhelming fierce birds swept in with an evil wind. The bamboo hats of the two youths flew off in the strong wind, tangled by several fierce birds. Senior Brother Li, Brother Wu. Chen Yu was astonished, staring at the two. These two youths were none other than senior brothers Li Dequi and Wu Yu from the same sect. Junior brother Chen? Huh? Yi Yunfei, why are you here too? Wu Yu, seeing Chen Yu and the man in white, was also taken aback. Run quickly. Li Dequi swung a treasured broadsword, cutting a wave-like blade wind, slicing through several fierce birds. The two carved a bloody path, joining Chen Yu's group. You two? How did you attract such a massive flock of fierce birds? Yi Yunfei's face turned blue, voice trembling. Previously, battling the red-horned fierce bull alone, he was forced to stop due to an encounter with a flock of fierce birds. After shaking them off, he found Chen Yu and his companion benefiting. And now, these two fellows had somehow attracted 10 times as many fierce birds. Slash, slash, slash. The five of them, faced with the black wave of fierce bird troops, had no choice but to carve a bloody path toward the depths of the mountains. Find a river or a cave. Yi Yunfei thought of a strategy. Whoosh, whoosh. Breathing heavily, they ran over 100 miles, no river in sight but spotted a dark and eerie cave. Get in. Ignoring everything else, they dashed into the foul-smelling cave. Inside the cave, the space was narrow and the terrain complex. The fierce birds circled outside but did not enter. Senior Brother Li, Brother Wu, why are you here? And how did you attract this horde of fierce birds? Chen Yu could not help but ask. Earlier, he sensed being followed and watched while traveling. Was it these two fellows? Creator's thoughts. Alcy. From February 15, 2020, coins spent on books that aren't selected will be refunded within 30 days. However, fast passes will not be refunded. The selected book will have a mark on the corner of the book cover in 30 days to indicate continuation. Thank you for your understanding. This was definitely an accident. Wu Yu chuckled dryly, and both of their expressions were somewhat unnatural. They couldn't just say, "We were secretly tracking junior brother Chen but ended up drawing this frighteningly large group of fierce birds. You two must have done something. These fierce birds are still lingering outside the cave, with no intention of leaving," Yi Yunfei said solemnly. Actually, the two of them stammered for a while. Eventually, it was Li Dequi who took out several dark brown bird eggs from his bag. "You stole the eggs of the fierce birds," Yi Yunfei exclaimed angrily. Chen Yu and Tong Yuling were also speechless. No wonder these two were hated and relentlessly pursued by the fierce birds. "My fellow disciple and I came to the Yunyuan mountain range intending to hunt for some fierce beast materials. Unexpectedly on our way, we stumbled upon a great battle among the fierce bird flocks." Wu Yu began to narrate. A fierce bird flock battle? Chen Yu felt a twinge of curiosity. Of course, the pretense they started out with could be ignored. Chen Yu was certain these two had followed him here. Li Dequi said, "We took advantage of the fierce bird flock's battle with another flock of flying creatures, entered their nest, and stole some fierce bird eggs, not expecting to be marked for death." "Humph, you must have stolen the fierce bird king egg, or else there wouldn't be such a commotion." Yi Yunfei snorted coldly. The two gave an embarrassed smile. This detail had not escaped Yi Yunfei's notice. "How did I say, out of nowhere a flock of fierce birds attacked us suddenly? It turns out it's because you stole the fierce bird king egg," alerting the entire flock. Yi Yunfei's face darkened. If it had not been for the fierce bird's first appearance, Yi Yunfei could have killed the red-horned fierce bull long ago, leaving no chance for Chen Yu and the others. Chen Yu's face looked weird. This meant that because of the presence of Li Dequi and his fellow, he and Tong Yuling managed to successfully kill the fierce bull and obtain its materials. At that moment, an ear-piercing screech reverberated from outside the cave, winds and sand swirling in a frenzy. The cry sent tremors through their hearts and minds. Looking outside, they were horrified to see a giant blackish-red fierce bird, accompanied by a tumult of black smoke like wind, hovering over the cave entrance without leaving. The fierce bird king? Likely a bird of prey with strength close to that of the postnatal chi transformation. Yi Yunfei's face grew even uglier. Aside from this fierce bird king, there were also larger fierce birds whose presence was not inferior to the previously encountered red-horned fierce bull and rivaled mid-stage of refining. Moreover, with thousands of fierce birds, if they were to break through forcefully, they would likely be devoured to the bone in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, a slight trembling came from the depths of the cave, as if a gigantic fierce creature was crawling out, and a wave of fishy odor and evil chi hit their faces. The pungent fishy evil chi, as forceful as a bellows at work, was nearly as intimidating as the fierce bird king outside. The 5 people present shivered with cold. Outside, there's definitely no escape. Yi Yunfei regained his composure. He and Li Dequi, both at mid-stage Meridian Passage, exchanged a glance and quickly made a decision. The 5 of them, with grim determination, carefully explored deeper into the cave. Despite the presence of a terrifying creature in the depths of the cave, it was still preferable to facing the flock of fierce birds outside. Hiss roar, whoosh! A large fierce creature approached from within the cave, the violent fishy evil chi causing their hearts to palpitate with unease. What a huge creature! Li Dequi growled, shaking the treasured blade in his hand to protect himself. They all took a sharp breath as they focused their eyes. In front of them, a blood python nearly as thick as a water bucket, stretching 5 to 6 jong long, was coiled ahead, its gaping maw and thick tongue exuding a ball of foul stench. Its pair of eerie red eyes, in the dim cave, were like daunting oil lamps that chilled the heart. The aura of the blood python is close to the postnatal chi transformation. At the very least, it is at the peak of refining. Only by joining forces can we fight. Yi Yunfei took a deep breath. At this point, there was no turning back. They had to fight with all they had. All 5 present were no novices. Each drew their weapons, forming a semi-encircling formation. Yi Yunfei and Li Dequi confronted the blood python head-on. Wu Yu, Tong Yuling, and Chen Yu stood to the sides and rear. After a tense moment of standoff, finally, Li Dequi let out a battle cry and slashed with the treasured blade, releasing a wave-like ripple of blade energy aimed at the blood python's head. Boom! The blood python lunged suddenly, resembling a small red mountain. Its thick body swept through the air, bringing up a whirlwind of blood shadows. Thump! Li Dequi groaned as he absorbed the hit and was knocked to the ground, tumbling haphazardly about. Had he been fighting alone, he might have been swallowed by the blood python by now. You beast! Yi Yunfei's treasured sword slashed out an incredibly cold and sharp sword glow, cutting through the chill sword wind, and Puchi struck the blood python. On the body of the blood python appeared a half-inch deep, 3-foot-long cut. This sword strike was far more powerful than any in the earlier skirmish with Chen Yu and company. But the blood python was immensely strong with lightning-fast reflexes. Its tail sweep pushed Yi Yunfei back, sword and all. Following him, Wu Yu had a stroke of bad luck as he was forced to collide with the python's tail. Thump! Wu Yu was sent flying, slamming into the stone wall and coughing up blood. Any other mere Meridian Passage stage member would likely have been shattered. Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Yu and Tong Yuling attacked together, tying down the blood python. Especially Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword, dragging a shiny swath of sword chi, slashed across the blood python's side, causing it to shriek and shiver. Puchi puchi, Tong Yuling's soft sword, flashing a streak of blood, left several superficial cuts on the massive serpent. Die, you accursed beast! Li Dequi roared, joining Yi Yunfei as blade and sword combined, their fierce attack unrelentingly striking the blood python. With a hiss, the blood python cast a sweep of blood-colored shadows, nearly sealing off the nearby area. Swoosh! Yi Yunfei, with incredibly nimble movements, miraculously escaped through a gap. Thud! Li Dequi wasn't as lucky and was battered to the ground once more. But fortunately, Chen Yu and Tong Yuling arrived in time to rescue. Especially Chen Yu, with a heavy slash of his sword, the tremendous force was capable of shaking the giant python's body. On the scene, only he possessed such immense strength to disturb the blood python and perform a bloody rescue. In what followed, Tong Yuling and Wu Yu were both beneficiaries of Chen Yu's stage saving. Hiss! The blood python hissed furiously, extremely irate, constantly attempting to charge at Chen Yu. Xian heavy sword transforms? As Chen Yu hastily retreated, he mustered strength in his heart, and his Xian heavy sword conjured a dark silver blade aura, like an iron wall. His iron gang sword technique was particularly adept at defense. Bang thud! The blood python's direct hit connected with the blade aura, which instantly shattered, but Chen Yu's body was so defensively strong and his movements so agile, that he managed to escape unscathed. Seizing this moment, Yi Yunfei and Li Dequi, wielding their precious weapons, struck hard. During the blood python's hissing, several wounds were left on its body. Leave the attack to us. Junior brother Chen, you focus on the rescue and block it at crucial moments. Li Dequi said. All right. Chen Yu nodded. After all, when it came to destructive power, the other two at the mid-stage of refining with precious weapons in hand were to be counted on. Especially Yi Yunfei. Not only was his attack the strongest on the field, but his movement mastery was also unpredictable like an elusive ghost. Each of his attacks would leave a wound on the blood python, and he could swiftly retreat afterward. Truly worthy of a true disciple, Chen Yu secretly admired. At the same mid-stage of refining, Yi Yunfei was much stronger than Li Dequi. Of course, Chen Yu's role in restraining and timely stage saving was also indispensable. It ensured the integrity of the 5-person team. If one after another were to die, no matter how strong Yi Yunfei was, he would struggle against a blood python close to the postnatal chi transformation stage. Time slowly passed by. Under the tight coordination of the 5, the blood python bled profusely, and its injuries worsened. Hiss! Finally showing a trace of fear, the blood python dragged its badly wounded body toward the depths of the cave. Kill. Covered in tatters but exhilarated, Li Dequi chased after it to kill. Everyone was also overjoyed. The strength of this blood python was nearly at the chi transformation realm, and every part of its body was a precious material. Zing, zing, zing. The 5 people chased and attacked, with Yi Yunfei leading in speed and continuing to inflict various injuries on the blood python. During this, the blood python tried to counterattack, only to be temporarily stopped by Chen Yu, the stage-saving expert, with his Xian heavy sword transforms, without disturbing their formation. After another bout of fierce attacking, the blood python, fatally wounded, fled into the depths of the cave. Before long, the blood python was cornered by the 5 at the end of the cave. A large blood pool appeared in front of them, emanating astonishing bloodiness and evil chi. Splosh! The blood python leaped into the blood pool, though the pool could not completely submerge its enormous body. Don't stop! The blood python is using the power of the blood pool to recover its vitality and wounds. Tong Yuling shouted in alarm. Chen Yu took a closer look and saw the wounds on the blood python, upon jumping into the blood pool, gradually healing, its color even seeming to improve. Attack! Everyone shuddered and immediately waged a fierce attack on the blood python in the blood pool. At the organ refining stage, Inner Breath could conduct long-range attacks, especially Yi Yunfei and Li Dequi, whose precious weapons wielded long-range chi blades, causing the blood python to wail in agony. With the lengthy and large Xian heavy sword in hand, Chen Yu too dealt cruel blows to the blood python. After about 15 minutes, the blood python was, in frustration, beaten to death by the group. Its bitter eyes swept across Chen Yu and Yi Yunfei just before its death. Gurgle gurgle! The blood python's corpse caused eerie waves of blood in the pool, the water in the pool appearing even more viscous. This pool must contain some kind of blood spirit mineral. Hurry up and handle the corpse, or all its vital blood essence will be wasted. Tong Yuling reminded. They quickly got to work, jointly retrieving the blood python's corpse, which was a treasure in its entirety. However, the moment Tong Yuling stepped into the blood pool, an unexpected transformation occurred. Crash! Centered around Tong Yuling, a terrifying wave of evil chi surged in the blood pool, wrapping around her body like blood-colored twine. Save me! Tong Yuling was enveloped in the violent wave of blood and evil chi, her complexion ashen. The blood jade spirit bamboo she carried close to her shone a cluster of bloody light, acting like an invisible vortex, drawing more of the blood evil chi wave, winding around her entire body. Most of the blood evil chi flowed into the blood jade spirit bamboo, and some into her body. Tong Yuling groaned, her beautiful face showing a hint of deep red, contorted in pain. Crash! Centered around her, the powerful wave of blood and evil chi sent the nearby people stumbling. Chen Yu was closer to her and his face flashed with hesitation. Snap! Suddenly, his arm was grasped by Tong Yuling. Chen Yu was taken aback. But in the instant his arm was grasped, a stream of evil qi flowed into him. Boom! The Yunyuan inner breath within him suddenly boiled, instantly melting upon contact with the blood evil qi, becoming one with it. Thump thump! Thump thump! Chen Yu's heart in his body began to beat wildly. The stream of blood evil qi entering his body encountered an invisible suction force, flooding inside with a rapidity several times more intense. Rumbling? In an instant, the entire blood pool's water transformed into thick blood snakes, winding around the two of them. What's happening? Li Dequi and the others retreated in shock. They saw the man and woman in the pool had become like a pair of blood sculptures, attracting all the blood evil qi waves in the entire pool. These two. Yi Yunfei's complex expression showed a hint of envy. Chen Yu and Tong Yuling, arms connected, were enveloped and entwined by surging waves of blood evil qi, looking like two blood-colored statues. After clutching onto Chen Yu, the lifeline, the pained and twisted expression on Tong Yuling's face greatly lessened. I've dragged you into this, Tong Yuling said, ashamed and self-blaming. Her situation just then was like that of a drowning person, experiencing a subconscious desire for survival. This is. Chen Yu discovered strands of blood-black evil qi within the surrounding blood waves that, under the attraction of the mysterious heart and cloud evil breath, were madly rushing into his body. That terrifying power of the evil qi melded perfectly with the cloud evil qi within his body. Like a sponge absorbing water, his cloud evil breath grew step by step, rampaging through his meridians. HFFF. Within the blood waves, the crystal-clear bloodstreams were being absorbed by Tong Yuling's body. Chen Yu dimly saw within her clothes, a gleaming, blood-lit blood jade stone, which looked very familiar. So it turned out. The blood pool contained not only the essence of blood but also, over the years, it had absorbed the massive evil qi from the nearby fierce beasts roaming the Yunyuan mountain range. Tong Yuling's blood jade spirit bamboo, though capable of absorbing the essence of blood, was heavily impacted by the massive accompanying blood evil qi on its host. If she couldn't bear the brunt of that evil qi, Tong Yuling might succumb to madness, or even turn into a ferocious demon that lost all reason. Fortunately, she had grabbed hold of Chen Yu. Chen Yu's cloud evil fist required the accumulation of evil qi to boost his power, but that alone was not enough. The mysterious suction created by the heart within Chen Yu's body helped him to gather and contain the violent blood evil qi. Time passed. Chen Yu felt his cloud evil qi growing increasingly fierce and restless, as his body was nearly overflowing with the breath of the blood evil qi. Thankfully, during the pulsations of the mysterious heart, the suction force further condensed most of the blood evil qi, even pushing it bit by bit into his flesh and bones, with its essence converging into his heart. Chen Yu felt his heart pounding with even more vigor. After 2 hours, the tumultuous blood evil waves calmed and dimmed. The pool's bloody water mostly dried up, revealing a thin layer of dark mire. There remained only some scraps of skin, flesh, and bones of the blood python. You two have actually absorbed all the essence of the blood python's flesh and blood. Yi Yunfei looked grim and unwilling. Obviously, an opportunity had been seized by Chen Yu and Tong Yuling. By absorbing the massive essence of blood, Tong Yuling's beautiful face became radiant and alluring, her skin finer and smoother. She glowed with health and beauty, as if she had been reborn. Tong Yuling had only absorbed a small part of the essence of blood, the majority was taken by the blood jade spirit bamboo she wore. She didn't have the same robust constitution as Chen Yu. Junior brother Chen, I owe you big time, Tong Yuling said, her radiant face full of gratitude. Chen Yu had absorbed the unnecessary evil qi impurities for her, making the essence of blood she absorbed exceptionally pure. Incidentally, those impurities were precisely what Chen Yu's cloud evil qi needed. At this moment, Chen Yu had no time to reply. He sat cross-legged, doing his best to control the surging qi within him, the cloud evil qi growing fierce and restive. Thump, thump. Several forceful beats of the mysterious heart steadied Chen Yu's blood flow and breath. If it were anyone else, even another practitioner of Cloud Evil Fist, they would likely suffer a backlash, with the risk of their body exploding and dying. Chen Yu now needed to absorb and transform the violent blood evil qi rampaging through his meridians. Moreover, his flesh had absorbed and stored a great deal of blood evil qi, which also posed the danger of devouring its master. After all, that evil qi was an external force, not cultivated by Chen Yu himself. This kid, the blood evil qi in his body is so massive it far exceeds his own qi, it'll backlash against him sooner or later. Yi Yunfei watched coldly. Chen Yu hadn't gone mad or exploded yet, which was a surprise to him. 2 hours later, outside the cave, only a few of the fierce birds had left, most still lingered. Chen Yu continually ran the Cloud Evil Heart method, striving to maintain his core, transforming and absorbing the blood evil qi within his body. During this period, the several backlashes of the internal evil qi were all quelled by the mysterious heart. Gradually, Chen Yu got a hold of his cloud evil breath, and then proceeded to absorb the other blood evil qi from his meridians, refining and strengthening himself. Those present sensed that the fierce qi around Chen Yu was gradually stabilizing and condensing. At the same time, the fluctuations of qi in Chen Yu's body were slowly climbing. This guy, he actually... Yi Yunfei wore a face of disbelief. Chen Yu had actually tamed and refined a portion of the blood evil qi, continuously growing in strength. 2 days later. Ugh, Chen Yu let out a low growl, his body generating gusts of pale black evil winds, expelling a few streaks of bloody impurities. Yi Yunfei and Li Dequi both looked shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Congratulations, junior brother Chen, for taking another step up in your cultivation, Tong Yuling said, beaming. Late-stage meridian passage? That's beyond expectations. Chen Yu exhaled deeply. These 2 days, his sole focus had been to stabilize his qi and tame the blood evil qi wreaking havoc inside. As a result, after stabilizing his internal condition, the cloud evil qi swelled to its limits, forcefully opening up a third external meridian network within his body and running unhindered. This signified that Chen Yu had ascended to the late stage of meridian passage. However, Chen Yu wore a mixed expression of joy and concern. He was happy, as he had unexpectedly advanced to the late stage of meridian passage. His concern, however, was that the breakthrough with the aid of external forces made him feel that his cultivation was unstable, far less solid than before. After all, with his talent, it would normally take at least a year to break through to the late stage of meridian passage. You too, having gained so many benefits, shouldn't you give something in return? Yi Yunfei was clearly unwilling to accept this outcome. Chen Yu and Tong Yuling couldn't help but look towards the blood pool. In the blood pool, there was a layer of brittle pale red crystal debris and the remnants of the blood python's corpse. All the opportunities within had been seized by Chen Yu and his companion. Logically speaking, the blood python was killed by the collective efforts of 5 people, so everyone should have a share, not to mention the opportunities presented by the blood pool itself. After some discussion, the 5 made a division of the spoils. Chen Yu and his partner gave the fierce bull's horn and its essence blood to Yi Yunfei. Tong Yuling, having absorbed such a vast and pure blood essence, naturally did not need the essence blood of the fierce bull. Chen Yu also retained the essence marrow of the savage bull, leaving everyone more than satisfied. Besides, Li Dequi and Wu Yu, having attracted so many fierce birds, brought disaster upon everyone. This disaster was faced together by all. The 2 reluctantly handed over a fierce bird king egg to Yi Yunfei. Only then did Yi Yunfei's expression slightly soften. During the battle with the blood python, he was one of the main forces, and he had been affected by the flock of fierce birds twice, so no one objected. Of course, the biggest advantage was still taken by Chen Yu and Tong Yuling. But there was nothing Li Dequi and the others could do about it. Even if the blood pool were intact before them, they lacked the ability to utilize it. Junior brother Chen, what do you think about trading these 2 fierce bird king eggs, along with the earlier elixirs and primordial stones, for your qi storage pill? Li Dequi said with a naive smile. Qi storage pill? Yi Yunfei looked at Chen Yu in surprise. Even he was very tempted by such an elixir, and this boy actually had one? The items senior brother Li has offered are enough to trade for a qi storage pill, said Tong Yuling with a smile. Chen Yu understood that Li Dequi's trade proposal this time was far more sincere than the last. However, although the fierce bird king egg was valuable, the chances of successfully hatching it and raising a flying bird pet were uncertain, not to mention the years of effort and price that it might require. The qi storage pill, on the other hand, brought immense benefits when taken during the organ refining stage and could even lay a solid foundation for a future assault on the qi transformation realm. One was a long-term benefit in value, the other provided immediate effectiveness. Thus, Chen Yu rejected the proposal once again. Li Dequi was greatly disappointed, but since he had gained a lot this time, he might be able to obtain a qi storage pill in the future. May I ask this junior brother Chen, your esteemed name? Yi Yunfei suddenly spoke. He became interested in Chen Yu. This young man not only had a qi storage pill, but the cultivation technique he practiced seemed to be related to the Yunyu sect's foundational Yuan Sha divine skill. Such a character must have a significant background. Why hadn't he heard of him before? Haha. Wu Yu shook his head and laughed. His name is Chen Yu, our junior brother, not some figure you imagine. His qi storage pill was won by ranking first in the outer sect competition. Unlike Mr. Yi, you're the son of the Water Moon sect master, born into nobility. Yi Yunfei, the son of the Water Moon sect master? Chen Yu silently marveled. No wonder this person was so young yet possessed such strong cultivation and was a true disciple of the Water Moon sect. Chen Yu, you are that Chen Yu. Yi Yunfei's face darkened. What was wrong? Everyone present looked at Yi Yunfei, puzzled. I am Chen Yu. Do you know me, Mr. Yi? Chen Yu was completely baffled. Before the outer sect competition, Chen Yu had always been a peripheral disciple of Yunyu sect, and could never have crossed paths with a major figure like Yi Yunfei, the son of the sect master. Are you from the Chen family of Xiangyang City? Yi Yunfei's gaze turned fierce as he stared intently at Chen Yu. That's right. Chen Yu felt something was amiss. Then there's no mistake, take this. The handsome features of Yi Yunfei darkened with murderous intent and fury. Before he finished speaking, he struck out a palm towards Chen Yu. Whoosh! A swirling cold palm force with an astonishing momentum pressed towards Chen Yu, even stronger than the attack that had previously injured Tong Yuling. Careful! Tong Yuling cried out in alarm. Yi Yunfei's strike was extraordinary. Most in the organ refining stage would struggle to resist it, potentially suffering severe life-threatening injuries. The powerful chill of the inner energy, even from a distance, made Chen Yu's blood seem to freeze. Cloud Evil Palm? Chen Yu's anger flared without name. With a heavy heartbeat, the surging cloud evil qi in his body burst forth. Boom! The moment that palm strike was made, an astonishing evil chi surged from his body, bringing forth a column of killing aura fist shadow as thick as a water bucket, taking on the vague shape of a python. Concentrated evil chi in the fist strike. Li Dequi and Wu Yu on the other side exclaimed in a low voice. Chen Yu was equally astonished. This palm strike had unexpectedly released some of the remaining blood evil chi in his body. The cloud evil chi within him, suppressed for so long, had burst forth like flood waters through a broken dam. Therefore, even without activating the explosive method of the heart, he managed to execute concentrated evil chi in the fist strike. What was even more astounding was that this time, the killing aura fist shadow vaguely took on the form of a blood python, with even denser evil chi. Boom! The swirling icy palm force collided with the python-shaped evil chi fist strike. Instantly, a blast of air and stone chips flew in all directions, sweeping across several yards, causing the cave where everyone was to tremble. Boom! Yi Yunfei and Chen Yu exchanged a blow across the air. The two fierce and overbearing energies collided mid-air, causing the cave to shake and a whirlwind of stone chips to fly. Hey, stop it. Why are the two of you fighting? A group of 5 people, a mess. The powerful force of their physical exchanges swept through the area, and figures darted about. Finally, Li Dequi and Wu Yu managed to grab hold of Yi Yunfei, while Tong Yuling stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Yu, coldly eyeing Yi Yunfei. Kid, you actually managed to take my cold wind palm. Yi Yunfei stood still, calming down. After all, the people before him were from the Yunyu sect, and although he was not afraid, he would not gain any advantage either. And the punch Chen Yu had just unleashed had taken him by surprise. His palm strike, although not fully powered, had been executed with 70 to 80% of his strength, which someone at the mid-stage of refining would not necessarily be able to withstand. Junior brother Chen, are you alright? Tong Yuling let out a sigh of relief, her concern apparent. No big deal. Chen Yu merely felt a chill condensing on his arm, his heart raced for a moment, evil chi from within surged in, and he was back to normal. On the other side, Li Dequi and Wu Yu were also secretly shocked. Chen Yu, with his late-stage meridian passage cultivation, could actually unleash a fist filled with condensed evil, and hold his own against a true disciple like Yi Yunfei without falling short. Even Chen Yu himself was somewhat surprised. This time, he had not activated the explosive technique of his heart. With a brief shift in thought, Chen Yu roughly understood that palm strike had released the remaining fierce blood evil chi from his body, greatly amplifying the force of the blow. Keep in mind, there was still residual blood evil chi inside Chen Yu's body, not fully transformed and absorbed. Moreover, after the release of that palm strike, Chen Yu felt the evil chi within him becoming more unobstructed. The feeling was as if his thoughts had reached through. Haha, it seems he really should thank Yi Yunfei for that palm. Chen Yu thought this to himself, but showed no pleasant expression, still coldly staring at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei, have you gone mad, biting at anyone you see? Tong Yuling said indignantly. Her harsh words made Chen Yu and the others feel embarrassed. You. Anger surged on Yi Yunfei's handsome face, nearly ready to take action again. Mr. Yi, let's talk this out. Why did you suddenly attack Chen Yu? It seems like it's also the first time you two have met. Wu Yu tried to mediate. Yi Yunfei forcefully suppressed his anger, his cold and vengeful gaze fixed on Chen Yu. Chen Yu, let me ask you this. Are you engaged to Chu Wanyu? Yi Yunfei took a deep breath. Chu Wanyu? Engagement? Chen Yu was taken aback. After thinking it over, it seemed to be true. He had almost forgotten that his family had arranged a marriage for him, the object being City Lord Chu Fenjian's daughter. This matter had been agreed upon by Chen Yu's parents. Which is to say, Chu Wanyu really was his fiancée, at least in name. It looks like you're aware of this. Wanyu and I are deeply in love, destined for each other in this life, and yet you are trying to steal her away from me. Hatred glinted frostily in Yi Yunfei's eyes. You have a fiancé. The beautiful face of Tong Yuling showed surprise, with a fleeting shadow dimming in her eyes. Li Dequi and Wu Yu looked on, dumbfounded. I say, junior brother Chen, since Mr. Yi and that girl have been in love beforehand, it's somewhat unkind of you to break them apart. Li Dequi cleared his throat. I'm sorry. I haven't even seen Chu Wanyu's face. I have no interest in any affair of yours. Chen Yu said irritably. Speaking of this matter, he was also quite annoyed. I advise you to give up any inappropriate thoughts about Wanyu and amicably call off the engagement. Otherwise, none of the men who had designs on my woman have ended up with a good fate. Yi Yunfei threatened darkly. He didn't believe Chen Yu's words at all. With Chu Wanyu's beauty, there had been many men who couldn't get her out of their minds after just one glance. Because of this, Yi Yunfei had secretly broken the legs of several rivals, or even crippled their cultivation. Tisk, by the looks of it, you haven't really won her over yet. If you're so capable, marry her and go to the Chu family to call off the engagement. Chen Yu exhibited a look of unconcern. Yi Yunfei was fuming. Indeed, he hadn't won her over, which was why he was so sensitive. But Chen Yu's insufferable attitude of it's not my concern, marry her yourself made him boil with rage. All right. It's just a love squabble. Wu Yu quickly tried to smooth things over. Just then, outside the cave, a series of bird cries and whistling of the wind could be heard. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and hurried to the entrance to look out. After 2 days, the majority of the fierce birds outside the cave had left, leaving only about 1,000 or so. Probably just one more day, and it would be nearly safe to make a run for it. No, these fierce birds seemed to be frightened of something. Tong Yuling was very observant. Everyone looked. The flock of fierce birds in the sky were not looking at the 5 people but screeching and quivering with feathers at a certain direction, displaying an innate fear in their pupils. From another direction of the Yunyuan mountain range, a gloomy presence approached. Swish! An inexplicable chill surfaced in the hearts of the people present. At that moment, a piercing and sky-shattering cry cut through the clouds. It's the fierce bird king. A colossal dark red bird, surrounded by a swirling black smoke and wind, sent out sharp cries that shook the soul. Its mighty presence was even more formidable than the blood python they had slain before. It was indeed the nearly chi transformation realm fierce bird king. The fierce bird king paid no attention to the 5 people at the cave entrance, trembling with anxiety, issuing a series of shrieks and screeches in a particular direction as a warning. A few breaths later, on the distant horizon, a layer of eerie, gloomy gray fog appeared, dispersing a decaying, somber aura. Within it, a small black dot faintly emerged. What is that? The 5 present involuntarily shivered. That somber aura grew stronger and stronger, instilling a primal sense of unease. The gray fog expanded, and the black dot grew larger bit by bit. That is, Chen Yu, who had the sharpest eyesight and senses, saw the outline, his body and mind profoundly shaken. The dot grew larger and larger, eventually outlining a flying stone coffin, floating into view. A stone coffin? Everyone's eyes widened, and they gasped in a cold breath. The surface of the stone coffin was old and darkened, engraved with some sinister and odd stone patterns, resembling some kind of ancient Yin script. Its floating movement kicked up a swath of somber fog. The closer it got, the denser the fog, the more horrifying the aura. There are people inside the stone coffin. Someone murmured in a low voice, sending chills down everyone's spines. Chen Yu stared closely. At the 4 corners of the stone coffin were 4 corpse-like figures. These 4 figures had rigid limbs, pale expressions, and numb eyes. The 4 ghostly figures, like ghost soldiers, carried the stone coffin drifting through the eerie chi in midair. Finally, the stone coffin floated into the airspace where the fierce bird flock was located. At that moment, all was silent nearby. All the beasts trembled with anxiety. Chen Yu and the other 4 broke into cold sweats, their hearts weighed down to the extreme, completely breathless. None of them dared to move or even make a sound, fearful of disturbing the host inside the stone coffin, or even the coffin-carrying ghost guards, whose faintly radiating aura made their hearts skip a beat. The stone coffin arrived. The invaded flock of birds went into a frenzied panic. Among them, the fierce bird king's huge figure flapped its black feathers, causing a cold and chilling wind. The chaotic flock of fierce birds intermingled with the stone coffin. Buzz! The surface of the stone coffin suddenly glowed with a layer of gray-black flame, illuminating various bizarre Yin scripts. With a squeak, the coffin lid shifted a few feet. The next moment, a withered skeletal hand slowly stretched out from inside. That scene made the hearts of Chen Yu and the others pound wildly, their spines chilled and their blood frozen. The terrifying pressure made it impossible to breathe. At the mouth of the stone coffin, that somber skeletal hand slowly moved, and there was a dull thunder-like rumble in the sky. Visibly, a vast dark and somber shadow swept across the heavens. In an instant, a soul-shattering, mournful shriek tore through the sky. The fierce bird king's massive body was torn to pieces, exploding in midair. At the same time, hundreds of fierce birds nearby plummeted from the sky, their flesh and bones scattering wildly. In front of the cave, Chen Yu and the others were horrified, staring at the feathers and flesh scattered all over the sky, like celestial maidens scattering flowers. That withered hand had merely clawed through the air. The fierce bird king was slain, with hundreds of nearby fierce birds dying in the aftermath. What sort of level was this? Whoosh! At this moment, the sinister and terrifying stone coffin slowly drifted towards the cave entrance. Chen Yu and the others were terrified, their scalps tingling, completely suffocated. Buzz squeak! The coffin lid slowly closed, the Yin script and grey flame on the surface of the coffin extinguished, and that skeletal hand also disappeared without a trace. The 4 ghost guards, carrying the coffin, moved farther and farther away, until the stone coffin, amidst the grey-black fog, turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the horizon, and the group of 5 managed to regain their composure. Whoosh! The 5 of them were soaked in sweat, looking utterly unsettled. I feel that just those 4 ghost guards carrying the stone coffin have at least chi transformation realm strength, and the mysterious existence inside the coffin is beyond fathomable. Yi Yunfei took a deep breath. Chi transformation realm? At that level, they could easily have noticed us. Tong Yuling said. They definitely noticed, Yi Yunfei stated with certainty. But why would such beings bother with ants by the road? The group was taken aback for a moment but couldn't deny this fact. After this encounter, they dared not linger there any longer and immediately went their separate ways. 2 days later, Chen Yu and the others returned to the Yunyu sect. Junior brother Chen, let's go see master and report this incident to him. The being within that stone coffin is definitely a terrifying existence that can shake the entire Chu country sect world. Wu Yu said earnestly. Chen Yu nodded. He too was curious about what exactly that stone coffin was. Perhaps, Master Mao Kaiyu knew. Before long, Chen Yu and the others, in the Elder Mansion, saw Master Mao Kaiyu. You rascals, where have you been these past few days? Everyone's been impossible to find. Elder Mao chided gently. Master, something big has happened. Wu Yu immediately spoke, narrating the horrifying stone coffin incident they had experienced. A stone coffin? A flash of sharpness flickered in Elder Mao's eyes, but after listening, his expression remained quite calm. Master's calmness surprised Chen Yu. I'm aware. Several days ago, our Yunyu sect had already received news of the Yin stone coffin. Elder Mao said slowly. Chen Yu and his companions exchanged glances. It seemed that Elder Mao must know a thing or two about the mysterious coffin. Under their curious and inquisitive gaze, Mao Kaiyu began. Just a few days ago, 2 large families in Chu country, each with a patriarch in the Qi transformation realm, were wiped out overnight, leaving no survivors. Whole families wiped out. A chill ran down Chen Yu's spine. These were families with patriarchs in the Qi transformation realm, more than 10 times stronger than his own Chen family. Such families were titans in the secular world, second only to the Chu country sects, and they had intricate ties with several major sects. Was the extermination the work of the Yin stone coffin? Wu Yu inhaled sharply. That's right. Elder Mao's voice was low and measured. These 2 families, 50 years ago, were both under the influence of Bone Demon Palace and then betrayed it during the great battle between good and evil in Chu country. Bone Demon Palace, the great battle, betrayal. Keywords linked together in Chen Yu's mind. The Bone Demon Palace was once the foremost power of Chu country, its fame reaching even the mysterious Lady Ye Lufeng in Qi country. In his memory, the Bone Demon Palace had suffered a crushing defeat in the battle between good and evil, gradually fading into obscurity and keeping a low profile for decades, rarely making an appearance. All signs indicate that Bone Demon Palace is poised to make a comeback, and its disciples will emerge from hiding. In the coming period, you must be cautious when traveling outdoors and better not to be alone. Elder Mao warned. Chen Yu and the others nodded again and again, well aware of the fearsome reputation of Bone Demon Palace. However, Chen Yu found it strange that during that battle, Yunyu sect, Water Moon sect, and Iron Sword sect didn't push their advantage to completely eradicate this demonic cult. Evidently, there were many secrets surrounding that battle. As for the mystery person inside the Yin stone coffin, you'd better not speculate wildly. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. Elder Mao stifled their curiosity. Then, he narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Chen Yu. Hehe, it looks like you've had quite the stroke of good fortune. It's only been a few days, yet you've broken through to the late-stage meridian passage. Chen Yu felt uncomfortable under his piercing gaze. Li Dequi and Wu Yu wore envious expressions. The group recounted their fortune from the blood pool. Humph. Elder Mao smirked coldly. There's always a price for what is gained. Such a forceful enhancement of cultivation through external means is fraught with major complications. Complications. A chill settled in Chen Yu, and he felt a surge of cold and vicious energy rising within him. Snap. In a flash, Mao Kaiyu's palm landed on Chen Yu's shoulder. Whoosh. A stream of pale cyan innate true qi, unstoppable and immensely powerful, surged into Chen Yu's meridians. Instantly, the cloud evil inner breath within Chen Yu, as well as the pervasive bloodthirsty energy, were as if frozen, obediently subdued. That strong and profound innate true qi circulated throughout Chen Yu's body several times. After a brief moment, Elder Mao exhaled lightly and withdrew his hand. Chen Yu felt much refreshed. The cloud evil inner breath within him and the violent energies were significantly dispelled. Thank you, Master. Chen Yu quickly expressed his gratitude, fully aware of the intervention. Don't celebrate too soon. There's still a considerable amount of malicious energy remaining in you, even infiltrating your meridians and flesh. What I've done is but a temporary measure. Elder Mao continued, his words sinking Chen Yu's heart once more. The recent opportunity, his breakthrough to late-stage meridian passage, was thrilling, but its drawbacks had manifested. You're now facing 2 issues. Elder Mao spoke gravely. Please go on, Master, Chen Yu responded earnestly. The first is the problem of violent energy backlash, which can lead to losing control and self-destruction, or even death. Frankly, I'm surprised you're still unharmed. Elder Mao looked bemused. In fact, he had just re-examined Chen Yu's condition. Elder Mao was puzzled as to why Chen Yu's progress in cultivating the copper statue technique and cloud evil fist was considerable. However, upon closer inspection, aside from a remarkably healthy body and strong vitality, there were no overt abnormalities. The second one is instability at your core. Your inner breath is tainted with impurities and is muddled, not pure. This could throttle your potential for future growth, such as making it more difficult to ascend to the organ refining stage, or you might never reach the Qi transformation realm in your lifetime. Elder Mao explained nonchalantly. Hearing the first point, Chen Yu was somewhat relieved, but the second point plunged him into despair. Unstable foundation, killing future potential. This was his greatest fear? Master, is there any way to resolve this? Chen Yu inhaled deeply. There are several methods. A more practical one is taking a rare clearing qi pill. Although it doesn't greatly increase cultivation, it can neutralize vicious energies, rid impurities, and cleanse the meridians. This pill can also solidify your cultivation realm and purify inner breath true qi, Elder Mao answered. Clearing qi pill. Chen Yu's eyes brightened. This pill was indeed perfect for his current condition. However, this pill is valued even more than the qi storage pill, mainly because it's harder to come by. Our herb hall only manages to craft a few within a decade. Elder Mao sighed. Chen Yu, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was a clue to be followed for this pill. Luckily, you have a chi storage pill in your possession. Trading for a clearing chi pill is somewhat feasible. Give me a few days, and I'll inquire for you. Elder Mao paused for a moment. Thank you, Master. Chen Yu naturally couldn't ask for more. However, speaking of this matter, he was reminded of the exchange situation for Yuan Sha divine skill. Last time, Elder Mao had also mentioned stepping in to help. Chen Yu was just about to speak up. Elder Mao waved a hand, signaling for Li Dequi and Wu Yu to step down. There has been an unexpected issue with Yuan Sha divine skill. Normally, with your master intervening, you should be able to make an exception. Unfortunately, the sect has recently uncovered a spy from Bone Demon Palace, causing unease among the disciples, said Elder Mao solemnly. A spy? Chen Yu cursed inwardly. How could they suddenly find a spy, and from the Bone Demon Palace, no less? According to the information obtained from the interrogation, the Bone Demon Palace has planted many spies in our three sects during their years of recuperation. Reliable information suggests that there are still spies within our sect that haven't been exposed. Even before, some of our sect's secret cultivation techniques were stolen. The severity flashed in Elder Mao's eyes. Spy still confirmed? Chen Yu was even more speechless. For all he knew, someone he knew could be the spy. It was no surprise then that exchanging for the sect's core cultivation technique Yuan Sha divine skill would meet with resistance and be put on hold. However, the sect master has spoken. If you advance to the late stage of organ refining or become a true disciple of our sect, you will be able to exchange for the Yuan Sha divine skill. Elder Mao added reassuringly. In fact, advancing to the late stage of organ refining and becoming a true disciple were both incredibly distant if not impossible feats for Chen Yu. Therefore, the condition set by the sect master was merely consolation and perhaps an excuse to refuse. Right. Just before leaving, Elder Mao suddenly remembered something. Since you've advanced to the late stage Meridian Passage, come to see me in 3 days. Come over in 3 days? Chen Yu was startled, but Elder Mao did not explain, so he agreed and left. After leaving the residence, Chen Yu ran into his fellow disciples, Li Dequi and Wu Yu. A lot has happened in the sect during the days we were away. Besides the spy incident, there was also the Meteor Iron Wager battle between our sect and the Water Moon sect and the Iron Sword sect. The pair spoke enthusiastically. Meteor Iron Wager battle? What's that about? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. Wu Yu snorted coldly. It's nothing but those two sects coveting the meteoric iron that fell in our territory last time. They looked for various excuses to force a trade of the meteor iron. A few days ago, some of our elite disciples and disciples of these two sects compared their skills and wagered on the meteor iron, as well as other precious spiritual objects of a similar level. So that's it, Chen Yu realized. Ultimately, this meteor iron wager battle was a lingering issue from the last meteor iron that fell from the sky. How did the wager battle go? Chen Yu inquired further. It was quite a loss. First, against the Water Moon sect, we lost 2 out of 3 matches, then with the Iron Sword sect, we lost 7 out of 10. Li Dequi shook his head, looking as if it was a misfortune that he hadn't been a part of it. Seeing his sighing demeanor, it seemed like his non-participation was a great loss. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Yu took out a waterskin of brute bull marrow with a smile on his face. This trip had brought great gains, but the main objective was actually the primary ingredient for the second medicinal formula. Over the next 2 or 3 days, Chen Yu both stabilized his cloud evil inner breath and utilized the brute bull marrow body refining medicinal liquid. During this process, his cloud evil inner breath occasionally became restless and agitated, with violent chi recoiling, but thankfully, his mysterious heart quelled it. This made Chen Yu give even more importance to the matter, determined to remove any future threats. Despite having a mysterious heart that wasn't afraid of the backlash from the bloodlust chi, the instability of his cultivation and inner breath was a major issue that could affect his future prospects. On the other hand, the effects of the brute bull marrow formula began to diminish. Chen Yu simply increased the amount of brute bull marrow used, applying the body refining medicinal liquid in conjunction with the cultivation of copper statue technique every morning, noon, and evening. After all, he had an ample supply of brute bull marrow at his disposal, so there was no concern about wasting it. Finally, on the 3rd day, Chen Yu's copper statue technique broke through to copper sinews mastery. As Chen Yu operated the copper statue technique, his entire body was outlined with golden copper patterns, with 3-dimensional and prominent metallic sinews that were ever more detailed and lifelike, resembling a majestic, towering copper statue. Whoosh, whoosh, Chen Yu casually threw punches, producing whistling gusts of wind. A mere exertion of force under his feet caused the house to tremble slightly. What's going on? The servants next door felt the house shake and were filled with terror. Ha ha ha. Muffled laughter echoed from Chen Yu's room. It turned out, upon achieving great success with the copper statue technique, Chen Yu's strength and muscle explosiveness had significantly increased. Following the transformation of his body by the mysterious heart, Chen Yu's physique was continuously evolving and becoming more formidable. His copper statue technique, compared to others of the same realm, was superior. Chen Yu estimated that his copper sinews mastery with the copper statue technique might be comparable to someone else's initial stage of copper bone formation. Now, Using solely the brute strength and speed of his body, he could contend against a typical practitioner at the organ refining stage. With Copper Sinu's mastery coupled with the late-stage Meridian Passage, Chen Yu's overall strength had undoubtedly surged. The next day, Chen Yu arrived at the Elder Mansion as planned and met with his master, Elder Mao Kaiyu. Standing beside Elder Mao was a slightly arrogant, fair-faced youth in black clothing, about the same age as Chen Yu. This is your senior brother Cheng Xian. Elder Mao introduced. It's an honor to meet you, senior brother Cheng. Chen Yu bowed slightly and observed the youth in black carefully. This Cheng Xian, whom he had heard mentioned repeatedly by his two other senior brothers, was a true disciple of Elder Mao and was dearly loved by the master. Cheng Xian replied with just a word, his tone quite cold. Chen Yu felt slightly awkward. However, since the other party was a true disciple, he indeed had the confidence, being only a year older than Chen Yu at the most but already at the mid-stage of organ refining. Chen Yu, I called you here today to participate in the meteorite iron battle. You might have a chance to enter the fray. Elder Mao explained. Meteorite iron battle? Isn't it participated in by senior disciples in the organ refining stage? Chen Yu was astonished. Though he had come first in the external sect grand competition previously, he was still a tender newcomer in the inner sect. Within the inner sect, most disciples were at the organ refining stage, and some veteran disciples were only half a step away from the Qi transformation realm. The veteran disciples have already fought several rounds in their matches. Today's competition will delve into the Meridian Passage stage. Elder Mao's expression was grim. Previously, those senior elite disciples had participated in many battles, but they had lost more than they won. Seeing Elder Mao's grim expression, Chen Yu did not press further. After a short while, Elder Mao, accompanied by Cheng Xian and Chen Yu, arrived at the sect's critical area, Yuntian Hall. Yuntian Hall was generally where the sect's upper echelons held council. This was Chen Yu's first visit there. Inside Yuntian Hall, some high-ranking officials, including elders and hall masters, had already arrived. This included previously met figures like the Yunyu sect master, Elder Nangong, Fairy Xiaoyu, among others. Moreover, there were also some young elite disciples visible, such as the 7th Prince and Mu Sueking. The hall was filled with an air of solemnity. The faces of the high-ranking officials present all looked grim. Everyone is here. Clad in a blue robe, the Yunyu sect master spoke up, is the roster for today's battle, concerning the Meridian Passage stage candidates, finalized. As soon as his words fell, 2 young men and a woman, 3 young disciples, stepped forward. These 3 disciples were uniformly at the peak of Meridian Passage stage, their aura nearly touching the organ refining stage. My granddaughter, Qiu Yuer, was originally planning to advance to the organ refining stage soon. This is good timing. She possesses a specially made treasure, the Ling Yu sword, which can exert greater power. An elder in a white robe, stroking his beard, chuckled. Qiu Yuer. The gazes of the crowd fixed on the young girl among the 3 disciples. Dressed in simple green clothes, she appeared around 14 or 15 years old and rather petite. Her fair, delicate face, straight aquiline nose, and bright eyes under curved eyebrows exuded natural beauty. Qiu Yuer pays respect to all the seniors. The girl smiled playfully and bowed to the surrounding high ranks, earning their approval. Clearly, this Qiu Yuer was set to be a key player in today's battle. The other 2 young men were also quite exceptional, both almost ready to advance to the organ refining stage. Shi Chuan, peak of Meridian Passage, extremely high comprehension, has learned the high-level cultivation technique Golden Wave Saber to near great success. The second young man in green also introduced himself briefly. Chen Yu was inwardly shocked. The quality of the disciples within the inner sect was exceptionally high. The difference between the inner and external sect, younger age, higher cultivation level, and advanced techniques. Even though Duan Xiaolong had previously been the strongest in combat in the external sect, he was already several years older. Wan Dong, peak of Meridian Passage, strong real combat skills, often mingling with fierce beasts. He has cultivated Cloud Evil Fist to great success, limited in full potential by his cultivation level. The third young man also introduced himself. Cloud Evil Fist. Chen Yu was a bit shocked. The third youth named Wan Dong, like him, practiced Cloud Evil Fist. Perhaps due to the sensing of evil qi, Wan Dong suddenly looked sideways, locking eyes with Chen Yu. Instantly, a dense surge of evil qi and murderous intent rushed forth. The Cloud Evil inner breath within Chen Yu aggressively pulsed, repelling the opponent's evil qi. Wan Dong displayed a trace of surprise, giving Chen Yu an extra glance. Are there a few more reserve candidates? The Yunyu sect master smiled again. He was mostly satisfied with the quality of the 3 disciples he had just seen. Promptly, a few more youths emerged from the crowd, about 5 or 6, each at least in the late stage of Meridian Passage. Among them, Chen Yu spotted a familiar face, Li Feng. You, come forward too. Elder Mao nodded to Chen Yu. Reserve? Chen Yu was slightly taken aback but also stepped forward, lining up with Li Feng and the other 6. It turned out, today's Meridian Passage stage battle had selected 3 main participants and 7 reserves. The 3 main participants were Qiu Yuer, Wan Dong, and Shi Chuan, 3 disciples of extraordinary origins. The 7 reserves were Chen Yu, Li Feng, and 5 others. This lad seems to be the first place winner of this session's external sect grand competition. Several high-ranking elders recognized Chen Yu. Grand competition first place. Chen Yu and the other two cast a uniform glance at Chen Yu, but their expressions subtly conveyed a hint of disdain. Different from Chen Yu, Chen Yu and others, possessing extraordinary aptitude or impressive backgrounds, had entered the inner sect early on and were given focused training. For disciples like Chen Yu, who came from the external sect and had inferior talent, they looked down on him from the heart and felt a sense of superiority. This feeling of superiority, Chen Yu had also experienced from Chen Yinger, which was not surprising. Sect Master Junior Brother, my disciple has recently had a fortuitous breakthrough to the late-stage Meridian Passage. He should also qualify for the main force. Elder Mao spoke up. Oh. The blue-robed Sect Master glanced at Chen Yu, quite surprised. However, the three main forces have been basically determined. We'll see how things go at that time. Elder Mao's words gave Chen Yu's three main forces a sense of crisis. The three main forces swept their gazes over Chen Yu, their eyes unfriendly. Brother Chen. Li Feng gave a bitter smile and greeted Chen Yu. Actually, with the strength of Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong, they also had a chance to participate in the gambling battle, at least as alternates. However, both of them had recently advanced to the mid-stage of organ refining. An hour later, at Unisect, in front of a large stone platform, hundreds of people gathered. The stone platform, about 10 feet high and irregularly elliptical, covered an area of about 1 or 2 acres. Is this the trial gold platform? Chen Yu's three main forces looked at the stone platform, nervous yet excited. Suddenly, pale golden lights flickered on the stone platform, with array patterns shimmering, seemingly a combat platform of an array. The trial gold platform is where true disciples compete for rankings each year. Wan Dong, who also practiced the Cloud Evil Fist, looked forward with longing and anticipation. Trial Gold Platform, the battle for true discipleship? In Unisect, the status of true disciples was not entirely unshakable. Ordinary intersect disciples could challenge true disciples. Of course, promoted disciples like Nangongli had a protection period. They could be challenged only after fulfilling 3 years or reaching the age of 20. Besides, the true disciples also had rankings among themselves. The top-ranked true disciple was the chief disciple. This was similar to the external sect competition but at a much higher level and scale. Ha ha ha. Yesterday's gambling battle ended in consecutive losses for Unisect. I wonder if your sect has a new turning point today. A brash, loud laughter came from the other end of the trial gold platform. That voice, unpleasant in tone and words. Everyone's eyes turned to a group of about 50 people on the opposite side of the trial gold platform. In front of these people, there was a flag with a rusty old iron sword marked on it. Iron Sword Sect? Chen Yu recognized the origin of these people. That harsh voice came from a middle-aged man with a goatee, his face somewhat smug. Giggle. On another side of the trial gold platform, a group of women's laughter sounded, quite pleasant to hear. Glancing sideways, there was a water blue flag on that side, representing the Water Moon Sect, also with about 40 to 50 people, mostly female disciples. Chen Yu felt a wave of hostility from the crowd of the Water Moon Sect. Chen Yu, so you are really here. Yi Yunfei, dressed in white, stood among the crowd, giving Chen Yu a few cold glances. Chen Yu was quite surprised. This Yi Yunfei had actually come to Yunyu Sect too. Wasn't this young man still fighting in the Yunyuan Mountain range a few days ago? Today's gambling fight. Let's have the Iron Sword Sect go first. From within the Water Moon Sect, a beautiful mature woman in palace attire smiled. Let's start quickly. This palace-dressed beauty, in appearance, resembled Yi Yunfei somewhat and was likely the Water Moon Sect master. Start quickly. The goatee middle-aged man from Iron Sword Sect let out his harsh voice. The other day, the competitions among organ refining stage disciples of Yunyu Sect were merely passable. I wonder if the Meridian Passage stage will also be a pushover. His grating, unbearable voice made the high ranks of Yunyu Sect grimace. However, the gambling battle was unavoidable. Iron Sword Sect and Water Moon Sect jointly pressured with this method, coercing in exchange for meteoric iron, which, in fact, was still considered a gentle approach. In the past, for resources and territory issues, Iron Sword Sect even instigated wars. Let's begin. The Yunyu Sect master nodded. Soon, 10 disciples from Yunyu Sect stepped forward. Jean Sect master. Today's rules, how about we change them a bit? Let each side send out 3 people for a skirmish, but the winner can continue fighting, and the loser gets eliminated. The final winner takes all the stakes. Goatee middle-aged man proposed. This. The Yunyu Sect master exchanged glances with a few elders. The last gambling battles, whether 3-on-3 or 10-on-10, were calculated by rounds. Winning a match meant acquiring the opponent's staked rare materials and spiritual treasures. But this time, the winners could keep fighting. Until one side's gambling disciples were completely defeated, the winning side would then take all the stakes all at once. The Iron Sword Sect wants to increase the stake. Elder Nangong furrowed his brows. Hehe, this time, we stake 300 pounds of brass crystal. Your sect only needs to stake 200 pounds of meteoric iron. Goatee middle-aged man waved his hand grandly. Swoosh. On the ground, several blocks of spirit ore emitting a yellowish glow appeared out of thin air. That brass crystal, in terms of value, is not far behind meteoric iron. 300 pounds of it has already exceeded the value of 200 pounds of meteoric iron. The high-ranking elders of Yunyu Sect communicated privately, quite tempted. Still, aside from being tempted, they remained cautious. Iron Sword Sect, suddenly changing the rules and increasing the stakes, surely had something to rely on. Ha ha ha. Does your sect dare not to compete? How about we Iron Sword Sect take a step back? We'll send out 3 people, and you can add 1 more. 4 against 3, you won't be afraid to fight, right? The brash laughter of Goatee resounded once again. That harsh voice made the Unisect Master and others quite annoyed. Fine. Unisect Master said coldly. Since the other party dared to boast, he was not going to be polite. Good. The Unisect Master waved his hand, and several fist-sized meteoric iron from outer space appeared out of thin air. From the Iron Sword Sect, an ancient elder stepped forward, grabbed the meteorite, and checked it. That's correct, and the quality is also passable. Heh. Elder Mao walked to the opposite side, weighed the brass crystal from the Iron Sword Sect, and smiled. The color is still decent. Chen Yu was astonished. It seemed Elder Mao was quite experienced, responsible for the appraisal of materials. At the same time, he noticed a detail: both the Unisect Master and the Iron Sword Sect's bearded middle-aged man had conjured the precious spiritual ore from thin air. Could it be the legendary storage artifacts? Chen Yu didn't ponder further. The world of the sects was vast and mysterious, with too many things he had never encountered. If there's no problem with the bet, then let's begin. The rules of the fight are the same as the previous days. Only disciples under the age of 20 may participate in the bet. The bearded middle-aged man reiterated the rules. Soon, a youth clad in light purple soft armor, wielding a sword and shield, stepped out from the Iron Sword Sect. His face was stoic, and his body was tightly wrapped. Who will take the stage? The Unisect Master's gaze swept over the 3 main force disciples. Qiu Yuer, Wan Dong, and Shi Chuan, the 3 main force disciples, were all eager to move. According to the sect master's promise, whoever wins a fight will receive 3,000 grade essence stones and 1 caddy of meteorite. Especially Qiu Yuer, her face full of expectation, looked utterly confident. However, this girl was considered a trump card disciple, not only powerful in her cultivation technique but also in possession of custom-made treasures, naturally would not be sent to fight immediately. I'll go. Shi Chuan, holding a golden ring saber, had a calm and composed face. Several elders nodded in agreement. Swoosh. Shi Chuan, gripping the golden saber, stepped onto the test platform. Unisex Shi Chuan, may I ask who you are? Please state your name. Shi Chuan gave a cold gaze to the stoic youth. However, the opposite stoic youth seemed not to notice, staring straight at Shi Chuan. Are you a mute? Shi Chuan, feeling ignored, his face slightly reddened, became somewhat angry. The youth's expression remained blank and still did not speak. This scene caused the assembled spectators to be greatly surprised. The golden wave saber. Shi Chuan became infuriated, sweeping his golden saber as his inner breath roared, with only the naked eye seeing streaks of golden saber light sweeping toward the stoic youth like waves. The golden wave saber. That's a high-ranking saber technique famous in the Unisect. Many disciples spoke out. Chen Yu also had heard of this saber technique. When he first chose his main cultivation technique, he compared it between the golden wave saber and the cloud evil fist. Clang, sizzle. The ringing of metal clashing resounded from the test platform. The stoic youth's shield emitted a layer of dark cyan patterns, with chi force flashing violently, shaking Shi Chuan's saber away. What? Shi Chuan staggered back several steps, his hand going numb, his face a picture of shock. Meanwhile, that stoic youth, holding sword and shield, steadily advanced toward him step by step. Clang, clang. On the test platform, sparks flew, and Shi Chuan's golden saber created a series of frightening golden patterned saber lights. But every attack was steadily blocked by the stoic youth. The golden wave saber at great success, approaching its peak. Its power isn't much different than my cloud evil fist. Chen Yu was secretly astonished. In terms of power and presence, Shi Chuan's saber technique was almost comparable to Duan Xialong's, and it had more sustainability. That youth's shield is a half-precious artifact. However, in his hands, it's displaying quite a remarkable defensive effect. This child is undistracted and firm in his steps, his defense is flawless. Some of the older masters made their assessments. In terms of mentality and defense, the stoic youth was impeccable. Clang, clang, clang. Shi Chuan intensified his offensive, his golden saber whipping up a whirlpool of golden patterned saber waves with vortex blade wave. This offensive was sufficient to make the disciples in the early stage of refining internal organs feel ashamed. But the stoic youth, expressionless, with his shield blocked each attack time again, and occasionally burst out a clump of chi force, shaking Shi Chuan's golden saber off. 100 moves later, sweat began to appear on Shi Chuan's forehead. The stoic youth, however, remained as calm as ever. The Unisect master and several elders frowned. Turtle with its head pulled in. Shi Chuan couldn't help but curse, and the stoic youth raised the corners of his mouth in a sneer. Shi Chuan's saber is also a half-precious artifact. But this stoic youth seems to have strong stamina and an excellent mindset. Chen Yu saw the unfavorable situation. He suspected that the stoic youth might have practiced some special cultivation technique or the cross-training method, making his stamina and strength extremely strong. Clang, clang, clang. The exchange of blows on the platform continued incessantly. Gradually, the stoic youth was not just defending, sometimes, holding the shield, he actively pressed towards Shi Chuan. You don't attack, I'll pressure you with my shield. The test platform was only so large, if you were pushed off, you would lose. Not good. Shi Chuan felt his inner breath gradually failing, his previous wild attacks had cost him more. And the youth, strong and enduring, with each collision made Shi Chuan's saber-holding hand go numb, the palm splitting open. 15 minutes later, Shi Chuan was gasping for breath, and the youth's shield, sometimes violently pressing in, forced the former to retreat step by step. At a certain moment, clang, sizzle, novel.com. The youth's other hand gripping the sword suddenly swung out a dazzling blade of light, which schemed Shi Chuan's saber-holding arm when he was exhausted and careless. So fast. The onlookers murmured in a low voice. Ah! Shi Chuan cried out, the saber fell from his hand with a clang to the ground. A new cut appeared on his arm. Clearly, the stoic youth had held back with that sword, otherwise, it would have been a severed arm instead. The first match, Yu Sect lost. Haha, although Atong is a mute, he has a natural sense of focus and determination. Every day, he practices wielding his sword and shield tens of thousands of times, undeterred by wind or rain. The bearded middle-aged man from the Iron Sword sect said with a smile and praise. A mute? The crowd was shocked and looked at the silent young man Atong. Dummy? Focused. Chen Yu muttered to himself as if he had an epiphany. After a crushing defeat, the Unisect master and the elders turned their attention to the remaining two of the three main forces, Xiu Yuer and Wandong. Sect master, I can definitely win against him. Xiu Yuer clenched her tiny fist. However, the sect master and the elders did not choose her. I'll go. Wandong was equally confident, he had seen through Atong's strategy and was confident of victory. Several elders nodded slightly. After all, Xiu Yuer was the final contestant, and it would not be advantageous for her to appear too early. On the other hand, Wandong, with his rich combat experience, practiced the Cloud Evil Fist with profound skill, second only to Xiu Yuer in strength. Remember, don't waste energy fighting him, you need to strike a deadly blow, Unisect Master reminded. The disciple understands. Wandong's figure flashed, landing on the testing platform. Xing! A surge of evil qi emanated from Wandong, like a leopard full of explosive power circling around the silent young man, moving swiftly. His Cloud Evil Fist, having reached great success, naturally involved much bloodshed. Amidst his shuffling steps, Wandong's eyes were cold and unyielding, constantly searching for the silent young man's flaws. Break! A residual image shimmered, Wandong closed in on the silent young man at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! He threw a punch, and the evil qi howled like a gusting wind, the powerful qi force forming a murky shadow. That terrible evil qi made the silent young man's blood and breath sink. The Cloud Evil Fist, as it progressed, grew stronger in evil qi, not only boosting the user's punch but also suppressing and weakening the opponent. Bang! The silent young man countered stillness with motion, his shield blocking Wandong's punch. A force surged towards the shield, propelling towards Wandong. Unexpectedly, Wandong gave a sly smile, pulling back in the instant he struck. He even seemed to use the rebound force from the shield to enhance the speed of his movements. Whisk! In a single turn, Wandong moved to the young man's other side and threw a punch filled with dense evil qi, aiming at the silent young man's shoulder. Not good. The Iron Sword Sect's crowd couldn't help exclaiming. Wandong was indeed cunning. The first strike seemed overwhelmingly powerful, but it was a feint. Holding a sword and shield, the silent young man was at a disadvantage in agility once truly close-quarter combat ensued. There seemed to be no way to dodge this punch. There wasn't a single ripple on the silent young man's face, his mental state surprisingly steady. If he couldn't dodge, then he wouldn't. Clang! He tossed away the shield, like a stubborn bull, his body slamming hard into Wandong. What? Wandong was taken aback. The crowd gasped in unison, the young man had actually discarded his shield, his body colliding with Wandong. At the same time, the silent young man's sword drew a dazzling streak, slashing fiercely at Wandong's attacking arm. That strike was like the one that had defeated Shi Chuan, not frequent but thunderous upon its release. Indistinctly, in Chen Yu's mind, emerged the numbness of the silent young man swinging his sword tens of thousands of times a day. Darn it! Wandong's punch could not be retracted. The silent young man was charging head-on. How could he dodge? Perhaps. He could strike his opponent, but his own arm would undoubtedly be slashed off. Boom! Wandong struck the silent young man, a faint purple pattern shimmering on the latter's soft armor, dampening some of the punch's strength. Half-precious soft armor? Wandong's face paled, his formidable punch's power partly neutralized. Moreover, the silent young man came prepared, having concentrated his qi into the soft armor's shoulder region to strengthen the defense. Wandong tasted bitterness. He was going to lose. His palm strike might wound his opponent, but it would not be fatal. He was about to lose an arm? At this critical juncture. SSS? A sound like electric buzzing rang out next to his ear. In the next instant, a pale blue spinning palm force, like a gentle wall of qi, separated Wandong and the silent young man. A tingling sensation spread throughout their bodies. Wow! The silent young man, having received a punch, spat blood from the injury. Wandong, however, was saved by that palm strike, preserving his arm. Sect Master. Wandong looked on, ashamed, at the blue-robed figure that appeared next to him. The person who had intervened was the Unisect Master himself. This match, we'll concede as your victory. Yunyu Sect Master took a deep breath, his expression grim. At that moment, Wandong was destined to lose, and he had no choice but to step in and save his disciple's arm. Haha, much obliged, much obliged. The middle-aged man from the Iron Sword sect with the 8-character mustache smiled broadly, filled with surprise and delight. To be honest, under Wandong's cunning, lethal strike, the middle-aged man thought the silent young man would lose. But unexpectedly, the silent young man was so fierce, directly risking his life. Of course, the half-precious soft armor and the young man's sound mental state were also key to his victory. In terms of strength, he had no advantage over Wandong. Yunyu Sect has lost 2 matches in a row. An uproar spread across the field. The Iron Sword sect cheered, while whispers from the women of the Water Moon sect echoed. Sect Master brother, we can still send out 2 more people. We're not without chances of winning. How about we let my disciple, Chen Yu, give it a try? Elder Mao suggested. Today's bet involving the meteoric iron is quite unfavorable for Yunyu Sect. Right from the start, they've lost 2 consecutive matches. Atong, you've managed to achieve 2 consecutive victories. That's already an extraordinary performance. Yunyu Sect will not tolerate losing 3 in a row. The next opponent will definitely be strong, transmitted the middle-aged man with the figure 8 mustache. Atong, mute, nodded slightly upon hearing this. In the next match, you don't need to win, just do your best to drag it out and wear down your opponent's strength. If you can do this, aside from the original reward, I'll also give you the half-precious soft armor you're wearing, said the middle-aged man with the figure 8 mustache. Instantly, a trace of joy appeared on Atong's face. The half-precious soft armor is incredibly rare, and its value is even close to that of a genuine precious artifact. At this moment, the Yunyu Sect was discussing who it should send to fight. Chen Yu, are you confident you can defeat this Atong? Asked the Yunyu Sect master with some concern. Just now, it was Elder Mao who suggested sending this disciple into the fray. Elder Mao estimated, Chen Yu's cultivation technique was as mature as Wandong's who had just been defeated, but his defenses and strength were undoubtedly stronger. As long as he didn't make any sizable blunders, defeating the injured Atong shouldn't be difficult. This shouldn't be a problem, nodded Chen Yu. Sect Master, let me take the stage. Wandong also trained in Cloud Evil Fist but is more profound in his practice, and yet he was defeated. If we lose 3 matches in a row, objected Qiu Yuer. The words lose 3 matches in a row made the Yunyu Sect Master hesitate. Indeed, Yunyu Sect could not afford to lose again. Otherwise, aside from losing the bet, they would be utterly disgraced. Just now Wandong and Shi Chuan were both sure of winning, and what was the result? Moreover, this person has only recently broken through to the late-stage Meridian Passage, said Qiu Yuer, her gaze towards Chen Yu filled with strong skepticism and disdain. The Yunyu Sect Master nodded in agreement. And so, Qiu Yuer got her wish and gracefully ascended the stage. On the testing gold platform, the wooden, boyishly simple Atong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring blankly at Qiu Yuer. Your luck ends here, said Qiu Yuer unceremoniously as she drew out a slender, silver-gleaming precious sword that was evidently a treasured weapon. The Ling Yu sword, a treasured weapon crafted specifically for Qiu Yuer. Cloudfall sword? With a flicker of the Ling Yu sword in her hand, it transformed into a hazy cloud of light waves like a sword, and within the way she wielded her swordsmanship, there was a sense of ethereal tracelessness. Upon this sword technique's debut, some from the Iron Sword sect changed countenance. It's the Cloudfall sword? It's the introductory cultivation technique of Yunyu Sect's immense foundational Azure Cloud Sky. This swordsmanship is on par with the highest level of entry-level martial arts. Ding ding, dang chi. On the testing gold platform, the illusory cloud-like Ling Long sword clashed against a solid, steady sword shield, creating a stark contrast. However, the crowd could see that the wooden, simple Atong was already at a disadvantage. Just 10 moves in, Atong was forced to go on the offensive. His shield now bore 1 or 2 visible sword marks. The intangible sword winds left several cracks on Atong's leather armor. Atong's defense was filled with repeated flaws, but he stubbornly held on. Atong is injured, and Qiu Yuer is strong. Her martial arts skill is profound, not to mention she also has a custom-made precious artifact, thought Chen Yu to himself. The outcome was already decided, it was just a matter of how long Atong could hold on. After dozens of moves, ding ka, Qiu Yuer's Ling Yu sword split Atong's sword in 2. Lose? Atong looked at the bloodline on his arm, the opposing girl's precious sword was only half an inch from his throat. Atong, your defeat is not unjust. The opponent has a custom-made precious artifact that can be used to its greatest potential. The middle-aged man with the figure 8 mustache was not at all surprised. Generally speaking, Meridian Passage stage disciples aren't really suited for using genuine precious artifacts. Firstly, they can't unleash its full potential, and secondly, they are difficult to wield, and it consumes a great deal of internal energy. A half-precious artifact is, in fact, more suitable. But for Qiu Yuer, who has a noble status and a custom-made precious artifact, things are different. Custom-made artifacts can possibly be adjusted to complement her cultivation technique, strength conditions, and to bring out greater power while reducing consumption. Atong had already succeeded by dragging Qiu Yuer into dozens of moves. Who's next? Who will take the stage? Qiu Yuer, holding her Ling Yu sword, gestured towards the Iron Sword sect's side. The Yunyu Sect Master and Elders sighed a little in relief. The forceful Chen Yu winning one match had at least salvaged some pride. "I'll go," came a cold voice. Whoosh! A cold and aloof tall youth with a precious sword in hand floated down to the testing gold platform. Chen Yu felt that this tall youth looked somewhat familiar. Quickly, he recalled meeting two disciples from the Iron Sword sect, one tall and one short, when he was fighting the 10 Evil Bandit King. At that time, the two young men were quite domineering, wanting to claim the Bandit King's head. Naturally, Chen Yu disagreed and harmed the shorter one with a kick, and exchanged a strike with the other tall youth. Now, this tall youth was the very same person. Iron Sword Sect's Gao Feng. "I am very interested in your swordsmanship," stated the tall youth flatly. Chen Yu scoffed and, with a flicker of her Ling Yu sword, stirred up a misty wave of sword light. "Shatter?" The tall youth named Gao Feng shook his precious sword, instantly splitting it into several overlapping and intersecting sword light illusions. That is, onlookers from the three sects, some of the older generation, couldn't help but whisper, seemingly recognizing something. "Chiang ding ding? Chi-chi-chi?" A few illusory sword light shadows, uncertain in solidity, tore apart the sword cloud waves conjured by Chen Yu, creating several rifts. Even a few of the seemingly indistinguishable true and false sword shadows forced Chen Yu back several steps. "What sword technique is this?" exclaimed Chen Yu, her face losing color. "It's the Sky Shadow sword technique from Iron Sword sect. At such a young age, he has mastered such an ancient sword technique. 100 years ago, the Sky Shadow sword elder roamed Chu country with this technique, hardly finding an equal. Even several high-ranking members of the Water Moon sect couldn't help but discuss it among themselves." Swish, swish, SSS, SSS. Gao Feng's face was proudly cold and indifferent as overlapping shadows of swords emerged around him, some shifting from light to dark, others from dark to light. "How did I not see such exquisite swordsmanship from this guy last time?" Chen Yu was surprised. He didn't know. Their last clash had been hasty, and Gao Feng's Sky Shadow sword technique had only just been mastered then, his skill not yet stable. Moreover, on that occasion, Chen Yu had injured another partner with a kick, preventing them from fighting at full strength. And with so much time passed since then, Gao Feng's swordsmanship had stabilized and improved. Ding tss. A faint sword shadow suddenly solidified, brushing past the Linglong sword, aiming straight for Chen Yu's throat. Whoosh! Chen Yu swiftly changed her stance just in time, the phantom sword light cutting only a few strands of her hair. However, at that moment, Gao Feng was displaying movement techniques that were at least on the level of Nangongli, if not better, shadowing her movements and seizing the opportunity to press his attack. Ding, ding, tss. Chen Yu was on the defensive, managing to block the uncertain real or feigned attacks of her opponent solely based on the advantages of the Linglong sword. TCH, when it comes to the depth of swordsmanship, Yunyu sect isn't even worthy to carry our shoes. The middle-aged man with a beard on his face was quite pleased. At that moment, Gao Feng, armed with only a half-precious artifact, managed to suppress Chen Yu completely with the finesse of his sword and movement techniques. He was calm and collected, in no rush to secure a victory. "We've lost?" The attitude of Gao Feng was clear for the Yunyu sect master and others to see. If Gao Feng had rushed for victory, Chen Yu might have stood a chance to turn the tide with the advantages of her artifact. But with Gao Feng in no hurry, that hope had diminished. This Gao Feng is very clever. Chen Yu was worn out from her previous fight, and using an artifact ultimately consumes more energy. If this drags on, she's bound to lose. Chen Yu sighed inwardly. Using an artifact at the Meridian Passage stage can amplify one's power for a short period, but the energy consumed is indeed greater. Chen Yu had a custom-made artifact which was somewhat better, but fighting 2 consecutive battles had left her somewhat spent. Dozens of moves later, Gao Feng's precious sword drew 3 or 4 phantom blades, forcing the panting Chen Yu off the trial platform. "I've lost?" Chen Yu landed clumsily, her face full of shame. She, who was the mainstay, had been defeated in just the second round. How could this be possible? Several elders from Yunyu sect sighed. In terms of the depth of swordsmanship, they were indeed no match for Iron Sword sect. Moreover, Gao Feng had a good psychological approach to combat. Thus far, all 3 main fighters of Yunyu sect had been defeated. "Haha, Jean sect master? As we said before, 3 against 4. You still have 1 more slot for a contestant." The man with the beard laughed out loud, triumphant and confident. At that moment, he felt certain of victory. His 3 contestants, each stronger than the last? Without a strong card up their sleeve, how could the Iron Sword sect be so bold as to fight 3 against 4? "Chen Yu, it's up to you now. Gao Feng has expended quite a bit of energy. If you can defeat him, it will save some face for our Yunyu sect." Elder Mao sighed. Clearly, he had lost faith in this gamble. "Chen Yu, according to the standards for main disciples, if you can win 1 match, then you will be rewarded with 3,000 grade essence stones and 1 pound of meteoric iron," the Yunyu sect master said solemnly. Regardless, Yunyu sect still had 1 slot left for a contestant. And Chen Yu's strength, based on his performance in the external sect competition, should qualify him as a main disciple. 3,000 grade essence stones, and 1 pound of meteoric iron? If I win against him, will I get all that? Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. Such rewards for the main force were very generous. No wonder the previous 3 had been fighting to participate. The Unisect master and others were taken aback and speechless. The contest had not yet begun, and the boy was already concerned about the reward. You little brat, enough talk, you'll get your due after you win, Elder Mao said, annoyed. Humph, don't get knocked down in 3 moves. Chen Yu spoke irritably. She knew firsthand how powerful the opponent was. If she had been defeated, Chen Yu stood no chance. Rest assured, for the reward, I'll give it my all. Chen Yu laughed heartily. His display of confidence, despite the successive losses of his predecessors, made the high-ranking members of the Unisect even more doubtful. Swoosh! In a flash, Chen Yu's figure floated onto the trial platform. It's you. Gao Feng stared at Chen Yu, initially stunned, then suddenly exclaimed in shock. How could he not recognize Chen Yu? That day, Chen Yu had suppressed him with a single move, and kicked his senior brother, an indignity he had endured for a long time. In the time that followed, the image of that Unisect disciple striding away lingered in his mind, unshakable. Because of this, he had diligently practiced his swordsmanship, and his cultivation technique had greatly advanced. Haha, an old adversary? You're surprised to see me, aren't you? Chen Yu grinned. But in Gao Feng's eyes, that smile was irritating and smug, and anger welled up in him. Don't be presumptuous. Our last confrontation is not over yet. What? An old adversary? The members of the 3 sects present nearly dropped their jaws. Seeing the annoyed look on Gao Feng, it seemed there was some truth to it, at least not far off. What was happening? The Unisect disciples, including the high-ranking members, were greatly surprised. Could it be that Gao Feng, who had mastered the Sky Shadow Sword technique, was once defeated by Chen Yu? That's impossible? Shock at the implausible notion was evident on Chen Yu's pretty face. On the testing platform, Chen Yu's smile was smug, creating a stark contrast with Gao Feng's surging anger. The disciples were bewildered and doubtful. Unisect master and several elders revealed hints of surprise, their hearts filled with expectation. It's impossible? He must be bluffing. After her moment of doubt, Chen Yu couldn't help but sneer. She suddenly found it funny, questioning why she would believe such a childish joke. At that moment, the clash on the field escalated abruptly. Hiss! Gao Feng's face was filled with fury as his treasured sword split into 5 or 6 sword light phantasms, which enveloped Chen Yu, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Bring it on! Chen Yu exclaimed, gripping a heavy, thick sword. Buzz! The surface of the deep silver greatsword gathered a solid layer of dark silver luster, and the entire Xian heavy sword vibrated, creating a ring of dark silver airflow. It seemed to instantly grow heavier and even slightly larger. Vanish! A massive column-like dark silver sword rainbow, carrying a haunting, muffled roar and a fierce wind, swept across the area. This is bad. Gao Feng's heart skipped a beat. The immense pressure and terrifying evil power made his blood slow and his breathing difficult. Puff! Where the massive dark silver sword rainbow and evil wind passed, those uncertain sword light phantasms instantly shattered to pieces. Clang! At the moment the 2 swords clashed, a deafening metallic symphony rang out. Thump! Thump! Gao Feng staggered back several steps, nearly dropping his treasured sword. His face alternated between pale and flushed. The horrifying force caused his hand to split open, bleeding. Drip, drop. A trickle of blood fell from Gao Feng's palm. This is... Many people gasped. One sword. Just one sword strike had injured Gao Feng. Chen Yu, who had just sneered coldly, stiffened her face, her mouth agape. A defeated fighter. No matter how many real or illusionary sword shadows you conjure, with one stroke, I can sweep them all away. Chen Yu weighed the heavy sword in his hand. His Xian heavy sword was heavy and large, using its force to overcome opponents, sweeping across an area. With Chen Yu's current strength, even without using the Xian heavy sword, merely relying on the copper statue technique, his pair of copper fists could compete with someone in the organ refining stage. Haha, this is using strength to overpower intelligence. My disciple is also adept at utilizing advantages. Elder Mao, beaming, deliberately raised his voice so others would notice. Chen Yu's strike had indeed made him quite proud. The Unisect master and others revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. Kid, you. Gao Feng was a mix of shock and rage. Since his initial mastery of the Sky Shadow Sword technique, he had never faced such humiliation. Chen Yu's vile smile made him realize he had been tricked. Had he known earlier about Chen Yu's tremendous strength, he would have never engaged directly, resulting in his arm being injured right at the start. And just at the start, he had been infuriated by Chen Yu's defeated fighter talk. Sky Shadow Sword technique. Residual wind steps. Gao Feng's expression turned fierce, his treasured sword trembled, and he unfurled several more overlapping sword light phantasms toward Chen Yu. This time, he fully activated his movement technique, leaving intermingling afterimages on the spot, the sound of the wind whistling as he pushed the advantages of the Sky Shadow Sword technique to the limit. Destroy! Chen Yu swung his sword, and the sword light phantasms in front of him instantly dissipated. However, Gao Feng had learned his lesson and avoided clashing directly with Chen Yu's heavy sword, at most, crossing it from the side. Chen Yu stood his ground, facing the continuous onslaught of sword light phantasms and step afterimages, his eyebrows furrowing. Gao Feng was adopting a hit-and-run tactic, avoiding direct confrontation altogether. Well done, the kid is using a heavy-grade artifact, which consumes a lot. A middle-aged man with a mustache spoke approvingly. The Yunyu sect elders slightly frowned. At this rate, Chen Yu would be at a disadvantage. Hit and run, huh? Chen Yu chuckled, then suddenly flickered with astonishing speed and disappeared from his spot. This is bad. Gao Feng's several sword light phantasms suddenly hit empty air. The opponent's movement technique was on par with his own, and even faster in terms of explosive speed. Just in the blink of an eye, Chen Yu had moved to his side, turning the situation from passive to active. Heavy sword formation? Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword flashed with a layer of dark silver energy waves, lifting a silver brilliant fan-shaped sword formation. Whoosh! The radiant fan-shaped sword formation, carrying the weight of 10,000 Jun, swept across an area. Gao Feng's breath stalled, his body feeling an immense pressure, facing such a localized attack with nowhere to hide. How to dodge? The opponent's absolute speed was even faster than his. Sword shadows turn into illusion? Gao Feng, with determination, dragged a series of sword-light phantasms, but beneath that fan-shaped sword formation, they were all obliterated. However, the instant all sword shadows vanished, a chilling flash of light grazed past from the side of the Xian heavy sword. That flash of sword light pressed close to Chen Yu. What a stunning sword! Members from the three sects exclaimed in astonishment. What is this? Chen Yu was taken aback. The opponent's Sky Shadow sword technique could execute such an illusion-like maneuver. From solid to illusion, then from illusion to sword. That one sword, under the cover of all other sword shadows, appeared before Chen Yu in an inconceivable manner. Nowhere to dodge? After all, Chen Yu was wielding a heavy sword and was so close. Huh? With this successful strike, Gao Feng felt immensely satisfied, his face slightly pale, clearly indicating that the sword had taken a toll on him. Humph. Faced with an unavoidable sword strike, Chen Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile, filling Gao Feng with an inexplicable unease. Break. Chen Yu's other arm, swollen like a copper hand, swirling with howling evil qi, struck down. Clang. The copper statue hand directly collided with Gao Feng's treasured sword, and an indescribable domineering inner breath and tremendous force pressed down. No. Gao Feng's body, unstoppable, was sent flying backward. With a clatter, the treasured sword fell to the ground. Gao Feng's sword-holding arm could no longer be lifted, his complexion pale. In ancient times, there was a saying, never get close to a body cultivator, it would be a nightmare. Elder Mao murmured softly. When Gao Feng's final strike deviated, and he moved close in, he knew the outcome. You lost again. Chen Yu blinked at Gao Feng. Actually, he had to thank Gao Feng. Sparring with such a sword technique master allowed his swordsmanship to evolve and deepen. After all, in terms of sword technique mastery, Gao Feng was much stronger than him. During the brief exchange, Chen Yu's Iron Gang sword had surpassed days of arduous practice and nearly stepped into the great achievement realm. Next time, I'll still learn from you. Gao Feng took a deep breath, his fighting spirit unabated. Don't be disheartened. It seems your opponent has also mastered an ancient body cultivation technique and used a heavy weapon, which is much stronger than Qiu Yuer. Such an opponent is not suitable for close combat. Once you advance to the organ refining stage, you will have methods to restrain him. The middle-aged man with a goatee spoke lightly. Disciple understands? Gao Feng had a moment of clarity. He resolved that once he reached the organ refining stage and his cultivation and techniques improved further, he would definitely come back and challenge Chen Yu. Haha, Chen Yu, well done. Sect Master Yunyu and the others, with smiles on their faces, praised him. The three principal competitors, including Qiu Yuer, had extremely awkward expressions, showing disbelief. Chen Yu, the original reserve, had outshone all three principal competitors. Damn it! If it weren't for my carelessness that time. Wan Dong, who also practiced Cloud Evil Fist, displayed a look of deep regret. This three-sect gambling battle not only offered rich rewards but also a chance to make a name for oneself. This, Sect Master Uncle, the bout I just won. Is the reward still valid? Chen Yu confirmed from the stage. According to the standards of the principal competitors, winning one bout would secure him 3,000 grade essence stones and a kilogram of meteoric iron. Such rewards were enticing wealth for inner sect disciples, especially that meteoric iron, which was priceless. If the meteoric iron was sufficient in quantity and integrated into Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword, it might enhance the sword's quality. Of course. Sect Master Yunyu smiled genially. Would I, as the sect master, jest about such matters? If you can win another bout, not only will you receive another reward, but our sect will also meet one of your requests if conditions allow. The other elders found it amusing. The bet battle involved 150 kilograms of meteoric iron and 200 brass crystals, enormously valuable. Not just valuable but also a matter of Yunyu sect's reputation. 3 against 4, if they lost, where would Yunyu sect place their face? Therefore, the high-ranking members of Yunyu sect took the upcoming battle very seriously. I want clearing chi pills. The youth on the stage declared resolutely. Clearing chi pills. Sect Master Yunyu and a few elders were taken aback. It's like this. Elder Mao explained the reason and glared fiercely at Chen Yu. So it is. Sect Master Yunyu and the others seemed to understand. It seemed that the clearing chi pills were indeed crucial for Chen Yu. If they didn't agree, Chen Yu's next match might be listless and dejected, possibly impacting his performance. As long as you can win, one clearing chi pill, no problem. Sect Master Yunyu agreed. Hee, kiddo, You don't stand a chance in the next match. A leisurely laugh came from behind. Unknown when. A sloppy young man with bedraggled hair had appeared on the stage. Chen Yu's heart chilled. He hadn't sensed the young man's sudden appearance. Fei Leshan. Beside Elder Mao, Cheng Xian blurted out. Fei Leshan? A true disciple of the Iron Sword sect. What's going on? Isn't Fei Leshan a true disciple in the organ refining stage? The crowd below stirred up. Sect Master Qian? What is this about? How can your sect's true disciple participate in the Meridian Passage stage gambling battle? Sect Master Yunyu's expression darkened. Is your sect trying to cheat? Elder Mao scoffed coldly. Hihi, this isn't cheating. The middle-aged man with a goatee smiled. Fei Leshan has been practicing a lost secret technique. After the organ refining stage, with every minor realm he reaches, he will drop his cultivation level in a manner similar to dispelling his skills. Then, he will rapidly return to the original realm, making his cultivation techniques and inner breath even purer and stronger. There's such a technique? Why haven't we heard of it? Sect Master Yunyu and others wore faces of disbelief. Haha, that's something we have to keep secret. But you can be sure that we aren't cheating. You're welcome to inspect it. The goatee-bearded middle-aged man smiled mysteriously. It seems that lost secret technique involved some taboo secrets, not to be disclosed to outsiders. For a moment, the faces of Yunyu sect's high-ranking members darkened. That Fei Leshan, a renownedly famous true disciple of the Iron Sword sect, even if his cultivation level fell to the Meridian Passage, the intensity of his inner breath and other aspects would definitely overpower those of the same stage. More importantly, his realm of cultivation techniques as a true disciple was all retained. Sect Master Uncle. Fei Leshan said languidly, actually, letting me fight earlier, 1 against their 4, might have been more fun. 1 against 4. The appearance of the powerful trump card, Fei Leshan, caused the hearts of everyone from the Yunyu sect to sink. No wonder. Iron Sword sect had the audacity to send out 3 to face 4 from Yunyu sect. It turned out this sect had so many trump cards up their sleeve, with each of the 3 disciples who took the stage being stronger than the last. Hearing Fei Leshan's tone, fighting 1 against 4 seemed like no big deal to him. 1 against 4. Great. Junior sister Chu, senior brother Wan, let's all go on stage together. Chen Yu smiled shamelessly and called out to Chu Yuer and the other 2 main forces. Holy crap! The elders and disciples of the 3 sects present nearly dropped their jaws. He actually wanted to fight 4 against 1, how utterly shameless. Fei Leshan was thunderstruck, his forehead sprouting black lines, his face twitching momentarily. He almost wanted to curse out loud, go to hell? When I said 1 against 4, it wasn't about starting a brawl. It's one match after another. Moreover, when he spoke those words, he was just trying to bluff. He hadn't expected to run into someone even more shameless. Haha, Leshan was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Besides, the previous 3 who were defeated and eliminated can't fight again. The middle-aged man with the mustache hastily let out a laugh. He wiped a cold sweat. Facing such a thick-skinned and shameless person, Fei Leshan's bluff was nearly caught with no room to backtrack. You want to show off? Chen Yu sneered inwardly, sizing up Iron Sword sect's biggest trump card. Little brat, don't be careless. The level of Fei Leshan's cultivation technique is far beyond your level, warned Elder Mao through voice transmission. On the other side, Fei Leshan's lazy demeanor turned grim and cold. Just now, he had nearly become a laughingstock because of that shameless youngster. He had to win. And he had to win easily, to wipe away the opponent's face. At the same time, the voice of Sect Master Qian with the mustache transmitted to his ear, Nephew Leshan, do not take this lightly. If you clash head-on with this youngster, even you will find it tough and unprofitable. This battle was critical for deciding the outcome of the wager fight. The middle-aged man with the mustache could not restrain himself from cautioning. Fei Leshan's expression became serious. Having watched the previous battles, he was of course aware of Chen Yu's advantages. Clang! A saberlight-like sword glow flashed through the air. A sharp, cold sword wind swept in front of Chen Yu. So fast? A chill struck him, and Chen Yu almost didn't see the trajectory of his opponent's swordsmanship. Clang! Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword almost instinctively flashed, tracing a silver-black cold rainbow, parrying the opponent's sword. Thump thump, thump thump. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. In that moment, Chen Yu's reaction and speed had increased significantly. Clang chi! Fei Leshan's treasured sword emitted a few faint cyan patterns and crossed with the Xian heavy sword, sparking a burst of sparks. A treasured weapon? His swordsmanship is quite peculiar. It touched my heavy sword, yet it feels light as a feather. Chen Yu's expression turned solemn. Whether it was speed, skill, or realm, Fei Leshan had reached a level that someone at the Meridian Passage stage could only look up to. Not a bad reaction. I even used a technique to divert force, and my hand is still a bit numb. Fei Leshan was surprised. He had thought that this strike would, at the very least, put Chen Yu in an embarrassing position, but it didn't gain him any advantage. Chen Yu's strength was indeed too great, especially when paired with the Xian heavy sword. This sword was not just heavy but could also condense qi, enhancing the attack potency. And besides, he not only had great strength, but his reactions were also remarkably quick. Very interesting, I can have a good fight now, Fei Leshan said with excitement. Whoosh! With terrifying speed, an afterimage flashed, and Fei Leshan, along with his sword, rapidly swept past Chen Yu back and forth. Swoosh, hiss. With the naked eye, only a shadow and a light from the sword could be seen flitting around and weaving through Chen Yu's surroundings. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Such mysterious movement techniques, it's impossible to distinguish between the sword and the person when the swordsmanship is executed. The disciples from the three sects watching the battle held their breath. At this moment, Chen Yu faced tremendous pressure, only seeing the flashing of sword light and afterimages, unable to discern the figure. Clang chi! Suddenly, that sword light afterimage crossed with his heavy sword once again, scattering sparks. This time, after the sword light swept past, it didn't leave, but split into two. Slash! One of the sword light afterimages slashed in front of Chen Yu, while the other figure had already fled far away. Chen Yu couldn't dodge in time, struggling even to catch a glimpse of the figure. What's going on? The attack and the figure split simultaneously. The watching disciples shouted in astonishment, as if they were witnessing a magic trick. Ghostly sword step. Some high-ranking members from the three sects exclaimed in admiration. Ghostly sword step, it was both swordsmanship and footwork. The perfect union of movement technique and swordsmanship, extremely difficult to master martial arts. Cheating. The wisp of sword light afterimage landed on Chen Yu, sparks flying. Fei Leshan's figure had already flashed to another side. What? The smile curling on Fei Leshan's lips froze. Chen Yu's chest revealed muscles etched with fine golden copper lines from the torn clothes, leaving a small green mark on the body surface. At that moment, not only was Fei Leshan stunned, most members present from the three sects were shocked into silence. A very clever sword technique. Using a high realm to release sword chi from a distance, and splitting the sword and body in an instant. Chen Yu muttered softly. But that sword was not the physical treasured weapon, it was weaker than a direct attack and had nearly failed to break through the defense of the copper statue technique. Heavy sword gang. Chen Yu's heart powered up, and with a swoosh, his figure blurred. Instantly, a dazzling silvery sword gang swept over in a fan shape, sweeping across the area where Fei Leshan was standing. Ghostly sword step? Fei Leshan felt a jolt of alarm as a sword light afterimage skittered past him at his original position, forcefully breaking free from the raging sword force. Despite his quick response, a tear still appeared on his clothes. After all, Chen Yu's iron gang sword had formed an attack that affected a small area. He was actually holding back his strength. At the other end, Fei Leshan stood rooted, disbelieving. Meanwhile, down below, Gao Feng couldn't help but exclaim, this kid didn't have such speed and power when he fought with me just now. Clang, ting ting tss. On the trial platform, two figures interweaved, sparks occasionally flashed. Very quickly, Chen Yu once again found himself on the defensive, as the opponent's ghostly sword step was simply too fast and too odd. He could only occasionally build up power in his heart and accelerate explosively to force the opponent back for a moment. Chen Yu, you're using a heavy sword artifact, you'll deplete your energy way faster than me. Not to mention that my cultivation level is deeper, I can definitely outlast you. Fei Leshan, swaying in motion, wore a smile on his face. Both wielded treasures. But while Chen Yu's was a heavy sword, Fei Leshan's was an ordinary treasure sword, much nimbler, consuming far less energy. Ding dang, ting ting tss. The two exchanged blows rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, they had gone through a couple of hundred moves. However, to the shock of Fei Leshan and the Iron Sword sect, Chen Yu, wielding a heavy sword artifact, showed no signs of exhaustion. Face not flashing, heart not racing. On the contrary, Fei Leshan was breathing a bit heavily, with traces of sweat faintly visible on his forehead. How is this possible? Fei Leshan was astounded and found it hard to accept. His usual attacks couldn't injure Chen Yu, and he couldn't directly clash with the opponent's heavy sword. Heavy sword becomes gang? Sword net heaven and earth? Chen Yu's heavy sword technique suddenly intensified, and that area of sword force expanded, splitting into raging sword winds. This is bad, area sword technique? Fei Leshan's expression changed as he retreated to get out of the range of the sword net. Pfft. Still, a strand of sword force cut through the air and left a faint bloodstain on his body. Although it was a superficial wound, he had truly been injured. Haha. The Iron Sword sect has exquisite swordsmanship, but I, a person of limited ability, have struggled to comprehend just a fraction of it. Chen Yu burst out laughing. It turned out that, after crossing swords with such swordsmanship geniuses as Gao Feng and Fei Leshan, his Iron Gang sword had completely stabilized at great success. With Iron Gang sword at great success, the sword force could form an area attack. Fei Leshan's movement technique was clever, but it was hard to dodge indiscriminate area attacks. After all, the gap between his and Chen Yu's movement techniques wasn't exceptionally vast. As the fight went on, Chen Yu completely turned the tables, remaining still to control the fight while occasionally countering with sword force becomes net. Of course, such area techniques consumed a lot of energy, and Chen Yu couldn't sustain them if used in quick succession. But even the occasional strike proved remarkably effective, making Fei Leshan wary. Damn, I also trained the Iron Gang sword to great success when I was at the Meridian Passage stage, but it wasn't nearly half as powerful as this. A unisect intersect disciple spoke discontentedly. Someone nearby asked with a laugh, do you have half his strength? Another laughed, is your weapon half as heavy as his? Is your speed, your explosive power, half as strong as his? The disciple was at a loss for words. As the battle continued, Chen Yu grew steadier, his movement technique ever more ethereal and agile. His body technique talent shined once again. In exchanging blows with Fei Leshen's ghostly sword step, Chen Yu's cloud stepping rapidly improved, subtly reaching its peak level. Junior brother Chen's movement technique has clearly surpassed mine, Li Feng said with a sigh. Initially, Chen Yu's movement technique was at best on par with his, except for the explosive speed. But now, Chen Yu's cloud stepping had completely overtaken him. Such progress was not only due to Chen Yu's talent in body techniques but also because Fei Leshen's ghostly sword step was more than a level above. Under the pressure of this clash, Chen Yu improved even faster. Elder Mao, your disciple truly is a freak of nature, the Unisect master and others commented in amazement. This is a once-in-a-millennium body technique talent. It's a pity that the era of body cultivation has waned, Elder Mao said with a mix of pride and regret. After 15 minutes, with a clang, Fei Leshen's heavy sword, having slipped in his grip, clashed hard against Chen Yu's and flew out of his hand. I have lost. Fei Leshen was drenched in sweat, his breathing rough, his sword-holding hand numb. His defeat was not from a lack of skill but from physical exhaustion. Though he tried not to clash head-on with Chen Yu, they still crossed paths occasionally. Even if he could disperse the force, the repeated clashes took their toll. Haha, much appreciated, Chen Yu said with a broad smile, expressing his gratitude from the heart. Winning this fight, he had gained a great deal. Moreover, through back-to-back battles with Gao Feng and Fei Leshen, both his swordsmanship and movement technique had greatly improved, leading to numerous insights. The Iron Sword sect members, including Sect Master Qian with the 8-character mustache, however, looked quite displeased. You lucky brat? Acting all cute after snagging a bargain, Elder Mao teased with a laugh. At this time, the Unisect master was negotiating with the Water Moon sect. Your sect's disciple has gone through consecutive fights today and must be quite tired. Why don't we postpone our contest until the day after tomorrow? The Water Moon sect master, a beautiful woman in palace attire, offered with a smile. Tired? Clearly, seeing us in a position of strength, you want to delay for more time. Some of the older generation of the Unisect expressed discontent. Giggle, your sect's nephew Chen is indeed formidable. Naturally, our sect's female disciples need to think of some strategies, the Water Moon sect master said with a charming laugh, exuding a mature allure. This sect master openly admitted to being wary of Chen Yu, seeking to delay with an upfront approach. Facing the delay tactics of the Water Moon sect, the Unisect was helpless. Men who renege are despised, but when women renege, it seems to be a privilege. This Water Moon sect, who knows what they are up to? They are quite wary of nephew Chen's strength, aware they have no chance of winning, and so they are deliberately dragging things out. The higher-ranking elders of the Unisect expressed their worries. After this battle, the Water Moon sect will have a profound understanding of Unisect's Meridian Passage level strength and will certainly have corresponding countermeasures. An hour later, Skycloud Hall. The Unisect master's face was aglow with happiness as he distributed rewards to several disciples. Winning a match will earn 3,000 grade essence stones and 1 jin, approximately 1.1 pounds, of iron meteorite. Even the defeated will be rewarded with 1,000 grade essence stones. Smiled the blue-robed sect master. Inside the Grand Hall, there were also some high-ranking elders, including some true disciples and elite disciples. The elite disciples were very tempted by these rewards. Especially, that 1 jin of iron meteorite. Chen Yu won 2 matches, obtaining 6,000 grade essence stones and 2 jin of iron meteorites. However, what he received were not grade essence stones but 60 pieces of lustrously colored genuine Yuan stones. Genuine Yuan stones, 1 piece can be exchanged for 100 grade essence stones. Within the sect, they are considered large denomination currency, with high value and easy to carry. Additionally, he received a token with a herb hall symbol on it. Chu Yuer came next, obtaining 3,000 grade essence stones and 1 jin of iron meteorite, her mouth slightly pouting, as if it hadn't met her expectations. The remaining 2, Wan Dong and Shi Chuan, with faces of shame and reluctance, accepted the consolation reward of 1,000 grade essence stones. Go to the herb hall and exchange for clearing chi pills. Chen Yu held the token, pleasantly satisfied. According to the master, the rarity of the clearing chi pills was even higher than that of the chi storage pills. He had originally planned to trade the chi storage pills even if he had to, just to get the clearing chi pills in hand. Unexpectedly, this trisect gambling battle brought him the opportunity. He had just stepped out of the Grand Hall. Chen Yu, a familiar female voice came, not so polite. Chen Yu glanced over, first noticing the charming and beautiful Chu Yuer, her sparkling eyes holding a trace of reluctance. Junior sister Chu, are you looking for me? Chen Yu asked curiously. This girl, as the granddaughter of an elder, had always been haughty and disdainful of interacting with Chen Yu. It's me who's looking for you. A melodious and pleasant female voice came from behind Chu Yuer. Immediately, a gorgeous form, slender and graceful, appeared before Chen Yu. On closer look, Chen Yu felt a moment of astonishment. The woman wore a dress blue as the sky, her long hair draped over her shoulders, pristine, her tall and beautiful figure stood a head taller than Chu Yuer, evoking a sense of reverence, like the holy statue of a goddess. especially that delicate and gentle face, serene and transcendent, her skin as pure as driven snow. Her features were exquisitely flawless, her beautiful eyes as clear as autumn water, lucid and bright, seemingly with a power that penetrates the soul, making one dare not look directly. Good heavens! It's Chu Xingxin. Chu Xingxin, the true disciple known as the #1 beauty of the inner gates. Several disciples from a distance gaped at the blue-gowned beauty, utterly infatuated. This is my sister, Chu Xingxin. Chu Yu huffed, seemingly discontented that Chen Yu took an extra glance at her sister. Oh, it's senior sister Chu, what can I do for you? Chen Yu was puzzled. He and Chu Yu were not close, let alone this exquisitely beautiful top beauty of the inner gates. However, her facial features and poise were indeed a pleasant sight. Not just her figure and looks, but also her serene and gentle charm was something most men favored in their hearts. It is like this. I heard that junior brother Chen acquired 2 jin of iron meteorite, and it so happens that I urgently need good materials for artifact refining to refine a precious weapon. Chu Xingxin smiled, her elegance blooming like a freshly opened lotus. That moment of splendor left people breathless. Nearby disciples had their eyes wide open. Senior sister Chu smiles very beautifully, truly befitting the first beauty of the inner gates. Chen Yu, captivated and heart-racing, unconsciously praised. The beauty before him, in terms of appearance and temperament, was basically the highest among all the female disciples of Yunyu sect whom Chen Yu had seen. Mu Sueking and Chu Yuer were also beautiful, but due to their age, they still appeared youthful. Whereas Chu Xingxin, at 17 or 18, was at the purest and most beautiful age for a girl to blossom. You playboy! Chu Yuer scolded with a voice full of anger, stepping in front of Chen Yu as if worried he had ulterior motives. That was a compliment. Don't you understand what that means? Chen Yu was speechless. To receive such reproach for praising a beauty seemed absurd. You surely harbor improper thoughts towards my sister, Chu Yuer said indignantly. Chu Yuer, don't be rude. Chu Xingxin quickly intervened and blushed slightly when she received Chen Yu's compliment. Indeed, Chen Yu had been open and respectful in his admiration, his gaze clear, without a hint of sacrilege, and his words of praise were not excessive. All right then, I ask you, are you willing to trade those 2 jin of iron meteorite? Chu Yuer asked scornfully. Iron meteorite? I am sorry. Chen Yu showed the Xian heavy sword hanging at his side. His intention was clear. The iron meteorite, I need it for weapon refinement as well. This was not an excuse by Chen Yu. His Xian heavy sword was originally a failed attempt at forging a mid-grade magic weapon. If he added some precious materials, it might well be improved a grade in the future. Stingy? If you want to chase my sister, you can't even part with that much. Chu Yuer sneered disdainfully. Chase your sister? Chen Yu retorted irritably. Just because I spare your sister an extra glance, you think I want to chase her? How many times have you looked at me? Are you planning to chase after me? You're twisting words and forcing logic. Chu Yuer's pretty face flushed red with anger, and her inner energy surged, almost leading her to take action. Whoosh! Chen Yu's figure swayed, and he moved from his spot, laughing out loud. I'm leaving? If I can't handle provocation, can't I at least evade it? These 2 sisters were the elder's granddaughters, one of them was even a true disciple, the #1 beauty among the inner disciples. Experience told Chen Yu that such women were trouble. Not to mention from afar, Mu Sueking from before was one example. Didn't she bring Chen Yu a lot of trouble? So, this is the Chen Yu you spoke of, the one who turned the tide in today's bet? This man is indeed quite intriguing, seemingly avoiding us at all costs. Chu Xingxin smiled gracefully as she watched Chen Yu's retreating figure. He's nothing but brute strength and thick skin. Wait until the day after tomorrow's bet with the Water Moon sect, he'll definitely be targeted. Let's see how he maintains his glory then. Chu Yuer pouted. Herb Hall. Inside a hall fragrant with medicinal herbs, Chen Yu handed over an amulet to a gaunt elder. With this amulet, you may receive a clearing chi pill. The gaunt elder nodded in approval. Soon after, the elder retrieved a brown jade bottle, inside which a greenish and transparent elixir shimmered faintly, its surface exuding a layer of light-colored ripples. Thank you, senior. Chen Yu was overjoyed to receive the elixir. Before leaving, the gaunt elder added, be careful in the day after tomorrow's bet. The Water Moon sect will definitely target you. Chen Yu was taken aback. Had this elder watched today's bet? May I ask senior, in what ways will the Water Moon sect target me? Chen Yu inquired. How should I know specifically? To target you, naturally means to hit where you're weakest. You should consider what your weaknesses might be, the elder said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly thanked the man. While he seemed to have not directly answered, he had indeed pointed out the direction. Weakness. Chen Yu pondered thoughtfully. His greatest strengths were his power and defense, but in terms of speed and movement technique, he didn't have any obvious deficiencies. But suddenly, Chen Yu remembered that during the Outer Disciples competition, he almost fell prey to Nangang Li's 2 spiritual secret techniques. Returning to his dwelling, Chen Yu didn't think further. He sat down cross-legged and directly consumed the clearing chi pill. The violent energy and some impurities in his body were already an unstable factor. Once the clearing chi pill was ingested, a cool and calming flow spread from his stomach, quieting Chen Yu's mind mysteriously. His inner Yunyu energy stirred at first, and then settled down. That mysterious medicinal power was spreading little by little, integrating into his meridians, permeating his flesh and blood. The clearing chi pill needs 10 days to a fortnight to take full effect, dispelling the evil energy and purifying the meridians. Chen Yu wore a smile. Suddenly, there surged a familiar suction from the region of his heart. The elixir's restorative essence was absorbed at an astonishing rate, swiftly integrating with his body's meridians. That was fast. Chen Yu was shocked. All he could do was control his Yunyu energy and embrace the potent medicinal effect. In less than an hour, Chen Yu's flesh and meridians, including his entire inner energy, had been cleansed by that medicinal flow. Drip, drip, threads of filthy, dark droplets trickled down, exuding an odor of corrupted blood, from Chen Yu's body. These dark droplets were expelled from within his body. In the end, the droplets settled in front of him, forming a tainted blood sphere, radiating an astonishingly sinister energy and solidifying into a thumb-sized tainted blood pearl. That's way too fast, Chen Yu exclaimed in amazement. The result that usually took 10 days to a fortnight to achieve was absorbed in just 1 day, and the outcome was remarkably good. Under the suction of the mysterious heart, there was almost no chance for the medicinal effect to dissipate. In that moment, Chen Yu felt completely refreshed. His meridians were full of vitality and resilience. His inner Yunyu energy was even purer, possibly surpassing the average late-stage meridian passage. Whoosh, boom, Chen Yu swung his fist, sending qi tumbling as if he unleashed a python-shaped, faint black cloud in midair. The evil qi became even purer and more domineering. This clearing qi pill's effect was probably more than twice as effective as for the average person. What is this thing? Chen Yu picked up the solidified tainted blood pearl from the ground. Upon touching it, he felt a chilling sinister energy that made him shiver with fear and palpitation. Ordinarily, even if others had the same opportunity as Chen Yu to obtain a blood pool and took a clearing chi pill, they wouldn't be able to produce such a tainted blood pearl. Because for others, the pill would take 10 days to a fortnight to show its miraculous effects, with the evil energy dissipating very slowly throughout the process. Due to the mysterious heart, Chen Yu forced the pill's effects to the maximum within half an hour, achieving results far surpassing others. This coincidental result led to the formation of this frighteningly tainted blood pearl. Chen Yu felt the pearl was no ordinary object and securely stored it away. Chu country, Yunyu sect. Scattered across the outer hills of the sect's perimeter were sporadic houses. This was the residence for the outer disciples of the Yunyu sect. Within, dim light flickered from a shabby dwelling. This crystal stone's material is truly unprecedented. A youth of about 14 or 15, clad in a green robe, held a peculiar crystal stone in his hands, a low sigh escaping his lips. The youth's face was somewhat youthful but clean and pleasant to look at, with bright and clear eyes. At this moment, he was excitedly staring at the crystal stone in his hand. The crystal stone was as clear as crystal, oddly shaped, roughly the size of a baby's palm, with a surface that gleamed a deep grayish silver. At first glance, it resembled an exquisite crystal heart. Under the lamplight, in the depths of this mysterious crystal stone, sometimes gold and silver intertwined, and at other times, colors varied with ripples of blood, it seemed to portray every color in the world. So amazing, no wonder it's the extraordinary stone that accompanied the mysterious meteorite descent. Chen Yu was unable to contain his excitement. The boy named Chen Yu was not yet 15 years old, the lowest rank among the outer disciples of the Yunyu sect. An hour ago, a meteor had fallen on the periphery of the Yunyu sect, instantly causing dust to rise, making the earth tremble. For a time, the sect was shaken from top to bottom, because, in the deep pit where the meteor landed, appeared the rare mysterious meteorite. The mysterious meteorite was an extremely valuable material for artifact refining. Many legendary divine weapons were made using mysterious meteorites. Ordinary mundane weapons, if a fragment of a meteorite were to be fused, might turn into a treasured artifact. Chen Yu's luck was truly remarkable. At the time of the event, he happened to be near the area where the mysterious meteorite fell. Even though he was a mile away, the dust storm created by the meteor's descent hit him, injuring his arm slightly. After the event, the sect's law enforcers arrived to seal off the area immediately. Consequently, some disciples nearby, who picked up meteorite fragments, were required to turn them over to the sect. Chen Yu, who was farther away, picked up 2 thumb-sized meteorite fragments and went unnoticed. Not only that, Chen Yu also found a crystal stone that emitted residual heat and was stuck to the mysterious meteorite. That was the crystal stone he now held in his hand? Meteorites fall and shatter, yet this crystal stone remains intact. Chen Yu's eyes gleamed. He had a gut feeling that the value of this crystal stone was beyond imagination and could even change his lowly fate within the section. However, thinking about his situation in the sect, the boy's expression slightly darkened. Chen Yu had joined the Yunyu sect nearly 3 years ago. When he first joined, he was just 12, entering the body refining stage with the family's support. The body refining stage, as the name suggests, is about tempering the body, strengthening the constitution to lay the foundation for true martial arts cultivation. The Yunyu sect's entry requirements were not high, being under 15 years old and entering the body refining stage was sufficient. After nearly 3 years of effort, Chen Yu progressed from the early body refining stage to the late stage body refining. According to his father, such aptitude was considered decent within the family or mortal realms. However, upon entering the sect, Chen Yu realized his mediocrity and insignificance. Just 2 months left. If I fail to ascend to the higher meridian passage stage, I will be expelled from the sect. Chen Yu's eyes dimmed. In the Yu sect, new outer disciples were subject to an evaluation period. The outer sect regulation stated, after 3 years or upon reaching 16, if one remains in the body refining stage without a breakthrough, they will be expelled from the sect. After all, the body refining stage is merely the foundational level of martial arts, it doesn't differ much from ordinary humans. Only by advancing to the meridian passage stage would one be considered stepping into the threshold. Chen Yu was unfortunately only 2 months away from the evaluation deadline. Just as Chen Yu was lost in thought, bang, bang, a knocking came from outside the house, with shadows vaguely visible. Outer disciple Chen Yu, open the door immediately and subject yourself to the law enforcement team's inspection. A cold male voice called out. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was unexpectedly the sect's law enforcers. Could it be that his scavenging on the outskirts of the meteorite area was discovered? It shouldn't be. Chen Yu was certain he saw no one else when he picked up the meteorite fragments and mysterious crystal. He hurriedly tucked the mysterious crystal stone into his bosom for safekeeping. Creak. The door opened revealing a young man in a black robe, followed by a boy in green. The black-robed young man wore a law enforcement robe, his imposing presence clearly indicating his special status as a law enforcer. Just one glance from him gave Chen Yu a knife-like cutting sensation, causing his skin to prickle with cold. The other boy in green, about 15 or 16, could be considered handsome, but his demeanor had a hint of malice, slightly marring his appearance. He was dressed similarly to Chen Yu, both wearing the standard garb of outer disciples. Wang Lingyun, it's you. Chen Yu recognized this boy in green, his face changing. Wang Lingyun was his nemesis in the sect. Both hailed from Xiangyang City in Chu country, where their families held rivalries. At this moment, a look of schadenfreude was evident in Wang Lingyun's eyes. Wang Lingyun, is this the Chen Yu you reported? Are you sure he left the meteorite crater area carrying fragments? The black-robed law enforcer spoke indifferently. His gaze shifted to the boy in green beside him, Wang Lingyun. Bullshit? Chen Yu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Wang Lingyun had actually ratted him out to the sect. But he distinctly remembered that when he scavenged, Wang Lingyun wasn't present. Though, after he left the sealed area, he did encounter Wang Lingyun. Law Enforcement Lord. Wang Lingyun replied respectfully, I personally witnessed that kid leave the meteorite area, exhibiting strange behavior. I suspect that he most likely carried meteorite fragments. Upon saying this, he internally smirked. Indeed, he had met Chen Yu, but wasn't entirely certain whether Chen Yu had acquired fragments. He was merely suspicious. However, even with doubt, he could not allow Chen Yu any chance to rise. How valuable was mysterious meteorite? If Chen Yu secretly obtained a piece or two, exchanged for precious materials or spiritual medicines, he might ascend to the Meridian Passage stage. Should he achieve the Meridian Passage stage, he would establish himself in the Yu sect, a scenario Wang Lingyun absolutely did not want to see. As long as Chen Yu is expelled from the sect, the gap between him and me will widen. My Wang family will continue to suppress his Chen family, dominating Xiangyang City. Moreover, Mu Sueking will lose interest in him and turn her affection towards me. Wang Lingyun schemed inwardly, a hint of satisfaction showing. Chen Yu. The black-robed law enforcer spoke. Did you carry out any meteorite fragments? If so, handing them over voluntarily can spare you punishment. Both the enforcer and Wang Lingyun fixed their eyes on Chen Yu. It's true. Chen Yu's thoughts raced, quickly coming up with a plan. He admitted it. A trace of surprise crossed the face of the black-robed law enforcer. There really were. Wang Lingyun couldn't help but feel envious. Initially, he just had suspicions. He didn't expect Chen Yu had truly acquired fragments. If he put himself in Chen Yu's position, he wouldn't hand over the fragments either. After all, handing them over might earn a few sect contribution points, but it couldn't compare to the true value of the meteorites. Good thing I had foresight, not giving him any chance. Wang Lingyun felt a bit relieved. Soon, Chen Yu handed the 2 fragments he had obtained over to the law enforcer. Although you carried out the fragments, cooperating and handing them over spares you any punishment. The black-robed law enforcer nodded. They then searched Chen Yu's room for a while and found no other fragments. Law Enforcement Lord, he hasn't been searched personally yet. Wang Lingyun squinted his eyes, a hint of sharpness evident, unwilling to leave any possibility unchecked. Chen Yu felt a chill run over his heart, cursing Wang Lingyun's ancestors, 18 generations over. Although Chen Yu handed over the fragments, the more valuable, more mysterious crystal stone was still hidden on his person and hadn't been handed over. Thankfully, Chen Yu had anticipated this. He had prepared his explanation, adamantly claiming that the mysterious crystal stone was a family heirloom. After all, the sect's investigation was focused on meteorites. No one knew of the existence of the mysterious crystal stone. The fragments have been handed over. The law enforcement lord can search my person. Chen Yu waved his hand, appearing at ease. The black-robed law enforcer nodded slightly, believing him 7 to 8 parts. However, he wouldn't lower his status to search an outer disciple personally and hence let Wang Lingyun do the job. Rest assured, law enforcement lord. Wang Lingyun showed eagerness, appearing very proactive. He wouldn't allow Chen Yu any opportunity. Swish. With a swift movement, Wang Lingyun was beside Chen Yu, beginning the search. Such speed. Chen Yu felt an invisible force enveloping him, his body slightly swaying, nearly losing balance. Wang Lingyun's palms carried an intangible aura, making Chen Yu's blood stagnant, his breathing labored. That aura, unseen by the naked eye, possessed great strength, easily slicing through bricks. Internal breathing. Chen Yu's heart sank. Wang Lingyun indeed broke through to the Meridian Passage stage, and it wasn't even a recent advancement. The so-called Meridian Passage stage involved opening all body meridians and cultivating the intangible force of internal breathing. Internal breathing, when cultivated to its peak, could harm enemies from a distance, crush gold and smash iron, and kill with a flick, truly wielding great force beyond the mundane world. Where Chen Yu stood at the body refining stage, it was about enhancing the physique, improving the body holistically, yet without possessing internal breathing. As long as I'm here, you won't have any chance. Wang Lingyun started the search. In this process, he missed no detail, not excluding Chen Yu's ears, mouth, hair, or underarms. Dominion ends, a new journey begins, a new book is like a seed, a sapling, in need of recommendations, collections, and all sorts of support. Fast food thanks you. 2 days later, members of the Yunyu sect, the Water Moon sect, and the Iron Sword sect once again gathered around the trial platform. Today was the scheduled day for the gambling battle between the Yunyu sect and the Water Moon sect. Iron Sword sect lost, why haven't they left? Junior brother Chen and some other disciples noticed the presence of the Iron Sword sect's figures across from them. On the Yunyu sect's side, Chen Yu, Chu Yuer, Wan Dong, Shi Chuan, 4 main forces as well as some reserve disciples, were gathered together. Be cautious in today's gambling battle, especially you, Chen Yu, the Yunyu sect master reminded. I will be careful, Chen Yu nodded in agreement. That Water Moon sect, by delaying for no reason for 2 days, must have come prepared for today's battle. In the past 2 days, Chen Yu had been consolidating his cultivation techniques, as well as reflecting on the insights from the previous 2 fights, including his swordsmanship and movement technique. Although there weren't major advancements, all aspects of Chen Yu's abilities seemed more refined and satisfactory. Here, you should wear this first. The Yunyu sect master, out of nowhere, took out a crystal pendant and handed it over to Chen Yu. Without asking too many questions, Chen Yu wore the pendant. From the pendant, a faint and subtle feminine fragrance lingered, and concurrently, a cool sensation spread through Chen Yu's mind. Isn't that my sister's ice heart tears? Chu Yuer gasped softly, staring at the crystal pendant Chen Yu had put on, with annoyance evident on her face, as if she were about to snatch it away. Ice heart tears? Chu Xingxin? Chen Yu was surprised and puzzled, wondering how the pendant had come from the sect master's hand to his own. This pendant was lent to Chen Yu temporarily after a discussion between grandfather and the sect master. After all, he is one of the main forces in the gambling battle. A gentle and sweet voice, as pleasant as the chirping of birds, came from behind. Chu Xingxin, the #1 beauty of the inner sect. A girl in a gusialo gown with a serene and gentle demeanor, her black hair flowing, walked through the crowd, drawing whispers of awe. Her stunningly flawless countenance and the ethereal, celestial poise of her body commanded nothing but admiration. Sister, how could you lend the ice heart tears to this crude fellow? He's a main force, but am I not? Chu Yuer pouted, expressing her displeasure. Chu Yuer, wear this soft armor. The Yunyu sect master chuckled lightly and passed a finely crafted female-styled soft armor to her. Chu Yuer's eyes lit up as she donned the soft armor and said with a beaming smile, half-precious soft armor, it fits perfectly. Is this a gift for me? As long as you win a match, this half-precious soft armor will be the rental fee for the ice heart tears. The Yunyu sect master said with a smile. Great. This half-precious soft armor is mine. The corners of Chu Yuer's eyes curved into crescents, her earlier concerns about Chen Yu wearing her sister's pendant completely forgotten. Chen Yu, be careful in today's gambling battle. The ice heart tears I lent you might not be of much use. Chu Xingxin's smile was warm and gentle as she cautioned. Thank you, senior sister Chu, for the aid. Chen Yu responded with a grateful smile, yet he had the uneasy feeling of thorns at his back. Among the crowd, looks of envy, admiration, and hostility were cast upon Chen Yu. The fact that Chu Xingxin and Chu Yuer, 2 beautiful sisters, were both paying attention to Chen Yu, a rising star of the inner sect, was a scene that many coveted. Especially given Chu Xingxin's transcendent beauty, being the undisputed goddess among the inner disciples. Within a group of people, Brother Kun, you have pursued Miss Chu for so long without success. This Chen Yu, merely displaying some talent in the gambling battles, seems to have caught the beauty's favor. Several inner sect disciples teased. In the center stood a tall man with his arms crossed, clothed in a purple robe. This man in a purple robe was not dressed in the standard disciple's robe, clearly a true disciple like the 7th prince and Chu Xingxin. Impossible. The purple-robed brother Kun laughed confidently. I am well aware of how discerning Xingxin's eyes are. She would never fancy a common country bumpkin with ordinary talent. He trusted his own judgment and did not easily believe others. At the same moment, in another corner of the inner sect disciples, senior brother Duan, ever since we were in the outer sect, you have been smitten by Chu Xingxin, to the point of conceding to her in the final battle of the grand competition 2 years ago. By Duan Xialong's side, a young man in green side. Both were looking in the direction of Chen Yu and Chu Xingxin. But is all this worth it? You've delayed for 2 years. Xu Xingxin, of noble status and with astonishing talent, won't take notice of you? The young man couldn't help advising. He truly felt pity for Duan Xiaolong, who seemed too deeply ensnared. For now, merely seeing her smile from afar is enough for me, Duan Xiaolong replied with a wistful smile. His tone then shifted, tinged with concern. As for junior brother Chen, I fear he might attract trouble. That Kunling is one of the stronger true disciples, with particularly formidable methods. Just then, on the far side, the beautifully dressed woman of the Water Moon sect gracefully stepped forward. We apologize for the 2 days delay. Today's gambling battle will still primarily involve Meridian Passage stage disciples, but I suggest we change things up a bit. The Water Moon sect master said with a smile. Change things up a bit? How does the Water Moon sect wish to proceed with the contest? The Unisect master was not surprised. Over these days, the gambling battles with the two sects had been varying. First, there was the Battle of True Disciples, then 3 and 10 gambling battles respectively, and recently the focus had shifted to the Meridian Passage stage battles. In the previous battles, it was one-on-one duels, where individual strength reigned supreme. However, the world of sects is not always peaceful, and wars between forces do occur. In those situations, the role of an individual becomes quite insignificant. The Water Moon sect master articulated her reasoning. What you're suggesting is, this time, between our two sects, let's have a team competition as the wager battle. The Water Moon sect master's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Team competition? The other two sects in attendance erupted in astonishment. However, Iron Sword sect's mustachioed sect master Qian had a smile on his face, as if he had already anticipated the outcome. What form shall the battle take? The Unisect master asked, wary. It's quite simple. Each of our sects will send out a team of 5 for a team battle. Of course, the teams can be led by an organ refining stage disciple, which was the suggestion of this worthless son of mine. As the Water Moon sect master finished speaking, an elegant young man in white emerged from the crowd behind her. Yi Yunfei, Chen Yu and some of the elite disciples from Unisect recognized him. Yi Yunfei was, indeed, the beloved son of the beautiful matriarch sect master, a man of no small stature. Members of the Unisect. With a fist and palm salute, Yi Yunfei spoke with poised grace. I, Yi, though unworthy, will lead our sect's 5-member team against you in this team wager battle. Of course, this fight will not only test individual strength but more importantly, team coordination. The leader you choose to send should be roughly at the same cultivation level as myself. During this time, his gaze swept over Chen Yu with a hint of coldness. After the encounter at the Yunyuan mountain range, he understood Chen Yu's capabilities better, including the opportunity he had in the blood pool. Hence, Yi Yunfei suggested this team battle to his mother, the sect master. The proposal earned unanimous approval from the elders and high-ranking officials of the Water Moon sect. After all, Chen Yu's individual strength was formidable. Engaging in a team battle would mitigate the influence of his personal power, and if they targeted his weaknesses, their chances of victory would increase. Team battle. The Water Moon sect really knows how to mix things up, but it seems there is nothing here overtly disadvantageous to us. The high-ranking elders of the Unisect communicated through voice transmission. The proposal from the Water Moon sect was not unreasonable. In the world of sects, power struggles, and even sect wars place a premium on team strength. For our wager, the Water Moon sect will stake a bottle of purple jade dew. Draped in magnificent attire, the Water Moon sect master flipped her hand and revealed a crystal bottle. The bottle contained a pool of purple liquid, shimmering like dreamy grapes with fantastical bubbles. Purple Jade Dew. It's the special product of the Water Moon sect's heavenly pond, the Purple Jade Dew. This spiritual liquid can help one comprehend profound concepts and is beneficial for breaking into the Qi transformation realm and even boosting the realm itself. The leaders of the Unisect were astonished. This Purple Jade Dew was not something the Water Moon sect usually offered. The amount they were putting up would be enough for 10 people to use. This bottle of Purple Jade Dew against 200 jin of your meteoric iron. The Water Moon sect master said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the higher UPS of the Unisect were clearly tempted. Hehe, though our Iron Sword sect will not participate in the contest, we can still bet on the side to add some stakes and spice up the excitement, right? The mustachioed middle-aged man from Iron Sword sect grinned. With a wave of his hand, several chunks of meteoric iron appeared before him, weighing in at 180 jin. This is what we previously won from your Unisect. We bet that the Water Moon sect will win? If you prevail, the 180 jin of meteoric iron is yours. If you lose, give us an equal amount of your meteoric iron. The mustachioed sect master Qian said with a cheerful tone. Wagering? The Unisect leaders were taken aback. But in this way, if Unisect won, they would win double the stakes. If they lost, they would lose double as well. Just need to win this. We can gain the Purple Jade Dew and recover some of the meteoric iron we lost. The higher UPS of Unisect's eyes sparkled. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. All right. The blue-robed sect master agreed to the team wager battle with a firm voice. The choice of participants was clear. Chen Yu, Chu Yuer, Shi Chuan, and Wan Dong, 4 members of the team had already been confirmed. Now, they just needed an organ refining stage leader whose cultivation was comparable to Yi Yunfei's mid-stage refinement. Why not let my disciple Cheng Xian fight? He recently mastered. Elder Mao suggested quietly. Cheng Xian? The Sect master and others turned to look at a pale-faced, taciturn young man in black standing beside Elder Mao, Cheng Xian, also known as Chen Yu's fourth senior brother. Within the mid-stage of organ refining, he is indeed a decent choice. Several elders nodded in agreement. In private, the Sect master and several elders secretly conveyed cooperation strategies to Cheng Xian and the others, proposing several ad hoc battle plans. At this moment, the 5 disciples of the Water Moon sect, 2 male and 3 female, ascended the testing platform. Zing, zing, zip. The 5 members from Sect, led by Cheng Xian, leaped onto the fighting stage. The 2 teams sized each other up. The leader for the Water Moon sect was none other than Yi Yunfei. Among the other male and 3 females, there was a girl about 14 or 15 years old, with a delicate and charming appearance. It was Chen Ying'er. Cousin, are you surprised to see me? I was actually going to push for the organ refining stage, but I got pulled in to participate in the wager battle. How about you take it easy and let me win? The reward is so tempting. Chen Ying'er pleaded peculiarly and spiritedly with watery eyes. Throw the fight on purpose? Those from the various parties were all flabbergasted. Or instead, you take it easy and let your cousin win. Once the sect rewards come in, I'll split it with you. Chen Yu laughed heartily. The teasing conversation between Chen Yu and Chen Ying'er drew the attention of members from all 3 sects. Those 2 are actually cousins. During the group battle later, could one of them actually go easy on the other? The disciples of the Yunyu and Water Moon sects whispered among themselves, both looking rather uneasy. The higher UPS of both sects, on the other hand, remained calm. Battles at the Meridian Passage stage were hardly able to conceal secrets from those at the Qi transformation realm. The testing platform. Chen Yu's gaze swept toward another male and 2 females from the Water Moon sect. The boy among them was handsome, with a fair complexion, yet there was a hint of effeminacy in his bearing. Of the 2 females, one had an ordinary appearance. The last girl stood out, an elegant and graceful young lady, with willowy eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding a captivating purity. Chen Yu felt as though he recognized the girl from somewhere. At that moment, the elegant young lady was setting up a guqin in front of her. Brother Chang, I have heard of your fame. A pleasure to have this battle with you today, Yi Yunfei said with a clasped fist smile. I only hope you don't disappoint me, Cheng Xian responded coolly. At this point, the Sect master spoke up. The rules of the spar will be similar to those of past days. Those who admit defeat or are driven off the testing platform are eliminated. Until one side is completely defeated, the side with anyone still on the platform wins. The Water Moon Sect master added. This battle was no trivial matter. It involved the strategic contest between the 3 sects. Right now, the sect masters of Yunyu and Water Moon were acting as judges, keeping watch on each other. Brother Chang, take my sword. Yi Yunfei shouted, and with a clang, his treasured sword, the Ice Heart Tears, came unsheathed. Swoosh! A cold arc like frost sliced through the air, stirring up a chill wind that slashed towards Cheng Xian. That sword. The chilly wind that drifted was enough to make several Sect disciples at the Meridian Passage feel their skin grow cold and their blood seem to freeze. As true disciples, they displayed their prowess with the first strike that could kill those in the Meridian Passage from afar. How strong is Yi Yunfei exactly? He seems to get stronger every time he takes action. He didn't even use his full strength last time in the Yunyuan mountain range. Chen Yu marveled inwardly. Well struck. Cheng Xian held a long saber in hand, also a low-grade artifact, and with a flick of the blade, he unleashed a terrifying blood-shadowed saber light. A killing aura emerged from Cheng Xian himself, setting hearts racing. Clang! The 2 clashed in midair, where the frosty sword arc and blood-shadowed saber light met. The blood waves and cold streams exploded, and the powerful gale force created made it difficult for anyone nearby to approach. In an instant, the 2 true disciples exchanged over a dozen moves, the vigorous blood waves and cold wind forcing the other disciples back. So strong. The rest of the team members gasped and held back from making a move for the time being. Among them, Cheng Xian's swordsmanship was domineering and merciless, growing more ferocious as the battle raged on. In his eyes shone a hint of a cold and ruthless bloodlust. As for frontal combat, Cheng Xian was second to none. But Yi Yunfei's swordsmanship was mysterious and extraordinary. The intangible cold wind and aura would slowly solidify the opponent's blood vessels, causing their bodies to stiffen. Brother Chang's fame is truly well-deserved. If we continue like this, even 100 or 200 moves won't determine the winner, Yi Yunfei said with a relaxed smile. Actually, he was shocked by the power of Cheng Xian's saber techniques. If they fully clashed head-on, even he might suffer a loss. Set up the sword array. Yi Yunfei quickly retreated and waved his hands suddenly. Clang! Clang! As his words fell, from behind him 2 chilling sword lights shot forth from either side. It was seen that Chen Ying'er and that effeminate youth each held a treasured cold sword, swinging out arcs of cold air and sword shadows, forming a triangular formation with Yi Yunfei. In an instant, the cold from the treasured swords in the hands of Yi Yunfei, Chen Ying'er, and the effeminate youth merged, sweeping the vicinity within a dozen feet with a surging cold wind. Among them, Yi Yunfei was the core of the 3-person sword array. Strike! He swung his sword, and all one could see was a massive wave of coldness engulfing a dozen feet ahead. That swing's might was amplified by 30 to 40%. Thwack! Boom! Cheng Xian swung his long saber desperately, unleashing violent blood-shadowed saber lights, barely meeting the sword strike but appearing quite haggard as he was forced to retreat a dozen feet. This is a joint sword formation. It resembles the style of the heavenly water cold sword formation. The elders of the Yu sect murmured in surprise. The blue-robed sect master sneered. The other two disciples in the sword array, both equipped with artifacts, how long can they last? For a typical Meridian Passage stage disciple, using an artifact was still a bit forced and very draining. Giggle. These two disciples are at the peak of Meridian Passage, capable of challenging the organ refining stage as inner sect disciples, with profound energy. Plus, with the sword array joint strikes mutual support, they can reduce consumption by 10 to 20%. The Water Moon sect master's smile held a trace of smugness. Reduce consumption by 10 to 20%. The Yu sect master was slightly shocked but did not lose confidence. As long as Chen Yu and the others held their ground and waited until the sword array's two Meridian Passage disciples exhausted their inner breath, victory would belong to the Yu sect. Hihi, that's not all. The Water Moon sect master's face was full of confidence. These three people's artifacts were all made from the main material harvested from the same body of deep-sea cold iron. Therefore, when the three treasured cold swords join in the sword array, not only is their power increased by a third, but the consumption is reduced by an additional third. An additional reduction by a third? Hearing this, the Yu sect master finally looked dismayed. That meant the trio's combined sword array could ultimately reduce consumption by 50%. This was almost the expenditure of a half-precious artifact. Moreover, this sword formation is just one part of the kill strategy. The Water Moon sect master smiled slyly. As soon as she finished speaking, zing, zing. From a corner of the testing platform came the urgent sound of a gukin, like golden snakes dancing wildly, and a tempest raging. Within the sound of the gukin was the power that shook one's blood and spirit. Not good. The five disciples of the Yu sect felt a buzzing in their eardrums as the urgent zither music brought images of clashing metal and murderous scenes directly into their minds. Even with their inner energy sealing their ears, the effects of the zither music still retained 60 to 70% of its impact. It's her? Chen Yu looked toward a corner where a graceful and demure girl was playing the zither, her delicate hands casting lotus-like shadows as she plucked the strings. The power of the zither music seemed sentient, circumventing the members of the Water Moon sect, and targeting only the Yu sect disciples. Chen Yu felt that the ice heart tears, which he wore close to his body, emitted an invisible cool aura that protected his mind, offsetting some of the effects of the music. For a moment, aside from Cheng Xian and Chen Yu, Qiu Yuer, Wan Dong, and Shi Chuan were visibly affected, their minds uneasy. Even the strong Cheng Xian couldn't guarantee he was completely unaffected. Even the slightest distraction could influence the outcome in a battle between equals, let alone. With the sword array's help, Yi Yunfei gained a crushing advantage. Attack. Yi Yunfei, Chen Ying'er, and the gentle-looking young man, bearing the power of the array, pressed hard against the Yu sect side. Retreat quickly. The rolling cold sword waves forced the five disciples of the Yu sect to repeatedly fall back. The cold sword formation and the mysterious zither music, when combined, increased their power to a terrifying level. Qiu Yuer and the others didn't even have the strength to defend themselves. How can the power of that zither music be so strong and mysterious? This can't be something a disciple in the Meridian Passage stage could achieve. The Yu sect master couldn't believe it. His eyes sharp, he released his spiritual sense, focusing on the girl playing the zither. To his discovery, the girl was merely in the late-stage Meridian Passage, and it seemed she had only recently broken through. Don't bother looking. The Water Moon sect master scoffed with a sneer. This girl possesses the heavenly sound charm body mentioned in ancient texts. This constitution grants tremendous natural talent in music and some mysterious abilities. However, this type of constitution is so rare that it has become difficult to trace. Heavenly sound charm body. Just by hearing these words, one could understand its advantage in zither music. It's a pity that the zither in her hands isn't a treasure-grade weapon, otherwise. The Water Moon sect master sighed. Suddenly, the situation on the stage changed again. The five disciples of the Yu sect, including Cheng Xian and Chen Yu, were cornered. Such strong cold air. Chen Yu, although physically defensive, felt his blood coagulate when touched by the cold air. Qiu Yuer and the others gasped for breath, their inner energy greatly depleted, their bodies forming a layer of frost, movements growing stiff. Thud. Shi Chuan was expelled from the stage by a cold sword wave slashed out by Chen Ying'er's sword. Shi Chuan, with his body freezing, fell off the stage, his expression bitter and helpless. Upon defeat, his inner energy was mostly depleted, his blood nearly solidified. Defeated one. Another one and I can receive a treasure as a reward, Chen Ying'er said with delight on her face. She and the other gentle-looking youth pressed toward Qiu Yuer and Wan Dong. The heavy sword formed strength. Chen Yu used the Xian heavy sword, bringing up a flash of silvery sword strength, and together with Cheng Xian, they resisted Yi Yunfei's strong pressure. Chen Yu, soon I will kick you off the stage in front of everyone. Yi Yunfei felt triumphant inside. At that moment, he was fighting two alone, firmly holding the upper hand. If not for Cheng Xian being stronger than expected, and Chen Yu's iron gang sword being adept at defense, with both of them barely affected by the zither music, he probably would have already won. Yi Yunfei wasn't in a hurry, he wanted to toy with the two of them a bit more before securing victory. Another scream. Qiu Yuer cried out, forced off the stage by Chen Ying'er and the gentle-looking youth. Even with her half-precious soft armor, it was useless. She couldn't defend against the cold wind and cold air of the sword-A, nor the attack of the zither music. Junior brother Chen. The always taciturn Chengxian suddenly said, leave this to me, you take Wandong and deal with that girl playing the zither. Remember, don't come near me. What? Leave this to you? Chen Yu looked surprised, disbelief written all over his face. The next moment, a shocking change occurred. Blood frenzy secret saber. Chengxian bellowed, his eyes flooding with a blood-red hue, his face flushed red and blue, a flash of blood-colored energy flowing around his body. Buzz, spurt spurt. A series of violent and domineering blood-colored saber winds danced into a whirlwind of blades, sweeping across a radius of 1 or 2 yards. Clang clang bang. The terrifying blood-colored whirlwind shredded the nearby three-person sword formation's cold sword waves. What kind of saber technique is this? Yi Yunfei exclaimed in horror, staring at the frenzied Chengxian, the terrifying blood-colored whirlwind destroying everything in its path. Even the hard golden stone surface of the stage was scraped into a layer of blood-colored powder. Defend quickly, hold the sword formation steady. Yi Yunfei shouted in alarm, urging Chen Ying'er and the gentle-looking young man to gather. Spurt spurt ch. 3 treasure-grade cold swords waved, conjuring gusts of cold sword winds, forming an ice storm whirlwind, barely holding back Chengxian's blood frenzy secret saber. So strong. Chen Yu looked at the rampaging Chengxian. He didn't dare to linger, quickly taking Wandong with him, circling around the area, and rushing to attack the other corner where the girl was playing the zither and another ordinary-looking girl guarding her. Blood frenzy secret saber? How can this be? The sudden turn of events made the Water Moon Sect master exclaim. Haha, if your sect can arrange so many tricks, can't our Unisect have an ace up its sleeve? The Unisect master laughed heartily. Choosing Chengxian as the leader was also because of this. It's not an exaggeration. Elder Mao raised his voice, chuckling. Once my disciple uses the blood frenzy secret saber, it's no match for several peers in the organ refining same rank. If not for your sect's powerful sword formation, he alone could wipe out your 5-person team. If it weren't for your sect's deployment of such a powerful sword array, he alone could annihilate your 5-person squad. Elder Mao's smug appearance caused the faces of the Water Moon Sect members to darken. At this moment, Chengxian unleashed the blood frenzy secret saber, his eyes a bloody red, rampaging madly, swinging a blood-colored whirlwind blade, like a god of slaughter. In his eyes, there remained but a sliver of rationality, indiscriminately slaughtering everything around him. Yi Yunfei's 3-sword formation could barely withstand Chengxian's frenzied attack, their faces a picture of horror. Chen Yu and Wandong, having been cautioned earlier, kept their distance from Chengxian. The outcome of this bet is almost without suspense now, the Unisect master said with a faint smile. With Chen Yu's power alone, he is more than capable of sweeping away the 2 women playing the zither at the back. Several elders nodded in agreement. The scales of victory, leaning toward the Unisect. Don't be too pleased with yourselves. Whether Chen Yu can succeed remains to be seen. A secret technique like the blood frenzy secret saber, which stimulates potential and greatly enhances combat power, must have a significant cost. If this was not the case, why haven't you used it earlier? The Water Moon Sect master's mouth curved into a mocking sneer. Hey, the blood frenzy secret saber is naturally suited for turning the tide. When there are too many people, it's actually not advantageous to use. And besides, our chance of victory does not lie with Chengxian. Elder Mao said, undaunted. Indeed, the blood frenzy secret saber does not have the endurance of Yi Yunfei's 3-sword formation. But before that, it was believed that with Chen Yu's strength, he could easily crush the other members of the Water Moon Sect. Thus, the situation on the field had become very clear. The victory did not lie with the blood frenzy secret saber or the 3-sword formation, but with Chen Yu. Giggle. If your sect pins its hopes of victory on this young man, then let me disappoint you. The Water Moon Sect master gave a coquettish laugh, confident of her victory. As soon as her voice fell, the graceful woman in the corner paused, her slender fingers, blooming like a lotus. She gave Chen Yu a cold glance from her clear eyes and slowly plucked the zither strings. In an instant, a profound and deep zither sound echoed throughout the proving ground, waxing and waning unpredictably, making one's blood surge and spirit waver. That zither sound. Chen Yu and Wandong, pressing towards the zither-playing woman, felt the cloud evil chi within them become agitated, taking on a sense of inexplicable frenzy. The disturbance of the evil chi within their internal energy even induced a sense of brutality in their minds. SSS. Wandong grunted, greatly affected by the zither sound. At this time, he couldn't exert even 30 to 40% of his strength, with most of his mental effort and internal energy spent combating that strange and profound zither music. The closer they got, the stronger its influence. In Wandong's state, if he actually got closer, there might be a risk of backlash from the cloud evil chi. Chen Yu stood frozen in place, his body shuddering. Humph. With both of you in this state, I can take down each of you with one sword. Beside the zither-playing girl, an ordinary-looking girl with a soft sword in hand and a cold smile guarded the front. What kind of zither music is this? Wandong and Chen Yu are both affected. This zither music seems to be specifically targeting those who practice evil techniques. The Unisect side was in an uproar. That strange and profound zither music not only affected Chen Yu and Wan Dong but also indirectly Cheng Xian, who was in the midst of his frenzied rampage. During his frenzy, Cheng Xian's face showed a trace of struggle. Fortunately, the focus of the zither music was still on Chen Yu and Wan Dong, with the power growing stronger the closer the distance. The consort has learned from the dog that Chen Yu, through the external opportunity of the blood pool, has forcibly advanced to the late-stage meridian passage with an unstable realm and harbors violent qi within his body. The Water Moon Sect Master's beautiful eyes flashed coldly. Upon hearing this, several Yunyu Sect elders' expressions changed slightly. Clearly, the Water Moon Sect's zither music was specifically targeting Chen Yu, their main force. Wan Dong, who also practiced the Cloud Evil Fist, was targeted by association. Ha ha ha. Chen Yu, your cultivation realm is unstable, the violent qi within you could backlash at any moment. Yi Yunfei was greatly relieved. This bet was actually instigated by him. He wanted to use this to cause Chen Yu to backlash and even fall into demonic cultivation. He wouldn't allow anyone to lay a finger on Chu Wanyu, especially Chen Yu, as Chu Wanyu's fiancé, who was the #1 love rival. On the proving ground, Wan Dong struggled, his forehead breaking out in cold sweat, halting his advance. And Chen Yu, after the initial shudder, approached the zither-playing woman with an impassive face and steady steps. That's not right. The girl with the soft sword beside the zither player's face changed. How could it seem that Chen Yu was not greatly affected? Swoosh! Chen Yu's figure suddenly leaped forward, like a leopard, rushing toward the two women in front of the ancient zither. This is impossible. This scene shocked the Water Moon Sect Master and others into silence. How could he not be affected? The Water Moon Sect Master's face displayed waves of shock. For the first time since the bet began, a look of panic appeared. Chen Yu has two layers of protection on him. One is the Ice Heart Tears, which can protect his spirit. The other is the Clearing Qi pill he took 2 days ago, whose medicinal effect should still be in his body, capable of helping suppress the backlash of the violent qi. The Yunyu Sect Master said with a smile. Haha, you can scheme, but we are not without our precautions. Elder Mao laughed complacently. A bet like this, concerning the interests and face of both sects, was full of calculations. In fact, the Yunyu Sect Master's analysis had left out one thing. Inside Chen Yu's body was a mysterious heart, capable of suppressing all chaotic forces within. And the effects of the Clearing Qi pill had already been fully absorbed by Chen Yu, making it even more effective. That is to say, he had no issue of an unstable realm. On the contrary, the purity of the Cloud Evil Qi within him was even greater than that of Wan Dong, who was at the peak of Meridian Passage. Swoosh! Chen Yu's figure flashed several times, pressing close to the two women in front of the ancient zither. At that moment, the power of the zither music he faced had reached a climax. Fortunately, the Ice Heart Tears that Chen Yu wore emitted strands of cool breath, seeped into his spirit, cleared his mind, and he remained exceptionally calm. The greatest characteristic of the zither music was that it could affect one's spirit, but it was somewhat restrained by the Ice Heart Tears. Thump, thump. Inside his body, his heart beat firmly and steadily, his Cloud Evil Fist breathing flowing like a raging river, circulating vigorously without losing fluidity. Not good. The complexions of the two women in front of the zither changed drastically. Ha ha ha. Here I come. Chen Yu laughed aloud and lashed out with a foot, kicking towards the ancient zither. That zither was the chief culprit. Without it, Yunyu Sect wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Senior Sister Chu, I'll stop him. The ordinary-looking girl shook her soft sword, her water-like inner strength surged like surging waves, sweeping towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu was slightly surprised. The girl's strength was almost approaching the organ-refining stage. Copper statue technique? He was fearless, extending one arm, as tough as bronze, with a casual swing. He resisted the girl's strike with a clang. Copper foot? Chen Yu's foot, aimed at the ancient zither in front of the graceful woman. No. The graceful woman's face lost its color as Chen Yu's foot, carrying immense force and domineering inner strength, struck the zither. Clang. The sound of the zither music stopped abruptly, the ancient zither shattered into pieces, and the graceful woman cried out in alarm, showing a pained expression, attempting to rescue the zither. As a result, she was kicked off the testing stage by Chen Yu, sword and all. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. You actually destroyed my zither. Upon landing, the graceful woman's eyes were cold, her face filled with resentment. Chen Yu was stunned. It was just a zither, yet he also kicked the woman herself. Brother Yu, she is your fiancé. Behind him, Chen Yinger exclaimed in shock, her face filled with astonishment, her jaw almost dropping. What? Fiancé? Chen Yu stared at the graceful woman, her gentle and pure, secluded and resentful appearance gradually overlapping with the woman in the painting his mother held. You're Chu Wanyu. Chen Yu stuttered, feeling numb at the thought of what he had just done. Kicked his fiancé away? If Lu Wen, his mother, knew about this, she would skin him alive. Chen Yu, you've destroyed my beloved Luo River zither, the only treasure grandfather left me after his death. Chu Wanyu gritted her teeth, her countenance cold with resentment. Being kicked off the stage didn't bother Chu Wanyu, after all, it was a competition. But this man had actually damaged the Luo River zither her grandfather had passed down to her. Just as Chen Yu was at a loss for words. Die, thief? Wanyu will not marry a brute like you. The girl from before, holding her soft sword, attacked Chen Yu again. Boom! Chen Yu lifted a foot, copper statue technique's power surged, and with that strength, he kicked the girl and her sword off the stage together. Ah! The girl cried out in alarm, her arm going numb, as she was kicked off the testing stage. The members of the three sects present fell silent at once. After having already kicked his fiancée off, what did it matter if there was one more or one less? Chen Yu was expressionless. After dealing with the two women, Chen Yu shifted his figure and veered off to support his senior brother Cheng Xian. At that moment, Cheng Xian was vigorously attacking Yi Yunfei's three-sword formation at the forefront, now more accurate without the zither's influence. Heavy sword becomes qi. Chen Yu wielded the Xian heavy sword, forcefully breaking into the chilling wind of the three-sword formation, attacking from behind. Swish! The thick and heavy sword slashed out a swath of gleaming sword qi, aiming at the effeminate young man beside Yi Yunfei. Not good. The effeminate young man was alarmed, his treasured cold sword spun in a circle, clanging as it blocked the Xian heavy sword strike. Immediately, an immense force made his blood churn, forcing him to retreat several steps. Had it not been for the added strength of the three-sword formation, Chen Yu's sword could have wounded him. Even so, Chen Yu's attack from behind disrupted the three-sword formation, causing them to make mistakes in their coordination. Damn it! How could this happen? The formation was thrown into chaos, and Yi Yunfei was forced to retreat repeatedly by Cheng Xian. His face was filled with shock, unable to believe, how could Chen Yu accomplish all this while being unstable in cultivation and beset by malicious energy? Haha, the victory is secured. The high-ranking elders of the Yunyu sect were stroking their palms and laughing. Cheng Xian and Chen Yu's pincer assault had broken through the three-sword formation, leaving the remaining three members of the Water Moon sect in a panic. A few breaths later, with a clang, Chen Yu's heavy sword swept the effeminate young man off the testing stage. The three-sword formation lost a member, its prowess greatly diminished. Subsequently, Chen Yu, wielding the heavy sword, looked at Chen Yinger with a smile. Will you leave on your own, or shall I? Brother Yu, could you be gentler? Chen Yinger pleaded with tearful eyes, looking pitiful. At that moment, a voice came from outside the venue. You've won. The Water Moon sect master's face showed unwillingness as he gritted his teeth in resentment. You've won. The unwilling voice of the Water Moon sect master declared the victory of Yunyu sect in this gambling duel. The Yunyu sect master's face glowed with triumph as he collected the gambling stakes. A female disciple from the Water Moon sect handed over a bottle of purple jade dew. The middle-aged man with the 8-character beard from Iron Sword sect reluctantly handed over 180 jin of meteoric iron. In this gambling duel, Yunyu sect had won double the spoils of war. They not only won back what they had lost before but also gained extra profit. Brother Yu, Chen Yinger came over with playful malice and giggled. This gambling duel has been a great achievement for you. The rewards must be abundant. According to our agreement, you have to share half with me. Otherwise, I'll tell your mother about the matter of you kicking your fiancé. You're threatening me. Chen Yu was genuinely upset. This Chen Yinger really knew when to strike while the iron was hot. But the truth was he felt somewhat guilty about this matter. Kicking one's fiancé, in the eyes of the secular world, would be regarded as utterly scandalous. At this moment, Chu Wanyu, with her cool and resentful gaze, made Chen Yu feel embarrassed and ashamed. How about it? Will you give it, or will you not? Chen Yinger demanded petulantly. Looking at her, Chen Yu knew that if he did not comply, she would definitely go to their mother, Lu Wen, to stir up trouble. One half won't do, I'll give you 100 times grade essence stones at most. Chen Yu said, irritated. This gambling duel had at least seen him defeat 3 opponents. For each defeat, he would receive 3,000 times grade essence stones and 1 jin of meteoric iron. Accordingly, that was 9,000 times grade essence stones and 3 jin of meteoric iron. Moreover, in this gambling duel, he had been the one to turn the tide at the last moment. His contribution was comparable to that of his senior brother, Cheng Xian. On this account, Elder Mao would certainly strive to secure additional benefits for his disciple, Cheng Xian, Chen Yu. In this gambling duel, the two of you made significant contributions. As is customary, our sect will satisfy your relatively reasonable requests. The Yunyu sect master conveyed through psychic voice. Thank you, sect master. Chen Yu and Cheng Xian showed a trace of joy in their eyes. However, Cheng Xian's face was somewhat pale, as using the blood frenzy secret saber had left him considerably weakened. But, after this battle, his impression of Chen Yu, his 5th junior brother, had greatly improved. Don't worry, Wanyu. That brat's humiliation of you will be avenged by me. As for the damaged Qin, I will have the most skilled craftsmen and artifact refiners restore it for you. Yi Yunfei stood beside Chu Wanyu, comforting her. Thank you, brother Yi. But please don't be too hard on Chen Yu and his family. Chu Wanyu's expression softened slightly, as she mustered a forced smile. Don't worry, I'll just teach him a small lesson. Yi Yunfei's eyes flickered with malevolence as he looked towards Chen Yu, who was basking in his triumph amidst the crowd. He was itching with hatred over the outcome of the gambling duel. His meticulous planning against Chen Yu had not only failed but had also made the latter a key figure in turning the tables. Congratulations, Junior Brother Cheng, Junior Brother Chen, for the great achievements you've made this time. The melodious voice of Chu Xingxin came floating over. Senior Sister Chu. Chen Yu quickly greeted her. The successful turnaround in the gambling duel owed much to Chu Xingxin's ice heart tears. At this moment, he returned the ice heart tears to their rightful owner. Kid, you really got lucky this time. How are you going to thank me and your sister? Xiu Yuer came over, trying to take her share. Before she could finish, a cold snort came from beside her. Who are you to extort brother you? Are you her sworn sister? The one speaking was Chen Yinger. Who are you, girl? I am not. Xiu Yuer retorted angrily. You're not, for sure? This great beauty by my side might be worthy of my brother, and so is Chu Wanyu, but you've got a long way to go. Chen Yinger cheerfully sized up Chu Xingxin. Even she was stunned by Chu Xingxin's absolutely beautiful and serene temperament. Humph! He's not even worthy of carrying my sister's shoes. Xiu Yuer fumed, ready to fire back, but was stopped by her sister, Chu Xingxin. Yinger, stop it. Chen Yu glared at Chen Yinger. Hehe, if you don't share the loot with me, I'll keep causing trouble. Chen Yinger made a funny face. Chen Yu, left with no choice, ultimately decided to throw the half-precious artifact, the wind-singing sword, to Chen Yinger. After all, he had a more compatible weapon, the Xian heavy sword, making this sword relatively redundant. Well, with this added, it's enough for me to exchange for a treasure. Chen Yinger pursed her lips. Just then, swoosh, a black feathered bird soared through the sky, with wings spanning 2 to 3 jong, and gusts of wind billowed as it landed near the Iron Sword Sect's group. Sect Master, something terrible has happened. A young man with a dark complexion hopped down from the black feathered bird. What's wrong? The bearded Sect Master Qian's face grew dark. Sect Master. The young man was anxious and began to relay the message through psychic voice. What? The bearded Sect Master Qian's expression changed dramatically, and his demeanor instantly turned grave. Sect Master Zhan. The bearded Sect Master raised a fist to the opposite side. My Iron Sword Sect has urgent matters to attend to. We will take our leave now. Withdraw. With a wave of his hand, Sect Master Qian orchestrated the immediate departure of the Iron Sword Sect. Sect Master Qian, what has happened? The blue-robed Sect Master as well as the Water Moon Sect Master asked, puzzled. Iron Sword Sect, in Chu country, was considered a strong faction, its strength ranking above both Yunyu Sect and Water Moon Sect. In recent years, the sect has been showing a trend of becoming the top sect in Chu country. What could make the Sect Master of Iron Sword Sect so tense and solemn? This matter also concerns your two sects. The middle-aged man with the 8-character mustache flashed a look in his eyes and briefly explained through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, both the Sect Master of Yunyu Sect and the Sect Master of Water Moon Sect changed their expressions simultaneously and took a sharp breath. Is it really true? This is no child's play. The middle-aged man with the 8-character mustache didn't linger for another moment and led his disciples to withdraw immediately. Let's go to. The Water Moon Sect Master's face was solemn as he waved his hand, organizing all disciples and followers to depart immediately. The hurried departure of the two sects brought a heavy atmosphere. What exactly has happened? The disciples of Yunyu Sect looked at each other in confusion. The Sect Master and a few elders were exchanging voice transmissions, each of their faces showing great changes. Faintly, Chen Yu felt an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm were brewing. Anything that could cause the sect elders, these innate strong people in the Qi transformation realm, to become so emotional, must undoubtedly be a big event within the circlet of sects. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, in the Yuntian Hall, the Sect Master of Yunyu, a few elders, and some core disciples, gathered together. For this gambling battle, Chen Yu's reward will be 9,000 grade essence stones and 3 pieces of meteoric iron. The rest, regardless of win or loss, will each receive 2,000 grade essence stones and a pound of meteoric iron. The Yunyu Sect Master announced. This was in accordance with the agreed-upon rewards. Qiu Yuer, Wan Dong, and Shi Chuan didn't defeat anyone but still received rewards, which naturally came as a pleasant surprise. Besides, Chen Yu and Cheng Xian, who had made contributions during the gambling battle, could also make a reasonable request. Cheng Xian spoke up, Sect Uncle, I would like a portion of purple jade liquid. Purple jade night. The Sect Master of Yunyu and a few elders exchanged glances and finally nodded in agreement. The Water Moon Sect's wager for this gambling battle was a bottle of purple jade night, enough for 10 people. After all, at least half of this purple jade liquid would eventually be used to cultivate the true disciples. Giving a portion to Cheng Xian was not too excessive. Next, it was Chen Yu's turn to make a request. Elder Mao voiced, I suggest you keep the Ice Heart Tears. This pendant can protect the mind and offers a certain resistance to spiritual attacks, and since you're cultivating Cloud Evil Fist, which has an astonishing amount of evil chi, it is quite dangerous. This object can help you calm your mind and reduce your chances of deviating. Ice Heart Tears? A thought struck Chen Yu. In today's gambling battle, this pendant had played a significant role in resisting the spiritual invasion of the music. It's just that, this object seems valuable, and it's also Chu Xingxin's personal property. Chen Yu expressed his own concerns. That Chu Xingxin and her grandfather, Elder Chu, are both urgently in need of meteoric iron. I'll try for you. Elder Mao chuckled. Following that, Elder Mao began voice transmission discussions with the Yunyu Sect Master and Elder Chu. Conveniently, Chu Xingxin was there with her younger sister to receive the reward, also in Yuntian Hall. Chu Xingxin hesitated slightly, glancing at Chen Yu a few times, and finally nodded in agreement. Chen Yu, you can have Ice Heart Tears if you want. However, the 3 pounds of meteoric iron you obtained today, along with the 2 pounds from the gambling battle 2 days ago, in total 5 pounds, must all be transferred to Chu Xingxin. The Unisect master spoke in a straightforward manner. All right. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Ice Heart Tears could compensate for his relative weaknesses. His physical defenses were strong, but in terms of spirit, he didn't have much advantage over others at the same level. All right. Chen Yu's 5 pounds of meteoric iron, plus 10 more pounds compensated by the section a total of 15 pounds, which is enough to be the main material for an artifact. Elder Chu laughed. Here you go. Maybe this item is truly fated for you. I've had Ice Heart Tears for 4 or 5 years, and if it weren't for the fact that my grandfather and I urgently needed meteoric iron from outside the heavens, I really would not have agreed. Chu Xingxin gave a charming smile and handed over the Ice Heart Tears pendant to Chen Yu. Thank you, senior sister Chu. Chen Yu put on the pendant and caught a delicate, faint fragrance of a young girl, stirring his mind. At this moment, Chen Yu felt a sharp and cold gaze inside the hall. It was a tall, proud man in a purple robe, with a trace of coldness in his eyes, staring at Chen Yu as he accepted Ice Heart Tears from Chu Xingxin. This man, he vaguely remembered, seemed to be one of the true disciples. Junior brother Kun, you seem a bit jealous. A teasing voice came over. It turns out, this brother Kun was the true disciple Kun Ling, one of Chu Xingxin's suitors. It's you? Kun Ling's brows furrowed, only to see the splendidly dressed prince by his side. Prince Huangfulin, also a true disciple, and with a status and position even more special than the average true disciple. Don't misunderstand, junior brother Kun. This Chen Yu is but a lucky boy with a half-spirit body, nothing to be concerned about for us true disciples. As long as the time is right, we can stump him back into his original shape. Huangfulin leisurely transmitted his voice. Dealing with a little brat at Meridian Passage stage? I'm not interested. Kun Ling shook his head. He had his own pride. As a true disciple in the late stage of organ refining, to deal with a new disciple who had just entered the inner door? I used to think that when he was still in the body refining stage. The prince scoffed indifferently. Hearing this, Kun Ling seemed thoughtful and said nothing more. Before long, the 5 participants of the gambling battle received their rewards. This time, Chen Yu only accepted the 9,000 grade essence stones, and the other 3 pounds of meteoric iron were transferred to Chu Xingxin. Once all the disciples left, the hall went silent, leaving only the sect master and Elder Mao, along with 5 or 6 others. Is that message accurate? Has the Bone Demon Palace truly emerged? It should be correct. The Bone Demon Palace expanded its domain by 1,000 miles within 3 days. This evil sect prospers those who submit and destroys those who resist, annihilating several families. They even seized a spiritual ore from Iron Sword Sect. In the north of Chu country, a deep and continuous mountain range was shrouded in sinister fog. From within an ancient temple built against the mountains, a thrilling low growl echoed. Boom, whir. Inside the temple, intense shaking occurred, lighting up complex arrays etched on the walls. Visible to the naked eye, chains of purple-black lightning roamed the inner walls of the ancient temple, hissing and flickering, making the dim grand hall appear even more bizarre and eerie. Upon closer inspection, those purple-black lights, like chains of electric snakes, converged and twisted around a dark gold throne in the center. The dark gold throne, 10 times larger than a normal chair, held a skeleton giant wrapped in dark qi, about 2 or 3 zhang high. Its eye sockets flickered with a pair of gloomy red flames, startling and chilling to the touch. At first glance, it resembled a skeleton king. The massive skeleton king, entwined in the purple-black electric snakes, let out a series of soul-shattering howls. Its whole body surged with dark qi, and a powerful demonic wind swept dozens of zhang. That terrifying aura, just a mere remnant, could obliterate anyone in the organ refining stage. Snap! Clang clang! With every struggle, the skeleton king's elephant leg-like bone hands made the grand hall, as well as the mountain it leaned on, shake violently, giving a sensation of the earth shaking and mountains swaying. With the formidable strength of our Bone Demon Palace, do we truly need to awaken the original Bone Demon King to annihilate the 3 sects of Chu country? A deep voice arose at the entrance of the temple, only to see a withered old man in a dark gold robe, holding a scepter, stood amidst the black qi and cold wind, staring at the skeleton king on the throne above. With your palace's strength, especially the supreme power of the Supreme Elder Absolute Yin Demon Master, defeating the 3 sects should not be difficult. However, hasn't the Bone Demon Palace learned from the lessons of 50 years ago? An elegantly sinister voice came from behind. Whoosh! A pale-faced, devilishly handsome youth in a blood robe appeared behind the withered old man. On the handsome youth's blood robe, a bizarre and lively pattern of a blood moon was engraved, carrying a mysterious and unfathomable aura. Amidst the violent demonic winds around, the blood moon robe fluttered on its own. Humph! Decades ago, my Bone Demon Palace nearly obliterated Iron Sword, Water Moon, and Uni sects. At that time, these 3 sects repeatedly asked for a reconciliation, but we refused. The withered old man snorted coldly. But alas, at that time, the 2 neighboring powerful countries were spying from the sidelines, wanting to invade heavily. They were much stronger than the 3 sects. In order not to let Chu country be internally wounded and benefit the neighboring forces, the Bone Demon Palace stopped its ambition of unifying the sects of Chu country, and even during the resistance against the neighboring countries, The withered old man thumped his black scepter on the ground, and from it, thick black she-snakes surfaced. Boom! The entire ancient temple trembled, and those thick, bucket-sized black she-snakes poured into the body of the Bone Demon King on the dark gold throne. Instantly, on the Bone Demon King's body, a faint layer of pale golden bone patterns surfaced, the surrounding black chi thickened, and the flames in its pupils seemed to gain a hint of spirit. This original Bone Demon King possesses no ordinary strength. It merged with the soul of the most powerful third-generation ancestor, with boundless might. Should this bone demon truly awaken, sweeping through Chu country would be effortless, but if it loses control, it might bring an irreversible disaster. The withered old man's voice was heavy as he looked toward the blood-robed handsome youth. Rest assured, Your Palace. I'm not merely a practitioner of blood cultivation. I also possess certain accomplishments in the path of ghost corpses. Moreover, since we began assisting, the Bone Demon Palace has recovered to its peak in just a few decades, even surpassing its former glory. We have never been at a disadvantage. Our organization always honors mutual benefits and reliability, far surpassing those so-called righteous sections. The blood-robed youth smiled confidently. Moments later, 4 ragged, unkempt figures were pushed by a group of black-armored guards to the grand throne of the Bone Demon King. Let us go. Bone Demon Palace? You dare to use us for a blood sacrifice to the ghosts and demons, such an act of sheer brutality. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? The 4 figures let out fierce roars. These 4 escorted figures, consisting of 3 men and 1 woman, were far stronger than those in the organ refining stage. 4 postnatal chi transformation experts, make do for now. These major families don't obey the Bone Demon Palace. Their seated chi transformation realm just happens to serve as nourishment. The withered old man nodded. Ah! A harsh scream resonated within the ancient temple. The 4 bodies were beheaded by swords and blades, their blood spilling all over the ground. Under the bizarre array's power, the blood assembled into a blood pattern, and streams of blood snakes merged into the body of the Bone Demon King. On the entire skeleton of the Bone Demon King, a layer of crystal-clear blood luster appeared, and amidst the interlacing black chi and cold wind, its body outline solidified and thickened. KKK. In its eye sockets, the bouncing gloomy red flames faintly revealed a sinister cold smile, also bearing a king-like coldness that seemed to look down upon the world. Inside the Yunyu sect, domestic quarters. After the meteorite iron gamble, Chen Yu spent 4 to 5 days in quiet cultivation inside his courtyard pavilion. Cloud Evil Fist and Copper Statue Technique, both have reached a bottleneck. Chen Yu murmured. Wu? He let out a long breath, ending several days of intense cultivation. Such dedicated practice sometimes showed great effects, but more often, the efficiency was very low. Now, Chen Yu's cultivation was stable at late-stage meridian passage. His Cloud Evil inner breath was pure and stable. However, to reach the limit of the meridian passage stage, the peak was still far away. With his current talent and progress, without about a year or so, he couldn't consider advancing to the organ refining stage. This was also because Chen Yu had a stable foundation. Cloud Evil Fist had achieved great success, his insight was high, his inner breath was pure, and his cultivation speed boosted. As for the Copper Statue Technique, the current Barbarian Bull Essence prescription was gradually losing its effect. Of course, with his body technique talent, if he had undergone tough training for about half a year, he might have advanced to higher levels of the copper bone formation. In terms of the difficulty of cultivation, the body cultivation technique still far surpasses ordinary techniques by several times. As for the Iron Gang Sword and Cloud Stepping, Chen Yu treated them as martial skills to practice, and his progress was fairly stable. Among them, Cloud Stepping almost reached the peak level. Iron Gang Sword was stable at the Great Achievement realm, and with continued hard practice, given Chen Yu's talent in body technique, there was steady progress. The key is still the level of cultivation, limited by aptitude. Chen Yu was slightly worried. In the inner sect, most of the disciples had good aptitudes, and many were in the organ refining stage. Some of the disciples in the Meridian Passage stage were quite young, some even a year and a half younger than him. Therefore, with Chen Yu's current level of cultivation and strength, as a new member of the inner sect, he still lacked some foundation to truly establish himself. Unfortunately, his considerable value had attracted the envy of many. To truly establish himself in the inner sect, he at least needed to advance to the organ refining stage or reach the copper bone level in the Copper Statue Technique. Relatively speaking, the latter was more achievable for Chen Yu. First advance the Copper Statue Technique to the copper bone level, then seek a breakthrough in cultivation. Chen Yu formulated the same cultivation plan as before. Since he possessed talent in body technique, he decided to first quickly enhance his Copper Statue Technique. On one hand, having a strong physique would improve his aptitude and strengthen his foundation. On the other hand, being powerful would not only protect himself but also make it easier to acquire resources. This approach had been proven viable in the past. The copper bone level of the Copper Statue Technique roughly corresponded to the organ refining stage. Although Chen Yu had a robust physique, at the Copper Sinews Mastery level, he could almost match those at the initial copper bone formation stage. Once Chen Yu reached the copper bone level, it would be relatively easier to advance his cultivation to the organ refining stage later. Because after enhancing his physique, not only would his foundation be more solid, but it would also indirectly improve his meridian aptitude. Master, someone has left a message. Inside the courtyard, a beautiful maid around 17 or 18 years old bowed respectfully. Oh, Chen Yu nodded as a sign. In the past few days, Chu Xingxin, Tong Yuling, and your two brothers have visited. Seeing that you were deeply engrossed in your training, they did not disturb you. The maid spoke. Chu Xingxin. Chen Yu murmured softly, roughly understanding her purpose. In the previous gamble, divided into two parts, Chen Yu had won 2 kilograms of meteoric iron the first time, and 3 kilograms the second, totaling 5 kilograms. This 5 kilograms were the price left from Ice Heart Tears. Of these, the 3 kilograms were transferred to Chu Xingxin at Yuntian Hall during the second time. 2 kilograms were still not given to Chu Xingxin. As for what Tong Yuling was looking for, Chen Yu was not sure. The two brothers were probably Li Dequi and another, still fixated on the qi storage pill. Chen Yu left the house and headed straight to Chu Xingxin's residence. Chu Xingxin had previously provided a rough location when she visited last time. Inner Sect residence. Inside a small pavilion in a garden full of floral fragrance, Chen Yu met Chu Xingxin. Senior Sister Chu, here are the 2 kilograms of meteoric iron. Chen Yu took out 2 pieces of meteoric iron the size of an index finger, small in appearance but heavy in density. Thank you. Xingxin urgently needed some meteoric iron, otherwise, she wouldn't have come to bother you a few days ago. Chu Xingxin apologized with a smile, her demeanor as blooming peonies, captivating. Just as Chen Yu was about to leave, from outside the garden, a man's voice was heard. Is Junior Sister Chu here? Kun, seek an audience. The newcomer was a young man in a purple robe, slightly arrogant and spirited. It was none other than Kun Ling, a true disciple of the Inner Sect. Ah, Junior Sister Chu has visitors already? It's you? When Kun Ling saw Chen Yu, his expression slightly stiffened. Brother Kun, what business do you have with me? Xingxin is gathering the meteoric iron and will be busy for a while. Chu Xingxin said calmly. In 10 days at the Hidden Lake Conference, there will be a large-scale auction held every 6 months. Currently, with the Bone Demon Palace invading, we, the new talents among the disciples, might be assigned to defense missions urgently needing rare materials. Kun Ling said to Chu Xingxin with a smile, without looking at Chen Yu. Oh, a large-scale auction. By then, I'll also be free, just in time to attend. Chu Xingxin's eyes sparkled lightly, smiling pleasedly. Bone Demon Palace invading? These words startled Chen Yu. Bone Demon Palace invading? May I ask you too, what's going on? Chen Yu couldn't help but ask. You didn't know? Bone Demon Palace has recently made its presence known, aggressively expanding. Now, not only the Iron Sword Sect and Water Moon Sect but even our Yunyu Sect are threatened. Kun Ling glanced at Chen Yu. Now, the 3 sects have officially joined forces. Chu Xingxin's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she added, some elder disciples have already gone to the front lines to resist the Bone Demon Palace. However, the situation is not optimistic. Our Yunyu sect has already lost a postnatal qi transformation expert, including 7 to 8 members in the organ refining stage, and many more in the meridian passage and body cultivation, suffering losses of many dozens of people. SSS? Hearing this, Chen Yu involuntarily gasped. In just the short span of 4 to 5 days of intense cultivation, such a major event had occurred in the Chu country's sect world. Seeing Chen Yu's surprise, Kun Ling's face carried a chill. Junior brother Chen had better be careful. Our sect has issued a frontline mission, and if the number of participants is insufficient, it's possible some disciples will be forcibly dispatched to provide support. Frontline mission? The depth and chill in Kun Ling's eyes gave Chen Yu a rather bad premonition. If he had bad luck and was sent to the frontline for support, the danger would indeed be significant. On the battlefield where they stood against the Bone Demon sect, those in the late stage of organ refining had no assurance of survival, let alone those below that stage. They were nearly cannon fodder. Junior brother Chen, don't be scared by him. Chu Xingxin covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her beauty captivating, causing Kun Ling to be momentarily stunned. That's right. For newer generation disciples like us, even with poor luck and being dispatched, we're mostly assigned to logistics or rearguard duties, unlikely to engage in frontline combat. Unless, of course, the situation becomes perilously dire. Chu Xingxin explained with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Disciples like them, under 25 years of age, were the new talents of the sect. Generally, those who went to the frontline were older members. The new talents were the tender shoots the sect was currently cultivating, usually not sent on dangerous missions, especially the elite disciples who received focused training. By the way, before leaving, Chu Xingxin turned back with a smile. You're going to attend the Hidden Lake Conference in 10 days, right? You are told me your worth has greatly increased. Hidden Lake Conference? I should attend. Chen Yu nodded. He had heard of the Hidden Lake Conference back when he was an outer disciple. Hidden Lake Conference was a neutral force within Chu country, catering specifically to trade within the cultivation world, providing a secure and fair marketplace. At the Hidden Lake Conference, there was an auction every month. Additionally, they held a large auction every 6 months. At this very moment, the semi-annual grand auction of the Hidden Lake Conference was about to begin. Chen Yu had in his possession a significant sum of primordial stones, as well as 80-year-old blood ganoderma, and the precious qi storage pills. Just in time, I need to use the third body refining prescription, which requires even more precious resources. Chen Yu made up his mind. The prescriptions provided in the copper statue technique started with a commoner's prescription, followed by the barbarian bull marrow prescription. The first two prescriptions had basically lost their effect on Chen Yu. Now, he resolved to use the third body refining prescription, which required resources several times more precious than the second. Chen Yu, after leaving Xu Xingxin's pavilion, Kun Ling, dressed in a purple robe, suddenly blocked Chen Yu's way. Brother Kun, what does this mean? Chen Yu felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, not just from the other's fierce internal breath, but also from some kind of mental pressure. Through the sensation in his heart, he was convinced that the other was in the late stage of organ refining, even more powerful than Yi Yunfei and Cheng Xian. For your ice heart tears, I, personally, am offering in exchange, a half-precious artifact, 2,000 grade essence stones, and 3 jin of spiritual ore akin to meteoric iron. Kun Ling got straight to the point. His eyes were burning as he fixated on the crystal pendant Chen Yu wore. Kun Ling knew that Xu Xingxin was very fond of the pendant, having traded it to Chen Yu only in an urgent need for meteoric iron. Now, Kun Ling had plans to redeem the ice heart tears. No, Chen Yu almost reflexively rejected the offer. The ice heart tears was one of his layers of protection, remarkably rare. Due to his practice of the Cloud Evil Fist, which induced strong evil chi, the peril of the technique was such that it could easily cloud one's mind with malicious chi, leading to deviation in his practice. Moreover, the Ice Heart Tears could also defend against unpredictable mental attacks, a domain unfamiliar to Chen Yu. Chen Yu, this is an opportunity I'm offering you. Should you not seize it? Kun Ling's face was handsome yet cold, the corner of his mouth curled with a hint of chill. Out of the blue, Chen Yu paid no mind to the person before him and continued on to the Sect Affairs Hall. He had come here to gather rare medicinal materials required for the third prescription. However, after a round of collection, expending some contribution points and primordial stones, he barely managed to purchase 2 or 3 auxiliary materials. The third body refining prescription contained 2 main materials. They were Fierce Snake King's Gallbladder and 100-year-old Earth Spirit Ginseng. Fierce Snake King's Gallbladder, at least at the level of Blood Python or Fierce Bird King, like the ones encountered in the Yunyuan Mountain Range. Earth Spirit Ginseng, a rare earth attribute spirit ginseng, requiring at least 100 years of growth, its medicinal properties growing stronger with age. Your other materials can be acquired by posting tasks here, it shouldn't be too difficult. But the 100-year-old Earth Spirit Ginseng, that's too rare and exceptionally precious. Try your luck at the Hidden Lake Conference. A grey-robed steward suggested. Thank you, Chen Yu nodded in appreciation. The other main material, Fierce Snake King's Gallbladder, according to the Sect Affairs Hall steward, could possibly be acquired with some good fortune if a task was posted for a duration. Within the sect, some powerful elite disciples and true disciples in the organ refining stage could, by cooperating, slay a Fierce Snake King. It wasn't too difficult. Fierce Snake King's Gallbladder. 1 for 3,000 contribution points, 2,000 grade essence stones. Chen Yu set a suitable procurement price. Of course, the Sect Affairs Hall would also take a 5% commission in primordial stones and contribution points. In total, Chen Yu deposited over 10,000 contribution points and more than 7,000 grade essence stones to post tasks, temporarily buying 3 Fierce Snake King's Gallbladders, along with other auxiliary materials. Departing from the Sect Affairs Hall, Chen Yu returned to the outer disciples' residence, then paid a visit to Tong Yuling's dwelling. Tong Yuling was not present, informed by her maids that she had left abruptly due to an urgent family matter. What could Tong Yuling want with me? Chen Yu returned, bewildered. In the following days, Chen Yu resumed his arduous cultivation of techniques and martial skills. Meanwhile, he was closely following the latest developments of the Bone Demon Palace invasion. After all, this was a major issue for the sects of Chu country and could concern his own safety and fate. However, the news from the front lines was very unfavorable. The alliance of 3 major sects only managed to slow down the invasion speed of the Bone Demon Palace, and they were suffering one defeat after another, with heavy losses. No one could be sure whether the Bone Demon Palace would reach the 3 sects, or even the doorstep of Yunyu sect. Recently, many younger disciples had been summoned to important sect locations, to assist and guard against attacks. Do you know, a couple of family powers affiliated with our Yunyu sect were ambushed by the Bone Demon Palace a few days ago, suffering heavy casualties. SHH, keep your voice down. I heard that some disciples of the Bone Demon Palace have infiltrated the secular powers near our section. What if the Bone Demon Palace attacks us here? Or if we are dispatched to the front lines? There were private discussions among the inner sect residents. A pressing and oppressive atmosphere was spreading throughout the Yunyu sect. The setbacks at the front lines brought not a small amount of pressure to the disciples of Yunyu sect. Eventually, many disciples' requests for leave to go home were denied. The sect is thoroughly investigating internal traitors, and any disciple who leaves the sect without permission will be executed without mercy. Yunyu sect was practically under a semi-curfew. Even when some disciples went out for normal tasks, they had to undergo a strict inspection. Several days later, 2 black-robed law enforcers arrived at Chen Yu's courtyard. Is Chen Yu here? Brothers of the law enforcers, what brings you to my doorstep? Chen Yu came out of the building and, upon seeing the 2 formidable law enforcers, was shaken and realized something. In half a month, You will be part of the third batch of support members, heading to Baishan Spirit Garden to reinforce the defense of this critical location, in case of an ambush by the Bone Demon Palace. One of the law enforcers announced. The announcement of the task made Chen Yu's heart sink. Although this was not about heading to the front lines for battle, it was still considered bad luck, being part of the group of disciples being dispatched. Oddly, Chen Yu thought of the deep meaning and abnormality in Kunling's expression a few days ago. Could it be that this task assignment was within Kunling's expectations, or that he knew something in advance? Chen Yu realized that there might be human intervention in this task assignment, but to intervene in task assignments, especially when it involves inner sect disciples, whoever was doing this in secret must have profound influence within the Yunyu sect. After the two law enforcers left, Chen Yu held a token, his face showing a mixture of emotions. He currently possessed valuable artifacts and chi storage pills, which made him quite wealthy, but he was only at the Meridian Passage stage, and his position in the inner sect was not stable. Sect assignment orders must not be disobeyed, or severe punishment will follow, possibly even abolishing one's cultivation. Chen Yu took a deep breath. The invasion by the Bone Demon Palace not only brought crisis and pressure to the three sects. Chen Yu, a disciple of the sect, would also face a series of risks and challenges in this storm. Of course, this could also be an opportunity. The enforced mission itself would have generous rewards, and killing enemies would also be rewarded, with the spoils going to the victor. The task reassignment was set for half a month later. In the last remaining time, Chen Yu could still strengthen and enhance his abilities. The Hidden Lake Conference is just a few days away. Chen Yu harbored some expectations for the Hidden Lake Conference taking place in several days. As long as he gathered all the ingredients for the Snake Gallbladder Spirit Ginseng prescription, his copper statue technique would have the chance to advance early to the copper bone level. At that time, even if faced with mid-stage organ refining experts, he would be able to put up a fight, greatly increasing his self-preservation ability. Late at night, at a secluded and dilapidated house within the Yunyu sect. Master Lin, are you certain that you have indeed reassigned Chen Yu to participate in the support mission outside? A sycophantic voice was heard. The speaker was a green-clothed youth, currently bowing and scraping. If Chen Yu were here, he would surely recognize that this was his former adversary, Wang Lingyun. In the dimly lit, grim house, one could vaguely see a tall and burly middle-aged man across the room, who emanated a formidable presence like a mountain, obscured within a layer of pale yellow mist. This presence made it hard for Wang Lingyun to breathe. About the anomaly on Chen Yu's person, the mysterious opportunity that arose since the falling of the meteoric iron, have you spoken of it to anyone else within the sect? The silhouette of the fuzzy Master Lin spoke in a low voice. Absolutely not. Apart from you and the seventh prince, I haven't told a third person. Wang Lingyun hurriedly replied. A vicious light flickered in his eyes. Oh Chen Yu, you have your opportunity and high value, but now that you've attracted the attention of important people within the sect, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. You've made a considerable contribution. You can leave with peace of mind. Master Lin nodded. Thank you, Master. Leave with peace of mind. Wang Lingyun first showed gratitude but then suddenly felt something was amiss. Boom! A heavy, mountainous burst of yellow chi force instantly engulfed and pierced Wang Lingyun's body. Wang Lingyun stiffened, the internal energy he tried to summon extinguished like a snuffed lamp. Then, his body, as if crushed by a 10,000-pound boulder, became a pile of red and white mush shaped vaguely like a human. Uncle Lin, why take his life? A richly dressed man appeared beside Hall Master Lin just after Wang Lingyun was killed. The newcomer was the seventh prince who Wang Lingyun had just mentioned. Junior brother Chen has already become an inner sect disciple, and he's also an elder's disciple. Although he's just a named disciple, we cannot take this lightly. If we want to deal with him, we can't let any word leak out. As the sect affairs hall master, it's within my duties to send him to guard the Baishan Spirit Garden, which is a reasonable assignment within my job. Hall Master Lin said in a deep voice. He took out a black metal bottle and poured out a few drops of milky white liquid. Hiss. Wang Lingyun's body completely dissolved into a pool of blood and water and merged into the soil. For outer disciples like Wang Lingyun, even if they died, it wouldn't spark too much attention from the sect. Especially now, with the Bone Demon Palace invading, losing one outer disciple is even less of a concern for the sect. Uncle Lin, do you think that junior brother Chen really possesses some kind of great opportunity, as Wang Lingyun said? The seventh prince's gaze flickered. Opportunity is not unusual in the world of sects. If your Uncle Lin hadn't stumbled upon an opportunity in my youth, I wouldn't have reached the Qi transformation realm. This lad might have some kind of opportunity on him, but regardless of its existence, I want his Xian heavy sword. The sword's material is good, it was once used in the failed refinement of a mid-grade magical weapon. As for the Qi storage pill, it's no use to me, you can have it. Everything will be as Uncle Lin arranges. As long as that kid is transferred away, everything will be easy, Huangfulin said, his smile hiding a trace of icy intent. In the past few months, he had been relentlessly pursuing Mu Swecking to no avail. After the recent outer disciple competition, Huangfulin was certain that Mu Swecking still had some attachment to Chen Yu. If Chen Yu were still just a marginal outer disciple, it wouldn't matter. However, Chen Yu had recently stood out prominently among the sect. Coupled with Wang Lingyun's fanning the flames, asserting that Chen Yu possessed some opportunity, Huang Fulin felt threatened by the possibility of Chen Yu's rise in the future. For these two reasons, Huang Fulin finally made up his mind to approach Hall Master Lin, a high-ranking sect figure close to the royal family. 2 days later, the gates of Yunyu sect were crowded with disciples, dozens of them. Recently, the sect had enacted a semi-lockdown. Whether leaving or returning to the sect, everyone had to undergo strict checks. Have all the disciples going to the Hidden Lake conference gathered? We will not wait for latecomers. A man in a green pine robe stood on a tall stone, his piercing eyes scanning the group of disciples below. Senior brother, we're all here. Senior brother Zong? When are we leaving? The group of disciples looked up at the man standing on the high stone, respect evident on their faces. Is he the chief disciple? Chen Yu couldn't help but observe. Junior brother Chen, you're not familiar with senior brother Zong, right? The graceful young man with a folding fan by his side spoke, smiling. That young man was Nang Gongli. Now, he had been promoted to the organ refining stage, one of the inner sect true disciples. Brother Zong Tianchen is our #1 true disciple. His talent and comprehension are excellent. He shined brightly in his early years and learned a sect-defining cultivation technique. As for now, he's at least at the peak of refining organ and seems to be on the verge of touching the Qi transformation realm. Nang Gongli spoke with a hint of admiration. The disciples gathered here were all set to attend the Hidden Lake conference. The sect decided to make them travel together as a group given the current invasion and infiltration by the Bone Demon Palace, which was no ordinary circumstance. Looking around, Chen Yu saw many familiar faces among the disciples, including Chu Xingxin and her sisters, Mu Sueking, Huang Fulin, Kun Ling, Li Feng, and of course, several of Chen Yu's fellow sect brothers. Many others he did not recognize. Among the outer disciples, there were also several familiar faces, including Hu Yuba, Huang Yuan, Yang Fan, and others. At this moment, these outer disciples looked at Chen Yu with a mix of complexity and awe. Strangely enough, Chen Yu did not see Wang Lingyun. With Wang's cunning, how could he miss such a group activity? Junior brother Chen, Li Dequi and Wu Yu approached with a smile. Senior brother Li, I haven't planned on trading my Qi storage pill yet. Chen Yu sighed. In recent days, many inner sect disciples, even some stewards, had come to Chen Yu, wanting to trade for his Qi storage pill. At this stage, with the Bone Demon Palace invading, everyone in the sect felt endangered, and everyone wanted to improve their strength. Such elixirs, naturally, became very sought after during wartime, and their prices soared. Nevertheless, most of those who came to trade with Chen Yu didn't offer a sincere price, they wanted to trade at the normal rate. Chen Yu estimated that his Qi storage pill could fetch at least a 50% price increase from the usual rate. If put up in an auction, doubling in price wouldn't be impossible. Let's set off. The chief disciple, Zong Tianchen, on the high stone, flitted down like a feather swoosh, landing on the steps at the gate in the blink of an eye. The elegance and speed of his movement technique left everyone else behind. Chen Yu, how about we compare movement techniques? Losing to you in the outer disciples competition was a regret I've had for a long time. I've wanted to have another match with you for ages. Unfortunately, I've now advanced to the organ refining stage. Competing with you wouldn't be honorable. Nang Gongli suddenly suggested. Then let's compare. Chen Yu agreed, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smile. Before long, the group of disciples, riding on the sect's fine horses, began their journey. Chen Yu and Nang Gongli didn't rent horses due to their movement technique comparison. Zoom, zoom. The two figures raced alongside each other through the wilds, neither giving ground, yet staying close to the group. At some moment, Chen Yu and Nang Gongli leaped to a sheer cliff dozens of meters high, darting swiftly, astonishing some other disciples below. Chen Yu's cloud stepping seems to be nearing its peak level. Li Feng observed, surprised. He had no idea. After the meteoric iron gambling fight, junior brother Chen had diligently cultivated his movement techniques with the blessing of his innate body technique talent, making significant progress. Especially since, after being assigned the defensive duty, junior brother Chen further improved his cloud stepping technique under the pressure of crises. Now, junior brother Chen's cloud stepping technique had not just achieved great success but had reached the peak realm. A movement technique at the peak realm could be described as the pinnacle of mastery. I should not expose the level of my movement technique now. During his competition with Nang Gongli, junior brother Chen still held back, not showing his full potential. Even so, the Nang Gongli he competed against was quite surprised. I have suppressed my cultivation level to the peak of Meridian Passage. I have no advantage over him in terms of movement technique. This stoked Nang Gongli's competitive spirit. He was a true disciple, a genius of the Nanggong family of this generation, with green eyes essence blood enhancing his pupils and burdened with the high expectations of his family. Swoosh! He brought out his internal breath to the refining organ level and surpassed junior brother Chen in terms of speed. Junior brother Chen just smiled slightly and didn't take it to heart. His demeanor somewhat dampened Nang Gongli's spirits, winning this way felt hollow. Over the next 2 days, junior brother Chen and Nang Gongli competed in movement techniques while discussing and exchanging knowledge on their journey. Junior brother Chen's cloud stepping technique, having reached the peak, gradually unveiled the true essence of movement techniques. Nang Gongli had a higher level in movement technique cultivation, and from him, junior brother Chen learned quite a lot. 2 days later, a lake came into view. The lake sparkled with the gentle blue of gemstones, about 20 to 30 li in diameter. What was most special was that the lake was nestled in the center of a mountain range and was difficult to discover. This is the hidden lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a central island. Alright, now we must rely on our weight-reducing martial arts to get to that hidden lake island. Zhong Tianchen gathered all the disciples together. At a glance, there were no boats on the lake's surface. This area was part of the neutral power hidden lake, designed to be a place of cultivation for sect members. It was difficult for ordinary people to access Hidden Lake Island. Let's go. Zhong Tianchen led the way, as light as a feather, stepping on the lake's surface as if it were solid ground. Plop, plop, plop. In just a few breaths, Zhong Tianchen had already stepped 20 zhang away. Afterward, the other true disciples and inner sect disciples also exhibited their light-bodied martial techniques, treading over the lake with ease. Basically, disciples in the organ refining stage could walk on water effortlessly. Those at the meridian passage stage had to be the elites. Consequently, there were less than 10 outer sect disciples included in this excursion. Hehe, let's have another competition. Laughing lightly, Nangongli leaped alongside junior brother Chen on the surface of the lake. The distance was a good 7 to 8 li. At the beginning, all the disciples were fine, but after walking 2 to 3 li, some at the meridian passage stage began to struggle due to their high internal energy consumption. Among the meridian passage stage disciples, only junior brother Chen remained calm and composed. Splash splash! Suddenly, a silverbacked giant tiger, carrying an old man and a young girl, rode the wind and waves, passing by everyone. Hehe, these people are so silly. The girl on the silverbacked tiger blinked at everyone and made a face as she overtook them. Whoosh whap! Then, right over their heads, a giant white crane flew past, carrying 2 to 3 people. Clearly, these were all participants heading to the Hidden Lake Conference. Spiritual pet flying creatures, how flashy it would be to have one. The disciples all wore looks of envy. However, these spiritual pet flying creatures were mostly at the organ refining stage or above. Cultivating or taming any one of them was extremely difficult, and typical disciples could not afford them. The Unisect did have flying creatures for transportation, but their use was mostly restricted to the higher ranks. Before long, the Unisect disciples arrived at Hidden Lake Island and saw many people coming and going. Whoosh! The journey across the water left many disciples panting and significantly diminished their internal energy. Particularly the Meridian Passage stage disciples were nearly exhausted. Next, you may all move freely on the island. You have only 1 day. We will gather here tomorrow, Zhong Tianchen announced. He then explained some rules of the island. Hidden Lake Island was a neutral trading spot in Chu country, closer to the Unisect. Typically, most participants were from the region near the Unisect, with few coming from the other 2 sects. This time, however, due to the invasion of the Bone Demon Palace and the urgent shortage of resources, this large-scale auction drew more participants than usual from the Iron Sword Sect and Water Moon Sect. Junior brother Chen assessed his assets, 1 chi storage pill, an 80-year-old blood ganoderma, and over 8,000 grade UN stones. He stored genuine UN stones, otherwise, 7 to 8,000 grade UN stones would fill several boxes. The remaining UN stones were kept in the Sect Affairs Hall for the purchase of Snake King's gallbladder and other auxiliary materials. Right, there's also this. Junior brother Chen took out a thumb-sized filthy black blood pearl. Within this pearl, a terrifying aura of bloodthirsty yin energy faintly leaked out. At the same time, chief disciple Zhong Tianchen looked over at junior brother Chen as if sensing something. At that very moment, far in the sky, a lean figure in a black cloak and bamboo hat rode a black feathered fierce bird toward Hidden Lake Island, suddenly uttering a low sound of surprise. Such a strong aura of malevolent energy? Could it be that some evil treasure has appeared on Hidden Lake Island? As he took out the filthy black blood bead, Chen Yu had a bad feeling. Sensitive individuals like the chief disciple Zhong Tianchen seemed to detect the bead's aura. He hastily placed the bead into a small metallic bottle. Are you junior brother Chen Yu? Zhong Tianchen's gaze fell upon Chen Yu and he said with profound meaning, at the Hidden Lake Conference, there are all kinds of people, including idle evil cultivators besides the 3 major sects. It's not rare for incidents to happen. Thank you for your concern, brother Chen. Chen Yu gave his thanks with a bow. The chief disciple held a special status within the sect and might very well become the new sect master or an elder in the future. Everyone, disperse. With a wave of his hand, Zhong Tianchen scattered the disciples into several small groups. Hidden Lake Island wasn't large, only about 2 or 3 miles in circumference. Yet within this small area, there were quite a number of shops, as well as 2 or 3 free markets. Of course, whether it was the shops or the low-end market stalls, they were all targeted at cultivators from the sects. Spirit pets for sale at fair prices. In front of a garden complex large as a bird's nest, several young men and women stood, calling out loudly. This was a spirit pet shop. Hehe, I'm just thinking of buying a mount for traveling. Chu Yuer's eyes lit up as she pulled her sister Chu Xingxin into the garden complex. Junior brother Chen, let's go take a look too, Nangongli said with a smile. It was Chen Yu's first time here, and he wanted to take in the sights, so he nodded in agreement. Just now, when they were traveling over the waves, all the disciples envied those with spirit pets as mounts. Moreover, with Chu Xingxin, the #1 beauty of the inner sect, entering, she instantly attracted a group of Unisect disciples, totaling around 20 people. The spirit pet shop at the moment was actually a semi-open garden complex, surrounded by a large metallic net that faintly pulsed with the lines of an array. Inside the shop, there were large cages containing various forms of spirit pets, beasts and birds, everything one could wish for. There is actually a difference between spirit pets and ferocious beasts. Simply put, ferocious beasts are wild, with strong ferocity that obscures their spiritual intelligence. Spirit pets are bred, specially trained to remove their brutal nature, and can assist their owners in travel, even combat. Wow, this sheep-horned beast looks so cute. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at a sheep-like spirit pet with snow-white fur that was about the size of a horse. Miss has a good eye. This sheep-horned beast is said to be somewhat related to the legendary unicorn. Its horn on the head has certain offensive capabilities, capable of dealing with general beasts. A middle-aged attendant with bright eyes started to pitch skillfully. This scene left Chen Yu and the others speechless. This sheep-horned beast lacks both stamina and speed. It can't be used for traveling, nor does it have any combat ability. Xu Xingxin shook her head with a smile. Chen Yu left reluctantly. The sheep-horned beast's snow-white fur and unique horn were very appealing to girls. Two young heroes, what kind of spirit pet are you looking for? For traveling, combat, or other assistance? A female attendant greeted Chen Yu and Nangongli with a smile. I'm looking for something to ride on. Nangongli, holding his folding fan, appeared carefree and suave. This golden pattern leopard would be very suitable for you. The female attendant recommended with a smile a leopard-like spirit pet, 1.5 jong long, covered in fur like golden threads. This golden pattern leopard was robust, appeared spirited, had pale green eyes, and exuded a stench and heat with every growl. How much? Nangongli asked casually. 2,100 secondary grade essence stones, the female attendant replied. Afterward, they looked at a wolf-like spirit pet and a horse with brown scales on its back, all for use as mounts. Young master, this brown-scaled horse can travel 3,000 miles a day, has excellent stamina, is an expert in mountaineering and river crossing, and can jump over a general 30-foot cliff with a single leap. The female attendant highly praised the horse pet. I want something that can fly. Nangongli shook his head. As a true disciple, he had high standards. A flying mount? That would be quite rare. The attendant led Chen Yu and Nangongli to another open area, where they could see several large trees. Each tree was fixed with a large cage. A huge bird pet with feathers completely red and eyes like rubies entered their view. Whoosh! This red feather bird unfolded its 2-jong-wide wings and the beautiful feathers seemed to emit a faint red flow, like glowing firelight. Red feather bird? Tamed from a fierce red-feathered bird, it's capable of carrying people in the sky with excellent speed and has combat power comparable to the late stage of organ refining. Suitable for both travel and battle, it's one of the store's signature spirit pets. The female attendant introduced. The bird was both beautiful and practical, and also capable of combat. If they were to ride this bird back home, it would certainly be eye-catching. Nangong's eyes brightened. Even Chen Yu felt somewhat tempted. After all, this was a bird that could soar through the skies. How much? 26,000 secondary grade essence stones, the attendant replied. Both of them shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't afford it. The price of this red-feathered bird pet was almost on par with a treasure artifact. Later on, they looked at a few more spirit pet mounts, feeling dispirited. The cheap ones didn't appeal to them, while the expensive ones they couldn't afford. Although Chen Yu took a liking to several practical spirit pets, he couldn't recklessly spend the grade essence stones he had. In his hands, he had only just over 80 grade essence stones. This amount of grade essence stones might not even suffice to purchase a 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. He estimated that he would need to sell that 80-year-old blood ganoderma. An hour later, everyone gradually left the Ling pet shop. Only a few disciples from Yu sect purchased spirit pets as mounts. Among them, Chen Yu was riding on a fluffy snow-white large dog spirit pet. This dog was as big as a tiger or leopard. It looked gentle and beautiful without losing its grandeur and presumably had some combat abilities to assist in battle. Miss, take care. This snow mountain dog has an impressive burst speed and can contend with those at the Meridian Passage stage. It will be a faithful companion to you, said the middle-aged shop assistant with a beaming smile as he saw her off. Humph, such a waste of money, spending 7,000 to 8,000 grade essence stones on a snow mountain dog. Some people nearby shook their heads, unable to help themselves. In fact, the snow mountain dog that Chen Yu had bought was quite practical. Although its combat strength was average, its sense of smell was very keen, making it useful for tracking and alerting. However, the cost-performance ratio was slightly lower than expected. Senior brother Nangong, I plan to look for several rare materials, Chen Yu said as he parted ways with Nangongli. He wandered alone through various shops, his eyes dazzled by the array of goods. Chen Yu planned to find some 100-year earth spirit ginseng. Along the way, he also intended to appraise the tainted black blood pearl to discover its potential uses. Item appraisal available. While passing by a shop named Treasure Tower, Chen Yu noticed these words on a sign next to it. Our store sells all kinds of rare and exotic treasures, including appraisals and purchases of some precious items, intoned the shopkeeper, a dark-faced middle-aged man, at a leisurely pace. Chen Yu found that Treasure Tower had an elegant layout and was much quieter compared to other shops. He glanced casually at the display case and was startled. Storage bag, made with the Samuru mustard seed array, fused with a bit of spatial stone foam. This bag has an internal capacity as large as a water tank, capable of containing items, but cannot change their original weight. Price, 300 genuine stones. Clearing God incense, can make the mind clear and focused, reducing the likelihood of cultivation deviation. For those below the Qi transformation innate, it can slightly improve the efficiency of cultivating techniques. Price, 350 genuine yuan stones. Illusion mist plate, a simple array plate that can temporarily create a fog-shrouded illusion array, capable of trapping ordinary meridian passage stage individuals. It also has short-term interference effects on those at the late stage of organ refining. Price, 260 yuan stones. The yuan stones mentioned here are all genuine, each item representing tens of thousands of grade essence stones. There are storage items here, however, they only have space as big as a water tank, and can't change the weight of the items. Chen Yu marveled in amazement. He had heard that some high-end storage items were only the size of a ring or bracelet, with space inside comparable to a house, and could lighten the weight of the items. And legendary spatial items could even ignore weight altogether, forming a small dimensional space within. The storage bag here was roughly the size of an ordinary bag, simply using the Samuru mustard seed array to compress the space as big as a water tank into the volume of a pouch, unable to alter the weight of objects. Even my Xian heavy sword wouldn't fit inside. Chen Yu shook his head. After all, he couldn't afford it. It was like sour grapes, he supposed. I would like to have an item appraised. Chen Yu spoke up. After that, he took out a metal vial and presented a tainted black blood pearl from within. The dark-faced middle-aged man sensed the malevolent qi on the pearl, and his expression suddenly changed. No need for appraisal. I'll offer 10,000 grade essence stones to purchase this pearl. A hoarse voice from an elderly man came from behind. Chen Yu turned his head and saw a skinny old man with a bamboo hat stepping into treasure tower. 10,000 grade essence stones. Chen Yu was secretly astonished. Was the blood pearl that he expelled and condensed after taking the clearing qi pill really so valuable? Hearing the offer, a mocking expression appeared on the dark-faced shopkeeper's face. Just as the shopkeeper was about to speak, the old man's bamboo hat lifted slightly, revealing a pair of intimidating eyes that glowed like two lamps from the depths of an abyss. Boom! The shopkeeper's body shook, and despite his organ refining stage cultivation, his consciousness roared upon contact with the old man's gaze. In an instant, his blood and internal qi felt as if they were being compressed by a great mountain, making it difficult to breathe. The shopkeeper could hardly utter a word. Additionally, a trace of an invisible spiritual pressure enveloped Chen Yu. Thump, 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 thump. Chen Yu's body shook, his heart beating vigorously. Simultaneously, the ice heart tears he wore close to his body released a strange current, protecting his mind and heart. Who are you, to attempt forceful buying and selling on Hidden Lake Island? Chen Yu cried out loudly. Whoosh! A surge of evil qi and a chilling wind arose around him, and his loud shout echoed for dozens of yards. The old man in the bamboo hat was surprised. He didn't expect that someone at the Meridian Passage stage could withstand even a bit of his spiritual pressure and make a commotion loud enough to attract the attention of those nearby. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. The Hidden Lake Conference was not a simple power. It held a transcendent position in Chu country, with close ties to the Yunyu sect. Even a Qi transformation realm powerhouse would have to think twice before acting rashly here. Kid, I'm offering you 15,000 grade essence stones, which is more than fair to you. The old man in the bamboo hat slightly retreated a half step. My master is Elder Mao Kaiyu of the Yunyu sect. Chen Yu was not conversing as expected. Mao Kaiyu? The dark-faced shopkeeper showed a look of shock, while the old man's hand twitched slightly, a movement not missed by Chen Yu's eyes. I'll give you 200 genuine yuan stones, no more. The old man in the bamboo hat said in a grave tone. 200 genuine yuan stones, that amounted to 20,000 grade essence stones. Hehe, I'll pay 300 genuine yuan stones. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed from the upper floors of Treasure Tower. Hehe, I offer 300 genuine yuan stones. The owner of the voice instantly raised the price to 300 genuine yuan stones, which equated to 30,000 lesser yuan stones. Who is that? The elder with the bamboo hat became furious, his voice turning cold. If the price were 1 or 2,000 lesser yuan stones, he might see a profit, but at the price of 30,000 lesser yuan stones, it hardly mattered anymore. Vice President, the dark-faced shopkeeper said with utmost respect. Then, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, with a fair complexion, descended the stairs from the second floor of the Treasure Tower. Vice President? Are you the Mr. Bimian of the Hidden Lake Conference, Su Chuan Song? The voice of the elder with the bamboo hat changed. I am indeed Su Chuan Song. It's unfortunate for you that this treasure tower is one of my business enterprises. The fair-faced scholar slapped a folding fan into his palm. The inner walls of the establishment and the surfaces of some counters suddenly emanated faint white array patterns, exuding a powerful imposing force. You're ruthless. The elder with the bamboo hat muttered under his breath as a blur of dark mist flashed on the spot. His figure became hazy and then disappeared without a trace. Many thanks, Senior. Chen Yu breathed a little easier and bowed respectfully towards Vice President Su Chuan Song. This man had a profound and unfathomable presence, giving Chen Yu the feeling that he was on the same level as his master, Elder Mao. No wonder. The items for sale in the treasure tower were all high-end, so it turned out to be the enterprise of the vice president of the Hidden Lake Conference. Young nephew, there's no need for formalities, I have some private dealings with your master Mao Kaiyu. In the past, I even owed him a small favor. Su Chuan-song smiled warmly and gestured for Chen Yu to sit inside. Soon, the shopkeeper served them a pot of top-quality tea. Oh, Chen Yu? Your name sounds familiar to me, it seems that you made quite an impression during the 3 sex iron ore gamble. Su Chuan-song's eyes gleamed as he looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu was surprised, he hadn't expected his modest fame to have reached such an important figure. Afterward, Chen Yu asked about the grimy blood pearl. This pearl is known as the Yinlai pearl, accumulated with a powerful force of malevolence, and is beloved by practitioners of nefarious paths. It holds great value, slightly higher than ordinary treasures. Su Chuan-song gave a simple introduction. Yinlai pearl. Chen Yu exclaimed softly, having vaguely heard of it before, although it wasn't quite what he remembered. The Yinlai pearl you possess harbors a strong malevolent aura, yet it's a shame it's been tainted with some blood stains. If you're willing, I'll offer 330 genuine yuan stones to purchase it. Su Chuan-song examined the grimy blood pearl for a moment. 330 genuine yuan stones. Chen Yu was quite tempted. The pearl was of no use to him. More importantly, its emanating malevolent aura could potentially attract the attention of those from the nefarious paths. 330 genuine yuan stones is already slightly above the market rate, and that's considering the pearl is stained with blood. If auctioned, it might sell for even more, but then you'd have to pay intermediary fees, as well as face the possibility of various uncertainties and risks. Su Chuan-song said with a smile. All right. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Being able to liquidate the hot potato that was the Yinlai pearl and avoid further troubles was indeed a relief. Su Chuan-song was decisive. He promptly took out 330 genuine yuan stones from his storage bag and handed them to Chen Yu. Here's an additional token of goodwill for my worthy nephew. Su Chuan-song handed over a pale silver token. Engraved on the token were the words Hidden Lake. Hidden Lake Silver Order. The dark-faced shopkeeper looked surprised. He hadn't expected the vice president to give a silver order to Chen Yu. Young hero Chen, with this token, you can enjoy certain privileges at the Hidden Lake auction, including discounts and other conveniences in some official trading venues on Hidden Lake Island. The dark-faced shopkeeper explained. Thank you very much, Senior Su. Chen Yu said with joy, carefully storing the token. The token has been programmed with your information, you can use it with confidence. Su Chuan-song said with a faint smile. In the treasure tower, Chen Yu stayed for a while and saw a few rare and unique treasures that caught his eye. However, as a high-end venue, even the simplest of items here were worth hundreds of genuine yuan stones. Chen Yu needed to acquire a 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and save up for the auction, so he had to reserve a sum of yuan stones for future purchases. Before leaving, Chen Yu inquired about the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng with Su Chuan-song. Earth spirit ginseng? This item is quite rare, its value even surpassing ordinary spirit ginseng. The common decades-old variety can be found on the island, but those of 100 years are harder to come by. Su Chuan-song mused. Ordinarily, the spiritual potency and medicinal effect of spiritual material pearl fruits increase significantly once they reach 100 years, and so does their value, multiplying geometrically with each century milestone. Of course, according to past occasions, large auctions always feature items like the 100-year-old fire spirit ginseng, earth spirit ginseng, and blood ganoderma, though they aim to fetch a high price. Su Chuan-song added. Chen Yu instantly understood. Even if some merchant forces possessed 100-year-old spirit ginseng, they wouldn't privately sell it at the moment. They'd wait for the auction to sell it at a higher price. Watching Chen Yu take his leave, the shopkeeper asked puzzledly, Sir, selling that Yinlai pearl tarnished by the polluted blood for over 300 genuine yuan stones, wasn't that a bit of a loss? A loss? Su Chuan-song's face revealed an inscrutable smile. If we can refine the polluted blood into filthy blood poison, it will prove difficult to resist for those below the Qi transformation realm. It will be of considerable value. So that's how it is? Brilliant. The dark-faced shopkeeper admired Su Chuan-song. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a crooked merchant. Surely a merchant wouldn't engage in unprofitable transactions, even if it appeared that way on the surface. However, refining this polluted blood requires no small conditions. At the very least, one must be in the Qi transformation realm and adept in the blood-A technique. Su Chuan-song murmured. Leaving the treasure tower, Chen Yu's wealth had skyrocketed. He originally had over 8,000 lesser yuan stones, and now, with the addition of 330 genuine yuan stones, he had over 40,000 lesser yuan stones. Next, Chen Yu began to search for earth spirit ginseng. He visited several treasure and spiritual medicine shops but only found earth spirit ginseng that was a few decades old. It was quite rare to see any over 50 years old. At one moment, Chen Yu entered a large spiritual medicine shop. Inside, he could see several Yunyu sect disciples, including Mu Swecking. Shopkeeper, I'd like 10 top-grade rejuvenation pills, Chen Yu suddenly said. He remembered that during the outer sect competition, Mu Swecking had given him 2 replenishing Qi pills. Furthermore, in 10 days or so, he would be assigned to participate in the Guardian of the Spirit Garden mission and would need to prepare some spirit pills. All right, 1 for 100 lower grade essence stones, that will be a total of 1000 lower grade essence stones. The shopkeeper deftly retrieved 2 porcelain bottles. However, as he turned around, he saw Chen Yu revealing a silver metal token in his hand. Hidden Lake Silver Token. The shopkeeper immediately showed respect, a smile forming on his face. You will receive a 10% discount, costing only 900 lower grade essence stones. Chen Yu nodded and paid with 9 genuine yuan stones. Hidden Lake Silver Token? That's a VIP status at the Hidden Lake Conference. How could Chen Yu have won? A few Sect disciples showed surprise on their faces. Generally, even true disciples at the organ refining stage don't possess a Hidden Lake Silver Token. Among all the disciples, only the prime disciple Zhong Tianchen owned one. Swecking. Chen Yu walked over and handed 2 rejuvenation pills to Mu Swecking. He did not want to owe her any favors. What? What kind of person do you take me for? Mu Swecking's pretty face was full of annoyance and coldness, her eyes reddening as she turned and walked away. What's this? Chen Yu was speechless. Did I do something wrong in returning the elixir? Haha, junior brother Chen? You don't understand women. Nangongli emerged from nowhere, laughing and said, Mu Swecking is the type of woman with a proud heart. She wouldn't accept your rejuvenation pills. However, it seems the rumor that you've captured her heart is indeed true. But, I can't seem to find the feeling I had before. Chen Yu shook his head and sighed. In fact, deep down, he had never blamed Mu Swecking for her past decision, let alone hated her. Chen Yu was also not clear on Mu Swecking's difficulties. But, after that time when she set clear boundaries, he suddenly felt relieved, his mind became clear, and he no longer had to pursue or face Mu Swecking's ambiguous attitude. Normal. Nangongli chuckled, this is called transferring one's affections. Could it be that you really have taken a liking to Chu Xingxin? He had a frank nature and spoke loudly. Just then, a pair of beautiful and charming sisters walked in from outside. It was the Chu Xingxin sisters. Hearing this, a blush crossed the elegant and tranquil face of Chu Xingxin, prompting her to curse inwardly. Nangongli, how dare you two? Chu Yuer hummed coldly. Haha, I still have to buy a few materials. Nangongli swiftly left, shamelessly leaving Chen Yu behind. In this scene, Chen Yu faced the two ladies, especially the gentle and elegant Chu Xingxin with her clear, lake-like eyes, and felt considerably embarrassed. Chen Yu, what should I say this time? Chu Yuer asked with ill intent. Just as Chen Yu was about to find an excuse to leave, he suddenly heard the shopkeeper's voice. Earth Spirit Ginseng? We do have 2 that are 80 years old. But as for the price, each requires 8,000 lower grade essence stones. That expensive. A middle-aged man frowned. I bought yellow spirit ginseng before, and a 100-year-old one was only 8 or 9,000. Hehe, there's no helping it. Earth spirit ginseng is more expensive than the regular spirit ginseng. Moreover, the big auction tonight is starting, and prices for all kinds of treasures have risen by more than 30%. The shopkeeper showed a take-it-or-leave-it attitude. The middle-aged man felt somewhat disheartened and turned to look at other medicines. I'll take the 2 80-year-old earth spirit ginseng plants. A faint voice sounded. The middle-aged man, as well as Chu Xingxin and the others, looked towards the person who spoke. Chen Yu. Chu Yuer was slightly surprised. No, I was here first, the earth spirit ginseng is mine. The middle-aged man, with a quick roll of his eyes, suddenly backpedaled. If you're not buying, then of course it's mine. Chen Yu said irritably. He wanted the 80-year-old earth spirit ginseng primarily for reserve use. The third body refining prescription indicated that it was best to use earth spirit ginseng that was 100 years old or more, but an 80-year-old one could suffice, albeit with a lesser effect. I'll add an extra 1,000 lower grade essence stones. The middle-aged man changed his face faster than the sky changes. Whoosh! He emitted a strong aura of the organ refining stage, his face conveying a threatening look. Chen Yu just sneered at him, utterly unmoved. Beside him, Chu Yuer watched with a mischievous grin, eager for the drama. As a result, surprising the two women, the shopkeeper calmly said, this gentleman is a VIP from the Hidden Lake Conference. Since you previously declined, these 2 earth spirit ginseng plants belong to him. What? A Hidden Lake VIP? The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, looking incredulously at Chen Yu. Chu Xingxin and her sister were likewise taken aback. Then, they watched as Chen Yu casually took out a heap of genuine yuan stones to buy the 2 80-year-old earth spirit ginseng plants, benefiting from the 10% discount. 10% off? This guy actually gets a 10% discount. Chu Yuer was both annoyed and envious. If she had known Chen Yu had this VIP status earlier, she could have saved quite a few primordial stones on previous deals. Having acquired 2 80-year-old earth spirit ginsengs, Chen Yu's spirit ginseng snake gallbladder body refining recipe had an added layer of assurance, bringing him one step closer to his goal. He was just about to leave when Chu Yuer grabbed him. I and my sister want to buy some top-grade rejuvenation pills and healing pills, as well as the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Chu Yuer giggled. It turned out she wanted to use Chen Yu's VIP status to make the purchases and help get a discount. Alright. Since there was no loss to him, Chen Yu helped the two women purchase the 2 types of elixir. However, Chu Xingxin required at least 80-year-old Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, which this store did not have, so they went to another large spiritual material shop. Upon arriving at this shop, shopkeeper, how can you conduct business like this? I was the first one here for this 70-year-old blood spirit ginseng. A stunningly beautiful young woman said, looking displeased. Hee, beauty. If you spend one night with this young master, I wouldn't mind giving you the blood spirit ginseng. A scruffy swordsman sneered, his lecherous gaze moving up and down the smooth skin of the beautiful young woman's face. Senior Sister Tong. Chen Yu was shocked. The stunning young woman was none other than Tong Yuling. It had been quite a few days since he had last seen her. Tong Yuling had changed even more, her skin pale and delicate, her beautiful eyes shimmering like autumn water, possessing a charm that could captivate souls. Who are you to meddle in my business? The sword-bearing man glared fiercely. In an instant, a sharp and cold spiritual aura burst forth, nearing the pressure of the Qi transformation realm. If he were an ordinary Meridian Passage stage practitioner, he would probably be so intimidated that he couldn't stand steadily. This guy. Chen Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The ice heart tears he wore emitted a chilly aura, stabilizing his mind. This scruffy swordsman had such formidable strength. TSKS, just a Meridian Passage stage, and yet you remain unfazed in front of me. The scruffy man let out a weird laugh. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the faces of the sisters Chu Xingxin, his eyes lighting up with greed. Especially Chu Xingxin, whose gentle and tranquil beauty was overwhelming, it made him stare fixedly. Wow, a top-quality beauty. The scruffy man staggered slightly and suddenly blurred with a swift movement. The next moment, carrying a body odor that assaulted the senses, the scruffy man pounced in front of Chu Xingxin. It was unclear how many days it had been since he had bathed. Such speed? Chen Yu felt a chill in his heart. In just a blink of an eye, the man had circumvented him and Tong Yuling to approach Chu Xingxin. You are Ghost Sword LV Santong. Chu Xingxin's face paled, her eyes flashing with cold caution as she stared at the scruffy man. Ghost Sword LV Santong. At this outburst, many nearby exclaimed in surprise. Is that the forge.A prodigy LV Santong? I heard this man is eccentric and lecherous. This individual is from the Iron Sword sect, second only to the chief disciple in this generation. Only a few like Fei Tianel can compare with him. Many people present had heard rumors about him. First, LV Santong was incredibly powerful, a forge.A prodigy of the Iron Sword sect. Secondly, this man was notoriously wicked, lusting after women, and had committed many atrocious acts. Extreme beauties, and sisters at that. LV Santong twisted his body and rubbed his nose toward the two women, his face showing intoxication and excitement. The sisters Chu Xingxin looked disgusted and wary. Among them, Xu Yuer's face turned pale with fear, mainly because this villain's notoriety was too well known. It was said that few women he targeted could escape. Senior Sister Tong, are you alright? Chen Yu inquired about Tong Yuling's situation. Tong Yuling, seeing Chen Yu, slightly relaxed and explained the situation telepathically. It turned out, this time, Tong Yuling had come to the Hidden Lake conference with her family. While collecting spiritual materials alone, she was targeted and persistently harassed by this villain. Just before, Tong Yuling had eyed a precious material and was about to speak when LV Santong also wanted it. Unfortunately, LV Santong also had a Hidden Lake Conference VIP token, and official stores generally gave him some deference. However, at this moment, seeing the even more beautiful and elegant Chu Xingxin, LV Santong was astonished and shifted his target. Scoundrel? What do you want to do? There are many disciples from the Yunyu sect here, if you dare. Chu Yuer saw the crowd and mustered courage to shout angrily. Many disciples? Is your confidence in this little Meridian Passage boy? LV Santong scoffed weirdly. Whoosh! With a strange whirling gust, LV Santong moved with a bizarre and astonishing speed to Chen Yu's side. Kid, are you these two women's escort? I hate your kind the most. I squash everyone I see. LV Santong wore a look of disgust. Upon finishing, he weirdly smiled and produced two palm-sized, fragrant pieces of fabric in his hand. The fabric was exquisite, made from fine silk. From the patterns, it seemed to be from women's clothing. Oh, this enticing body fragrance, are they both virgins? LV Santong wore a lewd expression of enjoyment, sniffing the two pieces of fabric. My clothes. Chu Yuer exclaimed in shock, looking at the missing piece of fabric from her upper garment. You. Chu Xingxin's face was frosty, her anger mixed with humiliation. A piece of fabric was missing from her skirt, exposing her long and beautiful legs to a chill. Hiss. The crowd around them sucked in a breath of cold air. In toe cycles of movement, Ghost Sword LV Santong had imperceptibly taken fabric from the two women's clothing, taking advantage of the situation. What terrifying movement technique. Ghost Sword LV Santong, yet to use his sword, already so powerful. Chen Yu was greatly shocked. The opponent's cultivation was probably at the peak of refining organs, his real strength possibly nearing the Qi transformation realm. Kid, aren't you the protector of beauties? LV Santong, holding the two pieces of fabric, sarcastically gazed at Chen Yu. Suddenly, Chen Yu felt a chill across his skin, and his heart thumped violently as his arm instinctively blocked to the left. Bang! His palm, flickering with coppery patterns, subconsciously blocked a hand targeting his waist. Chen Yu's body swayed, feeling a cold and piercing internal energy penetrating his body. His heart exerted force, and his Yunsha internal energy surged like waves, barely holding off the further intrusion of the opposing internal energy. LV Santong was thwarted and retreated 2 or 3 steps, surprised, saying, not bad, kid, to actually block my strike with 30% strength. His recent attack had succeeded in front of Chen Yu at the stage of refining organs. Unexpectedly, this junior at the Meridian Passage stage was so quick to react, blocking the strike and even managing to force him back. LV Santong? How dare you lay hands on Xingxin? At this moment, several disciples of the Yunyu sect approached, led by a young man in a purple robe. It was Kunling. Chen Yu sighed, this is the real protector of beauties, and I've just been caught in the crossfire. Apart from Kunling, there were 2 or 3 core elite disciples, all in the mid to late stage of refining organs. Kunling, a defeated foe. Not to boast, but in your sect, only Zhong Tianchen could match me in battle. LV Santong recognized Kunling and disdainfully said, don't be arrogant. Last year in 100 moves, you succeeded only by trickery. Kunling's face showed anger. It looked like both sides, with swords drawn, seemed on the verge of starting a brawl. Humph. LV Santong, I've finally found you. A cold female voice came from beside Chen Yu. Who? Chen Yu's heart sank slightly, and from the corner of his eye, he saw a young girl in a snow robe appearing beside him. This girl had a beautiful oval face, her skin fairer than snow, fragile as if it could be damaged by a mere blow, her demeanor pure and lofty, yet her entirety emanated a coldness that repelled others. Li Binjiu, you came too. Seeing this girl, even LV Santong changed color, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! He turned into a blur, diving into the crowd, vanishing straight away. Where do you think you're going? The snow-robed girl Li Binjiu moved, shadowing him into the crowd, her jade hand raising 2 blades of cold air, dropping the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Pft, pft. The 2 cold blades, bitterly cold and unbelievably fast, hit 2 overlapping elusive figures. But the next moment, only 2 frozen pieces of cloth remained on the spot. LV Santong was nowhere to be seen. Thank you for your intervention, Miss Li. This scoundrel targets beautiful women and is infamous. He needs to be taught a lesson. Kunling bowed in gratitude. Xu Xingxin and her sister also hurriedly expressed their thanks. Li Binjiu, are you the #1 prodigy of the Water Moon sect, known as the Water Moon Ice Immortal? Chu Yuer's eyes shone with admiration. I'm not fully confident against this scoundrel either, but once he truly sets his sights on a target, he will persist and eventually act. Li Binjiu's expression was cold as she glanced at Xu Xingxin and then blended into the crowd. In terms of beauty, Li Binjiu was not less attractive than Xu Xingxin, but that icy allure was unforgettable. Ghost Sword LV Santong? Water Moon Ice Immortal? These 2 are formidable. Ordinary mid to late stage refining organs practitioners stand no chance against them. Chen Yu's expression was serious. They are both potential candidates for Chief Disciple. It's embarrassing for Xingxin that junior brother Chen could even block an attack from Ghost Sword LV Santong. Xu Xingxin smiled gracefully, her beauty unparalleled, her interest in Chen Yu growing. With the cultivation of the Meridian Passage stage yet possessing the Hidden Lake Silver token, wealthy, and able to block an attack from Ghost Sword LV Santong. More and more mysteries seemed to surround this young man. Xu Xingxin's unintentional smile, however, left the nearby crowd, including disciples like Kunling, in stunned admiration. We owe junior brother Chen again. At that moment, Tong Yuling had successfully purchased that 70-year-old blood ginseng, her face beaming with joy. Chen Yu gave a wry smile and shook his head. If thanks were due, it should be to Li Binjiu or Xu Xingxin, especially the latter, who had become LV Santong's new target. Sister, please don't fall for this guy. He's not the faithful type. First Mu Sueking, and now Tong Yuling, and all our beauties. Qiu Yuer, on the side, disdainfully slandered. Chen Yu ignored her, leaving the spirit material shop with Tong Yuling. At this time, night had fallen, and Hidden Lake Island lit up with variously colored lanterns, creating a beautiful scene. The 100 lanterns are lit, the Hidden Lake auction is about to start. Xu Xingxin's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, in the central area of the Hidden Lake Conference, a tall domed building launched fireworks of vibrant colors. The auction is starting. Many figures rushed towards the auction site. Chen Yu felt anticipatory, his mission of transfer soon to commence. Before that, whether he could make another breakthrough was crucial. This auction was critical. As the crowd surged, Chen Yu and Tong Yuling arrived at the large, domed building where the auction was being held. Senior Sister Tong, last time at the sect, you were looking for me for something. Chen Yu suddenly asked. He had looked for Tong Yuling before and found out that she had returned to her family. This time, she came with her family as well. It's hard to explain. Tong Yuling said with a bitter expression, recently, some minions of the Bone Demon Palace have infiltrated the area near Fengyang City, where my family resides. After all, it is relatively closer to the front lines of the battlefield. After receiving a call for help from my family, I took the initiative to investigate the traces of the Bone Demon Palace and even assist in eliminating their secular minions. Chen Yu felt a chill. Fengyang City, where Tong Yuling was from, was only hundreds of miles away from Xiangyang City. Last time, I wanted to trade with you for that blood Ganoderma. First, an elder in my family was severely injured by minions of the Bone Demon Palace and needed such rare materials to recover from injuries and replenish vitality. Second, facing the secular minions of the Bone Demon Palace, I urgently needed to enhance my strength. Tong Yuling explained the reason. After listening, Chen Yu felt a sense of empathy. Tong Yuling, like himself, was in a rather dangerous situation. Alright then. The 80-year-old blood Ganoderma was originally a trophy I got from killing the blood-handed bald, so giving it to senior sister Tong doesn't matter. Chen Yu took out the long-preserved blood Ganoderma. This 80-year-old blood Ganoderma, he had originally planned to sell for earth spirit ginseng. Junior brother Chen, name your price. I owe you a lot, and I cannot owe you even more, Tong Yuling earnestly said. Just recalling the incident with the blood pool, without Chen Yu there, she didn't know what her fate would have been. It's 4,000 grade essence stones then, Chen Yu said. 4,000? You can't usually buy it for that price. Tong Yuling shook her head. Our family needs to participate in the auction and we're short on funds, so I'll give you 7,000 for now. 80-year-old blood Ganoderma usually sells for 5 or 6,000. And in these times, when the prices of rare materials have skyrocketed, even 7 or 8,000 is quite normal. Alright then. Chen Yu handed Tong Yuling the blood Ganoderma and accepted 70 genuine yuan stones. Thus, after deducting the earlier purchased elixirs and 2 80-year-old earth spirit ginsengs, Chen Yu now had nearly 33,000 lower-grade yuan stones. Before the auction venue, Chen Yu and Tong Yuling parted ways. She joined her family and entered the auction. Chen Yu, wait. Just as he was about to enter alone, Qiu Yuer called out softly, with Chu Xingxin following her. What's this? Chen Yu appeared slightly annoyed. These two women, especially Chu Xingxin, were too conspicuous and could easily cause trouble. What? Junior brother Chen isn't welcoming us. Chu Xingxin smiled brightly, like a beautiful blooming flower, her clear, autumn water-like eyes making people feel unworthy to look directly at her. We just want to follow your distinguished guest silver order to enter the auction and avoid some trouble, Qiu Yuer said indignantly, clearly dissatisfied with Chen Yu's expression. If it were someone else facing their proactive offer to join, they would have been overwhelmed with joy. But this person seemed rather reluctant. Fine. Chen Yu led the two women into the auction. Distinguished guest silver order? Please come this way. At the entrance, after showing the token, a female attendant specifically greeted the trio. For others attending the auction, an admission fee was just the beginning. Their capital or yuan stones had to be confirmed before they could enter. Not much later, Chen Yu and the two women were allocated seats on a relatively high-positioned VIP platform. Such VIP platforms, similar to a small balcony, could accommodate 3 or 4 people, with attendants serving pastries and beverages and staying nearby on standby. Moreover, there were even higher-tier VIP suites that were elegantly arranged and could accommodate about 10 people. Of course, this was a treatment exclusive to Gold Order dignitaries. In less than half an hour, several hundred seats at the auction venue were occupied by various attendees including wealthy secular families, the 3 major sects, civilian martial artists, and scattered evil cultivators. Among them, Chen Yu spotted 7th Prince Huangfulin entering a VIP loft reserved for the imperial family. Nangongli, Duan Xiaolong, and others also entered the VIP areas reserved for their respective families. Isn't that Chen Yu? In a secluded corner of the auction, sat a middle-aged man and 2 elders. One of them was Chen family patriarch, Chen Tianwei. The other 2 were a bearded elder and an elderly ancestor in white robes. At that moment, Chen Tianwei and the bearded elder, seeing Chen Yu on the VIP seats, looked as if they had seen a ghost. How did he end up in the VIP seats? Chen Tianwei said in disbelief, his face full of surprise. To know, they had paid a significant price just to barely secure 3 seats, which were in the most remote corner. How does an outer disciple have the qualifications to be in the VIP seats? The bearded elder, who had been sure Chen Yu wouldn't make it to the inner sect, stammered, his eyes wide. Outer disciple. By coincidence, a disciple of the Yunyu sect was sitting nearby and scoffed. The Chen Yu you are mentioning is already an inner sect disciple and, apparently, an elder's disciple. He made a name for himself in the 3 sects duel. What? Inner sect disciple? Elder's disciple? Chen Tianwei and the bearded elder were shocked and speechless. What's going on here? The Chen family's white-robed elder's expression darkened. As a power in its own right, the Chen family actually had an organ refining stage ancestor in residence, who ordinarily never showed his face. Replying to the ancestor, this Chen Yu, Chen Tianwei and the bearded elder were sweating profusely and their voices turned hoarse. This Chen Yu, almost completely unsupported by their resources, had become an inner sect disciple, an elder's disciple, and had rapidly risen to fame. Unseen, it felt as though a heavy slap had struck them across the face. VIP seats? That boy. At the same moment, both the Mu family and the Chen family spotted Chen Yu in the VIP seats. Moreover, inside a VIP loft, Yi Yunfei, dressed in white, stared at Chen Yu with a fluctuating expression. This loft housed 2 elders of the Water Moon sect and several true disciples. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hidden Lake auction will now begin. I, Mr. Chiao, will be hosting the auction session. On the auction stage stood an elderly man with a spirited and healthy demeanor. His vigorous and powerful voice resonated throughout the venue, and an aura of postnatal true qi faintly radiated from him, clearly marking him as a qi transformation realm master. So it's Elder Chiao. He is a famous array master and artifact refiner in the Chu country, known for his profound knowledge, research in ancient studies, and expertise in authentication. The crowd below respectfully quieted. Elder Chiao raised his hand with a smile. The first item for auction is 10 high-grade body-nourishing pills, produced by the alchemy master Wu Dongshan. Starting bid is 2,500 grade essence stones per pill, with each increase no less than 100. High-grade body-nourishing pills? The venue instantly erupted. Especially those at the organ refining stage and meridian passage stage, their eyes shone brightly. Body-nourishing pills are effective even for beginners at the third-tier body refining. High-grade body-nourishing pills can even significantly advance the cultivation of those at the organ refining stage. Xiu Yuer's eyes lit up. At that moment, bidding sounds surged like waves. 2008, 3002, 3500. I bid 5000, 5002. In a short while, the first high-grade body-nourishing pill was bid up to over 5000, 7000. Eventually, a voice from the VIP loft of the Imperial family concluded the bidding for the first body-nourishing pill. Subsequently, the other 9 body-nourishing pills each sold for no less than 6000. It's insane. High-grade body-nourishing pills, merely enhancing a bit of cultivation at the organ refining stage, and yet they've been bid up so high. Chen Yu lamented. Junior brother Chen, if you can sell that chi storage pill you have, it can definitely fetch a price several times that of the high-grade body-nourishing pills. Xu Xingxin smiled teasingly. The second item for auction, 3 fierce bird king eggs, starting at 3000 grade essence stones per egg. Elder Chiao announced. 3002, 3005, 4008. In no time, the price of one fierce bird king egg approached 5,000. Ultimately, it sold for just over 6,000. Chen Yu suspected that these fierce bird king eggs were the ones consigned by Li Dequi and another individual. However, the number of participants in this egg bidding wasn't large. Currently, with the invasion of Bone Demon Palace, all forces wanted to enhance their strength, necessitating elixirs, spirit materials, and precious artifacts. The fierce bird king eggs, without any special lineage and requiring long-term cultivation, demanded much effort and resources. The second and third fierce bird king eggs only fetched a little over 5,000. Following that, one by one, items continued to be sold at the auction. The sixth item for auction, a lower-tier precious artifact Bloodtooth sword, forged from the fangs of a saber-toothed tiger king and several rare blood spirit ores. Besides its impressive power, this sword inflicts additional corrosive damage to flesh, making wounds extremely difficult to heal. Elder Chiao announced smilingly. Finally, a precious artifact surfaced at the auction. Starting bid, 15,000 grade essence stones, with each increase no less than 1,000. 1008, 2000, 2003, 2008. Quickly, the Bloodtooth sword reached a high bid of close to 3,000. At last, the sword sold for 31,000 to a mysterious figure in a conical hat. What a pity, I don't have enough yuan stones. Tong Yuling looked dejected. She had participated in the bidding for the Bloodtooth sword, but her financial resources fell short. An hour later, the auction had already gone through over 10 rounds. Coming up next, a truly unique and rare treasure. Elder Chiao announced with a smile. Unique and rare treasures usually refer to items with unusual abilities or special effects that can't be categorized simply by artifact grades. Their creation can be an accidental product of artifact refining or naturally occurring, with functionalities varying in degree. Elder Chiao explained with a hint of mystery. Junior brother Chen, the ice heart tears you're wearing could also be considered a unique and rare treasure. Xu Xingxin said with a smile. Oh, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel intrigued. Just then, a tall, beautiful woman arrived carrying a tray, on which lay 3 worn metallic spheres with some rust and a dull gray sheen. Thump, thump. Suddenly, Chen Yu's heart began to beat faster inside him, as if it was conveying an urgent desire. What's happening? Chen Yu was shocked. The metallic spheres had triggered such a reaction from his mysterious heart. This was the first time such a reaction had occurred since the integration of the mysterious heart. Thud, 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 thud. Chen Yu stared intently at the 3 worn metal balls on the stage, feeling an urgent beating in his heart. That sense of need was very clear. Could it be that this ball is useful for the heart? Chen Yu was astonished in his mind. If he could obtain this ball, he might be able to uncover the origin and purpose of the mysterious heart. These metal spheres should be a kind of treasure from ancient times. One of their properties is that they can slightly absorb external energies like true qi, and they are suspected to contain elements of spatial crystal stones. Elder Chiao explained. Slightly absorb external energy? The introduction by Elder Chiao piqued the interest of some people, especially array masters, artifact refiners, and a few from the Qi transformation realm. In addition, these metal balls are very hard, not even ordinary treasures can leave a scratch on them, proving the material's exceptional quality. However, many appraisers have looked at them and cannot determine their origin. Is that all? Most people in the venue exchanged glances, somewhat disappointed. Against the backdrop of the Bone Demon Palace's invasion, the vast majority were in need of things that could boost their strength in the short term. Only those special field experts like artifact refiners and array masters were interested in these 3 metal balls. The starting bid for each ball is 10,000. Each bid increase must be no less than 1,000. Elder Chiao announced. 11,000. Immediately, an artifact refiner from the crowd showed interest. 12,000. 13,000. The price climbed bit by bit, but it was not as intense as the competition for elixirs and treasures. Chen Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although labeled as a strange and extraordinary treasure, these metal balls had no attractive highlights. 15,000. Chen Yu raised his sign, calling out a price. 16,000. Just a brief pause later, an older man with dark skin raised the bid by another 1,000. 18,000. Chen Yu increased the bid by 2,000. At this point, many of the participants hesitated. Those who were merely curious mostly gave up. 18,000 could buy plenty of precious artifact refining materials already. 20,000. A scoffing voice came from a private room in the loft. The audience looked over. In the loft were people from the Water Moon sect. The bidder was a young man with sword-like eyebrows and clad in white robes, with a hint of scorn at the corner of his mouth. Yi Yunfei. Chen Yu's expression darkened. It was clear the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. But the metal ball was linked to the secret of the mysterious heart, and he could not give up easily. 22,000. Chen Yu added another 1,000. 23,000. Yi Yunfei had a cold smirk on his face. Even though he didn't understand why Chen Yu needed this object, his instinct told Yi Yunfei that this might be no simple matter, and he could not let his opponent succeed. 24,000. Chen Yu took a deep breath. The price was getting higher and higher. Although he had some genuine yuan stones on hand, he still had to bid for the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. 25,000. Yi Yunfei's face showed a playful look, as he simply did not wish for Chen Yu to succeed. Yunfei, don't you need to buy several rare materials and spirit pills for your breakthrough to the late stage of organ refining soon? An elder said. Yi Yunfei calmed down. Indeed, if this metal ball truly held a secret, wouldn't those artifact refiners and appraisers have found it by now? What if after buying this object, it turned out to be useless and instead occupied his available yuan stones, affecting his plan to advance to the late stage of organ refining? 25,000? Let you have it then. Chen Yu smiled. What? Yi Yunfei's face changed, but he had already submitted that price. As the young sect master, he could not renege in public. He immediately regretted acting on such a whim. 25,000, is there any higher bidder? Elder Qiao looked around with a smile. This price was already quite good. After all, 25,000 could buy a treasure. There was silence in the venue, and Yi Yunfei reluctantly acquired the first worn metal ball. Then, the auction for the second ball continued. This time, when the price reached close to 16,000, it ran out of steam. 20,000. When Chen Yu called out this price, no one else competed. Although he was certain that the third worn metal ball would sell at an even lower price, he was satisfied with the 20,000 price, which was 5,000 less than what Yi Yunfei paid. This kid. Yi Yunfei was frustrated but found it hard to express his irritation. The auction continued, and the third worn metal ball sold for 18,000 to a dark-skinned artifact refiner. Young master, this is the item you've won. A female attendant came over with a tray, on which a dull, worn metal ball was placed. Chen Yu paid with 200 grade essence stones. Is this piece of junk really worth 20,000 grade essence stones? Xiu Yuer was puzzled as she picked up the worn metal ball. She tried to merge some of her energy into it and felt a little bit absorbed. But what's the use? There are some strange array patterns on it, but they are severely damaged and obscure. Junior brother Chen, why did you buy it? Xu Xingxin looked on with curiosity, increasingly unable to understand the young man. Without the backing of a major family, spending 20,000 on a metal ball with an unknown origin and no apparent use, there must be a secret. Thud, 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 thud. The beating of Chen Yu's heart grew more urgent, almost as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. He took a deep breath and grabbed the worn metal ball. Whoosh! An eerie and profound suction arose suddenly from his heart, the heavy thuds making the space before his eyes seem strangely overlapped and wobbly. Yet those around him were oblivious. Then, the metal ball in Chen Yu's hand trembled suddenly, and threads of enigmatic and profound energy were absorbed into his body. To be precise, into the mysterious heart. Boom! Chen Yu suddenly felt the scene blur, and his consciousness was pulled into a dimly lit space. Within his field of vision, there was a dark haze. The entire space, silent and cold, resembled the desolation of ancient times. Buzz! Suddenly, threads of star-like silver crystal light points appeared in this murky space, illuminating a small area. The bright area twisted and shrank. In the end, it condensed into a pale silver crystal space the size of an adult's palm and 3 inches thick. Where is this? Chen Yu thought, and the image before his eyes disappeared. The next moment, his consciousness returned to the auction and the VIP seating area. Hey, that silver sphere seemed to flash just now. It wasn't an illusion, was it? Xiu Yuer exclaimed softly. The two ladies didn't notice anything odd about Chen Yu. Chen Yu took a deep breath and felt some marvelous changes around his heart. Concentrating his thoughts on his heart. Whoosh! In his mind, the palm-sized light silver crystal space instantly emerged. Thump, 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 thump. The light silver crystal space slightly pulsated with the heartbeat, giving Chen Yu the feeling that it was a part of his own flesh and blood. What's the use of this crystal space? It's not inside my heart, is it? Chen Yu guessed. For a while, he could not fathom it. However, as long as he focused his consciousness on his heart, the light silver crystal space would emerge in his mind. If his consciousness concentrated deeply, he could also see the dim and silent space surrounding him. Next up, we have a lost martial arts scripture fragment. Named Rashomon Blade, just the fragment itself is equivalent to a top-notch entry-level martial arts scripture that can be cultivated up to the postnatal chi transformation realm. Elder Chiao announced loudly. As soon as this secret scripture came out, it aroused the interest of many independent practitioners and major clans alike. Even as a fragment, a martial arts scripture that could be cultivated to the postnatal realm was quite valuable. In a short time, the secret scripture was bid up to tens of thousands of grade essence stones and was auctioned off to a major clan. These are 200-year-old fire spirit ginsangs, and their value goes without saying. The starting bid for each is 9,000 grade essence stones with each increment not less than 1,000. Elder Chiao said with a smile. 100-year fire spirit ginseng. The appearance of this item triggered a frenzied auction. 100-year spirit ginseng, especially the most sought-after fire spirit ginseng, had an even greater demand. Once a rare medicinal herb reached 100 years, its medicinal effectiveness greatly increased, soaring to a new level in value. 10,000, 12,000, 18,000. The price quickly rose, nearing 20,000, before most of the bidders withdrew in alarm. In the end, the 100-year fire spirit ginseng was auctioned for a high price of 22,000. The second ginseng was also auctioned for a high price of 21,000. Geez, these prices are almost twice as much as usual. The prices are too outrageous. Many people couldn't help shaking their heads. The value of a 100-year fire spirit ginseng is comparable to an earth spirit ginseng, but it's just a bit more popular. Chen Yu's heart sank. Looking at the situation, the nearly 13,000 grade essence stones he had left were definitely not enough. The main reason was, Chen Yu had just spent 20,000 to purchase that worn metal sphere. Seeing this, Chen Yu gritted his teeth and took out the small porcelain bottle with the chi storage pill. The chi storage pill was for use during the late stage of organ refining. To Chen Yu, that stage was still far off. Just as Chen Yu took a deep breath and focused intently on the small bottle, whoosh, his mysterious heart skipped a beat, and the small porcelain bottle vanished from his hand. Ah, Chen Yu panicked. This was the chi storage pill. How could it just disappear? Was it an illusion? Quickly, a faint sensation came from the light silver crystal space in his mind. There, in the light silver crystal space, appeared a small bottle containing pills. This is my chi storage pill? How did it get here? The bizarre scene stupefied Chen Yu. Come out? How to get out? Chen Yu was anxious. This item was meant to be auctioned to purchase 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. Whether he could advance past the copper bone level soon all depended on it. To his surprise, with a thought from Chen Yu, the small porcelain bottle disappeared from the light silver crystal space. Whoosh! In the palm of his hand appeared an object, which was the small bottle with the chi storage pill. Could this be a separate little space? It seems only space artifacts of legend possess such capabilities. Chen Yu was overjoyed. He silently held the small bottle in his hand and tried several more times. He found the light silver crystal space was like a little pouch formed from his own flesh and blood. To place items inside, all he needed was a thought. To take them out, it also required just a thought. Very useful, just a bit small in space. Chen Yu contemplated. If there were any secret weapons kept in this little space, they could be produced instantly during a battle, potentially having an unexpected effect. Of course, this was just one ability of the crystal space he had discovered. Whether it had other functions was yet to be determined. Can I mortgage this chi storage pill to you, or use it for auction? Chen Yu calmed himself and called the waiting maid over. Chi storage pill? This, of course, you can. The maid blushed with excitement. Even if you weren't a VIP, a treasure like the chi storage pill could certainly be used as collateral or for auction. The maid was both surprised and excited. This young man, truly deserving the status of a silver order guest, was indeed of great value. He had just casually purchased a useless old metal ball, and now he had taken out a chi storage pill? A chi storage pill was a precious elixir that could lay the foundation for breaking through to the chi transformation realm. If taken during the mid to late stage of organ refining, it could enhance one's cultivation, and even slightly increase the success rate of advancing to the chi transformation realm. It could be said, this was the spirit pill madly sought after by true disciples, large families, and elder organ refining powerhouses. Is he selling a chi storage pill? The Chu sisters, faces full of surprise, wondered, had Chen Yu gone mad? Chen Yu, of course, hadn't gone mad. On the contrary, he was very calm. Chen Yu's talent lay in the body technique domain, where he first aimed to enhance the copper statue technique, which best suited his talent, as easily as possible. With increased strength and a deeper foundation, he could also slightly improve his talents, then use these advantages to nourish his inner breath cultivation. Chen Yu, along with the maid, stepped into a room behind the auction. Chi storage pill, no doubt about it. An old man with a flowery beard and a hunched back, after inspecting the pills in the bottle for a moment, was visibly excited. There was even a hint of longing on his face. This hunchbacked elder, responsible for the appraisal, was himself an organ refining expert in the late stage. In the end, this chi storage pill was temporarily mortgaged to Chen Yu for 25,000 grade essence stones, and that was a conservative estimate. When sold, the price was definitely going to be higher. Chen Yu, with a smile on his face, took a bag of 250 genuine yuan stones and returned to the VIP platform. At that moment, the auction was selling a blood Ganoderma, surprisingly aged 120 years. 18,000. 19,000. This 120-year-old blood Ganoderma quickly approached 20,000. Eventually, it was auctioned off for an impressive 21,000, which could have been higher if it were fire spirit ginseng. Following that, an ice mountain snow lotus, 150 years old, boldly made its appearance. With an age of 150 years, the medicinal efficacy was better, attracting bids from several Qi transformation realm powerhouses. This snow lotus sold for over 30,000. Next, two earth spirit ginsengs, one aged 120 years and the other 150. Elder Chiao said with a smile. In this auction, good elixirs and century-aged treasures fetched high prices. 120 years and 150 years. Chen Yu took a deep breath. He had to make a choice. Buying both was beyond his budget in UN stones and would make him too conspicuous. Soon, Chen Yu made a rational decision. Choose the 120 years? Because a 150-year-old treasure would attract Qi transformation realm bidders. Moreover, before the auction, Chen Yu had bought two 80-year-old earth spirit ginsengs as backups, which were just slightly less effective. First auction, the earth spirit ginseng of 120 years, starting at 10,000, each bid increment no less than 1,000. Elder Chiao waved his hand. As the starting price was announced, many began bidding below. 17,000. 18,000. After the price approached 20,000, it slowed down a bit. I bid 20,000. A relaxed voice from a young man broke through, pushing the price to 20,000. The place quieted for a moment. Everyone looked towards a VIP pavilion. The speaker was a slovenly young man inside the pavilion. It's Fei Leshan of Iron Sword Sect. Fei Leshan? One of the true disciples of Iron Sword Sect, reportedly a contender for chief disciple. Many people glanced sideways. Fei Leshan. Chen Yu looked towards the slovenly young man in the pavilion. During the Tri-Sect Gamble battle, Chen Yu had crossed paths with Fei Leshan, whose martial skills were incredibly profound. What was most peculiar was, this man cultivated a special cultivation technique, where after reaching each minor realm in the organ refining stage, his cultivation would drop once. Of course, at this point, Fei Leshan had recovered his refining organ stage cultivation, seeming even to have reached the late stage. Tisk tisk, I bid 21. From the same pavilion, another strange laughter came. The voice was a bit sharp and mocking, giving Chen Yu a familiar sensation. LV Santong. Ghost Sword LV Santong. Many recognized this person. LV Santong, with a strange smile, glanced at Fei Leshan next to him. The situation was bizarre. The two, being true disciples from the same sect, were actually competing for the same treasure. LV Santong, are you deliberately causing trouble? My secret technique has reached a critical moment, and I really need the Earth Spirit Ginseng to consolidate it. Fei Leshan looked displeased. Hey, 120-year-old Earth Spirit Ginseng, after I take it, can also enhance my physique and stabilize my cultivation. LV Santong said nonchalantly. 22,000. Fei Leshan kept a straight face. 23,000. LV Santong was unyielding. What was going on? Chen Yu looked puzzled as the two top disciples of Iron Sword Sect publicly competed. But it seemed, from the look of it, that LV Santong was deliberately causing trouble. It's said that the Iron Sword Sect's current chief disciple is reaching the age limit. Both LV Santong and Fei Leshan are strong contenders. Fei Leshan is cultivating a special secret technique, and once successful, not only will his technique greatly improve, but his strength will also tower over his peers. Naturally, LV Santong doesn't wish to see this happen. Xu Xingxin explained softly. So that was it. Chen Yu realized and chuckled lightly. I bid 24,000. Whoa! A commotion erupted around the venue. Unexpectedly, a third party had entered the fray, forcefully joining the battle. It's Chen Yu. He previously spent 20,000 on that worthless metal ball. How does he still have UN stones? In a corner, three members of the Chen family, faces full of astonishment. Previously, after Chen Yu had spent 20,000 on that worthless metal ball, the three from the Chen family felt as if he was squandering his inheritance. You should know, they, the three of them, representing the entire small family's financial resources, could barely scrape together about 10,000 UN stones. Humph. Is this you, the little guys who never support with resources? Chen family ancestor snorted coldly. Family head Chen Tianwei and the white-bearded elder listened to the scolding with trepidation and an indescribable feeling in their hearts. 24,000, any higher? Elder Jiao surveyed the crowd. It's this youngster. LV Santong squinted his eyes. Chen Yu's participation, he had no objections, in fact, he welcomed it with raised hands. After all, his real rival was Fei Leshan. 24,000, almost at the limit. If I bid, then LV Santong won't let it go easily. Fei Leshan thought for a moment and then gave up. Then, an unexpected scene occurred. Once Chen Yu made his move, the two true disciples of Iron Sword Sect actually both silently gave up. Oh my, what's the background of this guy? As soon as he made a move, he subdued the two true disciples. See, are you dumb? Can't you see the subtle situation? Some whispers passed around among the audience. Chen Yu caught a clever balance, the price almost reaching the peak, and in one fell swoop, he secured the two true disciples. Thus, the 120-year-old Earth Spirit Ginseng was obtained by Chen Yu. Following that, another 150 years old earth spirit ginseng was purchased by a chi transformation realm expert for a high price of 35,000. The auction was in full swing. More and more auction items, spirit pills, precious materials, treasures, scriptures, and rare artifacts, dazzled their way onto the stage. Chu Xingxin sisters also made a bid or two, acquiring 2 precious materials worth over 10,000 each. The auction soon reached its midpoint. Come on up. Elder Qiao motioned with his hand, and 10 maidens each holding a tray came up. On each tray, there lay a small piece of peculiar iron metal. Extraterrestrial meteors. Voices rose simultaneously from the audience. 50 pounds of meteorite iron. Divided into 10 portions. Each auction of 5 pounds starting at 25,000, bid as you wish. Elder Qiao said indifferently. He wasn't worried about selling the extraterrestrial meteorite iron. 30,000. 34,000. 36,000. Before long, 5 pounds of meteorite iron were called for a high price of nearly 30,000. Ultimately, the first batch of 5 pounds was sold for a high price of 39,000. The following 9 batches of meteorite, the transaction prices were quite stable, all above 35,000. Who has such a big hand to get so much meteorite iron all at once? Who else? It must be Unisect. This sect has always been close to the Hidden Lake Conference. The audience was astounded. Such a move, if it were an individual's power, would be too shocking, but for a sect's power, it wasn't much. Unisect actually took this time to sell a batch of meteorite iron and make a fortune. Chen Yu was somewhat speechless. After this batch of meteorite iron was sold, the following auction fell into a brief lull. Seeing this, Elder Qiao sent a sound transmission to the back and chuckled with a wave of his hand. Next up is a Qi storage pill, which I believe many of you will be interested in. Elder Qiao was confident. Qi storage pill? A small commotion arose in the venue. The powerful individuals in the mid to late stage of organ refining were visibly shaken. Qi storage pills, extremely rare, can lay a foundation for one to assault the Qi transformation realm. Those in the mid to late stages of organ refining could also use it to advance their cultivation. This pill starts at 20,000. Elder Qiao waved his hand. 20,000 starting bid? The high price was staggering. Normally, a Qi storage pill would cost about this much. But the key was, in the current crisis environment, ordinary forces, or those in the organ refining stage, if they possessed this pill, would never sell it. 23,000. The first bidder added 3,000 directly. That voice came from the royal box of Chu country. Qi storage pill? Damn it! This must be Chen Yu's auction, otherwise, he wouldn't be so lavish today. The 7th prince was infuriated. According to his original plan, he had intended to lure Chen Yu away first, then make his move and obtain the Qi storage pill without much cost. But he never expected Chen Yu to auction off the Qi storage pill directly at the auction. This was ruthless. Other people would not sell a Qi storage pill, yet he could afford to let it go. 25,000? 26,000. 29,000. 30,000. The bidding aggressively broke through the 30,000 mark. Chen Yu, of course, was all smiles. The higher the sale, the better. Did you really sell the Qi storage pill? Chu Yuer's mouth hung open, staring blankly at Chen Yu. 34,000. 35,000. The bidding continued until 35,000 before it slowed down. But at this time, there were still forces like the royal family, Nangong family, Duan family, Water Moon sect, and others still participating in the competition. Especially the royal family, who appeared desperate to win this pill. 36,000. From the royal family, a beautiful lady resolutely called out, "Uncle, is it worth bidding so high?" Huangfulin whispered softly. With the 3 sects and Bone Demon Palace at war, our Chu country's royal family is caught in the middle, also at a moment of life and death. If we can cultivate one more Qi transformation realm expert, it means one more chance of survival. The beautiful lady spoke seriously. Of course, other major family forces rooted in Chu country had the same thinking. 40,000. Eventually, the royal family called out a price that shocked the entire audience, and they won the Qi storage pill with it. A Qi storage pill surprisingly fetched the high price of 40,000, causing a peak moment at the auction. Junior brother Chen, you are quite fortunate this time. Normally, Qi storage pills wouldn't fetch such a price, Mu Sweking said with a hint of admiration. Due to the invasion of the Bone Demon Palace and the grand biannual auction, 2 factors pushed the price of this pill to a high level. Ordinarily, a Qi storage pill would be worth just over 20,000. 40,000 grade essence stones. Chen Yu felt somewhat excited. Although selling this Qi storage pill was a last resort, the transaction price left him pleasantly surprised. Of course, the Hidden Lake Conference would still deduct a 5% auction fee, leaving Chen Yu with 38,000. Adding on the 13,000 he had left, minus the cost of the Earth Spirit Ginseng, Chen Yu had nearly 27,000 grade essence stones left. Next up, a legendary fragment will be sold, Elder Qiao said with a mysterious smile. As he finished speaking, a dignified lady unfolded a long, damaged fragment of a scroll on stage. The scroll depicted a series of complex, obscure blood-patterned lines, sketching an abstract, eerie image. Blood moon fragment. It was uncertain who exclaimed softly, "Yes, this is indeed a blood moon fragment left behind by the Blood Moon sect." Legend has it that the scroll records the hidden locations of the Blood Moon Sect's treasures and can uncover the truth behind the fall of the Blood Moon Sect, Elder Chiao explained. Blood Moon Sect. Chen Yu looked puzzled. He noticed that some of the Qi Transformation Realm elders had significant reactions. The Blood Moon Sect was once a heretical sect with followers all across the Kunyan continent. At its peak, it nearly controlled the entire continent. Then, for some unknown reasons, it was defeated by an alliance of sects across the continent. However, that happened 200 years ago, and many historical truths have been obscured. Xu Xingxin spoke eloquently. You know more than the average person. Chen Yu praised her, causing a slight, unnatural look on the face of the nearby Xu Xingxin. This map may hide incredible secrets and also holds collectible value. Starting at 20,000 grade essence stones, Elder Chiao smiled. 20,000 grade essence stones, for this torn map? Chen Yu and many other young attendants were shocked. But the subsequent bidding surprised everyone. 30,000. A figure, cloaked in black robes and wearing a hat, raised the bid by 10,000. 35,000. Another slim elder in a hat coldly raised the bid. 40,000. This time, it was an elder from the Yunyu sect wearing a simple white robe. Elder Qiu. Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. He then noticed that the grandfather of the Qiu sisters was also present, sitting in a VIP seat in another corner with two hall masters. This auction, the Yunyu sect sent 2 elders. Besides Elder Qiu, there was also Fairy Xiaoyu, Grand Master Xia, with Mu swecking by her side. However, Chen Yu couldn't understand why the Qiu sisters weren't together with their grandfather. 45,000. 48,000. 50,000. The price of the Blood Moon Fragment soared, and the participants in the competition were mostly prosperous Qi Transformation Realm cultivators. 70,000. In the end, the Blood Moon Fragment was won by the mysterious person clad in tightly wrapped black robes. Chen Yu found it strange. Several of those bidding for the Blood Moon Fragment were hooded figures, including the elderly man who had previously sought to purchase Chen Yu's Yinlai Pearl. As the auction progressed into its latter stages, several marvelous artifacts appeared in sequence, including weapons and protective gear. Moonlight Sword, a lower-tier artifact, a top grade in its class. Infused with a small amount of moon spirit ore, it enhances the speed of channeling inner breath true qi and increases its power by threefold under the moonlight. The sword starts at 20,000. Elder Chiao waved his hand. A lower-tier artifact, top grade in its class? Chen Yu paused for a moment, only to see the sword's price soar up to 35,000, approaching the 40,000 mark. Artifacts, even those of the same tier, also vary between ordinary and exceptional. Like your Xian Heavy Sword, it's practically considered an exceptional artifact of its tier, Xu Xingxin said with a smile. Typical lower-tier artifacts range between 20 and 30,000. Exceptional pieces, like Chen Yu's Xian Heavy Sword, could fetch over 35,000. Lower-tier protective artifact Purple Scale Treasure Armor, crafted using the scales of the Purple Scale Demon Python as the primary material, mixed with several rare flexible metal ores to form a full-body soft armor. Elder Chiao smiled faintly. Full-body soft armor? This armor immediately attracted many gazes. Full-body protective gear, especially lightweight soft armor, is worth more than double the typical attack artifact. Chu Yuer's eyes shone with stars. Given her status, she only wore a half-precious artifact, a half-body armor. 35,000. 38,000. 40,000. The price climbed to 40,000 and continued to rise. Until the end. 53,000. A staggering high price secured the purchase of this full-body soft armor. Chen Yu was greatly surprised. He had seen protective artifacts in Yunyu Sect's secret vault of treasures, but they were only half-body armors, roughly equivalent in value to ordinary weapons. Yet this purple scale treasure armor, fundamentally a full set covering the trunk and limbs, could protect against almost any postnatal Qi transformation, making it nearly impossible to break through. At one moment, a dark green arm guard on stage caught Chen Yu's attention. Green Crocodile King arm guard, crafted using the Green Crocodile King scale skin as the primary material. You should know this crocodile's strength is comparable to postnatal Qi transformation, and its scales are tough enough that ordinary Qi transformation realm might hardly break. Elder Chiao chuckled. Only one of these arm guards. Someone muttered below. This arm guard was originally a pair, but one was lost. However, even as a single piece, the quality of this arm guard is close to that of the finest of its kind. It can amplify your strength during close combat attacks, or be used for defense, which is quite remarkable. Elder Chiao explained. After he finished speaking, he demonstrated by putting on the arm guard. Once he infused it with true qi, the arm guard suddenly expanded slightly, resembling a small shield on the arm, displaying a layer of dark blue scales. It can amplify strength and also be used for defense. Chen Yu was somewhat tempted. However, he had less than 27,000 lower-grade primordial stones left, and he wasn't certain he could win the bid. But next, Chen Yu realized he had been overthinking. Because there was only one of the arm guards left, it was considered a defective item. Only as a pair would it be considered a complete treasure. Moreover, true enthusiasts of close-quarters combat were few and far between. 17,000. 18,000. As the price approached 20,000, it slowed down. 22,000. When Chen Yu called out this price, the room fell silent for a moment. 23,000. A burly man hesitated before adding 1,000. 25,000. Chen Yu steeled his heart and added 2,000 more. This was almost all he had left. Fortunately, after reaching 25,000, the price was considered too high, and the others gave up. Got it. Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. At this auction, he had acquired a battered metal sphere, a 120-year-old earth spirit ginseng, and the green scale arm guard. But now, he didn't have many primordial stones left. At the same time, the originally owned chi storage pills, 80-year-old blood ganoderma, and the Yinlai pearl had all been sold. Overall, Chen Yu was very satisfied. Next, we enter the finale of the auction. Elder Qiao's voice rose. The grand finale? Everyone present was thrilled, even though the vast majority could not participate. Chen Yu was just there to watch the excitement. A mid-grade treasure, the 5 poison whip, crafted from tendons of 5 different demon snakes and infused with 5 deadly poisons. When attacking, it can control the venom to infiltrate the enemy, the venom so potent that even those in the Qi transformation realm cannot fully resist it, and those below will drop dead instantly. Elder Qiao introduced. Hearing this, the crowd gasped. This 5 poison whip was too domineering. Typically, those at the organ refining stage who got close would meet their demise, and even individuals in the Qi transformation realm could not fully resist. The quality of this whip was probably among the finest of mid-grade treasures. Starting bid, 50,000, raise freely. Elder Qiao waved his hand. As his voice fell, several bids sprang up from the crowd, mainly from higher levels of the Qi transformation realm. 60,000, 70,000, 75,000, 95,000, 100,000. The bidding for the whip fiercely broke 100,000. Finally, the whip was auctioned for a high price of 120,000 by a prominent family. Moreover, this family happened to be the Chu family that Chen Yu had encountered before. Inside the VIP loft of the Chu family, great-grandfather, why bid such a high price for such a malevolent artifact? A refined young girl asked. This girl was Chu Wanyu. In the next year or two, our Chu family's survival will be at stake, and we must make a significant sacrifice. A silver-haired, youthful-looking old man sighed deeply. He looked at Chu Wanyu's face with affection and a trace of special emotion. If I were to marry Yi Yunfei, could I help relieve some of the burden for the family? Chu Wanyu's cheeks flushed, her voice soft as an ant. I know you and Yi Yunfei have feelings for each other. However, the situation in the sect realm isn't as simple as you think, especially with the Water Moon sect's past as a demonic sect. Your father's judgments are seldom wrong, otherwise he wouldn't have betrothed you to that Chen Yu. The old man of the Chu family shook his head and sighed. Despite his certainty that these words would fall on deaf ears, the final item of the auction, a fire essence stone. Although its quality is slightly inferior, it still contains the essence of fire, potentially capable of cultivating spirit flame true fire. Fire essence stone? As soon as the item was presented, most people didn't react. However, those powerful beings in the Qi transformation realm, especially the Qi transformation innate experts, all had their eyes light up. Fire essence stone? The legendary treasure that can cultivate true fire spirit flame. Several in the Qi transformation realm exclaimed in surprise. Starting bid, 100,000. The crowd was stunned. Just the starting bid was already 100,000. This is even just a slightly inferior quality fire essence stone. Chen Yu was astounded. Only those above the Qi transformation realm can truly appreciate its value, even though this is just an inferior fire essence stone. Xu Xingxin seemed to know something. 150,000, 160,000, 180,000, 200,000. The price broke through the 200,000 mark and still hadn't stopped. In this, Chen Yu saw Unisec's Elder Qiu and Fairy Xiaoyu also joining the competition. Elder Qiu, why not advance me some of the primordial stones from the meteorite auction? I'll pay the sect back once we return. Fairy Xiaoyu, dignified and pretty, showed a hint of urgency. All right. But even with this fire essence stone, cultivating the true fire spirit flame isn't guaranteed. Elder Qiu smiled helplessly. 300,000. Eventually, the fire essence stone was secured by the two elders from the Unisect for a dominant price of 300,000. 2 days later, Chen Yu and a group of disciples safely returned to the Unisect. This trip to the Hidden Lake Conference saw most disciples come away with something. Even those without the means to bid at the auction had a chance to trade for what they needed after staying a day on Hidden Lake Island. Chen Yu could be said to have returned with a full load. After returning to the sect, Chen Yu felt a tense and vigilant atmosphere throughout the entire sect. Even in broad daylight, patrollers were visible everywhere. Swoosh, swoosh. Elder Qiu and Fairy Xiaoyu seemed to have received some message, and took to the skies on flying beasts, heading straight for the sect's core area. Chen Yu, let's see how long you can remain smug. The seventh prince, Huangfulan, watched Chen Yu leaving with a trace of mockery and pity in his eyes. At the intersect residential area, Chen Yu returned to his courtyard residence and organized the gains from his journey. A lower-tier treasure, a single green scale arm guard, 3 earth spirit ginsengs, including 2 of an 80-year variety and 1 of a 120-year variety. An old metal sphere, hard in material and dull in luster, its purpose unknown. Moreover, before and after the auction, Chen Yu bought some commonly used elixir materials and other items, including replenishing chi pills, healing pills, and more. After all, In just 7 or 8 days, Chen Yu was to leave for the Baishan Spirit Garden to take up guard duties, and everything must be well prepared. 3 days later, Chen Yu arrived at the Sect Affairs Hall. Your luck isn't bad. Including 3 fierce Snake King gallbladders, you've gathered all the materials. The grey-robed steward handed over a bundle of materials. Among them, in a medicinal gourd, 3 fierce Snake King skulls were preserved. It's all here, Chen Yu confirmed, showing a hint of joy on his face. This third snake gallbladder spirit ginseng recipe was extraordinarily valuable for an average inner sect disciple. It had taken him a great deal of effort and a stroke of fortune to gather everything. Back at his residence, following the method outlined in the copper statue technique, Chen Yu quickly concocted 3 bottles of body refining elixir. 3 small bottles containing a greenish liquid sat in front of him. Unlike the first 2 formulas, the third formula yielded a body refining elixir for internal consumption rather than external application. The cultivation of the copper statue technique progressed inward from copper skin and copper tendons to copper bones, step by step. This was why the first 2 formulas were of no help to Chen Yu's breakthrough to copper bone. 3 bottles of body refining elixir, to be taken in separate doses. Once daily, a bottle lasting 3 days. Chen Yu silently calculated. The 3 bottles would last him 10 days, right up until after Baishan Spirit Garden. Among them, 1 bottle, made with the 120-year Earth Spirit Ginseng, was of the highest quality. From low to high, Chen Yu opened the bottle of the 80-year body refining elixir and drank 1/3 of it. In an instant, a mingling sensation of piercing pain and warmth spread throughout Chen Yu's body, the medicinal effect continuous as if ice and fire were intertwined within. Swish! While running the copper statue technique, he waved his hand, and the 3 small bottles disappeared from in front of him, tucked away into the light silver crystal space. Since obtaining this mysterious space, Chen Yu kept some valuable items, such as the body refining elixir, inside it. The light silver crystal space felt very stable and reassuring to Chen Yu, like a personal pouch extending from his own flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 days had passed. Chen Yu spent these days in rigorous cultivation. He was about to finish the 2 bottles of 80-year body refining elixir. At this time, Chen Yu's copper statue technique had reached the very limit of the copper tendon stage and was on the verge of touching the copper bone stage. That very afternoon, Chen Yu received an order to gather in a side hall of the Sect Affairs Hall. Inside the hall, a group of people had already assembled, including elder members and young promising disciples, both organ refining and meridian passage, about a dozen or so in total. Unexpectedly, Chen Yu saw the stunningly beautiful Chu Xingxin and Duan Xiaolong among the crowd. Chu Xingxin showed a moment of surprise and hesitation upon seeing Chen Yu, then quickly smiled warmly. Duan Xiaolong stood in a corner, occasionally giving Chu Xingxin a silent glance. After joining the inner sect, having heard various rumors, Chen Yu became aware of some gossip, such as Duan Xiaolong, once the top outer sect candidate, having long harbored deep feelings for Chu Xingxin. Senior Sister Chu, it seems like you two have run out of luck and been assigned to a guard mission. Chen Yu inquired further. No, I chose this mission voluntarily. Chu Xingxin's answer surprised Chen Yu. New and inexperienced disciples like him normally avoided such dangerous assignments at all costs. Such rearguard missions are not dangerous, less than 1,000 miles from Unisect, 1,000 or 2 miles from the battlefield. Of course, I chose this mission for the rewards. In addition to 5,000 contribution points, one can also select a 50-year medicinal herb. Chu Xingxin explained. 5,000 contribution points, 50-year-old precious medicinal herbs? Chen Yu remembered that the mission details he received only offered 3,000 contribution points and a 30-year-old common medicinal herb. After inquiring further, Chen Yu realized everyone here taking the mission had different cultivation levels, ages, and statuses. Once they arrived at the Baishan Spirit Garden, the specific tasks of each person would also differ in difficulty and risk. The people are all here. A tall and burly middle-aged man in leather armor entered. This man exuded a powerful, substantial presence, bringing with him an intangible sense of deterrence. Master Lin. All the members present greeted the person with salutes. In the Unisect, a hall master generally was at least at the postnatal chi transformation stage, and most likely even an elite within that stage. Today you will set off to the Baishan Spirit Garden for a 2-month guard duty task. The front-line battle is currently unfavorable, and as the news states, many disciples and minions of the Bone Demon Palace have infiltrated the secular world and our rear areas. You must be extra careful, Master Lin admonished. Then, Master Lin's gaze swept over everyone present, each person matched their token with his. Chen Yu noticed Master Lin's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer than on others. There was a hint of an almost indiscernible smile on the corner of his mouth. After confirming the personnel, a group of more than 10 people, led by a peak of refining law enforcer, left the Unisect. 2 days later, several towering cliffs came into the view of the group. These cliffs formed a unique arrangement, with rivers flowing past on both sides. The Baishan Spirit Garden was situated in the flat land embraced by the cliffs. This place naturally forms an array that gathers more heaven and earth primordial chi and also preserves the medicinal properties of spiritual materials. The leader, the peak of refining law enforcer, introduced with a light smile. The Baishan Spirit Garden, built within the natural array shaped by the cliffs, had been a key cultivation resource ground for the Yunyu sect for the last few decades. In the garden, various ancient medicinal trees and exotic herbs could be seen. A burst of fragrant aroma hit everyone's faces, and the contained spiritual medicine essence revitalized everyone's spirits. The shift change time has come, now let's distribute the tasks. An elder woman with silver hair and wrinkles glanced over everyone with a faint gaze, proceeding with the inspection. The Baishan Spirit Garden always had postnatal chi transformation experts standing guard year-round, and this silver-haired elder woman was one of them. Then, the group of more than 10 people were given their respective tasks by the elder woman. Some were responsible for patrolling and guarding within the Spirit Garden, some for patrolling the perimeter and on alert, and even some were assigned to stand guard and perform menial tasks. Xu Xingxin, due to her understanding of pharmacology, chose to take care of the internal guarding duties when receiving her task. Duan Xiaolong also proactively took up a task, responsible for patrolling within the Spirit Garden. Chen Yu, only being at the Meridian Passage stage, was arranged to serve as a covert sentinel in the Spirit Garden every night. A covert sentinel. Chen Yu was taken aback. It seemed his low cultivation had relegated him to a position just above those assigned to stand guard and perform chores. He reflected on the situation. This task was very easy. As a covert sentinel, it only took half of the night. With this arrangement, he would have plenty of time to cultivate during the day. Of course, if there were any invasive dangers, being a covert sentinel could be very risky. This is a secret technique for concealing one's chi. As a covert sentinel, you need to learn how to hide your own chi. The elder woman tossed Chen Yu a small booklet. Another person assigned as a covert sentinel received the same booklet. The Concealing Chi Technique. Chen Yu saw the title of the booklet. It was a mid-level martial arts manual. For inner sect disciples, a mid-level martial art wasn't that remarkable. Moreover, this Concealing Chi technique seemed like the typical stuff available. It was just a skill and didn't compare to a complete mid-level martial arts manual that included a main mental method and combat techniques. Just like that, Chen Yu's 2-month duty as a covert sentinel began. Afterward, each night, Chen Yu sat cross-legged in an inconspicuous corner of the Spirit Garden, hiding his presence. He lay hidden in the shadows, his gaze occasionally sweeping the surroundings. At the same time, Chen Yu also devoted himself to practicing the Concealing Chi technique. Unfortunately, his talent in body techniques didn't give him any advantage here, and his progress was mediocre. Nevertheless, while practicing the Concealing Chi technique, Chen Yu felt his inner power, even the warmth of his body and scent, all gradually receding. With his chi subdued in such a state, Chen Yu was even less likely to be detected. On the first day or two of sentinel duty, Chen Yu found it quite novel. But afterwards, he felt endless loneliness and tedium every deep night. He could only silently circulate the Concealing Chi technique to pass the time. To his delight, on the 4th day of guarding the Spirit Garden, Chen Yu's copper statue technique finally broke through to copper bone formation. Inside a simple hut in the Spirit Garden, creak, crack, Chen Yu stretched his limbs, and a cracking sound akin to frying beans came from his bones. Buzz, a solid and thick layer of metallic copper pattern manifested on the surface of his body. His muscles and limbs didn't bulge as before but instead became more compact and presented a ruggedness and solid feel of copper and iron. Chen Yu's whole figure appeared leaner and more composed. Yet, with a slight exertion of his strength, a domineering, unparalleled force would explode from his flesh and bones. My muscles are firmer, and my bones have been strengthened. I have outer to inner defense. Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. Previously, when practicing the copper statue technique at the copper skin and copper muscle stages, his strength was confined to the surface. But after reaching copper bone formation, he was strengthened inside out. Copper statue technique? With a flex of his arm, his bones rattled, revealing a brawny copper bone arm with dark metallic patterns, solid and weighty. Chen Yu estimated that without using internal power, a casual punch could make an ordinary organ refining practitioner cough blood. In terms of defense, that's where the copper statue technique excelled even more. Now, the attacks from the early to mid stages of the organ refining phase could barely harm him. Bone shrinking. Chen Yu's skeletal structure contracted, and his figure abruptly shrank more than 2 inches. In an instant, Chen Yu's physique slimmed down significantly. The legendary bone shrinking skill, mentioned in secular tales, could now be easily performed after ascending to the copper bone level. After advancing to the copper bone level with the copper statue technique, Chen Yu's heart settled down a lot. Copper bone formation meant that his foundational strength, without relying on any external force or martial arts skills, was firmly rooted in the late stage of organ refining. Moreover, the fierce body that Chen Yu got from the mysterious cardiac reconstruction was originally comparable to ferocious beasts. His copper bone formation was on par with other people's copper bone small success or even higher. However, at this time, the 3 bottles of body refining elixirs that Chen Yu had spent a great deal to compound were now all consumed. Practice had proven that the key to breaking through to copper bone was still that batch of body refining elixir aged 120 years, its effects nearly twice as strong as the previous 2 bottles. In the following days, Chen Yu led a peaceful yet monotonous life. At night, he served as a hidden sentry, silently practicing the Concealing Chi technique. During the day, he cultivated his techniques and martial skills. In the blink of an eye, More than a month had passed, and the days guarding the spirit garden were much more peaceful than he had imagined. But for some reason, this abnormal calmness gave Chen Yu a slight sense of unease. He always had the feeling that this spirit garden guardian assignment had been orchestrated by someone. But, based on the current situation of the mission, as long as the Bone Demon Palace did not invade this place, there seemed to be no threat to Chen Yu. Chen Yu didn't think any further. Aside from his life as a hidden sentry, he spent all day diligently cultivating his techniques and martial arts. In just over 40 days, Chen Yu made rapid progress. With the added talent in body technique, his Cloud Evil Fist technique became more profound, and the evil chi in his Cloud Evil inner breath became more intense. After his last consumption of the clearing chi pill, the inner breath was as pure as desired. It gave him the feeling that the Cloud Evil Fist technique was approaching its peak. The greatest difference. Chen Yu now could produce fist force condensing evil without having to enter an explosive state. Just a slight charge in his heart was sufficient. In the realm of swordsmanship, the Iron Gang sword progressed even faster. After all, its level was below that of the Cloud Evil Fist, and it wasn't subject to restrictions like cultivation level or killing conditions. In a secluded cave, sword energy solidified. Chen Yu shook the heavy sword in his hand, and a buzzing silvery iron wall of sword energy danced before him, dense and airtight, with an impenetrable and substantial feeling. At a glance, it was like a heavy overlapping wall of iron waves. Near that wall of sword energy, the air seemed to thicken, as if draining the surrounding space of air. Any sand or stone that neared it was crushed to dust. Sword energy forms a wall? It can form a sizable defensive layer of energy. Chen Yu smiled with satisfaction. The ability to create a wall of sword energy meant that his Iron Gang sword had reached the peak of its potential. This was the successful result of over 40 days of strenuous cultivation by Chen Yu. The integration of the mysterious heart provided not just a talent for body technique, but also astonishing stamina and recovery ability. Therefore, not only was Chen Yu advancing quickly, but he could also cultivate for twice as long as the average person, especially with techniques like heavy swordsmanship, which were immensely draining to perform. Even someone at the late stage of organ refining would find it taxing to practice for an hour. Besides the sword energy wall, Chen Yu also mastered another sweeping sword skill, sword energy torrent. Once unleashed, sword energy torrent would turn the sword energy into a raging storm of blades, engulfing a region 2 jong around. This skill was even more powerful and more formidable than when he had achieved great success. This technique was one that Chen Yu created after his Iron Gang sword reached its peak and he comprehended the true essence of swordsmanship. For any martial technique, including fist or sword techniques, once the peak is reached, one can understand the true essence of martial arts. The true essence understood by each person varies slightly. Once the true essence is grasped, one can break free from the constraints of the original martial techniques, with moves coming naturally and unrestricted. That night, Chen Yu, as usual, completed his cultivation of techniques and martial arts and then began his duty as a hidden sentry. His post for today was atop a large tree. In the tree, dense branches and foliage completely obscured Chen Yu's figure. He skillfully circulated the concealing chi technique, contracting all his breath and body heat as if he were an inert piece of deadwood. With the cover of darkness, it would be quite difficult for anyone to notice him, even if they came within a jong. Chen Yu's vision swept over the area within a mile radius. At that moment, Duan Xiaolong and a Meridian Passage stage disciple passed by on their patrol nearby. Chen Yu exchanged a subtle glance with Duan Xiaolong, signaling that there were no abnormalities to report. But today, a hint of anxiety appeared on Duan Xiaolong's face, occasionally looking around. Chen Yu thought about it and understood the reason. A person like Duan Xiaolong, with a will and temperament far beyond ordinary people, was always composed and undisturbed by external factors. The only reason for his emotional fluctuation was Chu Xingxin. Duan Xiaolong had always been deeply in love with Chu Xingxin. Apart from martial arts, she was the single emotional investment in his heart. As per the routine of the past few days, Chu Xingxin's task involved a general inventory of the precious spiritual medicines in the spirit garden, twice daily, morning and evening. And this evening, Chu Xingxin did not show up. It's almost half an hour later than usual, and she still hasn't appeared. Duan Xiaolong's eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing a trace of concern. He knew Chu Xingxin well. She was extremely hardworking and demanding in her daily routine and cultivation, and very responsible with her tasks. Now that she has not appeared, there were only two possibilities. 1. Chu Xingxin was delayed by important matters. 2. Something unexpected might have happened to Chu Xingxin. Junior brother Chen, have you seen junior sister Chu tonight? Duan Xiaolong asked through a voice transmission. No, Chen Yu replied softly. As a hidden sentry in the shadows, he had a wide field of vision and was sure that Chu Xingxin hadn't come by today. Chen Yu also felt that her absence was somewhat abnormal. After watching Duan Xiaolong leave, Chen Yu scanned the mile radius once more, sensing that something was amiss. Something's not right? 2 people are missing. Chen Yu's heart chilled. As a hidden sentry, it was his responsibility not only to watch for the enemy and abnormalities but also to occasionally count the number of people on his own side. Chen Yu remembered. Within a 2-hour radius of this area, there were 6 sect members patrolling, including Duan Xiaolong. 6 patrolling members, divided into 3 groups. Each group consisted of 1 organ refining and 1 meridian passage. and generally, the two members of each group wouldn't separate. And now, Chen Yu discovered that among the original 3 groups patrolling, one group was missing, that is, 2 people. He took a deep breath and scanned the area again to confirm. Indeed, there was one less group. The simultaneous disappearance of 2 people was not something an ordinary person could manage, because the 2 members of each group, supporting each other, usually didn't separate. There was an enemy presence. Just as Chen Yu was about to call out, he suddenly felt a chill attacking him. Hiss! A cold wind with a chill came from the bottom of the tree trunk. A dark-spotted poison snake, about 3 feet long and hissing, was seen climbing along the tree trunk to the foot of Chen Yu. Swoosh! The dark-spotted poison snake opened its venomous fangs, carrying a dangerous breath, and bit towards Chen Yu's leg. That scene, so startling that Chen Yu felt a chill up his spine, inescapable. The dark-spotted poison snake was completely silent, perhaps lurking here while he was conversing with Duan Xiaolong. Dingqi! The dark-spotted poison snake bit into Chen Yu's leg, spitting out a gray-green toxic liquid with an extremely powerful corrosive force. This is a poison snake spirit pet comparable to the organ refining stage. Chen Yu grunted, feeling a sensation of burning pain and numbness spreading from his leg. At a critical moment, he had already activated the copper statue technique, turning his legs into copper and iron, nearly getting pierced by the snake's bite. Had he been at the mere copper muscle level, his skin would have been broken and the venom would have invaded him. Even more terrifying was, although the snake failed to penetrate his defense, it spewed a glob of gray-green venom, carrying lethal poison for corrosion. SSSS. The venom not only caused Chen Yu's leg to feel numb, but the scent it emitted gave him a slight dizziness. Thump, thump. Chen Yu's heart violently pounded, driving away that bit of dizziness, and the numbness in his leg faded. He was certain, if it had been an average mid-stage or late-stage organ refining practitioner faced with this snake's sneak attack, they might have been poisoned to death by now. Whoosh! The dark-spotted poison snake, 3 feet in length, leaped upwards, coiling around Chen Yu's legs, with its venomous fangs and tongue, lunging straight for Chen Yu's throat. Die! Chen Yu was furious, operating the copper statue technique at the copper bone level. Crunch crunch! Bones throughout his body crackled, a layer of metallic dark copper luminescence formed on the surface of his body, his physique suddenly expanded, and he erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful force. Pop! Splurt! In an instant, an enormous force tore the dark-spotted poison snake in 2, splattering flesh and blood. You youngster, you actually killed my snake child. A dozen yards away, beside a rock on the mountain, an old man in a grey robe holding a snake staff emerged, his face showing a mixture of resentment and shock. Hiss! Hiss! 2 dark-spotted poison snakes, identical to the one before, were crawling on the old man's staff. Moreover, within dozens of yards around him, several dozen more poison snakes appeared, each with strength at least at the peak of Meridian Passage. These snakes, hissing and with their cold serpentine eyes, stared at Chen Yu up in the tree. What demon from where? Someone! Chen Yu shouted loudly, his powerful voice spreading within a 2-hour radius. However, after a quick glance, he startled and noticed that among the original 3 patrols, only Duan Xiaolong's group remained. Bad news? That snake ghost shadowed snake from the combination. Upon seeing the snake-controlling old man beside the mountain rock, Duan Xiaolong's expression changed, and he hurriedly warned, Junior Brother Chen, be careful, and he recognized the origin of this person. Snake Ghost Shadow was a terrifying combination from a secret assassin organization in Chu country. Snake was just one part of that combination. Before Duan Xiaolong could finish, a sudden change occurred. Whiz! A ghostly afterimage flew out from the bushes behind and toward Chen Yu. In a split second, a short sword, silent and snake-like, seemed to pierce out of the night and towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu's muscles tensed, feeling a sense of crisis far greater than the previous snake attack. The blade of the short sword, dull and non-reflective, merged with the night, reaching Chen Yu. Too fast? Chen Yu couldn't dodge in time. A ghastly figure in black, shriveled and ghost-like, entered Chen Yu's field of vision. The energy fluctuations emerging from the dull short sword were clearly in the late stage of organ refining. The sword seemed to be a treasure weapon specialized for assassination. Even with Chen Yu's copper bone formation, he feared he couldn't completely withstand it, and the Xian heavy sword on his back was out of reach. Get lost. Chen Yu ran the copper statue technique, raising his arm to withstand the blow. Seeking death? A sneer of mockery and cruelty appeared on the ghost in black's face. Ding! Sizzle! The sword struck Chen Yu's arm, sparks flew, and a tremendous recoil force nearly knocked the short sword out of the attacker's hand. What? The ghost in black was astonished and colored with shock, as not even a postnatal chi transformation practitioner could withstand the sword with their flesh. Green scale arm guard. On Chen Yu's left arm, a dark green arm guard buzzed to life, showing scales like those of a crocodile, expanding slightly, becoming like a small shield, with scales shining brilliantly. From Duan Xiaolong's alarmed shout to Chen Yu blocking the lethal strike from Ghost Shadow with the green scale arm guard, barely a moment had passed. At the sudden appearance of the sword, Duan Xiaolong's heart clenched tight. The Duan family, a prominent family in Chu country, had some understanding of various forces, including evil spirits and demon gods. The current Snake Ghost Shadow was among the top assassin groups in Chu country. Snake Ghost Shadow consisted of 2 assassins, Snake and Ghost Shadow. Snake specialized in controlling snakes, and the snake offspring he manipulated were a venomous breed adept at lurking. Fed on potent toxins from birth and trained for years, sometimes even over a decade, their ambushes were nearly impossible to defend against. Even with Chen Yu's senses, he hadn't detected the presence of the snake until the moment it struck. Thanks to the formidable copper statue technique, Chen Yu fended off Snake's attack and ferociously killed a poison snake of organ refining stage caliber. This had already shocked Duan Xiaolong, because with Snake Ghost Shadow's assassination attempts, more than 90% succeeded with just the use of their poison snakes. Even if one could evade the snake's bite, the odor of the venom would cause dizziness, something most at the organ refining stage could hardly resist. However, Chen Yu had not only blocked the poison snake but also the more formidable Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow's cultivation had reached the late stage of organ refining. His movement technique was so fast and unpredictable he was nicknamed after a ghostly shadow. His sword was a custom forged treasure sword, perfect for assassination, containing powerful poison refined over the years with the venom from snakes. That sword strike was meant to be an immediate kill upon touching blood, yet that strike had failed to penetrate Chen Yu's defense, not even scratching the skin. Ting! The treasure sword sparked against the green scale arm guard, its scales dimmed momentarily. The remaining force was naturally insufficient to penetrate Chen Yu's copper statue technique. How is this possible? Ghost Shadow's withered face showed a flash of shock. In his years of assassination, he had never encountered such tough defenses. Cloud Evil Fist? Chen Yu let out a cry, his heart pounding heavily as he punched with gathered force. He did not draw his Xian heavy sword from his back, it would take time and wasn't suited for close combat. Whoosh! That punch, a killing aura fist shadow the size of a water bucket, took on the vague form of a python, exploding with a booming roar that shuddered blood and soul. It was the manifestation of a fist's killing intent. Now, Chen Yu's inner breath martial arts were on a higher level, his heart could gather force and unleash a punch with killing intent concentrated within. At such a close distance, even if Ghost Shadow was proficient at evading, he had no room to dodge. No way. Struggling to mobilize his inner breath, a faint black pattern emerged on the half-treasure armor he wore, blocking the punch. He had thought Chen Yu was just at the Meridian Passage stage, and even if he was taken for an early stage of refining internal organs, resisting with the half-treasure armor should not result in severe or fatal injuries. Boom! When the punch connected, and the aura of evil chi inside burst, Ghost Shadow realized his mistake. A tyrannical and chilling evil force surged into his body. Crack! What was more terrifying was the sheer brute force that, even through the half-treasure armor, directly broke several of his ribs. Ugh! Ghost Shadow spat out blood, his body curling and his complexion turning pale. That strike seemed to come from a fierce beast king close to the chi transformation realm. Without the protective layer of the half-treasure armor, he would have likely been burst with a single punch. Bear in mind, Chen Yu's recent punch had gathered force in his heart. The power from the initial formation of Copper Bone and Cloud Evil Fist were both insidiously enhanced. Thud! Ghost Shadow fell under a tree, heavily injured, with several ribs broken and internal bleeding. Ghost Shadow, Snake from the other side uttered an astonished gasp. This scene had caught him entirely off guard. Beforehand, when the two learned that their target was only at the Meridian Passage stage, they scoffed at taking action. Only the exceptionally generous reward offered by the employer barely convinced them to accept. Sword form solidifies into gang. A fleeting shadow dashed by, Chen Yu at his peak using cloud stepping closely followed, leaping to the base of the tree to close in on Ghost Shadow, swinging his heavy sword. Swoosh! The heavy sword dragged a crescent of sword energy along with a violent barrage of heavy sword shadows, covering a range of 1 to 2 zhang beneath. This is bad. Ghost Shadow, still in the air with unsettled blood and injuries, miscalculated again, not expecting his opponent to have equally exceptional movement techniques. Chen Yu descending from above, with timing and terrain in his favor, launched an attack over a range outlined by the treasure-heavy sword, leaving Ghost Shadow no chance to evade. Leave? In surprise and anger, Ghost Shadow managed to block with his short sword. Clang! The Xian heavy sword, with its terrifying burden and great force, sent Ghost Shadow flying, along with his sword, disarming him. The short sword could not match the heavy sword, especially not with the immense disparity in strength. Moreover, Chen Yu's punch had severely wounded Ghost Shadow, who had yet to drift to the ground or catch his breath. Forced to resist in a hurry, Ghost Shadow couldn't even muster up 60% of his peak power. Guh! Ghost Shadow's body trembled violently as he spat out blood, a deep bone-deep gash appearing on his arm, causing his entire left shoulder and arm to go numb. In an instant, he suffered a near-fatal wound, his arm almost crippled. Whoosh! Chen Yu's figure flashed, rapidly closing in, stepping onto the fallen treasure poison sword. It seemed that losing the sword would be like a venomous snake stranded without its fangs. No, my sword! Ghost Shadow roared in horror and anger. However, faced with Chen Yu's subsequent oppressive strikes with the heavy sword, and the rebound of his internal injuries, he simply couldn't resist. Retreat now, or we won't make it out. On the other side, Snake, the grey-robed elder, called out lowly, his voice filled with resignation. As a top assassin, if the first strike failed, they retreated 1,000 miles. Moreover, the assassination attempt by the two would alert the powerful members of the sect in the Baishan Spirit Garden. Swoosh! The shadowy figures, dressed in black, left a few overlapping afterimages in place and dodged Chen Yu's heavy sword pursuit. Let's go. The two turned into ghostly shadows, fleeing toward the deep mountains near the Baishan Spirit Garden. Zing, zing. At that moment, Duan Xiaolong and Chen Yu joined forces. After chasing a few dozen yards, they were intercepted by suddenly emerging dozens of poisonous snakes. Puchi puchi. They took action, decimating over a dozen Meridian Passage stage poisonous snakes. But by that time, the figures of Snake Ghost Shadow were already blurred into the night, becoming indistinct. Forget the chase, see how the others are? Duan Xiaolong called out in a low voice. It was already a stroke of luck for someone at the organ refining stage to survive an assassination attempt by the Snake Ghost Shadow. Over the past few years, there had been almost no failures in the assassinations by Snake Ghost Shadow. Several at the peak of refining had died at their hands. This pair, at one time, claimed that no one below the Qi transformation realm was unkillable. This sword can count as compensation for my emotional distress. Chen Yu examined a short dark grey sword, about a foot long, with a smile on his face. Duan Xiaolong cast an envious gaze upon the sword. This Ghost Shadow's sword is called the Dark Snake Sword. It's forged with the poisonous fangs of the Poison Snake King and combined with thousand-year-old ironwood and other precious materials. The sword has been tempered with the venom of snake year-round, and it's widely regarded as a lethally poisonous sword that seals the throat upon blood contact, certainly one of the best among lower-grade artifacts. That powerful? Chen Yu was taken aback, safely stowing away the Dark Snake poisonous sword. Ghost Shadow must feel more pain losing this sword than if he'd lost an arm. Duan Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh. The two conducted a brief search nearby. They discovered that the other two patrol groups had also been poisoned by snakes and were in a comatose and dying state. Duan Xiaolong immediately fed them detoxification pills. The poison affecting them is just ordinary snake venom, not very deep. It seems Snake Ghost Shadow had reservations, not wanting to offend the sect too much. They aimed specifically at you? Duan Xiaolong concluded. Aimed at me. Chen Yu thought about the harrowing near-death experience of the assassination. If it had been a typical person at the organ refining stage, they wouldn't have had any chance to fight back and would have been easily killed. Have you offended anyone? Duan Xiaolong gave Chen Yu a glance and paused. I suspect the person who wanted you assassinated is in collusion with members of our sect, or it might even be a member of our own sect. Otherwise, they couldn't be so familiar with the geography inside the Spirit Garden and be able to easily target patrols and sentries. Chen Yu nodded, finding it plausible. There were many suspicions. The Baishan Spirit Garden was one of Yunyu Sect's important locations, its geological layout unfamiliar to outsiders. Furthermore, to mobilize Snake Ghost Shadow, it must be the work of a major power, not just any ordinary individual. Someone like Wang Lingyun didn't have such influence. The Seventh Prince, or Kunling. Chen Yu momentarily recalled these two names in his mind. The likelihood of Kunling was smaller. This person had a sense of pride, and his conflict with Chen Yu wasn't that significant, only displeased because Chen Yu had refused to trade the Ice Heart Tears. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, some Unisect members rushed to the scene of the incident. What happened? A patrol captain at the peak of refining asked aloud. When they learned of the attack by Snake Ghost Shadow and the failed assassination of Chen Yu, they were all taken aback. Swoosh, swoosh. Two figures, under the cover of night, left the outer periphery of the Baishan Spirit Garden. One of the ghostly shadows said bitterly and coldly, my dark snake sword, I must get it back. Losing that treasure of a poisonous sword, his strength had diminished by 30 to 40%. Just then, who? Ahead in the night, a thin layer of dark fog emerged, blending with the dark, masking the churning dust behind it. Who's there? Snake and Ghost Shadow, sensing slight pitter-patter sounds, became alert. Suddenly, the thin dark fog expanded, revealing mounts of jackals over a yard tall, their pairs of green, ghostly eyes becoming faintly visible. What was eerie? Those jackals were not only robust in size, nearing that of tigers and leopards, but also emitted strands of black fog and carried an air of brutality and ferocity, unlike that of ordinary beasts. Demonized jackals. Snake Ghost Shadow's complexions changed drastically, a fear chilling them to the bone. These demonized jackals themselves were only nearly at the organ refining stage in strength, which wasn't scary. What was truly terrifying were the rumors associated with them. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. In the dark fog, each demonized jackal carried a stern, tall figure armed with weapons such as swords or scythes. From their rough estimation, there were at least nearly 20 figures in the fog. Run! Snake and Ghost Shadow felt their scalps tingle as they hastily retreated in the opposite direction. But unbeknownst to them, the area they were in had already been enveloped by the dark fog. Humph! An alarmed low roar, like rolling thunder, carried an invisible sound wave over them. The source of the sound was a towering, dark-skinned giant, sitting atop a massive purple-black tiger several yards in length, looking like an indifferent overlord. Thud, thud. With just that one roar, the overwhelming pressure and sound waves caused them to fall prostrate to the ground, vomiting blood on the spot. Sir. Snake and Ghost Shadow lay prostrate on the ground. The rumbling thunderous roar from the adversary struck terror into their souls, making them vomit blood on the spot. The towering dark-skinned giant man, sitting on a purple-black gigantic tiger that was 2 or 3 jong long, was followed by the tall figures of several demonized jackal wolf knights. The aura emitted by the purple-black gigantic tiger he rode was almost comparable to the postnatal chi transformation. Where do these two come from? They almost disrupted our plans. A cold female voice came from above their heads. Who? Above the pale black mist, a giant black feathered bird with a wingspan of 4 or 5 jongs swept in, bringing with it flying sand and rocks. On the giant bird, there were 2 women. The cold voice came from one of the women, a black-robed enchanting beauty whose figure seemed ghostly, drifting in the ferocious windstorm. Master Uncle, these 2 appear to be the assassin duo Snake Ghost Shadow. On the giant bird stood a black-clothed young girl with a red sand mark on her brow, her figure graceful and her face delicate, possessing a uniquely bewitching beauty. Snake and Ghost Shadow, hearing this, showed a trace of hope. So much so that the voice of the red sand girl sounded to them like heavenly music. Ugh! The older snake's neck was suddenly seized by a slender delicate hand, his face turned red, and his feet kicked in the air. Without knowing when, the red sand girl had already appeared behind them. With a squeeze of her fair slender hand, crack! The old man snake's head broke off, his body fell separately, and blood splattered. Ghost Shadow, terrified, had no power to resist. He had been severely injured by Chen Yu and further weakened by the roar of the dark-skinned giant. His injuries were already fatal. But even at his best, he deemed himself no match for the red sand girl. His proud movement technique seemed clumsy in comparison to hers. You too, why did you disturb the people in Baishan's spirit garden? The red sand girl asked coldly. We were hired to capture and kill someone in the garden, but we failed. Ghost Shadow's voice was weak, his words unclear. Slap! With a flick of her hand, red and white fluids splattered, and Ghost Shadow plunged into endless darkness. It's clear now, Master Uncle. Their appearance was just a coincidence. The red sand girl's graceful figure drifted back onto the giant bird. These 2 truly deserve to be slaughtered 1,000 times? I wonder if the people guarding the Baishan spirit garden have become alerted because of this. The enchanting beauty spoke coldly, staring at the corpses, her voice still carrying a hint of venom. What's there to be afraid of? The man on the purple-black gigantic tiger hummed lowly. We have already figured out the layout of the meager manpower in Baishan spirit garden. Even if we confront them head-on, we can crush them. Baishan spirit garden. Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong revived several other patrolling members. The Peak of Refining captain inquired about the assassination attempts and details from the 2. It's good that you're all right. The captain nodded. In 10 more days, our duty here will end successfully, and we can return to the sect to rest for a while. Suddenly, from the perimeter of the spirit garden, several screams and loud shouts were heard. Promptly, a burst of red fireworks rose into the sky, illuminating the entire Baishan spirit garden. Not good, the captain exclaimed, his face looking very grim. Night raid? Night raid. Enemies incoming? It's the Bone Demon Palace. Inside the garden, figures moved swiftly, highlighted by the fire, as panic spread. With the light from the fireworks, everyone saw in the sky more than a dozen flying creatures swooping down, precisely targeting the sect members in the garden. SHH, SHH, SHH. More than a dozen fierce, robed figures, wielding swords and employing dark powers, began battling within the garden. Whoosh, boom, some of them threw a kind of black canister, hitting buildings, and instantly a gloomy black-green fire engulfed a large area. Some of the resting or cultivating people inside the buildings shot out enveloped in flames, unable to extinguish the black-green fire. In a moment, that area of buildings, and the Unisect members inside, whether in the organ refining or meridian passage stages, perished in the fire sea. Be careful everyone! That's the bone scale flame from Bone Demon Palace, hard to resist below the chi transformation realm. The captain shouted in alarm. His eyes were bloodshot, leading 5 or 6 men, they charged to battle. Bone Demon Palace directly used flying creatures to sneak attack the lodging area of our disciples. This is definitely a premeditated night raid, there must be a traitor. Duan Xiaolong's expression turned grave as he took a deep breath. Chen Yu's heart also sank. The night raid by Bone Demon Palace was like blitzkrieg, directly infiltrating the interior of the spirit garden. The peripheral area could possibly be facing worse, because the perimeter of the spirit garden had watchtowers and defensive buildings, with more patrolling members. Even air raids would have been spotted immediately. Sure enough, a wave of black-green fire was already burning in the perimeter, where the battle was even fiercer. Kill them all. Loot everything. A group of demonized jackal wolf knights, laughing savagely, brandishing swords. Some stern figures directly jumped off their mounts, ruthlessly attacking patrolling members. Even the hidden sentinels in some corners were pulled out by the Bone Demon Palace. Puff puff boom. The eerie black-green fire spread everywhere, destroying one defense building after another. Activate the defensive array. No use, the hub of the array has been destroyed by them. Damn, how did they know about the array hub? At the periphery of the spirit garden, various disciples from the sects were in retreat, forming only a defensive formation to barely hold on. Everyone, form up and fall back to Back Mountain Peak. The silver-haired elder lady presiding over the spirit garden, her voice cold and angry, echoed through the field. The disciples inside the garden were invigorated, as if they had found their backbone. As the home defenders, Unisect managed to stabilize their formation in groups after initial panic and fear. Familiar with the terrain, everyone moved towards Back Mountain Peak. Chen Yu, Duan Xiaolong, and a few other defending members, all retreated towards the highest cliff in the rear. Back Mountain Peak was a vital area of the garden, where many valuable materials were cultivated. Its high terrain was favorable for defense. However, at this moment, members of the Bone Demon Palace were everywhere, and interception along the way was inevitable. Swoosh swoosh, birds occasionally schemed through the sky. On the ground, ghastly figures from the Bone Demon Palace led demonized jackals rampaging mercilessly. A scream came a few meters behind Chen Yu. A slower disciple in the Meridian Passage stage was attacked by a flying creature, tearing open his skull on the spot. Whoosh! Chen Yu suddenly felt a sharp gust of wind attacking his head from the side. Cloud Evil Fist? Evil Qi surged within Chen Yu's body, his copper bone arm vibrated, and the clouds of evil Qi exploded, propelling forward with immense force, striking a black-feathered vicious bird that was swooping in. Bang crack! The black-feathered vicious bird, although as strong as the refining organs stage, had its chest blown out by Chen Yu's punch, scattering flesh and blood, unable to rise from the ground. Slash! Duan Xiaolong wielded his ancient blade and swung out a massive blade aura that, accompanied by the sound of thunder, sent a burly man from the Bone Demon Palace flying, spitting blood. A blade technique of the thunder concept. The Bone Demon Palace man shockingly fell, a foot-long bloody gash left on his chest along with a burnt mark. Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. This man from the Bone Demon Palace was in the mid-stage of refining internal organs. It seemed. Duan Xiaolong, despite being newly advanced to refining stage, was also a top figure at his level. After all, his cultivation foundation and martial arts level were beyond ordinary from having been stagnated in the Meridian Passage stage for so long. Cloud Evil Fist? Thunder Blade? A copper fist wrapped in clouds of evil Qi, and the wielding blade aura buzzing with thunderous power, forcefully carved out a bloody path. So strong. An early stage of refining and late stage Meridian Passage, actually. Both friends and foes were shocked. At this moment, the two former first outsiders of Sect, joining forces, produced astonishing power. Chen Yu's physical defense was robust, be it members of the Bone Demon Palace, flying creatures, or demonized jackals, all were forcefully confronted and rebounded. Facing head-on, they were hardly matched. Duan Xiaolong's thunder blade was nothing short of indestructible, horrifyingly powerful, and to a certain extent restrained the sinister techniques of Bone Demon Palace. Their combined forces were not merely additive but mutually amplifying. During this period, not even a late stage of the refining elder from the Bone Demon Palace could stop them. Get lost. Chen Yu powered up his copper statue technique, reinforced by Azure Scale Arm Guard, unleashing fist strength condenses evil, and forcefully clashed with a late stage refining elder's palm. Under the formidable force, the elder's figure staggered. Thunder Blade? A huge blade aura, swift as lightning, took the opportunity to slash, instantly cutting across the Bone Demon Palace elder's shoulder, almost severing one of his arms. These two, the Bone Demon Palace elder, his face stricken with shock, could only temporarily avoid their sharpness. Kill? Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong, leading 4 to 5 disciples, fought their way through and reached the middle of Back Mountain Peak. At this time, surviving disciples of Sect, smeared with blood, gathered together halfway up the mountain. Junior Sister Chu, Duan Xiaolong called out softly upon seeing an elegant and ethereal beauty among the crowd. It was indeed Chu Xingxin. At this moment, Chu Xingxin's skirt was torn in places, her white arms smeared with blood, her face set with determination. Boom, bang, up high on Back Mountain Peak, a terrifying rumbling noise erupted, with winds of dust swirling. That formidable might, out of reach for ordinary disciples. Qi Transformation Realm Battle. The disciples exclaimed. One could see. A silver-haired elderly woman, holding a treasure staff, unleashed a storm of purple-green gales, sweeping across a radius of 30 to 40 feet. Whoosh boom! Within that storm, columnar staff shadows howled with each strike, kicking up dust, leaving multiple long trenches on the ground. Her opponent was an extraordinarily enchanting woman in a black dress. Illusion Demon Dance? The woman in black, like a ghost, her form nebulous and indistinct, moved around the elderly silver-haired woman. Swoosh! Holding a pale blue short sword, each swipe raised a swath of blue cold glow, leveling the surrounding trees and hillsides with each movement. Merely a postnatal middle stage, daring to confront an elder. The silver-haired elder wielded her treasure staff even more fiercely, forcing the woman in black to repeatedly shift position to avoid direct confrontation. Kiki? But it's not just me. The woman in black chuckled. As soon as her words fell. A thunder-like roar, carrying a sonic attack, transformed into a pale black whirlwind of about 30 to 60 feet in diameter, sweeping towards the silver-haired elder from the side. A dark-skinned giant man, riding a giant purple-black tiger and holding a heavy halberd, charged towards her. Child's play. The silver-haired elder sneered, her figure barely hesitating as her treasure staff swept out a column of purple-green staff shadows, the gales tearing apart the pale black whirlwind. And that sonic attack, which could make those in the refining stage spit blood, barely affected her. This elder's cultivation is only a step away from Qi transformation innate. Today's battle shall not be too dull. The woman in black smiled strangely, her expression eerie. This old lady is just one step away from the Qi transformation innate. Today's battle won't be too boring. A sinister smile with a hint of amusement appeared on the face of the woman in the black dress. At this moment, the entire Baishan Spirit Garden was witnessing a one-sided massacre by the Bone Demon Palace, overwhelmed in battles below the realm of Qi transformation. Unless The silver-haired old lady, a powerful fighter at the peak of postnatal chi transformation, could turn the tide by defeating the two chi transformation realm fighters from the Bone Demon Palace. However, when Chen Yu exchanged glances with Duan Xiaolong, he saw a bitter expression on the latter's face, suggesting a grim view of the situation. Suddenly, Chen Yu thought of Duan Xiaolong's previous assessment. This is definitely a premeditated night raid. There must be a traitor. This night raid. The Bone Demon Palace evidently had a thorough understanding of the internal layout and personnel arrangement of the Baishan Spirit Garden. Kill this old hag. The dark-skinned giant rode a purple-black giant tiger, wielding a heavy halberd, and charged at the silver-haired old lady, leveraging the powerful impact of his mount. Ti, the dark-skinned giant roared, thunderous noise sweeping through, as his halberd drew an arc in the air, casting a black beast-like shadow, carrying an ancient roar that shocked the soul, clashing fiercely with the silver-haired old lady. Dang Peng! The staff and the halberd collided, the immense impact causing the silver-haired old lady to stagger back several steps, exclaiming, a medium-grade treasure. With a soul-shocking effect. The halberd wielded by the dark-skinned giant was not only immensely heavy but also possessed a primordial roar that directly shook the soul. This halberd was undoubtedly a fine piece among medium-grade treasures. The next moment, an unexpected change occurred. The woman in the black dress, with a sinisterly smiling, took her move. Puchi, a slim, shadow-like cold gleam flashed through the night and struck the just-stabilized silver-haired old lady. Yin bone needle. The body of the silver-haired old lady trembled. A bone needle emitting dark energy pierced her shoulder, oozing traces of strange black liquid. She channeled her true chi, shaking off the needle, but her complexion was already pale. Giggle. The woman in the black dress laughed uncontrollably, her presence overflowing with a more majestic aura than before. Postnatal late stage? You actually concealed your cultivation level. Finally, the old lady's expression changed. Previously, the woman in the black dress had maneuvered around her, seemingly avoiding direct confrontation, but her movement technique was unexpectedly high, causing the old lady to sense something amiss. Unexpectedly, the woman in the black dress had used the direct attack of the dark-skinned giant to divert attention and swiftly launched this yin bone needle in secret. The yin bone needle, a special hidden weapon refined by the Bone Demon Palace, could break through the chi of the chi transformation stage. This needle contained a strange poison that rapidly infected the entire body. Elder Zhang, I've heard that 10 years ago, you were poisoned by a cold toxin, leaving a lingering illness, preventing you from breaking through to chi transformation innate. The subsequent words of the woman in the black dress caused the silver-haired old lady to despair. Conspiracy? This was definitely a long-planned night raid. The enemy not only knew her cultivation techniques but also a hidden ailment from her youth. And now, the yin bone needle indeed posed a significant threat to her. Even so, the idea that you two could kill me is utterly delusional. The silver-haired old lady smiled coldly. Whoosh. Her body surged with a purple-green true chi whirlwind, her aura approaching chi transformation innate. Not only that, a jade pendant on her, emitting traces of warm yang energy, integrated into her body, dissolving the invading poison. What? The smile on the face of the woman in the black dress slightly stiffened. This warm yang pendant is a miraculous and unusual treasure I stumbled upon years ago, able to neutralize cold poison and negative energy, a secret unknown to anyone but my closest kin. The true chi pressure from the elderly lady grew stronger. Ho ho hong. Her weapon, a treasured staff, dragged a cascade-like purple-green shadow, pushing back the woman in the black dress. Dang dang peng. The dark-skinned giant forcefully swung his halberd several times, clearly struggling, a look of shock on his face. This scene brought tremendous joy to the gathered Sect disciples halfway up the mountain. But the next moment, a cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone, quickly evacuate from Baishan Spirit Garden, return to the sect to report, the sect has been infiltrated. That was a sound transmission from the silver-haired old lady. Hearing this, the hearts of the disciples shook greatly. Everyone, retreat quickly. Elder Zhang must be temporarily suppressing the poison through some secret technique, but she likely won't hold out for long. The Unisect members weren't naive. Following the night raid by the Bone Demon Palace, only about a dozen members guarding the Spirit Garden were left. Among them, 2 captains at the peak of refining persisted. The remaining disciples in the refining phase totaled around 7 or 8. However, originally, the refining phase should have had the most survivors, yet now only 5 or 6 remained, including Chen Yu. As could be seen, the stronger one's power, the higher their chances of survival. Junior sister Qiu, junior brother Chen, let's break out quickly, Duan Xiaolong called out. After hesitating for a moment, Xu Xingxin still followed, taking another route with Chen Yu towards the other side of the back mountain peak, a river outside the Spirit Garden. Presumably, once they reached the river, the chances of survival would be higher amidst the murky waters. Cloud Evil Fist, Thunder Blade, Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong, fighting side by side, actually managed to shake off 2 or 3 intercepting strong opponents from the Bone Demon Palace. Simultaneously, the remaining dozen or so from Unisect surged together towards the river below Back Mountain Peak. However, reality was cruel. On the rugged mountain path leading to the river, about a dozen Bone Demon Palace fighters were stationed, with ferocious birds occasionally swooping down from the sky. These Bone Demon Palace fighters, all of the refining stage, possessed significantly greater overall strength. Fortunately, Among them, there were only 2 peak refining fighters, temporarily held off by the 2 captains from Sect. Screams resounded, mainly from the disciples of Sect. The remaining disciples at the Meridian Passage stage, including those weaker at the early stage of refining internal organs, continuously met gruesome deaths. Whoosh whoosh, birds of prey flying through the air posed a great threat to them. Junior Sister Chu, hurry up. Duan Xiaolong called in a low voice, quickly shielding Chu Xingxin as they hurried onward. Chu Xingxin's cultivation was roughly at the mid-stage of refining, and her movement technique was good, her overall ability comparable to someone in the mid-stage of refining. She wasn't a burden. Hehe. Beautiful lady. 2 or 3 fierce men from the Bone Demon Palace licked their lips and swooped toward her. These 3 men, one at the late stage of organ refining and the other 2 at mid-stage, had greedy and lewd gazes fixed on Chu Xingxin. Especially the late-stage man, with a scarred face, wielding a precious long spear. Zing! The scarred man swung his spear, unleashing layers upon layers of cold wind and spear shadows, carrying a wave of dark energy, cleaving through the 3 of them. The formidable might gave Chen Yu an illusion that he was facing Yi Yunfei. Clang! Duan Xiaolong countered with a blade, the sound of thunder erupting, and he was pushed back several steps, his face slightly pale. This scar-faced man would be a formidable enemy? The other 2 mid-stage men were not to be underestimated either. Placed in Sect, they would be considered elite among the inner disciples. Duan Xiaolong's expression was resolute, showing no sign of yielding. Junior brother Chen, I'll hold them off. You take junior sister Chu and break through. Duan Xiaolong transmitted his voice. Chen Yu saw Duan Xiaolong's robust and upright figure, holding an ancient blade, blocking the 3 men. Run! Duan Xiaolong's ancient blade suddenly vibrated, chopping out a weave of electric mingling with thunder, its strong force changing the expressions of the scar-faced trio as they united to face it. Senior sister Chu, let's go. Chen Yu grabbed the hesitant Chu Xingxin and rushed down the mountain. He understood that now was a race against time, a battle for their lives. If they were surrounded by too many enemies, the hope of escape would diminish further. In the cover of night, Chu Xingxin's hand was grabbed by him, her face flushing slightly, and she cast one more glance at Duan Xiaolong behind her, her expression struggling slightly. Ha ha ha, beauty, let's all get her. Just a dozen or so meters out, 3 or 4 males from the Bone Demon Palace swooped in from both sides. It was an ambush. Chen Yu's expression darkened. Chu Xingxin's stunning beauty was too captivating. The 4 Bone Demon men, 1 at late stage, 1 at mid-stage, and 2 at early stage of refining. Whoosh! Chen Yu took a deep breath and drew the Xian heavy sword from behind. Young man, playing hero to save the beauty? You need the strength to back it up. You won't save yourself either. The lead late-stage burly man with a pockmarked face sneered. This late-stage burly man, holding a curved blade, cleaved a chilling, eye-catching blue blade light, the piercingly cold wind making Chen Yu and Chu Xingxin's robes flutter. The other 3 men attacked from both sides. Hit the ground? Chen Yu suddenly exerted his power, pressing Chu Xingxin onto the ground. Chu Xingxin's face showed a mix of embarrassment and anger, a beauty like her having never been handled so rudely before. But the next scene left Chu Xingxin in a stunned shock. Sword energy torrent. Chen Yu, encircled by the 4, suddenly built up power in his heart, swinging the heavy sword to generate a flurry of gleaming sword energies. Swoosh swoosh hiss. Only a series of overlapping sword energy after images could be seen, like towering waves, rolling in all directions. In that moment, the surrounding air seemed to be sucked away, a heavy force making it difficult for Chu Xingxin below to breathe. The 4 attackers staggered in their breath and internal energy. Clang clang ding. In an instant, a storm of sword energies engulfed them. Bang bang. Screams and blood splattered within the stormy sword energy. The first half instant. Clang, clang. Except for the late stage pockmarked man, the other 3 refining stage weapons were flung away. The 4 were terrified, their hearts going numb, yet already engulfed by the sword energy torrent. The second half instant. Squish. One early stage man had half his body severed by the heavy sword energy. The third half instant. Another early stage man was swept away, his body a bloody blur. 2 died gruesomely. The remaining late stage and mid stage were in extreme shock and disarray. Then, the mid-stage man, having lost an arm, rolled several meters away, wetting his pants in fright. Scrape rustle. The late-stage pockmarked man was pushed back by the Xian heavy sword, his energy turbulent, his clothes torn in several places, his face in shock. Go. Chen Yu grabbed Chu Xingxin's fair arm, her face still in a stunned shock. After unleashing the sword energy torrent, Chen Yu's complexion paled slightly. Area-based sword moves inherently consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, his activation of this area-based move, having built up power in his heart throughout, nearly reached the critical point of the heartburst method. At that moment, squish, a massive blade energy, flashing through the night sky casting a faint blue electrical light, cut across from the crowd behind. Duan Xiaolong, Chen Yu and Chu Xingxin couldn't help but look back. 2 refining stage disciples were cut and flew away, their bodies charred, their fate unknown. The intent of thunder, you've actually touched it. The scar-faced late-stage man also hurriedly retreated in panic, a bone-deep cut on his shoulder leaving a burned mark. Thud. After executing that startling thunderclap slash, Duan Xiaolong's face was pale, his form wavered, and he nearly failed to stay on his feet. He didn't possess Chen Yu's formidable defense and had several wounds on his body, smeared with bloodstains. Run! On Chen Yu's call, Duan Xiaolong dashed over. When he witnessed the gruesome scene left by Chen Yu's dark silver sword gang, he was slightly shocked. The two men exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. Duan Xiaolong and Chen Yu had both underestimated each other's strength. Zoom, zoom, together, they protected Chu Xingxin, facing no further obstacles, and headed straight for the river at the foot of the mountain. These two guys, the scarred man and the pockmarked brute, both at the late stage of organ refining, had astonishment written across their faces. Defeating enemies beyond one's level, and more than one at that, such warriors were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. And at this moment, to see two of them at once, left both feeling a bit bitter. We've done all we can. With those two holding the fort, I doubt a single fish will slip through the net. Senior brother Duan, are you okay? Chen Yu asked. The injury's not serious, just overexerted a bit with that move. Duan Xiaolong took a replenishing chi pill. Without delay, the trio quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain, with a river coming into view. However, at the base of the mountain, two paths branched off, each only 100 or so yards from the river. There's someone. Chen Yu's pace halted. At the end of one path, there was a strikingly beautiful girl with a red sand mark on her forehead. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. Next to the red sand girl lay the corpse of a Unisect law enforcer. There's someone over there too. Duan Xiaolong focused on the other path, where at the end hidden in the bushes was a purple-haired youth, nonchalantly leaning against a massive shadow leopard. A man and a woman were separated by 100 yards, yet each blocked one path. To escape from here to the riverbank, they'd have to pass near one of them. Zoom, zoom. Suddenly, at the precipitous cliff top, two figures leapt down, both elder members of the Unisect at the organ refining stage. They surprisingly descended from a steep cliff 100 yards high by relying on iron chains. Once they landed, they split off in two directions, heading straight for the river. Since they weren't taking the common path, there was no need to pass by the man or the woman. Seeking death. The purple-haired youth snorted coldly, and his adjacent shadow leopard transformed into a phantom blur, instantly pouncing on one of the mid-stage organ refining men nearest to him. Woo-ah! In a flash, the shadow leopard clashed with the disciple at the mid-stage of refining. Before the details of the skirmish could be seen, the latter let out a scream as his chest was torn open, becoming prey to the ferocious beast. Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong's expressions turned solemn. The purple-haired youth could easily kill a mid-stage organ refining stage just with a spirit pet mount. Another old man at the late stage of organ refining cried out in shock, hastily distancing himself from the purple-haired youth. This brought him closer to the red sand girl. Don't, come back. Chen Yu exclaimed in warning, for he recognized that the corpse beside the red sand girl was one of the Sect's law enforcers, a man he remembered was at the peak of refining. The fact that she could slay someone at the peak of refining stage indicated the depth of the red sand girl's strength. But his warning came too late. Swoosh! Like a ghost, the red sand girl vanished from where she stood. A few breaths later, only a faint black line flashed in the night. With a task, the body of the old man at the late stage of organ refining stiffened, a jet of blood sprayed from his throat, and he fell dead. Killed a late stage organ refining instantly. The red sand girl's power made them both inhale sharply. After completing the kill, the red sand girl's form flickered a few times, returning to the end of the path she was guarding. Just then, bang, boom, boom. At the peak of the mountain, those at the Chi transformation realm clashed. The sound of their battle was earth-shattering, with dust and stones flying, creating a soul-stirring cacophony. Ha ha ha, old hag, you're really just bluffing. How much longer can you hold out? The dark-skinned giant's laughter thundered. Even from a great distance, Chen Yu and the others below could feel their blood roiling inside them. Wow! The silver-haired old woman spat out a breath, her complexion turning pale. She was faltering under the combined attack of two at the Chi transformation realm. Junior brother Chen, we must choose a path. Granny Zhang can't hold on much longer. Duan Xiaolong spoke gravely. Neither path ahead looked promising. The red sand girl could instantly kill opponents at the late stage of refining, and the purple-haired youth's pet could easily dispose of those at the mid-stage. Choose the one with purple hair. Chen Yu pondered for a moment before making a decision. It was his intuition. Good. Duan Xiaolong nodded, and Chu Xingxin had no objections. Zoom, zoom. The three reached the end of the path. Out of the bushes, the purple-haired youth slowly stood, the corner of his mouth curved in a touch of pity. Choosing me? Do you think I'm weaker than Zhang Ping? As the three approached within 10 yards of the purple-haired youth. Hoo-hoo! The shadow leopard at the foot of the purple-haired youth turned into a phantom, closing in on the three of them rapidly. Swoosh! The shadow leopard seemed to merge with the darkness, moving extremely fast, invisible to the naked eye. Be careful! This panther closely resembles the shadow leopard, a species of ancient beast. Duan Xiaolong called out softly. When it came to speed, the dark-spotted giant leopard was superior to a typical practitioner in the mid-stage of refining and could blend into the darkness, making it indistinct. Pfft! A blurry afterimage, carrying a whiff of strong wind, suddenly struck in front of Chen Yu. Slash! Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword swung almost instinctively, sweeping up a swath of dark silver sword gang with a clang sound, sending the dark-spotted giant leopard flying a dozen feet away. The dark-spotted giant leopard let out a whine, eyeing Chen Yu warily. Clearly, the force of that sword had made its paws ache. Not bad on the strength. You could actually block the attack of my shadow leopard. The purple-haired youth's face showed a hint of surprise. His shadow leopard was not an ordinary fierce beast, but a creature with a trace of the ancient shadow leopard's bloodline. In terms of speed, the shadow leopard was a rare match in the organ refining stage, having even killed experts in the late stage of organ refining. Junior brother Chen, you deal with this leopard first. Duan Xiaolong, holding an ancient blade, alongside Chu Xingxin, confronted the purple-haired youth. Thunder blade? Duan Xiaolong unleashed a giant blade glow that thunderously crackled, interwoven within numerous blade shadows, like lightning fleeting in a violent storm. At the same moment, Chu Xingxin's figure flickered, and a slender silver sword sent out several dazzling arcs of silver light, like threads wrapping around the purple-haired youth's lower body. Courting death. The purple-haired youth sneered coldly, his hand forming a claw that sparked with terrifying dark purple patterns, cutting through the night with a whoosh. In the next instant, a swirl of purple and black chi, flickering bright and dark, enveloped Duan Xiaolong and Chu Xingxin like a small whirlwind, almost reaching the power of the chi transformation realm and making the whole scene oppressive. Not good. Chu Xingxin's treasured silver sword sliced through the air with silk-like arcs comparable to a mid-stage of refining attack, yet flickered out like a snuffed lamp. Bang! A soft grunt, and Chu Xingxin's corner of the mouth spilled a trace of blood, her body flung backward a couple of feet and crashing onto the slope. A few patches of blood were left on her fragrant shoulder and the skirt of her abdomen. Boom! Duan Xiaolong's thunderclap slash, a huge thunderous blade glow, cut into the purple-black chi swirl, a surge of violent chi shaking his blood, nearly making him spit out blood. This was even after Chu Xingxin's strike had weakened the opponent's attack by 3 or 4/10. However, once his blade glow dimmed greatly, a whisper of thunder actually managed to pierce through the purple-black chi swirl. The purple-haired youth's body surged with a pale purple aura, and with a SSST sound, was sliced by a tiny current of the thunder blade wind. This scene made him stagger back several steps. Thunder's intent. You've actually touched upon the rudiments of the Thunder Dao. The purple-haired youth's expression darkened slightly. Duan Xiaolong's recent slash had nearly wounded him. This was not only due to the imposing intent of that slash but also the restraint it had over the evil cultivation technique. Duan Xiaolong suppressed a mouthful of clotting blood, his expression turning even more solemn. Just one strike. The purple-haired youth had severely injured Chu Xingxin, and Duan Xiaolong also sustained some internal injuries. And his thunder blade, due to the restraint of the cultivation technique, could pierce the opponent's inner chi defense. This person, he must be a secret disciple of the Bone Demon Palace. Chu Xingxin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, speaking with bitterness. Bone Demon Palace, secret disciple? Duan Xiaolong's heart shuddered. In Chu country, the Bone Demon Palace reigned supreme over the 3 sects in the way of evil, and its secret disciples were equivalent to true disciples of the 3 sects but were often even more formidable. Clang! On the other side, Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword once again repelled the shadow leopard that was launching its shadowy attacks. This shadow leopard was incredibly fast. If Chen Yu's cloud stepping hadn't reached the peak of perfection, he would probably have been utterly suppressed. Moreover, using the cover of darkness, the shadow leopard seemed to have some mysterious boost, melding its speed and silhouette with the night, almost invisible. It won't do. That purple-haired kid is too strong. Chu Xingxin is injured, and Duan Xiaolong will not last more than a few moves. Chen Yu inhaled deeply. He had to kill this leopard quickly. Any further delay would mean death for Chu Xingxin and Duan Xiaolong. Only by joining forces with Duan Xiaolong would there be a chance to defeat this secret disciple of the Bone Demon Palace. Whoosh. The shadow leopard rushed through the night, scarcely revealing its trajectory, but it did not easily launch attacks either. Previously, its several attacks had been repelled by Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword, making it wary and mainly conducting hit-and-run tactics. Got it. An idea flashed through Chen Yu's mind, and he formulated a plan. Suddenly, he sheathed the Xian heavy sword, deliberately showing a flaw. Zoom whoosh. Not terribly clever, the leopard, seeing the large weapon gone and its fear greatly diminished, didn't think twice before pouncing on the opening in Chen Yu's abdomen. Bite, come on and bite me. With a mischievous grin, Chen Yu extended one arm, beckoning the leopard with an extremely flamboyant posture. Even in such a situation, why would the leopard not bite? It was too opportune a position, and the shadow leopard whooshed down and bit Chen Yu's arm. This bizarre scene stunned both the purple-haired youth and Duan Xiaolong. Has this kid gone mad? However, when the purple-haired youth saw the dark gray poison sword in Chen Yu's other hand, his face suddenly changed dramatically. Stop! The purple-haired youth shouted in alarm and anger, but it was too late. Clang went the sound. The shadow leopard's bite felt as if it had clamped down on a copper pillar, almost breaking its teeth. On Chen Yu's arm appeared a dark green bracer that revealed a layer of dark green scale akin to that of a crocodile, the copper bone arm, reinforcing the deafness. Good bite. Chen Yu laughed heartily, thrusting the dark gray poison sword in his other hand multiple times into the shadow leopard's abdomen. Hiss! The leopard's abdomen was torn open with deep wounds reaching its organs, seeping viscous dark red poisoned blood, a ghastly sight to behold. Stop! The youth with purple hair screamed in anger and frustration as he watched Chen Yu, who looked smug, stabbing the shadow leopard furiously with a treasured poisonous sword. This dark gray short sword in Chen Yu's hand was the infamous ghost shadow poison sword, the dark snake sword. Characterized by its silence in the night, the sword was not only sharp like most treasured short swords but also contained a deadly poison. For those below the Qi transformation realm, this sword would seal their throats upon drawing blood. Wueo, thud. After a mournful howl, the shadow leopard helplessly collapsed onto the ground, its body rapidly decaying as a pool of black-red poisonous blood flowed out. Worthy of being a top-tier item among the lower-graded treasures, sharper and vastly more powerful than the previous wind-singing sword. Chen Yu wore an expression of surprise. After all, ordinary fierce spirit beasts had physical viabilities far exceeding those of humans. No wonder the snake-ghost shadow combination was famed for being unstoppable under the Qi transformation realm. Boy, you've killed my long-cultivated shadow leopard. The youth's eyes flamed with anger as he swept out several streaks of purple-green light with one claw, the evil aura exploding around him. Clang, bang, Duan Xiaolong and Chu Xingxin were repelled through the air by the power of a single claw strike. Be careful, Duan Xiaolong shouted. The youth was significantly more formidable than regular direct disciples of the Yunyu sect. Haha, purple hair, come bite me too. Chen Yu remained fearless and switched his dark snake sword for the Xian heavy sword. Die. The youth with purple hair nearly exploded with rage, his face twisted with resentment as he swept out a spinning dark purple blade vortex, creating a terrifying mini tornado that instantly engulfed Chen Yu. Sword Gang Wall. Chen Yu was well prepared, his Xian heavy sword instantly summoned overlapping waves of iron sword energy walls. At first glance, it seemed as though an impregnable rotating iron wall had emerged, the fierce wind around it compressing, grinding sand, stones, and vegetation into dust. This was the peak skill of the Iron Gang sword, capable of forming a sword gang wall. Bang! Chi! The dark purple blade vortex unleashed by the vengeful youth screeched muffledly as it approached the iron wave sword wall, quickly dispersing afterward. So strong. Chen Yu took a step or two back, further intensifying the sword gang wall to block the attack. A mere meridian passage stage. How is this possible? The youth was stunned. A blow filled with his resentment. Typically even those in the late stage of organ refining wouldn't escape unscathed. He did not know. Chen Yu, solely relying on the copper statue technique, could already withstand attacks from those above the mid-stage of refining. With his strength advantage, he could enhance the power of the Xian heavy sword, a high-grade weapon of the same tier, far beyond its usual capabilities. Moreover, the Iron Gang sword specialized in defense, perfected to the peak realm. Thunder Blade. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Xiaolong attacked from the side, slashing with a lightning-charged blade that dazzled with electric sparks, its power formidable. I strike too. Chen Yu with his heavy sword, swung a crescent-shaped blaze of flashing silver sword energy, sealing the path of the youth with purple hair. Finally, the youth showed concern. Splitting the clouds, he swung his claws, causing a swift whistling in the air, as a dark purple, gloomy whirlwind suddenly billowed out. With a boom, a surging domineering pale purple wave, carrying an extremely sharp screech, swept towards both Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong in an instant. Sword Gang Wall. Chen Yu once again whirled up a wall of Iron Gang energy with his heavy sword, intentionally absorbing most of the impact. Boom, boom. Immediately, Chen Yu, bearing immense pressure, still felt his skin sting from the residual violent pale purple waves. Fortunately, his copper statue technique withstood some of the dispersed attacks, and had plenty of room to spare. Thunder Blade. Duan Xiaolong unleashed a massive blade of thunder, the blade light causing faint blue electricity to spark, the thunderclap resounding. Since Chen Yu, using the Sword Gang city wall, blocked most of the attacks, Duan Xiaolong's blade smoothly cut through, reaching right up to the youth with purple hair. Piuchi? The youth hastily retreated, but a scorch-marked blade wound still appeared on his shoulder. Had it not been for his treasured armor, the injury would have been more than a superficial flesh wound. You two clowns have actually wounded me, Shang Guanqi. The youth's expression was dark as water, his chest raging like a volcano. Just now, using his full strength, ordinarily 2 or 3 individuals at the organ refining stage would have been blown away. Yet, Chen Yu had blocked most of the attack, allowing Duan Xiaolong's Thunder Blade a smooth entry. One offensive, one defensive, perfect synergy. Duan Xiaolong was not only strong in the attack, but his Thunder Blade also countered the youth's evil cultivation technique. Thus, Chen Yu had taken most of the attacks head-on, creating the chance for Duan Xiaolong. Thunder Blade, Iron Gang Wall. Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong, sword and blade combined, aggressively pursued the youth with purple hair. The key is to circumvent that one wielding the heavy sword. Once past him, killing the one with the blade will be much easier. The youth's movements suddenly became elusive. He calmed down, no longer blindly clashing. The one using the heavy sword, his defense was too strong, any formidable secret technique might still get blocked. Black Wind Body Technique. The figure of the youth abruptly blurred, several indistinguishable afterimages appearing like a black wind. So fast, Duan Xiaolong stood still. He suddenly sensed a hint of danger, as if being targeted by a venomous snake. Duan Xiaolong didn't need to think, the youth surely intended to circumvent Chen Yu and directly strike at him. Firstly, because Duan Xiaolong was relatively easier to kill. Secondly, Duan Xiaolong's Thunder Blade, strong in attack, countered the youth's evil techniques. Haha, purple hair, the sausage is coming. A shadow suddenly flickered in the night. Swish, The shadow swept forward, holding a heavy sword, intercepting the youth with purple hair from the side. The speed of this kid. The youth was greatly alarmed. His own movement speed, already comparable to the previously mentioned shadow leopard, had actually been intercepted by Chen Yu. Originally, Chen Yu had just charged his heart, instantly increasing his speed substantially. Sword Gang Wall? Chen Yu didn't say anything further and wielded the Iron Gang sword powerfully, pressing forward. The layer of Sword Gang served both offense and defense. Thunderblade? Duan Xiaolong was thrilled, and seized the momentum to strike again at the purple-haired youth. However, the scene from before played out several times. The domineering attacks of the purple-haired youth were always mostly intercepted by Chen Yu. SSSSSS. Duan Xiaolong's Thunder Blade, which countered evil techniques, left thin charred scars on the purple-haired youth's body, time and time again. The purple-haired youth wore a treasure armor, and though each strike only left minor wounds, their sheer number still caused significant bleeding. At a certain moment, a burned scar from the blade was only an inch away from the neck. HSS. The purple-haired youth felt a chill runs through his body, awakening him from the pain of his wounds. He finally realized that neither of these two men were ordinary. 100 yards away, the red sand girl with a playful expression said, Shang Guanqi, do you need my help? They were two named secret disciples, positioned at the rear, specifically to kill any that slipped through. According to their agreement, each guarded a specific area. No need. This guy who understands the tempests of thunder is very annoying. What are you still standing there for? The purple-haired youth glared resentfully and looked behind Duan Xiaolong. His tone seemed as though he was speaking to someone else. In the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! A chilling sharpness, along with a piercing wind, struck towards Duan Xiaolong's back. Be careful. Chen Yu saw a slender, beautiful figure behind Duan Xiaolong. Pfft! A slender silver sword produced a filament of bright silver sword light that hit Duan Xiaolong. Duan Xiaolong staggered, barely dodging a sword that aimed straight for his back. But that strike landed on his left arm. Sla! His entire left arm fell from his body, blood gushing like a fountain. Chu Xingxin. Chen Yu stared in disbelief at the striking figure behind Duan Xiaolong. Junior sister Chu, it really is you. Duan Xiaolong looked bitterly at Chu Xingxin, whose treasured sword was dripping with blood. The one who struck was indeed Chu Xingxin. You are a traitor. A sudden realization dawned upon Chen Yu. Why Chu Xingxin had volunteered for the duty of guarding the spirit garden. Why, during tonight's inventory of medicinal herbs, Chu Xingxin did not show up as agreed. That's right, it was me. Chu Xingxin's pretty face was frosted over, her voice cold. I had noticed some anomalies in your activities within the Yunyu sect. I just couldn't believe that you, a traitor, would attack your fellow sect member. Duan Xiaolong knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. I had thought I covered my tracks perfectly, yet you saw through the anomalies. Chu Xingxin looked surprised. No matter how well you did, you couldn't hide from the eyes that silently watched over you. Xingxin, I still believe that you must have your reasons. Otherwise, with your character, you wouldn't commit such betrayal. Duan Xiaolong stared straight at that flawless and serene face. At this moment, Chen Yu's face showed both fury and intent to kill, while Duan Xiaolong's eyes held not a hint of hatred, only a touch of bitterness. Duan Xiaolong's confession caused a momentary struggle to flash across Chu Xingxin's beautiful face. Then she sneered coldly, you think you understand me? Betrayal? I've never belonged to Yunyu sect. Never belonged to Yunyu sect? Both Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong were shaken to their core. How many pieces had the Bone Demon Palace, silent for decades, placed in its scheme? Enough talk. Let me finish you off by my hand. The purple-haired youth, his claws swirling with a shocking purple-black inner chi, flickering light and shadow, lunged at Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong. With one arm severed, their duo was broken. Senior brother Duan, run. Chen Yu gathered his strength and grabbed Duan Xiaolong, sprinting towards the river area with staggering speed. Actually, Chen Yu had long considered that with his explosive speed, he might have a chance to break through alone. However, for various reasons, he had not taken such a risky move. But now, he no longer needed to worry about the traitor Chu Xingxin. Carrying Duan Xiaolong wouldn't be too great of an impediment. Haha, you think you can escape while carrying someone? The purple-haired youth jeered. Swish! His figure left several after-images, chasing with slightly faster speed. After running a few dozen yards, the purple-haired youth had nearly caught up. Junior brother Chen, let me go. You still have a chance to escape. Duan Xiaolong said with a sad smile. All right. With a heavy throw, Chen Yu sent Duan Xiaolong flying. Such a resolute action to abandon a comrade caused both the purple-haired youth and Chu Xingxin behind to pause, astonished. The next moment, they saw that the forceful throw by Chen Yu was extraordinary, as Duan Xiaolong landed with a splash in the distant river. Die, boy? The eyes of the purple-haired youth filled with indignant shame as he charged at Chen Yu. He felt as if he was being toyed with again. However, with his back toward the assailant, under the night sky, his skin showed patches of a dark evil chi. Thump, thump, thump. Inside Chen Yu's body, his heart accelerated to its limit, instantly breaking through a critical point, the next moment rushing forth like a mountain torrent. Thud, thud, thud. The mysterious heartbeat accelerated to an extreme, and Chen Yu felt a vigorous power bursting within him. That moment, a strong and familiar state returned after a long absence. Chen Yu felt every organ, every piece of flesh, even the limbs and bones throughout his body, ignited with a surging heat. Boy, prepare to die. The purple-haired youth, with a sinister smile, pounced to kill. In Chen Yu's field of view, the youth's back facing him suddenly stiffened briefly. Such an opening was practically inviting death. The purple-haired youth's claw swept through a rush of dark purple chi, swirling around an intense, condensed aura of gloom, its power reaching the postnatal chi transformation level. Death? A massive surge of dark purple chi, along with a yard-wide whirl of gloomy air, boom, engulfed Chen Yu from afar. In an instant, dust rose from that area, leaving a hole about a yard in diameter, without a trace of flesh or bones. That's not right. The purple-haired youth's face turned stern. He knew Chen Yu's defenses well, even his full-force strike could only injure, not kill. In the very next instant, whoosh, a startling gloomy wind flashed by from the side, leaving only a fleeting shadow. So fast? The purple-haired youth changed color, overwhelmed by the opponent's speed. Under the burst mode, Chen Yu's internal vigor exploded, doubling his speed instantaneously. This feeling, Chen Yu slightly exerted his strength, and his body floated off, light as a swallow. The purple-haired youth's attack didn't even touch the hem of his robe. In a blink of an eye, Chen Yu moved to the side of the purple-haired youth, channeling the vigorous power within him into his fist. Whoosh boom! Chen Yu threw a punch, releasing a massive python-shaped evil chi fist shadow, with fierce blue-black spots and a whirlwind of brutal gloom, engulfing an area of 1 to 2 yards. Not good. The purple-haired youth felt a suffocating pressure on his blood, spirit, and mind. The power and evil aura of the opponent's punch nearly reached the chi transformation realm. Too late to dodge. Under the burst mode, Chen Yu's speed and power could both double. The purple-haired youth gritted his teeth, hurriedly circulated his breath, and drew a dark purple chi swirl, defensively. Ugh boom! The python-shaped evil chi fist shadow, with a soul-shaking growl upon impact, fiercely hit the dark purple chi swirl, causing the purple-haired youth to spit out blood by the sheer force and evil aura. His defense was hurried, only at 70 to 80% strength. The opponent, however, was fully unleashed at full speed, a strike he couldn't block. At the same time, a red sand girl, standing 150 yards away, sensed the astonishing phenomenon. The punch condenses evil. The shadow has taken shape. The red sand girl was moved. Chen Yu's punch condensed into the shape of a python, likely related to his earlier absorption of the chi and essence from a blood pool's blood python. Boom! The purple-haired youth was knocked back several yards and spat out blood. Before he could stabilize, Chen Yu, with terrifying speed, flashed over again. No, the purple-haired youth retreated midair. Ugh, boom! The python-shaped evil chi fist shadow appeared again, carrying a rolling evil gloomy wind, flashed past, grazing the purple-haired youth. Crack boom! The treasure armor on the purple-haired youth's body instantly burst open, not only from this strike but also from many cracks left by Duan Xialong's thunder blade. Save me! The purple-haired youth used the impact to leap backwards 7 or 8 yards. This time, he endured most of the attack with his treasure armor, resulting in lighter injuries, and used the momentum to flee towards the red sand girl. Shang Guanqi. The red sand girl let out a shout, speeding over at a phenomenal rate, nearly equal to Chen Yu's burst mode. Despite the tense relationship, she could not stand idly by and watch a fellow sect brother be slaughtered by the enemy. Burst mode shouldn't last long. Chen Yu's expression changed. He intuitively felt the red sand girl was a far greater threat than the purple-haired youth. Swoosh! He channeled the bursting power within him to his legs, his form flashed, and he drew a dark grey poison sword in his hand. The poison sword, in the darkness, made a silent slash. Pfft! The purple-haired youth tried his best to dodge, but his arm was sliced open. A deadly numbing sensation immediately overtook him. Ha ha ha! Chen Yu laughed loudly, successful with his strike and not pursuing further. He turned and leaped across the river. Leveraging the speed from the burst mode, he sprinted a couple hundred yards in one breath. In the darkness, when the red sand girl arrived, the purple-haired youth lay unconscious on the ground, his body part blue, part black. Chen Yu's figure merged into the night, becoming blurred. Shang Guanqi. The red sand girl pulled out a detoxification pill, administered it to the purple-haired youth, but it had little effect. Regular detoxification pills won't work. The dark snake sword's poison is lethal below the chi transformation realm. Now, cutting off his arm might give him a chance to survive. Xu Xingxin appeared out of nowhere. That moment, the purple-haired youth, tormented by poison, awoke in agony. Hearing this, the purple-haired youth Shang Guanqi gritted his teeth, his breath burst forth, surging to the poisoned arm. Crack! The blue-black arm broke off, falling to the ground and slowly becoming a puddle of pus and poison. Thus, the purple-haired youth's complexion eased a bit. Lu Xingxin, if you had taken action sooner, with full force, I wouldn't be in this situation. Shang Guanqi said resentfully. Humph, you were too complacent, those two aren't even true disciples. Xu Xingxin was not pleased. Yet at this moment, she was referred to as Lu Xiner. Not long after, swoosh, swoosh, two sounds of breaking through the air, accompanied by a raging sandstorm, approached with an invisible oppressive force. Then they saw a dark-skinned giant and a woman in a black dress, both looking sullen, landed on the spot. Just missed it by a bit, let that old woman escape on a flying bird. The dark-skinned giant complained reluctantly. Suddenly, the two spotted a purple-haired young man lying on the ground, his body invaded by poison. Up until this moment, the purple-haired youth was still in mortal danger. SSST, SSST, the expressions of the duo changed dramatically as they sat cross-legged in front of the purple-haired youth, channeling their true chi into his body. After a long while, what? The purple-haired young man vomited several mouthfuls of poisoned blood, and a trace of color finally returned to his face. Shang Guan, who injured you so severely? The woman in the black dress exclaimed in shock. This Shang Guanqi, although only at the mid-stage of refining in terms of cultivation and not outstanding among true disciples, held a significant status in the Bone Demon Palace. The purple-haired youth looked distressed and stuttered, struggling to speak. He couldn't possibly admit that he had been cornered to this extent by a disciple in the Meridian Passage stage, poisoned his spirit pet, and even forced to sever an arm. SSST, SSST, Chen Yu, in the state of explosive technique, maintained this for over 10 breaths. In this state, his speed and strength almost doubled, and the power of his internal breath surged explosively. After sprinting a couple of miles, thump, 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 Chen Yu's heartbeat finally slowed, soon followed by a wave of weakness. This time, the explosive technique lasted longer, leaving him staggering with pallor on his face. Chen Yu quickly took out a replenishing chi pill and swallowed it. As the medicinal power entered his stomach, it was like rainwater revitalizing a dried riverbed. His heart gave a strong thump, creating a powerful suction that absorbed the medicine's power almost instantly. In less than 10 breaths, Chen Yu's complexion was rosy, his breathing steady, and his state nearly restored. Recovery was always Chen Yu's forte, and his absorption of the elixir was exceptionally fast. Senior brother Duan. Downstream by the riverbank, Chen Yu spotted a drifting man, who was the unconscious Duan Xiaolong. Slap, slap, Chen Yu walked on the waves and fished Duan Xiaolong's body ashore. In fact, when Chen Yu had thrown Duan Xiaolong into the river, he had already planned accordingly. At least this way, the chances of survival were higher. An hour later, in a thick forest, Chen Yu dressed Duan Xiaolong's wounds and administered a healing elixir. Junior brother Chen. Duan Xiaolong opened his eyes, feeling like he had just walked through the gates of hell. Originally, he thought he would die by the hands of his beloved but did not expect to still be alive. He looked at Chen Yu and saw blood all over him, his clothes torn, but no significant wounds. He couldn't help but marvel at Chen Yu's abnormal physical defense and strong survivability. In the dangerous world of sects, sometimes having high talent and strong attacks is not as good as strong survivability. What about the purple-haired one? Duan Xiaolong glanced around subconsciously. Don't worry, my returning spear tricked him, and he was poisoned by my dark sword. If he didn't die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Chen Yu chuckled. As for the details of repelling the purple-haired youth, Chen Yu could only explain it as having strategically tricked the other party. Duan Xiaolong tactfully did not ask further. Surviving this battle was already a stroke of great luck. Duan Xiaolong estimated that among the disciples at the stages of refining and Meridian Passage, except for the two of them, there might be no other survivors. 2 days later, the two returned to the sect and confirmed this. The Yunyu sect was cloaked in an oppressive and tense atmosphere, with heightened alertness. Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong, alive after returning from Baishan Spirit Garden, had alerted the sect's high-ranking members. Reportedly, the night raid by the Bone Demon Palace was meticulously planned. Even Granny Zhang of the Qi Transformation Realm almost lost her life but managed to escape heavily injured. In the Yuntian Hall, the two immediately reported the news of Chu Xingxin being an insider to the sect's upper echelons. However, the Yunyu sect master, Elder Mao, Elder Nangong, and others had grim expressions and did not react strongly. Some days ago, Elder Chu betrayed us, severely injured your Grand Master Xia, and stole a batch of meteoric iron from the sect. Additionally, Chu Yuer and several others burned down a key building complex in the sect. Elder Mao spoke slowly. An elder's betrayal? Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong couldn't help but gasp in shock. In the Yunyu sect, where elders were all Qi transformation innate cultivators, this battle had indeed dealt a heavy blow to the sect, with all the medicinal materials in Baishan Spirit Garden either looted or burned, along with the losses brought by Elder Chu and Chu Yuer. It turns out, nephew Chen Yu, being at the Meridian Passage stage managed to escape back here alive. Several high-ranking officials found it incredulous. Elder Mao also showed a surprised expression. Because of the copper statue technique, I've recently advanced to the copper bone level, and with the dark snake sword I obtained from Snake Ghost Shadow, after struggling several times, I barely managed to preserve my life. I failed to fight to the death during the Bone Demon Palace invasion and hope the sect master will forgive me. Chen Yu said with a look of shame. Fight to the death? Doing so would have been foolish. The Yunyu sect master and others exchanged glances with strange looks on their faces. You said, your copper statue technique broke through to the copper bone level. Elder Mao suddenly inquired, his eyes suddenly brightening. Elder Nangong also looked pleased. Indeed, if Chen Yu had advanced to the copper bone level, his physical defense and survivability would be stronger than the average refining stage cultivator, and with some luck, his survival was entirely plausible. Yes. Junior brother Chen nodded to confirm. At the Hidden Lake auction, I acquired a 120-year-old earth spirit ginseng, and later acquired 3 fierce snake king gallbladders. I cultivated arduously for over a month in Baishan's spirit garden and made a breakthrough in the copper statue technique to copper bone formation. Had I been delayed by 2 or 3 days, I wouldn't have been able to return alive. After finishing, he showed a look of relief on his face. Originally, as a disciple in the late-stage Meridian Passage, his return alive made several high-ranking officials suspect him of being an insider. Fortunately, the power of the copper statue technique, a body cultivation technique, was also known to the elders. Moreover, Duan Xialong's statements were quite supportive of Chen Yu. In fact, Chen Yu had only made a slight change to one detail: he had delayed the time of his advancement to initial copper bone formation by 1 month. Goodness, it seems you have exceptional talent in body cultivation. Elder Mao's joy was evident, appearing proud of Chen Yu, his registered disciple. Elder Nangong also greatly praised Chen Yu for his cleverness and wisdom. The simultaneous protection from 2 elders surprised some high-ranking members in the sect, and they refrained from further comments. After all, Chen Yu's every action, such as obtaining the Earth Spirit Ginseng and the Fierce Snake King gallbladders, were no secret. This kid actually. Among the higher UPS, a burly middle-aged man was inwardly shocked. This man was Master Lin. Since he personally managed the task involving the Baishan Spirit Garden, he was invited to verify the matter. Seeing Chen Yu return alive had frightened Master Lin tremendously. The snake ghost shadow coupled with a night attack from Bone Demon Palace had not killed the kid. Master Lin inwardly cursed, calling the boy as tough as a cockroach. At that moment, seeing Elder Mao and Elder Nangong both defending and praising Chen Yu, he broke out in a cold sweat. It seems that this Chen Yu is not just a registered disciple under Elder Mao. Master Lin was deeply worried. After leaving the Yuntian Hall, Chen Yu was summoned to the Elder Mansion by his master, Mao Kaiyu. Under Elder Mao's instructions, Chen Yu demonstrated the copper bone power of the copper statue technique. The body cultivation technique made it particularly difficult to investigate specific realms, especially without a demonstration of power. Not bad at all, definitely at the copper bone level. Elder Mao nodded with a smile. Master, I remember you mentioned that after advancing to the copper bone level in the copper statue technique, I have to do something. Chen Yu suddenly asked. He vaguely remembered that Elder Mao had taken him as a disciple primarily for this reason. Otherwise, with Chen Yu's half-spirit body aptitude and his talent for the lost art of body cultivation, he would not have caught the interest of the sect elders. Yes, after a few days of preparation, I will take you out. Elder Mao did not explain the reason. Chen Yu found it inappropriate to inquire further. Suddenly, recalling the unusual mobilization during the last mission and the assassination attempt by the snake ghost shadow, he quickly informed Elder Mao of these matters. It seems that you have provoked someone in the section. Elder Mao's expression turned cold when he heard this. His expression changed, and after a moment of contemplation as if realizing something, Chen Yu kept silent. Elder Mao, being a seasoned elder at the Yunyu sect and extremely experienced, understood the sect structure more deeply. This matter could likely be resolved with just a little investigation on his part. He might already have an answer in mind. In that case, after this mission, the sect has given you a half-month rest. For the next mission, you can apply for one you prefer in advance, said Elder Mao with a slight smile. Apply for one he liked? Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. At this stage, the invasion of Bone Demon Palace put the 3 sects in jeopardy. Especially now, the Yunyu sect was severely damaged. With the missions becoming increasingly perilous and mandatory, it was not easy for a common disciple to choose a preferred task. However, with Elder Mao's promise, Chen Yu felt reassured. Inner Gate Residence. After resting well for a day at the Inner Gate Residence, Chen Yu headed directly to the Sect Affairs Hall. Is it Junior Brother Chen? Upon arriving at the Sect Affairs Hall, a black-robed steward politely welcomed Chen Yu into an elegant chamber. Envil.com. Something felt off to Chen Yu. Normally, these managing stewards were quite aloof and supercilious. Master Lin mentioned that he would try his best to fulfill any of your requests, said the black-robed steward, smiling accommodatingly. Soon, 2 pretty female servants brought Chen Yu tea and snacks, even coming forward to give him a back rub and shoulder massage. Overwhelmed, Chen Yu dismissed them directly. I came here to apply for a mission. Chen Yu thought of Elder Mao's promise and spoke with confidence. As he finished speaking, a hearty laugh sounded. Nephew Chen, you want to apply for a mission? That's easy to say. Elder Mao has already mentioned it to me. The voice sounded familiar. Master Lin. Chen Yu quickly got up and saw a tall, burly middle-aged man in leather armor. Wasn't this Master Lin? Master Lin, the hall master of the Sect Affairs Hall and a major power holder among the sect higher UPS. Seeing Master Lin entering, another steward bowed and exited. Nephew, there's no need to be formal. Treat this place like your own home, said Master Lin with a smile. This differs greatly from his usual air of authority and grandeur. Chen Yu even felt that the other's smile had a somewhat ingratiating quality. When had the high and mighty hall master of the sect ever needed to be so polite to a disciple like him? This booklet contains the task arrangements for the upcoming month. You can choose whichever one you like. Master Lin sat beside him. Chen Yu opened the booklet, filled with various big and small cumbersome tasks. Yunyu sect, its disciples, and various other members combined numbered around 2,000 or 3,000. And these were just the official members. On the periphery, there were also older members at the body refining stage and meridian passage stage, forming the fringe members. I want to go home for a visit. Are there any tasks near Xiangyang City? Chen Yu was no longer polite. By now, how could he not see that Elder Mao's influence had clearly come into play? Xiangyang City. Master Lin thought for a moment and replied, it's a small county town, really limited in scope. There are over 100 such county towns in Chu country. However, I do have a request for help task from the Bune 6 counties. Request for help, Bune 5 prefectures? As Chen Yu was puzzled, Master Lin took out a map. Taking a closer look, including Xiangyang City where Tong Yuling was located in Fengyang City, both were part of the Bune 6 counties. On it, there were also some power names. Indistinctly, Chen Yu saw the names Chu family, Yan family castle. As for the Chen family and Tong family, the names appeared even smaller on it. In the Bune 6 counties, the largest two forces are the Chu family and Yan family castle. Recently, there has been a small number of infiltrations by the disciples of the Bone Demon Palace, but it's not serious, law enforcers have already been sent there. Master Lin summarized the situation. What's the request for help about? Chen Yu asked directly. The request for help actually comes from Yan family castle, which is a loyal force affiliated with Yunyu sect. It is said that the master of Yan family castle died recently, nearby tribes are rising, bandits are rampant, and there is a power struggle within the castle itself. It's a case of external worries and internal troubles. The daughter of the castle master has requested the sect to send someone to stabilize the situation. After finishing, Master Lin showed a you know what I mean expression. Oh, Chen Yu understood. Such tasks involving secular feuds were relatively safe and lucrative. Why lucrative? The envoy sent by the sect to carry out justice acts like a judge. What the sect envoy says, goes. When is this task? Chen Yu asked. Departure within half a month for a 1-month duration, but it's alright to delay up to 2 months to stabilize the regional order. Good, I'll take this task. Chen Yu nodded. This task was just like a leisurely worldly life, truly allowing one to wield power and influence. Nowadays, Yunyu sect faced considerable pressure on the front lines, whether it was frontline fighting, defensive support, or rearguard duties, all carried significant risks. Every disciple would be assigned a task. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well choose one himself. Chen Yu enjoyed his privilege, choosing a comfortable task near his family. Why not delight in it? Ultimately, it was all to survive the catastrophe of the Bone Demon Palace invasion. I need time to grow, Chen Yu whispered to himself. After selecting his task, Chen Yu was ready to leave. Nephew, wait a moment. Master Lin suddenly called out to Chen Yu, handing him a long wooden box. Chen Yu looked puzzled. Upon opening the wooden box, inside were 3 fierce Snake King gallbladders and a 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. This. Chen Yu was a bit surprised. Why would a sect hall master need to please him like this? Previously, one of my juniors was misled by Wang Lingyun and almost moved against you, my dear nephew. These are just a small token of my regard to calm your nerves, Master Lin whispered. Chen Yu suddenly understood something, his expression darkening. The past incident was all a misunderstanding, my dear nephew, try not to take it to heart. My junior assures that he will not lay his hands on you again, Master Lin said, somewhat sheepishly. After this, Master Lin gritted his teeth and took out a porcelain bottle. Inside this bottle, there are 2 high-grade body nourishing pills, to help nephew Chen advance to the organ refining stage faster. High-grade body nourishing pills. Chen Yu's heart stirred, and his expression eased. He had previously used the mid-grade body nourishing pills to accelerate his advancement to the mid-stage meridian passage. And high-grade body nourishing pills were even rarer, beneficial for advancement to the organ refining stage when consumed. Now I just want to ask one question, where is Wang Lingyun? Chen Yu took the porcelain bottle, and asked further. Wang Lingyun, well, he will probably not show up again, Master Lin said evasively. Fine, I'll temporarily overlook the past events. Chen Yu, holding the items gifted by Master Lin, strode out of the sect affairs hall. With matters having reached this point, and the other party willingly seeking reconciliation and even offering 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and other items, Chen Yu might as well accept them graciously. After all, he was just a disciple with shallow roots. Master Lin, as well as the imperial family, being entrenched in both the sect and Chu country, certainly possessed a massive and profound foundation. Not long after Chen Yu left, a man dressed in luxurious clothes appeared in the room. It was the 7th prince, Huangfu. Uncle Lin, given the power of our imperial family and your influence, do we really need to compromise with Chen Yu? Huangfu said through gritted teeth, begrudgingly. Now, behind Chen Yu, stand 2 senior elders. Elder Mao, whose seniority is higher than even the sect master, Elder Nangong, with the backing of the Nangong family, which is one of the 3 superpower families in Chu country. If our forces weren't strong enough and Yunyu sect wasn't facing internal and external troubles, Elder Mao would probably not talk things out with me, but rather eradicate us in one fell swoop. Master Lin sighed, his face showing a trace of relief. He returned to his residence. Chen Yu took out 3 fierce Snake King gallbladders, 2 high-grade body-nourishing pills, and 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng, a smile appearing on his face. Among these, the most precious was the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. The 3 fierce Snake King gallbladders also saved Chen Yu a lot of effort. Furthermore, the confirmation of his next task allowed Chen Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. The invasion of the Bone Demon Palace was slowly sweeping across the whole Chu country, and would eventually lead to an unprecedented life and death battle. Subtly, disciples like Chen Yu were faced with a significant survival crisis. Chen Yu had only one goal at present: to survive this catastrophe and accumulate some strength before the final battle. Luckily, the next task was relatively leisurely and safe, significantly less dangerous. Of course, under the current circumstances, there could be no absolutely safe tasks. There were traitors within the sect, and even Yunyu Mountain Gate could not guarantee absolute safety. But secular tasks, at least, greatly reduced the chance of encountering secret disciples or Qi transformation realm experts from the Bone Demon Palace. Moreover, wars among cultivation sects generally did not affect the secular world, as per the established customary rules. In the following days, Chen Yu began to meditate quietly. The practice of Cloud Evil Fist and Copper Statue technique had entered a lull and would hardly see rapid breakthroughs for a short time. This aspect required accumulation and settling. Luckily, Chen Yu devoted most of his attention to the martial arts and swordsmanship. Now, Chen Yu's Iron Gang sword had reached its peak perfection, and he had comprehended its true essence, gradually freeing himself from the original martial arts moves' constraints. Another mid-level sword technique, Wind-Cutting Sword, was also beginning to reveal some of its essence. The two sword techniques had entirely opposite artistic conceptions. One focused on being light, fast, and dexterous, while the other emphasized being heavy, forceful, and stable. The contrasting styles of these two sword techniques corroborated each other, and through further realization of his previous life and death battles, Chen Yu had some insights. But they were just some insights. It was not so simple to achieve a breakthrough or integration based on these two sword techniques. However, gradually, a concept began to form in Chen Yu's mind. The Iron Gang sword should for now be paired with the heavy sword, and the Wind-Cutting sword with the Dark Snake sword. Chen Yu muttered to himself. The first step was to ensure the maximized power of the sword techniques and the treasures. Both matching strategies were excellent and could adapt to a variety of situations. The second step was to try a reverse approach, using the heavy Xian heavy sword for the light, fast, and dexterous Wind-Cutting sword, using the short Dark Snake sword for the heavy, forceful, and stable Iron Gang sword. Chen Yu faintly believed that this idea might work. In martial arts, there was a realm called making the heavy feel light. When the artistic essence of martial arts was no longer limited by the external aspects of weapons, one might reach a new level. In the days that followed, Chen Yu indeed tried this, using the Xian heavy sword for the Wind-Cutting sword, and the Dark Snake sword for the Iron Gang sword. The result: despite both sword techniques being nearly at their peak, there was still a slight awkwardness and contradiction in execution. Strangely, within that awkwardness and contradiction, Chen Yu gained an indescribable insight. It was quite apparent that both sword techniques became increasingly refined. It seems this method works. Chen Yu nodded. From now on, he would use this reverse approach to enhance the two sword techniques. That day, while Chen Yu was gaining insights into the sword techniques, two senior brothers, Li Dequi and Wu Yu, came looking for him. Tonight, all 5 of us brothers will be together. Wu Yu explained the purpose of their visit. It turned out, Elder Mao's 5 disciples were rarely assembled all at once, and there would be a small sect gathering. These small gatherings were quite rare. At that time, Elder Mao would examine the martial arts of the few disciples and provide some guidance. The brothers among the disciples would have a friendly sparring to enhance their relations. Good. Chen Yu looked forward to it. That evening, at the Elder Mansion, in front of a flat sandy ground, all 5 disciples of Elder Mao arrived. Second brother Li Dequi, third brother Wu Yu, that goes without saying. Fourth junior brother Cheng Xian, Chen Yu also knew him. By age, Cheng Xian was similar to Chen Yu, not much older, and had a clean, pale face, yet dressed in a black robe, embodying a cool demeanor. That day, the scene of Cheng Xian employing the blood frenzy secret blade remained vivid. Chen Yu, this is your eldest brother, Qin Feng. Elder Mao introduced. A young man of average stature, dressed in worn leather armor, gave Chen Yu a friendly smile. Nice to meet you, eldest brother. This was the first time Chen Yu met the eldest disciple Qin Feng. Qin Feng had been one of Elder Mao's earlier apprentices, nearly 30 years old, and his cultivation had reached the peak of refining, making him one of the law enforcers in the sect. Eldest disciple, Qin Feng. Second disciple, Li Dequi. Third disciple, Wu Yu. Fourth disciple, Cheng Xian. Fifth disciple, Chen Yu. All of Elder Mao's disciples were now present. Today, during this gathering, if you have any doubts about your cultivation, feel free to ask your teacher. Elder Mao smiled lightly. His gaze swept across the 5 disciples. Chen Yu noticed that Elder Mao's gaze lingered on Cheng Xian the longest, his eyes filled with affection and anticipation. Cheng Xian was the only true disciple present. His aptitude and talent were the highest among the 5 disciples. In the following 2 hours, the 5 disciples raised various doubts about their cultivation practices. The eldest disciple, Qin Feng, focused his questions on the difficulties of breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. To break through the Qi transformation realm, besides the factor of spiritual body aptitude, the key lies in enlightenment. Qin Feng, you are cultivating the Sky Mountain Palm, and while circulating the inner breath-heart method, your mental state must comprehend a sense matching the vastness of the heavens and earth and the profound solidity of the mountains. Only then can you refine your inner breath into the corresponding sky mountain true qi, Elder Mao stated. During this process, Chen Yu and others listened intently. Afterward, Elder Mao checked the state of Qin Feng's inner breath and frowned. Your body has absorbed some mixed qi from precious materials and spirit pills, which diminishes the purity of your inner breath and its alignment with the true essence of martial arts by a slight margin. Breaking through the qi transformation realm involved many factors. Aptitude, foundation, spiritual perception, purity of inner breath, each was indispensable. Disciple hasted the breakthrough to the qi transformation realm in the past 2 attempts and indeed consumed several genius treasures and auxiliary spirit pills. Qin Feng stated with a face of embarrassment. Polish your temperament well, and for the next half year, it's best not to casually consume precious materials and spirit pills. However, you may take clearing qi pills and bone marrow cleansing pills to expel impurities and refine your inner breath. Elder Mao's brow furrowed. Qin Feng's condition somewhat disappointed him. Clearing qi pills, bone marrow cleansing pills? Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Such spirit pills were hard to find. Especially the bone marrow cleansing pills, which had the effect of transforming one's physique, were many times more precious than primordial qi pills and clearing qi pills. Subsequently, Elder Mao resolved the doubts of Li Dequi, Wu Yu, and Cheng Xian, one by one. He was not quite satisfied with the condition of Li Dequi and Wu Yu. On the other hand, he praised Cheng Xian a few times. Xianer, after the gamble battle last time, you consumed purple jade liquid, and your cultivation technique aura has become more refined. You seem close to touching the late stage of organ refining. Elder Mao spoke with a smile. Cheng Xian had made significant progress, surpassing Qin Feng and the other two. Purple jade liquid could help in comprehending mental states and even aid in breaking through the qi transformation realm. Chen Yu distinctly felt that the strong aura emitting from Cheng Xian seemed to narrowly surpass that of the purple-haired youth from the Bone Demon Palace. Finally, it was Chen Yu's turn. Elder Mao looked at Chen Yu, a smile on his face. It seemed that since Chen Yu had advanced his copper statue technique to the copper bone level, Elder Mao had begun to give him special attention. Master, can you check if the lingering effects from my last advancement to the late-stage meridian passage are still present? Chen Yu quickly spoke. Elder Mao placed his hand on Chen Yu's wrist, and innate true qi instantly merged into his body. Suddenly, Elder Mao opened his eyes, looking at Chen Yu with a strange expression. Master, how does it look? Chen Yu anxiously waited. The effect of the clearing qi pill is surprisingly good. The evil qi within your cloud evil inner breath is extremely dense yet pure and far surpasses those of the same stage. Such a foundation is not commonly solid. Elder Mao's face showed surprise. He had sensed Chen Yu's mental state. Despite the strong evil qi, his divine light was clear without the slightest hidden danger from practicing the cloud evil fist. Could it be because of the copper statue technique, which has a certain effect of transforming physique and improving constitution, coupled with the ice heart tears? Elder Mao muttered. He could only attribute this to the lost body cultivation technique. Your current state is very good. With another year and a half of hard cultivation, organ refining is within reach. Elder Mao praised. Chen Yu was overjoyed upon hearing this. As long as the lingering effects from the previous blood pool opportunity were resolved, not affecting his future prospects, he was greatly relieved. After answering some doubts, the fellow disciples engaged in friendly sparring. Among them, Cheng Xian and the eldest disciple, Qin Feng, had a fight. Despite being at the mid-stage of organ refining, Cheng Xian did not lose to Qin Feng, who was at the peak of refining. This was still Cheng Xian not using the Blood Frenzy secret blade. Afterward, Li Dequi, Wu Yu, and Chen Yu also sparred with each other. Among them, Li Dequi, with his cultivation and treasure advantage, naturally defeated Wu Yu, who was at the early stage of organ refining. Following Wu Yu's defeat, he sparred with Chen Yu. He originally thought he could gain an advantage against Chen Yu, but the outcome was unexpected. Wind-cutting sword. Chen Yu, holding a heavy sword, executed the swift and clever wind-cutting sword. Puchi Puchi, the Xian heavy sword, at an astonishing speed, conjured a flurry of wind-breaking sword shadows, with occasional faint silver wind-like sword flashes slashing swiftly, almost impossible to guard against. The fellow disciples present all felt a sense of contradiction from the swordsmanship. Yet Wu Yu was suppressed to the point of being breathless. After dozens of moves, Wu Yu ended up losing in embarrassment, half of his sleeve sliced off by Chen Yu's sword. This was still with Chen Yu holding back his strength, otherwise, he would have injured Wu Yu earlier. Conceded. Chen Yu, after winning, decided to leave well enough alone. He had used the recent sparring to test his own swordsmanship. Dequi, you try now. Unexpectedly, a gleam flickered in Elder Mao's eyes, instructing the second disciple Li Dequi to step forward. Haha, isn't this a bit too bullying? Li Dequi grinned broadly. Although he said this on the surface, deep inside, he held a grudge against Chen Yu for not trading qi storage pills previously. He was determined to make Chen Yu embarrass himself in this sparring session. Here it comes. Li Dequi swung his treasure blade, and a ripple-like surge of wild blade light and shadow leapt toward Chen Yu, striking through the space between them. As soon as he made a move, he attacked Chen Yu from a distance with his treasure blade. Obviously, Li Dequi was aware of Chen Yu's advantage in body cultivation. Chen Yu immediately felt a pressure far exceeding Wu Yu's. With Li Dequi at the mid-stage of organ refining and holding a treasure weapon, his cultivation technique was also stronger. Facing Li Dequi, Chen Yu dared not be careless. Wind-cutting sword? Chen Yu still wielded the heavy sword, using that awkward and contradictory swift swordsmanship. Bang! Hiss! Hiss! The treasure blade of Li Dequi chopped out fierce and domineering wave-like blade chi, whipping up sand and howling winds around. The wind-cutting sword wielded by Chen Yu, with its swift sword shadows, was forcefully torn apart before it even got close. Humph! You possess body cultivation techniques, I won't get close to you, Li Dequi thought smugly to himself. As a practitioner of the late stage of organ refining, he could injure someone from a distance using his internal breath, and with the help of a treasured weapon, he could attack Chen Yu while maintaining a distance of about 10 feet. This was the advantage of having a higher cultivation level. Seeing this, a sneer flickered across Chen Yu's lips. Torrential wind slash? In Chen Yu's hand, the heavy sword suddenly transformed into a blur of swift wind sword shadows. Buzz! Hiss! 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 In an instant, whirlwinds wrapped around, turning every sword shadow that extended a length of 10 feet into a tangible cyan black blade, slashing at Li Dequi through the air. For a moment, the wave-like blade chi unleashed by Li Dequi was torn apart by the torrential wind slash. Even more astonishing was, although Chen Yu was only at the meridian passage stage, his internal breath and pinnacle swordsmanship, which far exceeded those of the same stage, allowed the attack to extend somewhat, achieving a sort of ranged attack through the air. Moreover, the Xian heavy sword was large and long, providing a naturally extended reach. Ranged attacks are indeed an advantage after the organ refining stage, but the farther the distance, the weaker the attack. The strongest attack still comes from close combat. Chen Yu smiled lightly. At the organ refining stage, one could throw a punch that would kill a bull or tiger 10 feet away. But ranged attacks, firstly, consume a lot, and secondly, as distance increases, there is bound to be some loss, never as solid as a close combat attack. In a moment, dozens of moves had passed. Chen Yu and Li Dequi fought fiercely with sword against blade, both struggling to gain the upper hand. Li Dequi had maintained distance the whole time, prioritizing ranged attacks and avoiding direct confrontations with Chen Yu as much as possible. Iron Gang Sword? Suddenly, Chen Yu's style of swordsmanship changed dramatically. Clang! Buzz! The heavy sword carved out a mass of solid iron gang chi, glaringly silvery, creating a crushing presence in an expanse. Clang! Ding! Ding! All of Li Dequi's attacks seemed to hit an iron wall, and he couldn't advance any further. Using this, Chen Yu rapidly closed in. Wind-cutting sword? In a closing moment, Chen Yu's style changed again, slicing out blurry and shimmering wind-cutting sword chi blades. Damn! Li Dequi retreated hastily, unable to bear it. Chen Yu's swordsmanship was like the ever-changing weather, sometimes as heavy as 10,000 caddies, overbearing like dark clouds pressing on the city, sometimes fleeting like the wind, swift as lightning. One moment, that heavy sword strike left Li Dequi's hands tingling, while the next was light and airy, seemingly hanging by a thread. After 100 moves, Li Dequi breathed roughly, the awkward feeling of alternating between light and heavy making him feel almost nauseated to the point of vomiting blood. Hehe. Elder Mao let a smile play on his lips from the sidelines. He clearly saw Chen Yu was using Li Dequi to practice integrating the two styles of swordsmanship. The result was neither a complete success nor a failure. If Chen Yu truly wanted to win, he could simply overpower him, pushing the Iron Gang sword to its limits, and gradually crush Li Dequi. After 200 moves, Li Dequi gasped for breath, sweat beading on his forehead as his endurance evidently began to flag. Pft, hiss! Chen Yu's heavy sword suddenly transformed into wind. With a quirky twist of movement technique, several blurry sword winds left cuts on Li Dequi's arms and legs. I quit. Li Dequi felt suffocated as if he was going to vomit blood. The whole experience was simply agonizing. After this battle, Li Dequi was utterly ashamed. Despite considering himself as the second senior and being superior in cultivation and older in age, he had lost to Chen Yu. Chen Yu, your insight into martial arts is quite decent. Elder Mao praised. In these sparrings, Chen Yu won 2 bouts in a row, greatly boosting his status within the sect. Li Dequi and Chen Yu harbored a sense of wariness towards Chen Yu, and even a bit of respect. Qin Feng and Cheng Xian observed solemnly, recognizing Chen Yu's strength. Junior brother Chen, once you advance to the organ refining stage, perhaps we can have a match. Cheng Xian exuded a hint of fighting spirit. As a true disciple approaching the late stage of organ refining, winning against Chen Yu now wouldn't feel like an accomplishment. Let's talk about it when the time comes, Chen Yu chuckled. Regarding Cheng Xian's strength, he was still quite cautious, especially when entering the frenzied mode of the Blood Frenzy Secret Blade, which was unstoppable. Alright, now you are free to discuss and exchange ideas among yourselves. Elder Mao waved and smiled. Soon, a maid brought up dishes and wine. The 5 disciples from the same sect discussed their emotions and shared some cultivation insights. Late at night, the 5 disciples under Elder Mao, laden with strong sense of alcohol, dispersed. Chen Yu, you stay. Elder Mao's voice transmission asked Chen Yu to remain at the Elder Mansion. Chen Yu looked thoughtful, faintly guessing the reason Elder Mao wanted him to stay. Moments later, swish, an elder with white whiskers floated down to the spot. It was Elder Nangong. How are the preparations on that side? Elder Mao asked. Elder Nangong replied, almost done. The miners at Yushan Mine will rest for the night, there won't be anyone around. Yushan Mine? Chen Yu thought to himself, could this be the destination for their journey? He knew that the Yunyu sect had many key resources, such as the Baishan Spirit Garden, and the Yushan Mine might be one of them. Then let's set off. Elder Mao nodded. Elder Nangong blew a whistle. Whoosh! From the sky, a gigantic iron-backed eagle, stirring up a whirlwind of flying sand, descended. Chen Yu, you go first. I will explain your mission details once we arrive, Elder Mao said, waving his hand. Curiosity marked Chen Yu's face as he stepped onto the iron-backed eagle, which had wings spanning 3 to 4 yards. The bird's strength was almost in the chi transformation realm. Flap, flap, the iron-backed eagle flapped its wings and broke through the air, carrying the two elders and Chen Yu, quickly ascending hundreds of yards into the sky. This was Chen Yu's first time riding a flying creature. He felt the strong wind against his face and the rapid currents. Fortunately, he practiced the copper statue technique, his robust physique making him as solid as a rock once he was seated on the iron-backed eagle. As they flew past the sect gate, Elder Mao sent a greeting to the patrolling captain below. With the status of sect elders, their passage was naturally unobstructed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The iron-backed eagle soared through the night sky, quickly reaching high altitudes where the buildings and trees below looked no larger than bricks. Chen Yu looked up and noticed the moon was exceptionally round tonight. It must be a deep night with a full moon for the suppression from the ancient moon well to be much weaker, Elder Mao whispered. They flew for an unknown length of time. Eventually, the iron-backed eagle landed in front of a desolate mine deep in the mountains. Upon closer inspection, this area appeared to be a spiritual ore zone, seemingly abandoned, with most of the useful spiritual ore seeming nearly exhausted. Elder Mao, Elder Nangong. In the mining area, a short, thin old man with a strange lump on his forehead floated over. This is Elder Pan, who guards the Yushan mine, Elder Mao briefly introduced. Nice to meet you, Elder Pan. Chen Yu guessed that this person was similar to Granny Zhang, who guarded the Baishan Spirit Garden. Is this the child who advanced his copper statue technique to copper bone? Elder Pan's green bean-like eyes scrutinized Chen Yu a few times. Time is running short on this night of the full moon, Elder Nangong urged. Elder Pan nodded and hurriedly led the way. After walking about 100 yards, Chen Yu felt an eerie and cold force descend upon him. Instantly, the domineering cloud-sha internal breath within his body was immobilized. This is the mysterious force field around the ancient moon well. This area was once a mining site of an ancient sect. Nowadays, only small amounts of iron moon ore can be mined each month here, Elder Mao explained. The ancient moon well? Just as Chen Yu was about to ask a question, a well about 30 feet in diameter appeared before him. The surrounding rocks were smooth and under the moonlight, cast a snowfrost-like silver glow. Simultaneously, an even stronger force field suddenly oppressed them. Both elders, including Elder Pan, stiffened their steps. Our innate true chi is being suppressed, Elder Mao and Elder Nangong said to each other with a wry smile. When they were about 30 feet from the ancient well, even the chi transformation realm's true chi was restricted. Chen Yu, try using the copper statue technique, Elder Pan suggested. All right. Chen Yu activated his copper statue technique, and his bones crackled crisply. Buzz! A surging great strength emerged from his body, coating his body with a layer of shining metallic copper patterns under the moonlight, making him resemble a cold, majestic copper statue. The copper statue technique, completely unaffected. Chen Yu exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, all the internal breath in his body was utterly confined. He figured his palm and sword techniques were reduced to mere forms. Even the innate true chi of the two elders were immobilized. Only his copper statue technique was unaffected. Body cultivation is a very special dao, unlike other cultivation schools that depend on external forces of nature. Only body cultivation can ignore the mysterious force field here, Elder Mao said, his face glowing with excitement. Master, what exactly do you need me to do? Chen Yu could not help but ask. Chen Yu, you see, that well ahead is called Ancient Moon Well. Essentially, it is a mysterious mine left by an ancient sect. But the surrounding area of this ancient well holds a strong force field, and the well's force field is several times stronger than the outside world, such that even those in the Giwen realm would have their entire true yuan confined. Elder Pan eagerly explained, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at Chen Yu. We need you to enter the ancient moon well. We want you to gather a type of mysterious spiritual ore called moon spirit ore, and if possible, explore the secrets within the ancient well, although safety is the priority. Elder Mao gazed at the ancient well, his eyes brimming with fervor. Moon spirit ore. Chen Yu remembered feeling somewhat familiar with the name of the ore but couldn't recall it at the moment. Moon spirit ore is a legendary spiritual ore formed by the accumulation of moon's essence. This spiritual ore has many mysterious uses. We know that when moon spirit ore is melded into a treasure, it can enhance the quality of the treasure, greatly increase the true chi circulation speed, and allow the treasure to exert greater power on moonlit nights. Moreover, when moon spirit ore is ground into powder and mixed into moon spirit liquid, it has mysterious effects on the body. Some say it can change the nature of the spiritual body, others say it can cleanse dark illnesses and impurities, purifying malicious chi. The three elders added eagerly, their faces filled with excitement. In short, this spiritual ore is extremely mysterious and highly valuable. If you can collect some, we will reward you handsomely. The three Qi transformation realm experts looked intently at Chen Yu, filled with hopeful anticipation. Anyway, this spiritual ore is very mysterious and highly valuable. If you could collect some, you will be handsomely rewarded. Handsomely rewarded? Chen Yu felt odd at heart. This moon spirit ore possessed magical powers that captivated the hearts of three elders in the Qi transformation realm. The uses of moon spirit ore were twofold. On one hand, it targeted artifacts. It could enhance the quality of artifacts and increase the speed at which true Qi flowed inside them. On the other hand, it mysteriously promoted bodily functions, though opinions varied on this aspect. Among the most mystical was the ability to change a spiritual body's aptitude. Master, can a spiritual body's aptitude really change? Chen Yu's heart skipped. Up until now, despite merging with the mysterious heart, his spiritual body aptitude was still his greatest weakness. In the world, was there truly a method to change a spiritual body's aptitude? In the vast cultivation world, with its broad territories, countless treasures exist. Indeed, legends speak of a few heaven-defying treasures capable of changing a spiritual body's aptitude postnatally. Elder Mao murmured softly, "Does moon spirit ore truly have such power?" Chen Yu held his breath. "Hehe, lad, don't overthink it. It's just a rumor." Elder Pan chuckled strangely. "Rumor. Related to the rumor, it's not ordinary moon spirit ore. It is the legendary treasure that may exist in 1 out of a billion, the moon spirit holy stone." Moon spirit holy stone. Upon hearing the words holy stone, Chen Yu felt it was beyond his reach. According to legend, a person of normal bodily aptitude became a high-grade spirit body with the aid of the moon spirit holy stone. Of course, that's only recorded in ancient texts. Elder Pan smiled. By his tone and expression, even he himself might not believe that rumor. Bodily aptitude is innately determined, changing it postnatally is akin to defying fate. As for this abandoned moon spirit ore site, its scale is mediocre. It was nearly exhausted by an ancient sect, leaving at most some ordinary moon spirit ore. The moon spirit holy stone? Don't even think about it. Elder Pan's words shattered Chen Yu's fantasies. Chen Yu thought again, even if there were truly a moon spirit holy stone here, it wouldn't likely end up in his hands. When you enter the ancient well later, if you could mine some moon spirit ore, that would already be quite remarkable. Your master decrees, for every extra 10 pounds you mine, you shall keep 1 pound. You must understand, the value of this ore far exceeds that of common meteoric iron. Elder Mao said with a smile. Disciple will do his best. However, I must say, if there are irresistible dangers in this mine, I cannot force it. Chen Yu solemnly stated. Even if the legendary moon spirit holy stone was present, one must live to enjoy it. That's understandable. After all, your copper statue technique can still be improved, and this ore in the mine can be mined every 6 months. Elder Mao nodded. In fact, none of them harbored great hopes. If not this time, there would be another chance. Chen Yu's copper statue technique could also improve, with preserving his life being the priority. Next, the two elders and Elder Pan each took out some tools for Chen Yu. Among them, Elder Mao took out a set of half-precious artifact soft leather armor for Chen Yu to wear. Elder Nangong handed Chen Yu a storage bag. Fortunately, the force field here doesn't interfere with the Samuro formation, allowing the use of storage bags. That's part of its peculiarity. Elder Nangong said with a smile. Storage bag? It was the first time Chen Yu used such a bag, which included an array enhancement. By pressing a hub, it could be opened. Inside the bag was a mustard seed space as large as a water tank, similar to those available on the market, and it didn't reduce the weight of its contents. Unfortunately, the storage bag still couldn't fit the Xian heavy sword. Chen Yu pursed his lips. Greedy boy, don't be insatiable. During ancient times, if not for a mysterious race called the Heavenly Mechanism Clan descending, various array tools like storage bags wouldn't be as widespread as today. Otherwise, having one in the Qi transformation realm would be a luxury. Elder Mao couldn't help but curse playfully. Then, Elder Pan took out a mining shovel and a fist-sized luminous pearl and had Chen Yu place them into the storage bag. The elders gave Chen Yu several spirit pills as well, some for restoring vitality, others were antidotes, all rare treasures. I have one more ace for you. Suddenly Elder Mao took out 2 dark red spheres, about the size of a baby's fist. Yin fire pearls. Elder Nangong and Elder Pan had a slightly grim expression. These yin fire pearls, seized from a strong practitioner from Bone Demon Palace on the battlefield, have the power to threaten and seriously injure someone in the poster Qi transformation. Elder Mao clicked his tongue and smiled. Injure someone in the Qi transformation realm? Chen Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. This was indeed an ace. Elder Mao taught Chen Yu how to use it, advising, don't use this unless absolutely necessary. Chen Yu nodded gravely, securing the yin fire ball. Finally, fully equipped, Chen Yu set off, heading towards the deep ancient well. Under the moonlit night, the ancient well was surrounded by a faint halo of silvery moonfrost, creating a mysterious echo with the round moon in the sky. Swoosh! Elder Pan took out a tens of meters long iron chain, instructing Chen Yu to grasp it and descend into the well. When you return, or if something unusual happens, just tug this iron chain, and we will pull you up. Elder Pan emphasized. Understood. Chen Yu slid down the well, his body gradually descending into the ancient deeper parts. During this process, his nerves were tense, his extraordinary vision always on guard for the surrounding environment. After entering the ancient well, Chen Yu clearly felt the invisible force field increase several times in strength, to the extent that his inner breath true qi could not sense even a bit. Fortunately, the beating of his heart was as clear as ever, seemingly still able to gather strength and initiate. His copper statue technique was also unaffected. After descending about 20 meters, Chen Yu finally touched down, standing on the hard rock layer. Swoosh! Upon landing, Chen Yu felt an inexplicable chill as a strong gust of wind attacked from the side. He immediately activated the copper statue technique, shifting his body to the side, and heard a snap. He saw several strands of white spider silk, as thick as needles, striking the rock wall. Even the smooth rock wall, which was as hard as a half-precious artifact, showed a shallow crack. Hiss! One of the white strands brushed past Chen Yu's shoulder, but with a full-body half-precious artifact for protection, it only left a crack on it. Chen Yu gasped in shock. He looked intently and saw a silver-brown giant spider, larger than a human, crouched in a corner of the mine, its several brown-red icy eyes visible. Screech! A ghastly gust of wind roared, leaving a lingering afterimage. The silver-brown giant spider pounced in front of Chen Yu with an undetectable speed. So fast? Chen Yu's heart tightened. If it were someone at the organ refining stage or even Qi transformation realm without inner breath true Qi, their lightweight martial arts would hardly be able to perform, likely resulting in an instant kill. Clang bang! Chen Yu picked up the Xian heavy sword and swung it forcefully, sending the silver-brown giant spider flying a distance away. The shocked observers. Though not incredibly strong, the silver-brown giant spider's body was harder than iron. The previous strike only left shallow marks on it. Hiss! Swoosh! 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 After stabilizing itself, the silver-brown giant spider shot several more white strands of silk, aiming at Chen Yu's legs. The speed of the spider silk was so fast that it nearly made it impossible for Chen Yu to dodge. He had a sudden inspiration. Whoosh! Chen Yu brought down the Xian heavy sword, and sure enough, it got bound by the white spider silk. Hee, get up. Chen Yu forcefully tugged the heavy sword in his hand. The powerful force, following the spider silk, pulled the silver-brown giant spider into midair. Hiss! As the silver-brown giant spider called out, its body suspended in air, it showed a look of terror. What followed was an unimaginable nightmare of misery. Bang bang, 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 bang. Chen Yu swung the silk-bound heavy sword up, down, left, and right, treating the silver-brown giant spider like a punching bag, smashing it against the rock walls, mine ceiling, and the rocky ground, battering it bad and tired. After dozens of strikes, the silver-brown giant spider bled green blood and passed out. Done. Chen Yu laughed. To his surprise, the spider silk sprayed by the silver-brown giant spider was extraordinarily tough. It didn't break even after such a whipping. Of course, if one were to be bound by this spider silk, they too would be in a crisis. Squish! After the silver-brown giant spider was beaten half dead, it lost all ability to resist. Chen Yu approached with the heavy sword and targeted its vital points, successfully slashing it. After killing the spider, Chen Yu gathered the spider silk into a ball and stored it in the storage bag. Afterward, Chen Yu looked around to make sure that there were no apparent living creatures within about 20 feet. Feeling slightly relieved, Chen Yu took out a luminous pearl and examined the surrounding rock walls. Suddenly, he discovered a few small patches of ore in the nearby rock area, round in color and emitting a faint lustrous sheen. Moon spirit ore. Chen Yu took out a fist-sized piece of iron moon ore from his storage bag and compared them. Iron moon ore is a special kind of spiritual ore produced outside this mine. It is said to be a lower-grade form of moon spirit ore. The difference is, moon spirit ore has a glossy color and emits a weak luminescence similar to moonlight. Indeed, it is moon spirit ore again. Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. Without another word, he picked up the mining shovel given by Elder Pan from his storage bag. Clang clang! The shovel, clearly not an ordinary object, was heavy and powerful, quickly digging up the irregular pieces of moon spirit ore. Of course, this was possible because Chen Yu was enhanced by the copper statue technique and had acquired divine power. Had it been an average person at the organ refining stage without any inner breath, they probably wouldn't have been able to chip off much. Before long, Chen Yu mined all the moon spirit ore in the nearby area, weighing about 30 kilograms. The density of moon spirit ore was much lower than meteoric iron. The pile looked so small, if it had been meteoric iron, it would have weighed at least 100 or 200 kilograms. Chen Yu held the heavy sword and slowly penetrated deeper into the mine. Vaguely, he sensed an eerie, putrefying aura. Swoosh, swoosh. After advancing about 30 feet, another similar silver-brown giant spider leaped out, spitting several strands of white silk. Without hesitation, Chen Yu blocked with the heavy sword, intentionally letting the spider silk bind him. Bang bang bang! Just like the previous method, Chen Yu scooped up the silver-brown giant spider and started beating it left and right, quickly rendering it half-dead and unconscious. After dealing with this giant spider, just as Chen Yu was about to extract the spider silk and check the nearby moon spirit ore, he suddenly felt a chilling creepiness. Shoo, shoo, shoo. From the deeper, darker area of the mine, a myriad of small black dots shot out, each about the size of a thumb. Are those? Chen Yu's face turned to horror as he saw hundreds of gray-patched iron bugs converging into a swarm, rushing towards the blood-soaked corpse of the silver-brown giant spider. Obviously, the bloodiness of the giant spider's corpse attracted these iron bugs. Taking advantage of the iron bugs being drawn to the giant spider's corpse, Chen Yu quickly retreated. Puff puff puff, but saw those grape-hatched iron bugs, within a few breaths, devour the giant spider's corpse, leaving nothing but bone scraps. Seeing the silver-brown giant spider's corpse devoured in an instant, Chen Yu, who had already retreated 30 feet, felt a chill down his spine. He immediately activated the concealing chi technique he had learned while serving as a covert sentry, concealing his entire body's chi and continued to retreat. But those gray-spotted iron bugs seemed to detect something and pressed toward his direction. Run! Chen Yu's heart gathered strength, and he sped up his retreat, barely managing to put some distance between himself and the gray-spotted iron bugs. Approaching the bottom of the ancient well, the iron chain that hung from the well's mouth was faintly visible. Now, Chen Yu could choose to return to the surface, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the corpse of the silver-brown giant spider not far away. This was the first spider he had killed upon descending. Could it be the stench of this giant spider's blood? A thought struck Chen Yu. Swoosh! In a flash, he darted to the front of the giant spider's corpse, took out the dark snake sword, and made more than a dozen slashes on the spider's body to infuse the flesh with deadly poison. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, a swarm of silver-gray bugs flew towards him aggressively. Go! Chen Yu hurled the poisoned spider's carcass toward them. Plop, plop, plop. At least 1,000 iron bugs swarmed over the corpse, tearing it apart frantically. Meanwhile, Chen Yu ran to the bottom of the well, grabbing the iron chain, ready to make a swift escape at any moment. Just then, among the insect swarm, any iron bug that bit into the giant spider's carcass stiffened, struggled for a few moments, and then oozed purple-black pus before finally becoming stiff in death. Chen Yu was both shocked and relieved. The relief was that the venom was indeed effective against these bugs. The shock was that the bugs appeared to have a substantial resistance to the poison. With their size, if they were other beasts, they would have likely turned into a puddle of blood by now. Yet these bugs struggled for a long time before finally succumbing to death. Moments later, in front of him, the thousands of bugs were either dead or barely alive, lacking the strength to attack. Chen Yu approached and captured one or two of the half-dead bugs. He didn't continue his exploration but instead pulled on the iron chain near the bottom of the well. Not long after, Chen Yu climbed up to the mouth of the ancient moon well and saw the three elders not far off, holding the iron chain. How's the situation? Elder Mao asked urgently. Chen Yu handed over the moon spirit ore from his storage bag first, noting the surprised delight on the faces of the trio. Then, Chen Yu recounted his encounter with the gray-spotted iron bugs and took out one or two of the half-dead bugs. Elder Mao examined the bug in front of him for a moment. This bug is known as Iron Moon Corpse Worm, a peculiar insect recorded in ancient texts. It's the lowest form of its kind. These worms are characterized by their bodies, harder than iron and impervious to blades and spears. They have strong resistance to poisons, corrosive energies, and various forms of true chi attacks. Especially under moonlight, their power increases, gaining a fearsome regenerative ability, Elder Mao explained. Chen Yu couldn't help but be amazed. I've encountered this bug one or two times while guarding these mines, but they were few in number. For someone in the chi transformation realm, facing such clusters of bugs would indeed be troublesome. Your dark snake sword is extremely toxic, and these bugs are in their lowest form. That's why it was effective, Elder Pan added. Next, they began to discuss strategies on how to deal with the Iron Moon Corpse worms. As a result, the plan that the three elders came up with was the same as Chen Yu had thought: continue using poison. I have a kind of corrosive blood poison, which is somewhat effective even against postnatal chi transformation practitioners, Elder Pan said as he took out a porcelain bottle. Hehe, I have a type of unique snake and scorpion venom, Elder Mao said, producing a block of black paste. Afterward, Chen Yu added the two types of venom to a portion of his dark snake sword. Some time later, Elder Nangong fetched a large wild boar from afar and cut its flesh into dozens of large pieces. The three elders took out an extra storage bag specifically for Chen Yu to store these pieces of flesh. Don't worry, a typical storage bag somewhat blocks the scent, Elder Mao said with a smile. Chen Yu nodded and once again delved into the ancient moon well. Reaching the remains and bloodstains of the second silver-brown giant spider, Chen Yu mined a few more pieces of moon spirit ore nearby. How big exactly is this mine? Chen Yu was curious. He pushed on in one direction for nearly 100 feet and mined several dozen pounds of moon spirit ore. Swoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow the size of an infant darted toward Chen Yu like lightning. Clang! Chen Yu swung the massive sword in his hand to repel the shadow, the blow giving off a resonant clang as though striking metal. On closer inspection, the shadow was a scorpion far surpassing the usual size, its tail curled up about half a foot long, looking quite ferocious. Clang! Clang! Ding! The large scorpion attacked several more times, only to be repelled by Chen Yu's heavy sword each time. Why is everything in this mine so tough? Chen Yu found himself momentarily locked in a standoff with the scorpion. Suddenly, Chen Yu took a piece of meat from his storage bag and threw it over. Swoosh! Plop! The large scorpion pounced and quickly devoured the meat. Snap! Chen Yu threw another piece, this time poisoned meat that had been touched by the venomous sword. After eating the poisoned meat, the scorpion became dizzy. It didn't show signs of dying from the severe poison for a while but lost most of its mobility. This venomous scorpion is naturally toxic and has a strong resistance to poison, Chen Yu murmured. It was worth mentioning that this was the poison from his sword, boosted by the interventions of 2 individuals in the Qi transformation realm. Spatter, hiss. He approached and drew his dark snake sword, swiftly dismembering the dazed large scorpion. After dealing with the scorpion, Chen Yu continued onward. Following his path, Chen Yu encountered several poisonous scorpions, giant spiders, and other bizarre dark beasts along the next couple hundred yards, but he resolved each situation without incident. However, those Iron Moon corpse worms he had seen earlier did not appear again. At this moment, in Chen Yu's storage bag, there were 200 or 300 pounds of moon spirit ore. He was planning to return. Just then, Chen Yu noticed a faint reflection up ahead, which seemed to be some kind of metal. As Chen Yu cautiously approached, he saw a human skeleton holding half of an ancient broken sword in its hand. Strange. Chen Yu was puzzled. In this mine, with many ferocious things like Iron Moon corpse worm swarms, poisonous scorpions, and silver-brown giant spiders, how could there be a relatively intact skeleton? No other place bore any traces of skeletons. However, when Chen Yu actually got close to the skeleton, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sword intent that struck directly at his heart. Boom! His heart was shocked, and in his vision appeared a heavenly sword rainbow cleaving the clouds, slicing the nearby mountains and rivers in two. Such a terrifying sword intent? Chen Yu's body shook violently, and he staggered back several steps, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The ice heart tears pendant around his neck started to buzz urgently, and the crystal on it even developed a small crack. No wonder. Chen Yu, still in shock, finally understood why this skeleton had remained so intact. The key was that broken sword. Even with its owner dead and the sword body broken, it still contained an overwhelming sword intent. This residual sword intent would probably be difficult for anyone within the Qi transformation realm to resist. This sword, what could its grade be? A high-grade treasure, an extreme-grade treasure, or even higher? Chen Yu's thoughts stirred again. But the spirit sword intent emanating from the sword was truly terrifying. If he tried to take it forcefully, he might very well lose his soul. The slight crack on the ice heart tears was testimony to this. Ultimately, Chen Yu dismissed the idea of taking the sword. The invisible impact of sword intent had already inflicted a blow to his psyche. However, Chen Yu's gaze fell upon the skeleton's other bony hand. It seemed to be clutching something. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yu saw a hint of moon-like silver brilliance emanating from between the fingers of the skeleton's hand. Its color was much like that of moon spirit ore, but it was a lot brighter. And within the luster was a crystal-like sensation. This skeleton, in its life, must have been a powerful being above the Giwen realm. Prior to his death, he clutched these two objects. One was his weapon, and the other was similar to moon spirit ore, but it seemed to be of a higher grade. Chen Yu weighed his options. He dared not covet the broken sword. But the stone in the hand, resembling a higher grade moon spirit ore, was no ordinary object. Surely it didn't contain any spirit attacks. Chen Yu quickly made a decision. It was worth taking a gamble. Chen Yu retreated 5 or 6 yards away and took out the robust spider silk before tightly wrapping it around the pickaxe Elder Pan had given him. Go! With a slight exertion of force, Chen Yu flung the pickaxe with the strength of the spider silk, hooking it onto the skeleton's wrist. With a clang sound, the pickaxe hit the skeleton's wrist but did not shatter it, which showed how strong the individual had been in life. However, the skeletal hand was still dead, and with that knock, it loosened slightly. Plunk! A piece of moon spirit crystal ore, the size of a baby's fist and resembling translucent jade, rolled out in front of him. At the same moment, on the other hand of the skeleton, the broken sword buzzed, and an invisible sword intent stirred up a fierce gale. Chen Yu was startled and quickly rolled to the ground. Afterward, the broken sword was silent for a while, seemingly remaining inert as long as no external force disturbed or approached the skeleton. Crystal-like moon spirit ore. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes lighting up as he examined the spirit ore that shimmered with crystal moonlight, feeling his heart race with excitement. He then used the pickaxe to carefully transport the moon spirit crystal ore over to himself. This piece of moon spirit crystal ore, its quality and grade, are definitely above that of the regular moon spirit Oregon. Holding the ore in his hand, Chen Yu felt a mysterious coolness that penetrated his heart and spread through his body. In an instant, he felt refreshingly comfortable all over, and even the mental wounds that had been affected by the sword intent began to heal. After a good while, Chen Yu brushed his hand and whispered, "Store." Whoosh! In the next moment, the light silver crystal space of his mysterious heart contained a luminous and jade-like piece of mysterious moon spirit ore. Chen Yu smiled in satisfaction. The only regret was that this light silver crystal space was just a bit too small. With a curious mind, Chen Yu bypassed the skeleton holding the short sword and continued to explore a few dozen yards further. He discovered that the deeper parts of the mine had both a much greater quantity and quality of moon spirit ore. Of course, ores like the crystal-like moon spirit ore that he had just found were not seen again. At the same time, Chen Yu also encountered several dangerous creatures, all of which he handled with his keen reaction and quick thinking. Unknowingly, Chen Yu reached the end of the mine, where a bright and flat rock wall appeared ahead, glowing with a soft moonlight hue. An entire wall of moon spirit ore? The quality is better than that of the outer areas. Chen Yu was ecstatically shocked. His body trembled slightly from the intense excitement. After all, the value of moon spirit ore was far greater than that of meteoric iron. Ordinary treasures, melded with some, might have their grades enhanced. Moreover, this spirit ore had a mysterious beneficial effect on the body. After a long while, in front of a whole wall of moon spirit ore radiating soft moonlight, Chen Yu came to his senses. He shivered with a start. The mining cave was fraught with peril, teeming with corpse worms, strange spiders, poisonous scorpions, and who knows how many other dangerous creatures. Chen Yu had only explored a very small area of this place. He carefully surveyed his surroundings and suddenly let out a soft exclamation. He saw a vast expanse of moon spirit ore wall in front of him, forming a concave shape, with about 3 walls of moon spirit ore directly facing him. In the middle of the concave wall was a stone platform intricately engraved with the complex lines of an array, bearing traces of human excavation. This was an array stone platform. It was roughly 10 feet in diameter, with a dark green, rusty metal dragon head at each of the 4 directions. Each dragon head held within its mouth a peculiar small notch. Chen Yu faintly felt this arrangement was familiar. He should have read about it in some ancient tome, but couldn't recall where. Better head back. Chen Yu didn't dare linger. His storage bag was already filled with enough moon spirit ore. The privately stashed piece of moon spirit crystal ore was even more immeasurable in value. On his way back, Chen Yu felt as if he was being watched. Faint rustling sounds coming from all around within the dark, interconnected mining tunnels. Hiss. Out of the darkness, a huge crawling creature emerged with a hiss, revealing a pair of cold, green-tinted eyes larger than a crocodile, its body covered in scales. What is that? Chen Yu felt an invisible pressure, even similar to that of the Qi transformation realm. Thump thump, thump thump. His heart suddenly started racing. Whoosh! The scaled creature, darting forward like a swift breeze, pounced towards Chen Yu with a speed hard to react to. In an instant, sand and stones flew around, a pungent wind howled, and the terrifying pressure was enough to suffocate anyone at the organ refining stage. This was likely a postnatal Qi transformation creature. Zoom! Chen Yu's heart surged with power, and with an astonishing bounce, he leaped rapidly to the side. The next instant, a fierce gust barely missed him. The skin protected by the copper statue technique felt a stabbing pain. By mere inches, the creature streaked past Chen Yu. That was close. Chen Yu's heart raced with fear. He had been on guard the moment before, and with his heart's power at its peak, nearing an explosive technique, his reflexes and speed were far superior to the ordinary. Only then had he narrowly escaped disaster. That was. Chen Yu caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a dark lizard over 10 feet long, its body covered with scales. Scrape. The dark lizard, strong and powerful in limb, turned back in an instant after missing its initial pounce. Chen Yu retreated, pulling several bloody chunks of meat from his storage bag and threw them towards the dark lizard. The last 2 pieces were slashed with a poisoned sword. Plop plop. The dark lizard, quick as a wraith, swallowed the bloodied chunks in a few sweeping dashes through the night's shadows. The potent poison on the meat, enhanced, should be a threat to postnatal Qi transformation. Chen Yu thought to himself. In one hand, he clutched a yinfire pearl, his face wary. Hissao. After ingesting the poisoned meat, the dark lizard seemed uncomfortable, scratching the ground restlessly. The hard rock layer was easily scratched open, gouges several inches deep appearing. Chen Yu felt a chill. The rock layer's hardness in the mining cave was almost comparable to a half-precious artifact, yet the dark lizard easily clawed through it. Shhh. Suddenly, a vague noise came from between the rocky walls all around. That feeling. Chen Yu grew uneasy inside. That feeling of being watched had grown even stronger since he started his return. Seeing this, he quickly took out several more pieces of meat and dragged the poisoned sword across them. At the same moment, the large body of the dark lizard stiffened, and its eyes showed a glint of apprehension and fear. Whoosh! The dark lizard opened its mouth and spat out a greenish-black mist, which hit a part of the rocky wall several feet away with a poof. Sizzle! The hard wall corroded instantly, creating an opening about 10 feet in diameter, and a cloud of corrosive greenish-black mist spread over an area 4 to 5 feet wide. Chen Yu looked in that direction and was shocked. He saw thousands of gray-spotted iron moon corpse worms emerging from the hole. Indeed, they were iron moon corpse worms. The corrosive mist spewed by the dark lizard killed over 100 iron moon corpse worms instantly, but considering their large numbers, it was just the tip of the iceberg. Shhh. More and more iron moon corpse worms swarmed from every corner and passage of the mining cave. The number of iron moon corpse worms in front of him was at least in the tens of thousands. Within the swarm, there were even larger insects with a metallic luster on their surface, the iron moon corpse worms, their presence even stronger. Scrape zoom. The dark lizard, showing fear, turned into a shadow and fled through a tunnel in the mining cave. Even a powerful Qi transformation realm creature fled at the sight. Go! Chen Yu's scalp tingled as he quickly tossed a few poisoned pieces of meat. Then, charging his heart power and applying the copper statue technique to protect his body, he dashed back the way he'd come. Shhh. Whoosh! The iron moon corpse worms quickly engulfed the poisoned meat that Chen Yu had thrown. As he sprinted, Chen Yu threw out more chunks of meat. These blood-scented pieces attracted most of the iron moon corpse worms. But still, Some Iron Moon corpse worms, in an almost encircling formation, closed in on Chen Yu. Why are these bugs chasing me non-stop? The big lizard is such an obvious target, yet they don't go after it. Chen Yu gritted his teeth in silent fury. The dark lizard was escaping, with hardly any Iron Moon corpse worms in pursuit. Many Iron Moon corpse worms, as though possessing a kind of intelligence and controlled by some force, targeted Chen Yu. What could be the reason? Just as Chen Yu pondered this, he suddenly felt pain underfoot, and some Iron Moon corpse worms had crawled onto him. Damn it! His heart sank to the bottom. The half-precious soft armor he wore, though covering his entire body, began to fall apart bit by bit under the relentless tearing and biting of the numerous Iron Moon corpse worms. In a few breaths, the armor on Chen Yu's body turned into tatters, about to fall apart completely. Had it not been for his copper statue technique guarding his body, any ordinary organ refining practitioner, even those in the Qi transformation realm, would have perished, reducing to bones and ashes. And what was more terrifying? Those larger Iron Moon corpse worms, emitting a metallic sheen, managed to bite through Chen Yu's skin, leaving a small bloody mark with each bite. Fortunately, there were few of these creatures, and Chen Yu's self-healing abilities could still withstand them. However, the ordinary corpse worms were numerous, and each bite could leave a bruise. Before his eyes, more and more worms crawled onto Chen Yu. Thump, 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 thump. Chen Yu's heart raced, reaching a critical threshold, and suddenly his entire body erupted with a newfound, vigorous strength. Whoosh bang! His power and speed surged dramatically, like a cheetah in a burst of speed, covering several yards in a leap, rapidly moving through the swarm. However, there were too many worms, and they surrounded Chen Yu. 100 or 200 worms crawled on Chen Yu, his hands flailing wildly, preventing the worms from approaching above his neck. The thought of the worms burrowing into his nose or ears was unthinkable. Launch. Chen Yu slammed a yin fire pearl in his palm onto the ground below. Thud. Using an explosive technique, with his heart's energy at its peak, his body's power burst forth, shooting him 6 to 7 yards like a cannonball. Boom! A cluster of dark red and gloomy flames exploded on the ground, unleashing a terrifying wave of crimson flames and black wind. Swoosh! Under the sweep of the flame wave and dark wind, the worms within nearly 10 yards were instantly melted and incinerated. The hard ground was blasted into a deep pit, and the surrounding rock layers showed signs of melting. As expected of the yin fire pearl, a threat even to killers in the postnatal Qi transformation stage, Chen Yu's pressure greatly alleviated. But the swarm of insects around him still organized, relentlessly closing in on him. Could there be something on me that makes these worms so determined to get me? Chen Yu inwardly speculated. This situation reminded him of Li Dequi, who once stole a fierce bird king egg and was relentlessly pursued by the flock. Suddenly, a metallic reflection appeared in the area ahead, from a corpse clutching a broken sword. Got it. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. The corpse holding the broken sword had remained intact to this day, surely possessing a power that repelled the other fierce beings in the mine. Whoosh! Chen Yu accelerated toward the corpse with the broken sword. Hum! As he neared a critical point, the broken sword hummed, emitting an overwhelming sword intent, with strong winds carrying sword qi furiously whipping around. In a flash, the nearby worms besieging Chen Yu stiffened, trembling in fear, not daring to come closer. That's great. Since Chen Yu had had dealings with the corpse and broken sword before, he was able to gauge a rough triggering point. At that moment, the area where Chen Yu stood became a vacuum zone. Thousands of worms around him kept their distance, not daring to approach. Just as Chen Yu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, hiss! An excruciating pain shot through his abdomen. Chen Yu was shocked to see a thumb-sized Iron Moon strange insect, with a faint silvery gleam, easily biting through his copper statue technique's defenses. Then, a numbing chill spread throughout him. Thump, 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 thump. His heart pounded heavy and powerfully, an odd warmth surging within, blocking the numbing poison of the strange insect. Any other organ refining practitioner might have been poisoned instantly. Just as Chen Yu was about to catch the insect, what happened next chilled him to the bone. No. Spurt. The insect's sharp, silvery body flashed, and it swiftly burrowed into Chen Yu's body through the abdominal wound. Ah! Chen Yu groaned, heart pounding wildly in extreme fear, entering a state of explosive technique. Once inside, the silvery Iron Moon strange insect frantically began to damage and tear. Had it not been for Chen Yu's robust body, reinforced inside and out, supplemented by the copper statue technique, he would have likely passed out. As he watched, the silver moon strange insect moved towards Chen Yu's organs, even towards the heart area. Thump, 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 thump. His heart beat furiously, generating a heavy, mountain-like pulse, as if resonating with the space in a mysterious harmony. Suddenly, the Iron Moon strange insect inside his body stiffened, shivering as if suppressed by a powerful force, rendered unable to move. Phew! Chen Yu exhaled, his back soaked with cold sweat. At the same time, the wounds inside and outside his body began to heal rapidly under the influence of his heart's pulsations. The worm, the worm. Seeing his abdomen wound healing, he couldn't help but murmur, wanting to cry yet having no tears. Upon sensing carefully, the strange insect inside remained rigid, quivering, immobilized by the mysterious power emanating from his heart. Rustle, rustle, At that moment, the overwhelming swarm of insects seemed to lose their lead, dispersing like loose sand, retreating to various corners of the vast mine. In Chen Yu's mind, a term emerged: unbidden queen worm. After a moment, surrounded by tens of thousands of iron moon corpse worms, they dispersed, leaving only some poisoned worm corpses behind. All was deathly still at the original spot. Chen Yu sat cross-legged, small injuries across his body gradually healing under his strong self-healing capacity. However, Chen Yu's complexion was fluctuating uncertainly. The swarm might have left, but inside his body, there seemed to be an Iron Moon Worm King remaining. Even if it wasn't the Worm King, it was some kind of mutant. Fortunately, the silvery Iron Moon strange insect, under the suppression of the mysterious heart, was completely immobilized inside his body. Indistinctly, Chen Yu felt a mysterious aura emerging from his heart, carrying a trickle of warm flow that enveloped the immobile strange insect. Suddenly, Chen Yu felt a strange connection with the strange insect inside his body. At the same time, an image appeared in his mind, a silvery blur of a strange insect, wrapped by a blood-colored cocoon, trembling timidly. Seemingly sensing Chen Yu's presence, the strange insect's compound eyes blinked pitifully. For some reason, Chen Yu discovered that he felt a bizarre sense of connection, as though linked by flesh and blood with this insect. Intuitively, the strange insect no longer felt threatening at all, even exuding a slight sense of familiarity. Chen Yu's gaze flickered, contemplative. This place is not safe to stay. Chen Yu stood up, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He circled around the broken sword and remains, casting one last glance at the broken sword, then leaped away. On the way back, Chen Yu surprisingly encountered not a single worm, although many other ominous beings such as scorpions, centipedes, and spiders appeared from time to time. This underground mine is vast, and Iron Moon Corpse worms might be the most terrifying group amongst them, Chen Yu analyzed in his mind. On the way back, although there were many ferocious creatures, they all seemed somewhat panicked, probably disturbed by the recent swarm. The area Chen Yu traversed was just a small part of the underground mine. He had no idea how many more vicious creatures there were in other areas. Moreover, during the brief encounter with a Qi Transformation Realm demon beast, Chen Yu noticed that its strength wasn't fully restrained. From what Chen Yu knew, some demon beasts reached the Qi Transformation Realm and possessed a strength akin to true Qi, which should be affected here, but the native creatures seemed different. After 15 minutes, Chen Yu fought fiercely several times, ran out of meat chunks in his pocket, and barely made his way back to the starting point. Along the way back, he was even bitten by a few poisonous creatures. Fortunately, his body's defense was robust, immune to most severe poisons. When Chen Yu returned to the well's base, his clothes were in tatters. As for the half-precious soft armor, it was shattered after the swarm encounter. "Are you alright?" Elder Mao and the other two grabbed the chains and pulled Chen Yu up. Phew! Chen Yu breathed out a long sigh of relief and changed into a new set of clothes. The three elders opened the storage bag and saw a full bag of moon spirit ore, weighing over 300 pounds, their joy uncontainable. Targeted by the swarm, almost trapped. "I used 2 yin fire pearls, the half-precious armor." Chen Yu briefly explained the situation. In this account, he omitted details of the mysterious heart and the Worm King. Beside that, in the light silver crystal space inside Chen Yu's heart, there rested a yin fire pearl and a piece of moon spirit crystal ore. He kept these items to himself. After all, Chen Yu's risky adventure was akin to flirting with death. Anyone else from the Qi Transformation Realm venturing there would have perished. He felt no guilt whatsoever. You did well to get so much moon spirit ore again." Elder Mao's face glowed with excitement. As per the prior agreement, for every 10 pounds of moon spirit ore, Chen Yu would receive 1 pound. From the total moon spirit ore, which was about 350 pounds, Chen Yu would get 35 pounds. Elder Mao laughed heartily, sharing out Chen Yu's portion without waiting for the others' agreement. Afterward, how the other 9/10 of the moon spirit ore was divided among the 3 others, Chen Yu did not care. But he could tell that Elder Mao gained the larger share. Once the benefits were distributed, the 3 elders began asking about more details of the mine. Chen Yu described everything about the array formation platform and the encounter with a Qi Transformation Realm level lizard in detail. That lizard must be a black moon lizard. Being born and bred here, it's not much affected by the force field and can exert about 70 to 80% of a Qi Transformation Realm's power, Elder Pan mused. He had guarded this place for many years and knew more about the moon mine. "What is that array formation platform?" Chen Yu asked. He did not mention the entire wall of moon spirit ore, to avoid being pressured by the 3 elders to continue the perilous adventures. "Array formation platform?" The 3 elders looked at each other, their expressions turning peculiar. "That's a transmission array," Elder Pan stated firmly, then sighed. "It seems the rumors are true." As Chen Yu looked puzzled, Elder Pan recounted a legend. The rumor was, this mining area was once a vital resource site for an ancient sword cultivator sect. At some point, a protecting sect powerhouse, at least a mid to high-rank member of the sword sect, discovered the moon spirit ore hidden underground. At that time, the quantity and quality of moon spirit ore in Chu country were undoubtedly superior to today's. However, the sect powerhouse did not report the news of the ore mine to his sect. He chose to conceal it and hoarded the vast quantity of moon spirit ore. Hoarded. Chen Yu could imagine that, faced with such huge benefits, anyone might do the same. Not only did he hoard it, but that sect powerhouse also rapidly enhanced his strength through the benefits from the moon spirit ore, colluded with external sects, and used the natural array formations underground to set up an ancient array, thus creating the environmental force field we see today. He did this to prevent the leakage of the moon spirit ore news. Elder Pan said with a smile. And what about the transmission array? What's that about? Chen Yu was deeply curious. He suddenly thought of the broken sword and skeleton, wondering whose corpse it might be. In the end, the news still leaked. But that powerhouse, having operated here for many years, was said to have prepared an escape route long ago, even establishing a transmission array deep in the mine to transport the moon spirit ore to a distant country and cultivate his own forces. At that time, Chu country didn't even exist. Elder Pan paused here. However, the ultimate fate of that person remains a mystery. But not long afterward, that sword sect perished, and some of his descendants are said to still be on this continent. Upon finishing, Elder Pan shook his head with emotion. This rumor dates back at least thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. As dawn broke, the moonlight dimmed. At this moment, the force field around the ancient moon well grew slightly stronger, and a surge of invisible gravity made it difficult to move. Chen Yu looked astonished. The next moment, he saw blood-ink-colored waves rising inside the well, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Let's go, Elder Mao said. Only during the full moon is it possible to enter this place. Moreover, every 6 months, the mine absorbs the power of the moonlight to produce new moon spirit ore again. On the way back, Chen Yu was still riding the Kengying, Elder Nangong's flying bird, while Elder Pan stayed behind in the secluded mine area. Elder Nangong, as this flying bird is your spirit pet, do you share that mysterious connection with it, like the spirit pet contracts mentioned in ancient texts? Chen Yu asked curiously. At that moment, the strange insect within him maintained a mysterious connection with him. Chen Yu could sense the insect's condition at any time. No. Elder Nangong shook his head. Pets of this level can only execute simple commands after being tamed by a beast tamer, similar to hunting dogs or horses. To reach that level of mental resonance needed for a spirit pet pact, the pet itself must possess spiritual intelligence and can only be bonded with creatures from the Qi transformation realm or above, often ancient or demon beasts. Qi transformation realm or above. Chen Yu understood that ordinary ferocious beasts were of a lower rank and their ferocity clouded their nature. Once they gained spiritual intelligence and attained a certain level, they would become demon beasts. The lizard he encountered in the well was likely just stepping into that threshold. Demon beasts possess an innate ability to cultivate. Like practitioners in the Qi transformation realm, they could harness similar forces, like demon spirit energy. As for ancient beasts, they are powerful species passed down from ancient times. It is said that today's ferocious beasts and demon beasts all possess, to some degree, the bloodline of ancient creatures. Below the Qi transformation realm, it's completely impossible to form a contract. Chen Yu pursued further. It's not completely impossible. Some ancient creatures or mutant species, which are of higher rank and develop intelligence early, can form spirit pet contracts even before reaching the Qi transformation realm. Elder Nangong looked curiously at Chen Yu. Chen Yu did not dare to ask further, only adding that he also wanted a flying bird mount. If you want a flying bird mount or other items, you can trade with me using the moon spirit ore you have. Elder Nangong said smilingly, his eyes showing a touch of eagerness. Hey, old man Nangong, trading is fine, but don't cheat my disciple. Elder Mao laughed. Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, I'd like a slightly larger storage bag and also need the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. Ordinary storage bags are only so big, slightly larger ones cost double, and even larger ones increase exponentially in value by many times. Elder Nangong said with a wry smile. Ultimately, Chen Yu traded 4 caddies of moon spirit ore for a larger storage bag from Elder Nangong. This storage bag was shaped like a coffin-shaped rectangle inside. Its volume was a bit larger than the standard water tank-sized bags, and its value was at least double. Importantly, the bag could accommodate Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword. Additionally, he kept 30+ caddies of moon spirit ore for personal use. On one hand, this ore could enhance the grade of his weapon. On the other, he always felt he had seen moon spirit ore somewhere before. It felt familiar and might be useful to him. In the inner sect residence, Chen Yu returned to his dwelling and rested well for the night. Upon waking, the first thing he did was sense the iron moon strange insect in the blood cocoon, looking pitiful. Sensing Chen Yu's attention, the insect appeared tearful. How do I get it out? Chen Yu tentatively confirmed that under the influence of the mysterious heart, a bond akin to a spirit pet pact mysteriously formed between him and the insect. How to get it out? He couldn't just conjure it out, could he? Suddenly, Chen Yu had a flash of inspiration, and his thoughts concentrated on the blood cocoon housing the iron moon strange insect. Swoosh! The next moment, the blood cocoon appeared in the light silver crystal space, its 3 inches of thickness perfectly accommodating it. Out? With a thought from Chen Yu, the blood cocoon appeared in his hand. Crack! The iron moon strange insect, overjoyed, bit open the blood cocoon and swallowed it. Then, the insect affectionately rubbed against Chen Yu's hand, displaying a docile and dependent demeanor. Little bug, what abilities do you have? Chen Yu clearly remembered how this insect easily bit through his copper statue technique defense. Its biting power was terrifying. Little bug, what abilities do you have? The moment the voice fell. Whoosh! A pale silver streak flashed on the spot, and the Iron Moon strange insect had shot several meters away. Such incredible speed? Chen Yu almost didn't catch its trajectory, not only because the insect was fast but also because it was so small. With a pop sound, the pale silver streak left in the wake of the Iron Moon strange insect penetrated an approximately foot-thick wall as if there were no obstacles at all. On the wall, a neat, smooth little hole appeared, with no cracks around it. It felt as if it wasn't a wall that had been pierced, but a sheet of paper. Pop pop whoosh! The Iron Moon strange insect zipped in and out of the room, seemingly ignoring the barriers of various objects. Stop causing damage. Chen Yu called out to stop it. There were servants and maids in this courtyard. A careless moment, and the insect could pierce through the body of an ordinary person at the late stage of organ refining with a blink. Chen Yu suddenly sensed that the Iron Moon strange insect had entered the underground rock layer and was burrowing smoothly. What was strange was that Chen Yu could share the sensory perspectives of the Iron Moon strange insect underground. Not bad. This ability greatly pleased Chen Yu. In the future, this insect would become Chen Yu's second viewpoint. Ambushing and attacking would be very convenient. For the rest of the day, Chen Yu verified the insect's abilities multiple times. This Iron Moon strange insect's body was tougher than iron, its defenses were no weaker than Chen Yu's own. Even more astonishing was that the Iron Moon strange insect had a very strong resistance to internal breath and true qi. Chen Yu used his Yunsha internal breath to test it, operating at 60 to 70% power, and the insect could basically ignore it. Its body structure was vastly different from that of normal creatures. As Elder Pan said, under the night moon, the Iron Moon corpse worm's strength would increase even more, and it even possessed self-healing abilities. It seems the abilities of this insect need to be explored slowly, Chen Yu said, smiling. This mutated insect pet was an unexpected joy from this adventure. In the following days, Chen Yu allowed the Iron Moon strange insect to roam freely underground but not to stray beyond the area within a mile. Meanwhile, he began to practice and verify his sword techniques. In terms of cultivation, Chen Yu was neither anxious nor impatient, accumulating slowly. Although he had 2 high-grade body-nourishing pills in hand, he had no plans to use them yet. He would consider them when he was at the peak of the Meridian Passage stage and needed to break through to the organ refining stage. The previous blood pool incident had left a significant shadow on Chen Yu. His spiritual body aptitude was already less than that of the average inner sect disciple. If his foundation was unstable and his internal breath not pure, he feared he might never have the hope of advancing to the Qi transformation realm in this life. As for the auxiliary cultivation of the copper statue technique, Chen Yu had 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and 3 fierce snake king gallbladders in his possession. Naturally, these were not enough. Chen Yu continued to collect precious materials such as the fierce snake king gallbladders at the Sect Affairs Hall. The only hard-to-find item was still the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. To his surprise, a few days later, Elder Mao and Elder Nangong came to Chen Yu together, bringing 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and traded with Chen Yu for moon spirit ore. The 2 elders in the Qi transformation realm were particularly eager for the moon spirit ore. Finally, Chen Yu traded 5 kilograms of moon spirit ore for 4 sprigs of 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng, 2 of which were 120 years old. To think. Under the current circumstances, precious materials like 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng were worth far more than ordinary ones by at least half. With these in mind, Chen Yu now had a total of 5 sprigs of 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng. With 5 sprigs of 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng, preparing 5 bottles of body refining liquid won't be a problem, Chen Yu thought to himself. After all, other materials were not too difficult to obtain. Before long, Chen Yu had prepared 5 bottles of the body refining liquid but had no intention of consuming them all at once. He was well aware that after advancing to the copper bone level, the effectiveness of this spirit ginseng snake gallbladder body refining recipe would decrease significantly. 5 bottles of the body refining liquid would not allow him to advance to copper bone small success in the short term. Since this was the case, it would be better to consume them slowly, taking 1 bottle every 10 days, about a mouthful every 3 days. This kind of gradual improvement made Chen Yu feel secure. One day, Chen Yu was verifying the Iron Gang sword and the wind-cutting sword techniques when he hit a bottleneck. Both sword techniques had been honed to peak perfection. By practicing them in reverse, Chen Yu had grasped his own unique true meaning, akin to pure bluish-green fire from the furnace. However, to further verify and elevate the 2 techniques or to merge them, he encountered quite a bit of resistance. Suddenly, Chen Yu had a thought. He should not hang himself on a single tree. Therefore, he went to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion and spent over 10,000 contribution points to exchange for 3 stylistically similar sword techniques. Their styles varied, some were heavy, some light, some rigid, some gentle. With this, the contribution points Chen Yu had left, along with the funds for buying materials, weren't much. Anyway, I won't be able to exchange for the Yuan Sha divine skill before the late stage of organ refining or becoming a true disciple. Chen Yu reconciled himself to the fact. Before the major confrontation between the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace, accumulating as much strength as possible and ensuring survival were paramount. With the addition of 3 new sword techniques, Chen Yu's verification of swordsmanship could broaden his horizons and add more sparks of inspiration. With the two previously mastered sword techniques as a foundation and Chen Yu's talent for body techniques, the entry and even minor success with several stylistically similar sword techniques were easily achieved. Afterward, Chen Yu's understanding of both light and heavy swordsmanship indeed began to advance bit by bit. It was quite apparent. Chen Yu, by using the Xian heavy sword, was able to switch effortlessly between light and heavy styles of swordsmanship, and he became increasingly unconcerned with the original sword techniques. Even in the blink of an eye during a sword thrust, his swordsmanship could continuously change between light and heavy styles 2 or 3 times. Several days later, in the courtyard, Chen Yu's heavy sword slowly drew across as though gliding through feathers, giving off a fleeting and traceless sensation. Clang hiss. After the sword fell, it tore open a trench 2 jong in length and over a foot deep, stirring up clouds of dust as if slicing through tofu. Immediately following, Chen Yu unleashed another powerful and overbearing slash, the sword wind swirling, schemed just above a falling leaf. Whoosh! This leaf was sheared off just as thin as a fingernail, while the rest of the leaf remained perfectly intact. What appeared to be an extremely heavy sword stroke was lighter than a blade. This new sword technique is called light-heavy swordsmanship. I've only grasped a rudimentary form for now. Chen Yu had a look of joy on his face. Light-heavy swordsmanship integrates the two styles of heavy and light swords to truly achieve the effect of lifting heavy as if light. Beyond a certain level, the lightness and heaviness, the speed and slowness of the swordsmanship can be switched in a single thought, to the point where one can no longer distinguish between light or heavy, fast or slow. This sword technique was, in fact, not truly unique. Essentially, Chen Yu had summarized and blended the two styles, pushing the meaning and power control of the swordsmanship to its extreme. But for a third-stage beginner, this was already quite remarkable. Chen Yu felt confident that the light-heavy swordsmanship he now grasped in terms of power and conception had already surpassed the peak realm of common high-level martial arts. That very afternoon, a message came from the Sect Affairs Hall. The mission for worldly assistance is starting now. Chen Yu stopped cultivating. For this mundane task, his main goal was to avoid dangerous missions, earn time for growth, and take the opportunity to visit his family. Sect Affairs Hall. Inside a side hall stood numerous sect members, including promising disciples and older members. Master Lin and several stewards handed out a few missions. Nephew Chen. When Master Lin saw Chen Yu, he greeted him enthusiastically. Chen Yu immediately inquired about his mission. Nephew Chen, there has been a slight change in your mission. Master Lin said with a hint of hesitation. A change? Chen Yu wondered if this comfortable mission had become unfeasible. Actually, it just means the difficulty of the mission has increased a little. The original task, meant for you alone, now has 2 additional members assigned by the Sect Affairs Hall. 3 people in total. Master Lin said somewhat apologetically. A solo mission had turned into a trio mission, and the difficulty had inevitably increased. Master Lin explained, there are mainly 2 reasons. The first is that the Infinite Thief, ranked 2nd on the hit list, has appeared near Yan family castle, potentially endangering the castle. The second reason is that an opposing force has emerged near Yan family castle, suspected to be peripheral disciples of Bone Demon Palace causing trouble. If it's just the peripheral disciples of Bone Demon Palace, adding more people may not mean much. But that Infinite Thief. Chen Yu's brows furrowed slightly. He had fought against even the Bone Demon Palace's true disciples and naturally didn't fear ordinary disciples. The real threat was the Infinite Thief. This thief was ranked 2nd on Unisec's hit list, second only to Demon Clown. Don't worry about that. Infinite Thief, this thief, is already being dealt with by our sect's true disciple Kun Ling and another elite inner sect disciple. That's another assigned mission. Master Lin said with a smile. If that's the case, I have no objections. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The Infinite Thief had a notorious reputation, with rumors that he had sneaked into Chu country's royal palace and defiled a consort and princess. Committing such a heinous crime and still roaming free showed his capability. At that moment, a man and a woman walked towards Master Lin. Nephew Chen, these 2 people will join you in the secular aid mission. Master Lin announced, lifting his hand. Glancing sideways, leading the pair was a 17 or 18-year-old boy with thick eyebrows, exhibiting an upright appearance. Behind him followed a beautiful girl who exuded purity, her youthful face like a peony after rain, graceful and delicate in figure. Mu Sueking. Chen Yu was slightly surprised. Mu Sueking's face also showed a hint of surprise. Chen Yu, Mu Sueking, Fang Hefei. You 3 will act as envoys for the sect, heading to Yan family castle to stabilize the order there. Master Lin formally announced. The 3 nodded, acknowledging each other. Among them, Fang Hefei, at the mid-stage of organ refining, was an inner sect disciple. However, Master Lin cleared his throat slightly, looking at the 3 of them. With 3 people on this mission, we need to establish a team leader. Team leader? That should naturally be me. Among those present, my cultivation and seniority are the highest. Fang Hefei said as though it was a foregone conclusion. The choice of team leader isn't necessarily based on cultivation alone. I intend to contend for the position. Mu Sueking humphed softly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Fang Hefei appeared slightly embarrassed by the lady's challenge. Considering first come, first served, the team leader should be me. Please acquiesce to this, the both of you. Chen Yu touched his nose. You, just at the Meridian Passage stage, aspire to be the team leader. Fang Hefei's eyes bulged with disbelief. Following the betting battle, Chen Yu had also made a small name for himself among the inner sect. However, Fang Hefei absolutely did not believe that Chen Yu was fit to be the leader. Moreover, the perks and power that came with being the leader were not insignificant. In truth, Chen Yu wanted to be the leader not out of greed for those benefits, but mainly to gain the freedom to execute the mission. Becoming the team leader would allow him to control the route, including stopping by Xiangyang City for a visit. No way. Mu Sueking and Fang Hefei simultaneously shook their heads, disagreeing with Chen Yu taking the role of leader. Sect Affairs Hall, in a side hall. Master Lin had a bit of a headache. What was supposed to be a simple mundane task had become complicated. 3 people all wanted to compete for the team leadership position, and each of the 3 had complicated backgrounds to consider. After all, under the current circumstances, it was usually impossible for ordinary people to snatch such an easy yet lucrative task. Mu Sueking was a disciple of Fairy Xiaoyu and, as an elder's apprentice, was not only talented but also highly determined. Fang Hefei, who was 17 or 18 years old, had already reached the mid-stage of refining, and his background was anything but simple. One of his uncles was a hall master in the sect. Chen Yu, needless to say, had the backing of 2 seasoned elders. Haha, since none of you are convinced, let's see the real skills in action. Fang Hefei said with a self-assured smile. Among the 3, he was the oldest and had the deepest cultivation and experience. Moreover, in front of Mu Sueking, the renowned beauty of the inner sect, he naturally wanted to showcase the responsibility and dominance of a man. It was well known. Mu Sueking had been previously ranked alongside Chu Xingxin, praised as the twin beauties of the inner sect. But now, with Chu Xingxin having defected from the sect, Mu Sueking was about to become the #1 beauty among the Unisect disciples. Therefore, whether for the sake of pride and profit or to gain the favor of a beauty, he had to compete for this leadership role. Which one of you will go first? Fang Hefei asked with a smile, glancing over at the 2 others, especially lingering for a moment on Mu Sueking's delicate figure. I will. Mu Sueking's expression was cool, showing no signs of yielding. In fact, her reasoning for competing as team leader was similar to Chen Yu's. She also wanted to use it as an opportunity to visit home and have a bit more freedom. It didn't take long. The 3 of them moved to the spacious courtyard of the Sect Affairs Hall, onto a martial arts platform. Swoosh, swoosh. With sword and saber in hand, the 2 combatants quickly engaged on the platform. Heavenly Blue Blade? Fang Hefei wielded his thick-backed saber, making a few sweeping strokes, exuding an immense sense of vastness. The lengthy saber light sliced through the air, rolling up dim waves of light. Top-tier martial arts? Chen Yu was slightly surprised. Fang Hefei's saber technique belonged to the top tier. Although this top-tier martial art was relative to the entry-level 3 tiers, being called top-tier naturally meant it was almost the strongest within its level. Even a Qi transformation realm martial art at the entry stage would be no better. Thousand Rain Sword. Mu Sueking held a blue shining treasure sword, and in a moment, she flicked out more than 100 clear and blue light spots. Thin, rain-like streaks of sword light weaved back and forth, like a cold and beautiful firework display. Chen Yu watched with interest. Mu Sueking's swordsmanship was also an entry-level top-tier martial art. For a disciple of an elder, obtaining a top-tier primary martial art was relatively much easier. Their clash was stylistically distinct. Fang Hefei's offensive was grand and deep, while Mu Sueking's swordsmanship was as cold as the stars, both dazzling and limitless. But Chen Yu faintly felt that Mu Sueking's inner breath was very pure, emitting a trace of coldness that perfectly matched the spirit of her sword technique. Furthermore, Mu Sueking had the upper hand with her lighter movement technique. But it was still too early to call the outcome. After all, Fang Hefei's internal energy was robust, and his mastery of martial arts was exceptionally high, giving him the advantage in a power struggle. In the blink of an eye, the 2 exchanged over 100 moves, yet neither could claim victory. It seems the rumors are true. Although nephew Chen Sueking only has a lower-grade spiritual body, it is said to possess the rare attribute of cold water, which not only progresses her training almost as fast as a middle-grade spiritual body but also enhances her power. Master Lin said with a smile. Master Lin, whom do you think will win? Chen Yu asked casually. He had always expected Mu Sueking's talent to be high, otherwise, she wouldn't have been accepted into the inner sect so early and taken as an apprentice by an elder. I'd say it's too close to call. I can't determine the outcome of their match, but as for this contest for leader, nephew Chen's victory should be without question, Master Lin said, pondering momentarily then implying something more profound. From the outer sect tournament, the meteoric iron gambling battle, to the confrontation at Baishan Spirit Garden, Chen Yu's ascending steps were nothing short of miraculous. Winning first place in the tournament, he dominated over Nangongli and Duan Xiaolong, which was a huge upset. In the meteoric iron gambling battle, he had triumphed against Fei Leshan at the same stage during a dispiriting period. Such feats were beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. The hardest was yet the battle at Baishan Spirit Garden. A disciple at the Meridian Passage stage had somehow managed to survive tenaciously through the dual crises of the Snake Ghost Shadow attack and the Bone Demon Palace's nocturnal raid. Since Master Lin thinks there is no question about it, why not just make me the leader directly? Chen Yu blinked. Master Lin. Before long, on the platform, after exchanging over 200 moves, the 2 still fought to a stalemate. The two of you are equally matched, and it's difficult to determine a winner. Why not let me take the leader's position to avoid any hard feelings? Chen Yu said with a smile. No way. The two on the platform twitched their faces and fought even more fiercely. Chen Yu couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. Whoosh! With a leisurely movement, he reached into his storage bag and pulled out the Xian heavy sword. Master Lin was startled. Normal inner sect disciples rarely owned storage artifacts, and it seemed Chen Yu's storage bag was larger than average. At that moment, the figure before him blurred as Chen Yu entered the martial arts platform with ghostly speed. Begin. The Xian heavy sword in Chen Yu's hand was like a feather, effortlessly sweeping several times in an instant, with silvery remnants of sword light weaving through at an astonishing speed. What sort of sword technique was this? Master Lin felt an inexplicable conflict rise within him. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, Chen Yu's seemingly light Xian heavy sword clashed with Fang Hefei's blade several times. The first strike. Fang Hefei's palm went numb, and his thick-backed saber nearly slipped from his hand. The second strike. The power was heavier, causing his blood to surge, splitting his tiger's mouth and drawing out blood. The third strike. Clang! Fang Hefei's thick-backed blade flew from his grip. Fang Hefei's face turned from green to white as he exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? During the meteoric iron wager battle, Fang Hefei had watched Chen Yu's fight. But at that time, it was only a battle at the Meridian Passage stage, which he didn't take seriously. Now, with his own strength at the mid-stage of refining, he had been disarmed by the opponent's 3 swords. Swecking, do you still want to compete? Chen Yu winked at Mu Swecking with a smile. Pfft. Mu Swecking's pretty face turned red, she gritted her silver teeth, and her treasured sword released a myriad of faint blue light spots like stars, with a cold aura overflowing. Slash. The Xian heavy sword in Chen Yu's hand suddenly vibrated, carrying a heavy momentum like sweeping mountains and rivers, with a silver glow swirling around it, fiercely striking Mu Swecking's treasured sword. Fang Hefei, standing to the side, watched with a shiver in his heart. But the outcome was unexpected. That seemingly heavy sword lifted Mu Swecking's treasured sword aside as if it were a willow branch caressed by a gentle breeze. Ding! Swish! The vigorous and hefty great sword, seemingly slow and ponderous, vanished in an instant with a flash. The next moment, the heavy sword bypassed Mu Swecking's treasured sword, its afterimage sweeping by, to hover just an inch away from the girl's fragrant shoulder and snow-white neck. Mu Swecking's pretty face was a picture of shock, disbelieving what had happened. All right, the team leader is me now, Chen Yu said, with a flick of his hand, storing the heavy sword back into his storage bag. Master Lin, standing by, also wore a trace of surprise. However, the fact that the other party had survived the combined attack of the snake ghost shadow wasn't unexpected given his capabilities. This was precisely why Chen Yu didn't bother concealing his power too much in front of Master Lin. In the sect, one needed support, and revealing some strength appropriately was crucial to enhance one's status and reputation so others would think twice before crossing paths with you. Moreover, after the adventure at the ancient moon well, Chen Yu had gained a stronger card up his sleeve, unknown to others. I concede that you are strong, but taking advantage of our fatigue after a prolonged fight lends an element of opportunism. Mu Swecking huffed after sheathing her sword. Chen Yu responded with a smile, not a word. He was of course aware of Mu Swecking's prideful disposition, or else his previous pursuit wouldn't have been so exhausting. Fortunately, he was now solely focused on cultivating, unburdened by such concerns, and his mindset was even more carefree. Fang Hefei, on the other hand, remained silent. As a mid-stage refining disciple losing to Chen Yu who was at the late-stage Meridian Passage, any excuse seemed feeble. Fang Hefei was genuinely convinced, unlike Mu Swecking, who was convinced against her will. And so, Chen Yu became the leader of this mission, with the other two seething privately. The trio ready to embark, leaving Unisect. 2 days later, Chen Yu and his companions approached the region around Xiangyang City. Junior brother Chen, this route seems incorrect. If we go this way towards Yan Family Castle, it will be a detour. Fang Hefei said. I'm the team leader. We're going to Xiangyang City first to gather some information. Chen Yu replied expressionlessly. Xiangyang City, gathering information? Fang Hefei was speechless. Xiangyang City wasn't exactly a central county city, so why gather information there? I agree, Mu Swecking said, supporting with a smile. The reason she chose this mission was that she hadn't been back to Xiangyang City in a long time. Additionally, her family had sent a message indicating some trouble. Not much longer. The trio arrived at Xiangyang City. Mu Swecking, with permission from Chen Yu, requested to visit her family first and refused to let Fang Hefei follow. Fang Hefei, dispirited, had no choice but to accompany Chen Yu. Inside the Chen mansion. This time, upon his return to the clan, Chen Yu was received with stars and moonlight treatment. Nephew, you've finally come back. At the Hidden Lake Conference, there was no chance to speak with you. Family head Chen Tianwei and several elders were all smiles, accompanying him. You are? Now that you've become an inner sect disciple, Elder Yu's disciple, renowned across 3 sects, it has truly given our Chen clan cause for pride and lent more clout to us in Xiangyang City. Several high-ranking clan elders said, fawning over him. In the hall, Father Chen Tian and Mother Lu Wen came in, their faces aglow with happiness. Seeing Chen Yu's expressionless face, the other high-ranking elders then flocked to praise Father Chen and Mother Lu. After a while, an old man in plain clothes with white hair entered the hall. Ancestor Chen. Clan leader Chen. The high-ranking clan members all stood up and paid their respects. This plain-clothed, white-haired elder was none other than the Chen clan's ancestor, who usually kept a low profile. This is your clan leader grandfather. Father Chen hurriedly introduced. Chen Yu stood up to pay his respects. This ancestor of the Chen family, he had met as a child. He was said to be venerable in age, at least in his 80s. The plain-clothed ancestor looked at Chen Yu approvingly. It is rare for our Chen clan to produce an individual of such stature. The mistakes made by Tianwei and others have been chastised by me. From now on, if you need anything, the clan will provide full support. The ancestor said before casting a stern glance at Chen Tianwei and the others. Chen Tianwei and the white-bearded elder were so shaken they didn't dare make a sound. And this is... The clan leader suddenly noticed Feng Hefei standing next to Chen Yu. Upon closer inspection, Ancestor Chen was taken aback. This taciturn young man with thick eyebrows, his cultivation level seemed even more profound than his own. The subtle flow of his inner breath made the ancestor feel uneasy. This youth was certainly a talented individual with significant backing from the sect. Initially, he thought him to be just an attendant given his place behind Chen Yu. Filled with astonishment, Ancestor Chen exclaimed, "You lot, blind as bats, quickly offer this young hero a seat. Several of you can't recognize Mount Tai even with your dog eyes. Offer this young hero a seat quickly." Ancestor Chen sternly ordered, and family head Chen Tianwei and the others looked at Feng Hefei with shock and disbelief, their faces pale. The burly teenager trailing behind Chen Yu was treated like a guest of honor by Ancestor Chen, even showing a respectful demeanor. Ancestor Chen was serious, his heart stirred by amazement. This thick eyebrow youth, appearing to be 17 or 18 years old, had a profound cultivation level that even he could hardly perceive. Not yet 20, yet already at the mid-stage of refining. In the secular world, this would be considered earth-shattering, unimaginable. You see, Ancestor Chen, who was over 80 years old, only possessed the refining organ stage cultivation because of his mediocre talent and ordinary spiritual body, breaking through to the refining organ stage in his 30s or 40s. The late breakthrough led to exhausted potential, leaving him unable to make much progress in the following decades. Compared to this youth, Ancestor Chen's achievements felt shameful and unbearable. "May I ask for the honorable name of this young hero? Our hospitality has been lacking, please forgive us." Ancestor Chen apologized with a cupped fist bow. Quickly, several elders of the Chen family rushed to fetch a chair for Feng Hefei. Chen Tianwei and the others, feeling anxious and nervous, could hardly believe that someone whom Ancestor Chen treated with such respect had almost been mistaken for a servant by them. One could imagine. This thick eyebrow youth's cultivation was at least at the refining organ stage, undoubtedly making him a talented elite within their sect. "Uncles and elders, please don't be so courteous. I'm really just a follower." Feng Hefei waved his hand and chuckled. A follower? That must be a joke? How could Ancestor Chen believe that, feeling even more uneasy, fearing that the guest was displeased and speaking ironically. "Young hero, please, no jokes. It's overwhelming for us." The higher UPS of the Chen family were uneasy. Feng Hefei couldn't help but laugh and cry. "On this mission, junior brother Chen is the team leader. All actions have to follow his commands. Uncles and elders, no need for formalities." "What? Chen Yu is the leader? This talented young disciple of the sect was really just a follower?" The high-ranking elders of the Chen family stood dumbstruck, their jaws almost dropping. They were stunned. Ancestor Chen, Chen Tianwei, including Father Chen and Mother Chen, all bore a look of bewildered astonishment. This was beyond acceptance. Half a year ago, wasn't Chen Yu just a peripheral disciple of the outer sect? At that time, the family had even given up on supporting him with resources. It was only in the recent months that Chen Yu had entered the inner sect and begun to rise within the unisect. However, judging by the thick eyebrow youth's demeanor and tone, he didn't seem to be pretending. "Brother Feng, just sit back and relax. If you feel uncomfortable, you can also take a stroll around," Chen Yu said with a smile. "All right." Feng Heiran shrugged and walked out of the hall. The internal affairs of the Chen family were not appropriate for him, an outsider, to participate in. Only after Feng Heiran had left, did the higher-ranking elders of the Chen family gradually recover. Ancestor Chen and the others, as they looked toward Chen Yu, had a more complex and indescribable expression in their gaze. Even if they were foolish, they could understand one thing: Chen Yu in the unisect was definitely no longer just an ordinary disciple. Are you really the leader for this outing? That talented disciple just now probably has a refining organ stage cultivation and seemed to acknowledge you as the leader." Mother Lu Wen asked spontaneously with joy and anticipation in her eyes. "Because I wanted to pass by Xiangyang City on the way, I managed to secure the leadership. Technically, the leader does hold the initiative over the mission," Chen Yu replied. Facing his mother, he dared not neglect her. Just unsure if his parents knew about him kicking his fiancée during the falling iron gambling battle. Upon receiving confirmation from Chen Yu, both Father Chen and Mother Chen were overjoyed beyond expectation. Ancestor Chen also wore a satisfied expression, proud that the Chen family had produced such a remarkable individual. but family head Chen Tianwei, that white-bearded elder, had a crestfallen and awkward expression. Previously, these two had pressured Chen Yu into a marriage, even going so far as to cut off resources to him. Let's not mention the past for now. I purposely took a detour back this time to look around, one of the reasons being that engagement. Chen Yu subtly shifted the topic. That engagement was not his true intention. Moreover, according to unofficial news Chen Yu had heard within the sect, Yi Yunfei had long admired Chu Wanyu, and it seemed that affection had developed between them. Even if Chen Yu risked offending Yi Yunfei to marry Chu Wanyu, it would be a loveless union. After Chen Yu explained his reasoning, the elders of the Chen family looked at each other in dismay. If it had been earlier, these elders might have insisted emphatically. To marry for the benefit of the family, what's sacrificing some personal interest? Especially since in the past, it seemed to them that Chen Yu marrying Chu Wanyu was already aiming high. This matter is a bit troublesome. Father Chen Tian suddenly spoke. Tricky? Chen Yu looked towards his father. At this moment, the room was silent as if gripped by a chill. The other elders didn't dare to speak rashly. Firstly, the Chu family is one of the major families in our country. Its strength far surpasses ours. It's said their family even has postnatal chi transformation experts in residence. Father Chen sighed. Chen Yu frowned slightly. Indeed, the Chu family was powerful. Terminating the engagement on his own would offend this enormous clan. Secondly, nowadays, the Bone Demon Palace is invading. Its disciples have reached the Bune 6 counties, and even our Xiangyang city has been unstable lately. The secular minions of the Bone Demon Palace have even come to tempt or threaten us into subjugation. Otherwise, once the Bone Demon Palace invades here, our clan will be annihilated. Father Chen expressed with difficulty. The infiltration of the Bone Demon Palace into the secular world has reached this extent. The Chen family has already received warnings and threats. Chen Yu's expression was solemn. Because of your engagement with Chu Wanyu, our Chen family and Chu family formed an alliance. Chu Fenjiayun even promised that if the Chen family faced a crisis, the Chu family would provide sanctuary. Family head Chen Tianwei added. Are you saying that our family must rely on this verbal marriage agreement to survive under the protection of the Chu family? Chen Yu scoffed. As far as he knew, strong families like the Chu family had been wiped out by the Bone Demon Palace. If the Bone Demon Palace really attacked here, everything would be in vain. A mere wedding contract, what effect could it have? When the time came, the only option would be to abandon these secular properties and flee far away. Can't hide in Chu country? You can go to neighboring countries. With how vast the world is, there was surely somewhere to take refuge. In the end, Chen Yu decisively determined that the marriage agreement had to be voided. Mainly, this deal was too unfavorable. If he forcefully married Chu Wanyu, there was no telling how much enmity it would draw from Yi Yunfei, or even the Water Moon sect. The key issue was, other people were marrying for love. Chen Yu was essentially an intruder who had already kicked his nominal fiancé. That very afternoon, Chen Yu, accompanied by Feng Hefei and his parents, visited an estate on the southern outskirts of Xiangyang city. This vast estate spanned thousands of acres. In the center of the estate, there was a pond adorned with lotus leaves and fish creating ripples as they swam. Beside the pond stood a residence in the pastoral style. Around the residence was a garden crowded with flowers and trees, from which the scent of flowers could be smelled even yards away. Wow, this place has a nice environment. It would actually be nice to cultivate here quietly for a while. Feng Hefei admired. This estate was Chen Yu's private territory. That day, besides acquiring the territory after he had slain the Honghu 3 killers, he had also received 10,000 gold in rewards, most of which were used to refurbish and construct this estate. Master has seen. Upon entering the pastoral residence next to the pond, 8 male and 8 female servants stood by awaiting them. In total, 16 servants were responsible for managing the estate. Are you satisfied with this estate? You haven't even finished spending that 10,000 gold in rewards. Mother Lu Wen said with a smile. It's pretty good. Having a private estate was my past dream. Chen Yu looked around, feeling fulfilled. The estate had fertile land, mountains, and water. In addition to the flowers and trees near the courtyard, there were orchards and grain crops nearby, capable of self-sufficiency. If one were to disregard the crisis of the Bone Demon Palace invasion, an ordinary person could live worry-free here for a lifetime. That night, Chen Yu spent the night in the estate with his parents. The other elders of the Chen family, also wisely, did not come to disturb Chen Yu. In the depths of the night, inside the Wang family mansion in Xiangyang City, in a secret room, Wang family master, what are your thoughts? If you could affiliate yourself with the Bone Demon Palace early on, acting as insiders, once Chu country is unified, you will be treated as heroes. A young man with a hooked nose, lounging with crossed legs, stood beside him, a man and a woman, both exuding a malevolent aura. All three were in the organ refining stage. Across from them, a middle-aged man with a beard gritted his teeth. As long as you can capture and kill Chen Yu, we will consider joining your palace. This boy is the prime suspect behind my son's disappearance. We are almost 90% certain that my son, Wang Lingyun, is no longer among the living. The bearded middle-aged man was the Wang family master. Chen Yu, the Sect disciple you mentioned? This boy is within the sect, how do we make a move? The hooked-nose youth huffed. A venerable elder by the side of Wang family master spoke up. We have just received news that Chen Yu has returned to Xiangyang City. This boy is in Xiangyang City? A meridian passage stage inner sect disciple. A smirk filled with intrigue appeared on the youth's face, and he shared a knowing look with the man and woman beside him. This was like a dream come true, with someone bringing a pillow as one dozed off. The three of them, as peripheral members of the Bone Demon Palace, could earn significant merit if they managed to kill an inner sect disciple from one of the three sects. Moreover, once they could capture and kill Chen Yu, they could pull the Wang family into the Bone Demon Palace's camp. This was truly a golden opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. A mere meridian passage stage, not a problem. But if we kill this boy, you must ensure that as the Bone Demon Palace's insiders in the secular world, you provide an intelligence network. The youth with the hooked nose smirked. If your palace can capture and kill this boy, naturally it counts. After all, our Wang family is now hard-pressed to stand firm in Xiangyang City, being overtaken by the Chen and Mu families. Wang family master said indifferently. Beside him, the venerable elder nodded in agreement. You need to be careful. Chen Yu's true strength is said to be equivalent to the refining organ stage, and he seems to have appear at the same cultivation level. Wang family master stressed. Don't worry, tonight, we will bring his head over. The hooked-nosed youth laughed loudly. Swish swish. A gust of chilling wind swirled, and three figures, ghost-like, merged into the night. Watching the three from the Bone Demon Palace depart, Wang family master and Elder Wang exchanged glances, each heaving a sigh. Looking at the current situation, it's only a matter of time before the three sects can no longer resist the Bone Demon Palace. It is said that decades ago, the Bone Demon Palace almost wiped out the three sects. If not for the neighboring countries watching, their plot would have succeeded. Now, having recuperated for several decades, they likely won't make the same mistake and are sure to succeed. Elder Wang sighed. Setting this palace against Chen Yu is partially to seek revenge for Yuner, but it's also necessary to test this palace's sincerity. After all, the Bone Demon Palace is from an evil sect, and any slight mistake could doom our entire family.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.